9 Sun God King Chapter 918 to Chapter 973. Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield. Old Feitian had a very angry expression just now, but after looking at Qin Yun, his expression changed to one filled with gentle smile and said, "Great Master, please come in." Qin Yun nodded. Then he and Yu Shudian followed Old Feitian and left the plaza. What is the background of this youngster? Old Feitian is actually so polite to him. Old Feitian did not hesitate to offend a pagoda master for that youngster. I have to say, that Gao Jinglin is truly lucky to have his life back. Gao Jinglin was crippled by one palm strike just now. That guy is truly an idiot, he provoked people for no reason at all. Everyone exclaimed in admiration and began discussing. Hong Mengshu is eating watermelon. She patted Fong Fongbao and Duke Keshuan, who are scared witless, and said with smile, "You two guys are really lucky. If you followed Gao Jinglin, you would already be dead." Fong Fongbao and Duke Keshuan cannot help but shiver. They are so scared that they can't even speak. Big Sister Hong, we were wrong, we were wrong. You must not let him cause trouble for us by any means. Hong Mengshu glared at them and said with smile, "Who do you think you are? He doesn't even remember you. He doesn't even feel like attacking small fries like you. Quickly scram." Fong Fongbao and Duke Keshuan are also scared like dogs and left the plaza. Qin Yin followed Old Feitian and arrived at an elegant and quiet small hall. Old Feitian's expression is filled with shame as he said, "Great Master, I wanted to change clothes so I came late, I let you suffer." Qin Yin said with smile, "No problem. Anyways, those guys have been taught a lesson. It is me who caused trouble for your Tian family, it is my fault." Tian Siyu said, "Big brother, that Chu Yujun really deserved to be taught a lesson. You also did not cause trouble for our Tian family." Old Feitian chuckled and said, Right, I am not afraid of that little bastard. Even if his grandfather came, he would still dare to be so arrogant in my territory, I would still cut him down." He saw Tian Siyu and Tian Dajiang call Qin Yin big brother and felt very happy. "This Martial Grandmaster, I have a private matter to discuss with you." Old Feitian is somewhat embarrassed. He looked at Yu Shudian and said, "Miss Yu, please forgive me because this matter is very confidential." Yu Shudian said with faint smile, "It doesn't matter, I understand, I will immediately withdraw." Tian Siyu pulled Yu Shudian and said, "Big Sister Tian, I will take you to stroll around our Tian family matter." "Oh, that's right, let's go look for Hong Mengshu, I saw her just now, she seems to be eating watermelon. This guy is actually watching the show while eating watermelon." Soon after, Tian Siyu, Tian Dajiang and Yu Shudian left the small hall. Qin Yin saw Old Feitian acting so mysteriously and realized that it must be a very important matter. "Venerable Master, I am preparing to cross half a mortal tribulation, sixth tribulation," Old Feitian said. "Oh? Then I will first wish Senior a smooth tribulation," Qin Yin said. "Sigh, I don't have much confidence in my heavenly tribulation this time," Old Feitian said with anxious expression, "but I feel that the sixth tribulation is coming, it might be within 2 months. Senior, what kind of help do you need?" "If I can help you, I will definitely help." Qin Yin said, "I don't know much about heavenly tribulation, moreover I am not even a martial emperor. The help I can give you is also very limited." Old Feitian said, "I have an item, it seems to be an immortal tool but it is damaged, now it is only a half immortal tool. If it can be repaired, it will become a perfect immortal tool. When the time comes, I can rely on that immortal tool to resist the power of heavenly tribulation, it will give me more assurance in crossing it. Very awesome immortal tool. Can I take a look?" Qin Yin said. "This immortal tool is a defensive tool, it is a hexagonal shield." Old Feitian took out a purple hexagonal shield and placed it on the table. Qin Yin walked over to take a look and discovered that the hexagonal shield is very beautiful, it looks like it was carved out of purple jade. There are many fine runes on it. "Venerable Master, I found a few inscription masters, all of them can refine king tools, some can even refine half-immortal tools. But they are unable to repair it. If you can repair it, you will surely be satisfied with the compensation," Old Feitian said. Qin Yin carefully observed and said, "There is no trace of damage on it. According to my observation, there are no damaged runes on it for now." Indeed, other inscription masters also said the same thing. Old Faitian's face is filled with helplessness. This shield is called Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield. It is my most awesome immortal tool. Because of this immortal tool, even 6th tribulation half-immortals don't dare to provoke me, a 5th tribulation half-immortal. When I was peak martial emperor, I used this Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield to deal with heavenly tribulation. 3,000 years ago, when I was crossing 5th tribulation, it was damaged. Xianxia is secretly apprehensive. This Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield allowed Old Faitian to cross heavenly tribulation several times in a row. It is very awesome. I will carefully inspect it again. This might take some time, I will inspect it here. Xianxia said. Alright. Old Faitian promptly said, how about this, I will let Xiaoyu and Dajiang arrange for Miss Xu and Mengxu to come here. They are your friends, you can feel relieved this way. Xianxia nodded, alright. I will have to trouble Senior. Old Faitian said with smile, just a small matter. Old Faitian arranged for Xianxia to stay in a secret room and then hastily left. Xianxia carefully inspected the Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield inside the secret room but did not discover any sign of damage. Feeling helpless, he can only hand over the Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield to Yao Feng and inform her about this shield. After Yao Feng inspected it, she said, Xianxia, this is a king-grade immortal tool. The outside is not damaged, the tool spirit is damaged. The tool spirit must have been destroyed by heavenly tribulation. The tool spirit of Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield should be Purple Star Spirit. If you want to repair it, it is very simple, just draw in Purple Star Spirit. As for how to draw in Purple Star Spirit, you can use your star and moon runes to set up a great formation and draw in Purple Star Spirit from the starry sky. Many thanks Sister Yao Feng for the pointers. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. He took the Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield and walked out of the secret room. Old Faitian also just returned. Seeing Xianxia come out, he hastily asked, Great Master, do you have any clue? Xianxia said, Senior, the tool spirit inside your immortal tool is damaged, don't you know? This. I don't know, Old Faitian said with frown, does my immortal tool have tool spirit? Of course it does. You have not discovered tool spirit, it seems like you are still unable to stimulate the true power of this immortal tool. Xianxia said with smile. Great Master, what do we do now? The tool spirit is gone, how do we get it back? This is an immortal tool, does it require an immortal inscription master to repair it? Where can we find an immortal inscription master in Spirit Desolate? Old Faitian immediately became anxious. There is one way, we can set up a formation and draw in Purple Star Spirit from the sky. Coincidentally, with Miss Xu, the astrology master, we can get twice the result with half the effort. Can you call her over? I want to properly discuss this matter with her. Alright. I will immediately invite her over. Old Faitian immediately became very excited because now there is hope to repair the Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield. Very soon Old Faitian invited Yu Shadian over. Old Faitian is very respectful towards Yu Shadian. After inviting Yu Shadian over, he promptly left so that he won't disturb Xianxia and Yu Shadian. After Yu Shadian arrived, she said with smile and low voice, Ayun, did not expect you to be a great master. To be able to make Old Faitian so respectful towards you. Xiao Tian, if this matter is properly handled, Old Faitian will also be very respectful towards you. Xianxia said with smile, then pointed at the Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield on the table. What a beautiful magic tool. Yu Shadian only took a glance and her gaze was captivated. She walked over and caressed it, then exclaimed in admiration and said, This is Purple Star Immortal Jade. Xiao Tian, you are indeed a person who is very sensitive towards stars. Xianxia said with smile, This is an immortal tool but it is damaged. Damaged? Yu Shadian said with frown, Is it because of runes? If it is runes that are damaged, I am also powerless. Xianxia shook his head and said, No. This immortal tool originally had a tool spirit inside. It should have been a Purple Star Spirit but now it is gone. This Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield was used by Old Faitian to cross tribulation. If it is repaired, it will be equivalent to saving his life. He will surely be very grateful to Xianxia and Yu Shadian. Then what should we do now? Yu Shutian's eyes rippled as she asked. Draw in a Purple Star Spirit into the Purple Star Heavenly Dipper Shield. I plan to join hands with you and set up a spirit-drawing star formation, Qin Yan said. Qin Yan obtained the Nether Sun Martial Spirit through the spirit-drawing star peak's great formation. Therefore, this is a feasible plan. I have mastered some star runes, but it is not enough. Of course, if I can truly set it up, I have complete confidence that I can draw in purple star spirit. Yu Shetian said. I have star runes. Let's begin now, Qin Yan said with smile. Alright. Yu Shetian is also somewhat excited. Because she has been thinking of a way to draw in star spirit, but she doesn't know how to succeed. Qin Yan and Yu Shetian asked old Feitian for a very large secret room. Then he asked old Feitian to buy a large amount of king-tier beast bones. Old Feitian has abundant financial resources. Very soon he will be able to obtain many king-tier beast bones for Qin Yan. Qin Yan asked Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi to come out and help him inside the spacious secret room. He wants to use beast bones to refine formation pillars. It looks like he is carving the required star runes on a stack of paper and giving them to Yu Shetian to study. He wants her to combine them and evenly distribute them on the 36 formation pillars. And Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are responsible for using a large amount of beast oil to melt the beast bones and other materials. Then they are handed over to Qin Yan for forging. Chapter 919 Spirit Drawing Star Formation. Yu Shetian did not find it strange that Qin Yan has two peerlessly beautiful women beside him. After all, Qin Yan is a venerable master, it is very normal for him to have such beautiful assistants. She only slightly despises Qin Yan in her heart. Ayun, I will return this to you. Yu Shetian took out a Regent Origin Stone and handed it over to Qin Yan with smile. This is the King Quality Regent Origin Stone Qin Yan gave to Yu Shetian before. You don't want it? Qin Yan said, don't tell me you think I am not sincere in giving it to you? Yu Shetian said with gentle smile, of course I know you don't lack these things. I also don't need them, so I will return them to you. You really don't need them? Qin Yan somewhat doubtfully asked, then what do you use to increase your cultivation? Yu Shetian sweetly smiled and said, I am an astrology master, through the stars in the sky, I can obtain star power and naturally break through. Shui Tianzi is very envious hearing this and said in charming voice, Xiao Tian, if I had your ability, it would be great. We have to go into seclusion from time to time, it is very boring. Zi Qingqing also said with yearning expression, Xiao Tian, how do you have this kind of ability? Is it innate? Yu Shetian said with smile, two sisters, it is my innate ability. Although I can naturally obtain power and don't need to go into seclusion, my cultivation speed is somewhat slow. Qin Yan said to Zi Qingqing, Sister Steamed Bun, if you really want to become like Xiao Tian, it is not impossible. It is very simple, I will help you cultivate star immortal body, then completely refine your martial spirits into star spirits. Then you can absorb star power at night. Really? I want to give it a try. Shui Tianzi immediately ran over and coquettishly hugged Qin Yan's hand. Qin Yan can't stand this charming water fairy, he promptly pushed her away and said, of course it is true. If you truly become like this, you won't need to cultivate Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with me. How can it be so easy to cultivate star immortal body? It is very difficult. Yu Shetian pulled Shui Tianzi and said in soft voice, Sister Tianzi, don't believe his words, this guy wants to experiment on your body. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, Water Fairy is my woman. I won't harm her. It's very easy to help her cultivate the star immortal physique, just carve star totem carvings all over her body. Previously, he carved sword totem runes on Jian Ruyan's body, allowing her to later cultivate the sword immortal body. Shui Tianzi thought for a moment and said, in that case, it would be better to cultivate together. Qin Yan stored away the King Grade Regent Origin Stone and continued forging the pillar. Yu Shetian said, we should quickly refine that formation and help old Feitian repair his immortal tools. He is waiting to cross tribulation. Qin Yan and company busied themselves in the secret chamber for a few days and finally finished refining the array pillars. In these few days, Yu Shetian also discovered why Qin Yan is called Great Master. It is because Qin Yan's star rune carving speed is very fast and his finesse is very high. Before, Yu Shetian thought that Qin Yan has only mastered a few star runes and is a novice. Looking at the perfect star runes and star totems engraved on the pillars, she felt very shocked. because even she is unable to comprehend so many star runes and star totems in a short period of time. Therefore, she suspects that Qin Yun possesses Star Lord Inscription Spirit. She did not ask about this matter. Mastering Inscription Spirit is a very private matter. If it is spread out, it would attract the covetous eyes of some experts and very easily lead to a fatal disaster. Yu Shetian said, I thought it would take at least a month to refine these pillars. I did not expect it to be this fast. In her eyes, the most difficult part is carving star runes. But this is a very easy matter for Qin Yun. Next, I will find purple star spirits from the sky and then bring them down. Qin Yun said with smile. If there are more purple star spirits, give me one to play with. Zi Qingqing said, her eyes flickered with purple light. Qin Yun pinched her cheek and said with smile, Sister Steamed Bun, the spirit drawing star formation can be used repeatedly. I will surely help you get more purple star spirits in the future. Don't be anxious for now. Zi Qingqing let go of Qin Yun's hand and entered the Nine Sun Divine Soul with Shui Tianzi. Yun, these two are very beautiful, they are dead set on you, you must treat them well. Yu Shetian said. Of course, for them, I entered deep into a dragon's cave. Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. In order to break the curse of the two absolute charming concubines, he caused the entire Dragon King matter to disappear. Yu Shetian nodded and said, That's good. Are they your wives? Qin Yun said with smile, No, they are my friends. My wife is still in ordinary realm, she is also very beautiful. If there is an opportunity, I will introduce her to you. All right. Yu Shetian said, Let's quickly go and try spirit drawing formation. Qin Yun stored the 36 pillars, then took Old Feitian's purple star heavenly dipper shield and left the secret room. Old Feitian has been waiting outside, seeing Qin Yun and Yu Shetian come out, he promptly walked over and asked, How is it? What else do you need, just say it. Do you lack many precious materials to refine that formation? Roughly how long will it take to finish? Qin Yun said with smile, I have already finished refining it. Your great tribulation will arrive very soon, we will do our best to repair the purple star heavenly dipper shield within 10 days. Old Feitian's expression is filled with worship as he looked at Qin Yun and Yu Shetian. He excitedly said, Thank you so much. Yu Shetian said, Senior, we need a quiet place with abundant energy. Qin Yun asked, Old Feitian, do you have immortal origins in your Tian family manner? When operating the formation, it requires a lot of energy and it must be stable. Yes, Old Feitian promptly nodded. Although there are not many immortal origins in Xian domain, there are still some, a lot more than in ordinary realm. Old Feitian is a half-immortal, he controls an immortal origin. Tian family manor's eastern region is a forbidden area, it is also the place where Old Feitian cultivates in seclusion. Apart from Old Feitian, no one else can enter. Now Old Feitian brought Qin Yun and Yu Shetian to that forbidden area. That forbidden area is a very large garden, it is very quiet inside, rich spiritual energy contains a lot of immortal energy. Qin Yun and Yu Shetian placed 36 formation pillars on a lawn and formed a large formation. Absorbing the immortal origin's energy is very smooth, we can begin. Qin Yun said. He looked at the sky, it is afternoon now but it will not affect them from starting. Even if it is daytime, there are still stars in the sky. Yun, you go first. If you don't succeed, I will help you. Yu Shetian said. All right. Qin Yun walked to the center of the formation and placed the purple star heavenly dipper shield on the side. Old Feitian and Yu Shetian are standing at the side watching. Qin Yun closed his eyes and relaxed his consciousness. Not long after, he entered a very familiar state, it is letting his consciousness enter the boundless and boundless star sea. Back then he used the spirit guiding star peak to enter the star sea and obtain the nether sun martial spirit. There are many stars in the boundless star sea, big and small, they have all sorts of colors. As long as Qin Yun sees a purple light ray, he controlled his consciousness to fly over. After his consciousness flew over, he saw a huge purple star, at the same time he saw that it is completely empty inside. Xiao Yun, it is not that many stars don't have star spirit inside, they have other situations. Wanting to find a purple star spirit was not an easy task. Quickly let Xiao Tian try. Maybe she knows some method to find star spirit. Ling Yuner said. Qin Yan immediately retracted his consciousness. After he woke up, it is already very late at night. But he feels that his consciousness has not been in the boundless star sea for very long. Time passes very quickly inside this formation. Qin Yan let out a long sigh, then looked at Yu Shetian and said, Xiao Tian, you come. The stars I found don't have star spirit inside. Yu Shetian said, I will give it a try. Qin Yan walked out of the formation. When Yu Shetian passed by Qin Yan, she asked in soft voice, Ayun, your consciousness has entered the boundless star sea, are you not afraid at all? Not afraid. Qin Yan said with smile. That is impossible. For a normal person, even if one's consciousness enters the vast sea of stars, it won't last long. Yu Shetian said in some amazement, I let you go first because I want to help you overcome your fear, it will be useful for you in the future. Thank you Xiao Tian, I have already overcome that fear. Qin Yan said with smile. Really? It seems like you have experienced it before. I will have to study you more in the future, you are as mysterious as the stars in the sky. Yu Shetian said with charming smile and then walked into the middle of the formation. Late at night, the forbidden area of the Tian family manor house was very dark. The 36 pillars on the lawn were originally emitting a faint white glow, but now they had suddenly turned purple, and it was very dazzling. Old Feitian immediately became excited, he grabbed Qin Yan's wrist and said, Did you succeed? Yu Shetian is sitting cross-legged in the middle of the spirit-drawing star formation, purple star heavenly dipper shield is in front of her. At this moment, Yu Shetian and the purple star heavenly dipper shield are suddenly wrapped up by a ball of glaring purple light mist. It should be done. Qin Yan is also very excited, he said with smile, Xiao Tian is more awesome than me, if it was me, I don't know when I would be able to find the purple star spirit. You are both equally awesome, equally awesome. Old Feitian is very happy, if he can repair the purple star heavenly dipper shield, he will be able to deal with the next tribulation, he won't need to be on tenterhooks. Gradually, the purple light mist wrapped around Yu Shetian and the purple star heavenly dipper shield flowed into the shield. The purple star heavenly dipper shield slightly trembled and flickered with purple light mist, it is very beautiful. As the purple star heavenly dipper shield trembled unceasingly, the flickering purple light mist became more and more intense. This caused old Feitian to become extremely excited, he tightly clenched his fists and trembled. Watching tribulation purple star heavenly dipper shield's violent movement continued for less than half an hour and finally stopped. Yu Shetian opened her eyes and said with smile, Senior, your purple star heavenly dipper shield has been repaired. The purple star spirit I found is very loyal, I hope you can communicate with it more in the future. Of course, old Feitian said with incomparable gratitude. Senior, you need to establish a certain relationship with the tool spirit to be able to unleash the true power of this magic tool. Qin Yan said with smile. Many thanks, old Feitian is very excited and said, I will give you the reward now. Old Feitian took out 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones and said, I only have these things that are suitable for you now. Wait until I collect more and better ones, I will make up for it. These are already enough. Yu Shetian lightly smiled, Senior, quickly go into seclusion and properly communicate with the new tool spirit. Alright, I will go immediately, old Feitian very excitedly entered a residence. Yu Shetian looked at Qin Yan and said with smile, I don't want Regent Origin stones, I will give them all to you. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, this is so embarrassing. You also put in a lot of effort. Ayun, I also obtained a lot of benefits. Yu Shetian faintly smiled, her smile is very beautiful and sweet. Her beautiful eyes are filled with happiness, it can be seen that her mood is very good. What kind of benefits? How come I don't know? Qin Yan said. Yu Shetian placed her hands behind her back, her toes drew circles on the lawn and she said in low voice, I have memorized all the star runes you gave me. You won't blame me for stealing your star runes, right? Qin Yan said, these star runes can only be learned by our sect's disciples. However, with your help, I can form the most suitable star runes and carve them on the formation pillars. So I made an exception and allowed you to obtain those star runes. Only our sect's disciples can use them? What sect are you from? Yu Shetian curiously asked, does your sect have many star runes? Hee. I am from Inscription Gate, moreover I am the sect master. Do you want to join my inscription gate? Qin Yan said with smile. You are actually a sect master. Yu Shetian does not believe this. It's like this, the inscription gate was originally in Blue Spirit Star Palace. Soon after, Qin Yan told Yu Shetian about the history of the inscription gate. Lan Chen had lost the Blue Spirit Star Palace to Zi Qingqing. Yu Shetian is very fascinated listening because she is very interested in these stories. No wonder after your consciousness entered the vast star sea, you did not feel any fear. Yu Shetian said, the doubt in her heart has also disappeared. Xiao Tian, do you want to join my inscription gate? Qin Yan giggled and said, joining my inscription gate is not only about obtaining star runes, there are also many other benefits. Although Yu Shetian is not an inscription master, she is definitely worth roping in. Alright, I will join your inscription gate. Do I need any ceremony? Yu Shetian asked. There's no need for any ceremony. This is for you. Qin Yan took out a bracelet, handed it over to Yu Shetian and said, this is our inscription gate's token. If you wear this bracelet in the future, if you meet any disciples of our sect, the bracelet will also react. Sect Master, how many people does our inscription gate have? Are they very strong? Yu Shetian asked while blinking her eyes after wearing the bracelet. Currently we only have a few people, moreover most of them are in ordinary realm. Qin Yan said with smile, relax, we will surely become very strong in the future. Yu Shetian asked in low voice, Sect Master, can I ask you a very secret question? Do you have Star Lord inscription spirit? Qin Yan slightly nodded, then sent sound transmission to Yu Shetian, indeed, Xiao Tian, do you want it? I can refine it. Yu Shetian is extremely shocked, she hastily asked, you can refine Star Lord inscription spirit? How do you refine it? I need the help of my little sister. She is also a member of my inscription gate but she is not here for the time being. Qin Yan said, he is somewhat regretting that he did not bring Xiao Yuemei with him. Then when we meet her later, can you help me refine a Star Lord inscription spirit? Yu Shutian's sweet eyes flickered like stars gently flickering, it is very beautiful. Of course. You are a member of Inscription Gate. Qin Yan said with smile, oh that's right, Xiao Tian, when I refined Inscription Spirit before, I needed formidable spirit power. I could only use Dragon Spirit to refine smoothly. Now I want to give it a try, I want to use Star Spirit to refine. This is not a problem, there are many formidable star spirits wandering in the Star Sea. So long as we can capture them, they are not inferior to Dragon Spirit. Just leave this matter to me. Yu Shetian is also somewhat excited. Qin Yan also saw this point and roped in Yu Shetian to join Inscription Gate. This way, he will be able to mass-produce inscription spirits in the future. Xiao Tian, I also want to ask you a very private question. Qin Yan said with smile, oh that's right, you can call me a Yun from now on, no need to call me Sect Master. What question? Yu Shutian's face suddenly became very red. It is not easy to see clearly in the dark night. But Qin Yan can see clearly and feels that it is somewhat strange. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiao Yun, she must be letting her imagination run wild, thinking that you want her to marry you as your concubine. Don't talk nonsense. Qin Yan said to Ling Yuner in bad mood. Yu Shetian lowered her head and said, Yun, what do you want to ask? Are you a star fairy? Qin Yan asked. Ah. Yu Shetian is somewhat amazed, then nodded her head, did that little magical fairy tell you? N. Qin Yan said with smile, I did not expect you to be a fairy, moreover such a big one. Yun, can you let that magical fairy come out? I want to chat with her. Yu Shetian asked. Of course I can. Qin Yan let Momo come out. After Momo came out and saw Yu Shetian, she became very happy. After all, they are the same kind. Very soon, Yu Shetian and Momo began chatting about many things. Yu Shetian mainly wants to ask Momo whether or not she can evolve her star totem to immortal level. Momo said she can but she needs to improve her own ability first, this will take a period of time. Yu Shetian felt a lot relieved after hearing this. Xiao Tian, Momo is also a member of my inscription gate, we can help each other. Qin Yan said with smile. Big brother Yun, sister Tian Tian is the princess of Star Fairy race. You must protect her properly. Mo said. Star Fairy Race's princess? Qin looked at Yu Shudian in amazement. Yu Shudian gently rubbed Mo's face with her finger and said with smile, Little Mo, you don't need to worry about me, I will be very safe. You also need to take care of yourself. I know. Mo nodded and said, I will be together with big brother Yun, I won't have to starve anymore. Yu Shudian sweetly smiled and said, You should go back and properly rest. Mo returned to the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. Hello princess. Qin said with smile. Yun, I am preparing to take the assessment with Meng Shu, we will surely be able to enter Ancient Star Pagoda. I must research the method to enter Ancient Domain. Yu Shudian said, I am also tired, I will go back and rest first. I will also go find Meng Shu on the way, she has not seen us for several days, she must be very bored. Qin nodded. Clearly, Yu Shudian doesn't want to talk about her matters. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, this Star Fairy Princess must really want to return home. Her home is in Star Sea Ancient Domain. Maybe she is collecting those star fragments because she misses her home. With her strength, it won't be difficult for her to enter Starry Sky. Qin said. It won't be difficult. But it will be useless for her to enter Starry Sky. Ling Yuner said with sigh, Xiao Yun, don't think that you can see many stars in the sky. You don't know that the distance between stars is very far. When you truly enter Starry Sky, not only will you have to fly for a very long time to reach a star field, it will also be very easy to get lost. You can use formation to enter Star Sea and drift around, that's why you can feel that you are moving very fast. But after you go to Starry Sky, you will know how dark and lonely Starry Sky is. Qin has also seen this kind of record in books. Ling Yuner said again, Xiao Tian's hometown must have many active stars, they must be in the depths of Starry Sky. She can't go there by herself. So she can only go through Ancient Domain. She must have some reason to be unable to go back. Qin said. What a pitiful child. Ling Yuner said with sigh. Qin also went back to rest. After waking up the next day, Hong Mengshu and Yu Shudian left Tian Family Manor to prepare for the assessment. Chu Youjuan's grandfather sent people over these past few days but they couldn't take Chu Yujun back and could only give up. Old Feitian is very satisfied with the repaired Purple Star Heavenly Dipper shield. Qin is drinking tea in his room. He wants to stay here for a period of time and wait for Hong Mengshu and Yu Shudian to finish their assessment. Their assessment will take more than half a month. At noon, Old Feitian very excitedly ran over to Qin and said, Great Master, I am preparing to go through tribulation, do you want to come and take a look? Qin thought about it and said, All right, I will go and take a look. It is not like he has never seen tribulation before. Lan Suyao's tribulation is seventh half immortal, he saw it with his own eyes. With Great Master watching from the side, I will surely be able to smoothly cross tribulation. Wait until night, we will secretly leave Heaven's Pride City, Old Feitian said with smile. At night, Old Feitian brought Qin out of the city secretly. Old Feitian wants to go to a very remote place to avoid being disturbed by other people. Qin is someone Old Feitian trusts very much, so Old Feitian let him go and take a look. For people who haven't crossed tribulation yet, watching other people's tribulation is very helpful to them. Old Feitian brought Qin and flew very fast in the sky. After flying for a few days, they arrived at a very desolate desert. Qin is very far from Old Feitian, more than 10 kilometers away. He is floating in the sky, using far-seeing spirit tool to look at Old Feitian. Devouring Heavenly Might, Chapter 921, Devouring Heavenly Might. Old Feitian only sensed that his heavenly tribulation is coming, he doesn't know the exact time. However, if he doesn't restrain his aura, he will be able to attract the heavenly tribulation very quickly. Qin is watching from the distance and suddenly saw wind and clouds rushing up in the sky. Not long after, a large amount of churning black clouds condensed in the sky. It caused the earth to immediately sink into darkness. Rumble. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled, it is as if doomsday has arrived. Tribulation cloud has appeared. Qin suddenly sensed a very dreadful heavenly might, it is the might of heavenly tribulation. Dense tribulation thunder suddenly dropped down on the area where Old Feitian is, illuminating the entire area. Boom boom boom, thunder shook the heaven and earth, lightning flickered. It looks like countless lightning snakes landed on old Feitian's body and attacked him with berserk heavenly might aura. Last time when Qin Yin saw Lan Suyao go through tribulation, he did not have such a clear feeling. That is because Jianshi Tian was at the side, releasing energy to protect him, blocking the berserk aura. And now, it is as if he is inside the heavenly tribulation. He can feel the imposing aura of heavenly might. This tribulation thunder's power far surpasses Xian Rujing's heavenly tribulation divine ability. Qin Yin repeatedly exclaimed in admiration in his heart. Of course, this tribulation thunder you are seeing right now can turn half-immortals into dregs. Ling Yuner said, Xiao Yun, this must be the power of heavenly might. If you can master heavenly might Dao technique, you will also be able to release the same kind of aura. Qin Yin immediately frowned, can I truly master it? Even Sister Qiru and Sister Yao Feng are not able to figure out a single clue. They are all very formidable immortal kings. Xiao Yun, don't belittle yourself, you are different from the masses. Otherwise you would not be able to cultivate a peerless city-destroying, extremely intelligent great beauty like me. Ling Yuner said with smile, you should try to comprehend it now. How should I comprehend it? Qin Yin doesn't have any clue. He is looking at old Feitian who is inside the tribulation thunder. He is incomparably scared. Old Feitian is constantly shouting and shouting. He is swinging the purple star heavenly dipper shield in his hand to block the tribulation thunder coming from all direction. If he did not have the purple star heavenly dipper shield, he would have been turned into ashes. Old Feitian's face is now filled with fear. He is roaring to boost his courage. Although he has the purple star heavenly dipper shield to block the tribulation lightning, his body is still injured by the energy wave of the tribulation lightning. His whole body is split open, his injuries are too horrible to look at. Xiao Yun, you need to enter a state where you won't be disturbed by the heavenly might, but you can quietly feel the aura of the heavenly might. Ling Yuner said, then, try to follow the heavenly might Dao technique's mnemonic chant and mental cultivation method and see if you can comprehend anything. It's just a test anyway. It won't hurt you at all. Qin Yin landed on the ground and sat on a large rock. He closed his eyes and did as Ling Yuner said. Old Feitian's heavenly tribulation will last for a very long time. On one hand, he is worried that old Feitian will fail his tribulation, on the other hand, he is worried that someone will come over at this time. This kind of half-immortal tribulation has such a big movement, it will definitely alarm the people in the vicinity. Qin Yin took a deep breath and calmed himself down in such an environment. Not long after, Qin Yin is no longer disturbed by the aura of the heavenly might. Before, he was more or less afraid of this kind of aura. But now, he can calmly feel the power born from the great Tao Law. After Qin Yin entered this state, he carefully sensed the power of the heavenly might and at the same time recited the heavenly might Tao technique's mnemonic chant in his heart. After a while, he seems to have some idea but he is unable to grasp the crucial point. This kind of feeling is like he is struggling in water. He can vaguely see a rope but he can't grab it no matter how hard he tries. Qin Yin can clearly feel that if he wants to master the heavenly might Dao technique, he must grasp the power of the heavenly might. Yuner, use Nether Sun's devouring power to devour the power of the heavenly might. Qin Yin suddenly said. Alright. Ling Yuner also understood. The heaven and earth are now enveloped by waves of heavenly might. Ling Yuner can clearly sense this kind of power. She is not afraid at all. She controlled Nether Sun and released the devouring power. Black martial spirit can nurture its own divine ability. Nether Sun's divine ability is precisely devouring. And this divine ability is controlled by Ling Yuner. She is a Tao spirit, she knows how to use Nether Sun's power. If Qin Yin did not have Ling Yuner's control, he would have gone crazy and carelessly used Nether Sun's power, he would have been courting death. Ling Yuner is now very carefully devouring the formless power and guiding it into Nether Sunday. This will allow Qin Yin to comprehend the composition of the heavenly might power even more deeply. Maybe I can truly comprehend the heavenly might Dao technique. Qin Yin seems like he has suddenly grasped something. Now it seems like he is just a bit away from mastering the heavenly might Dao technique. Old Feitian's injuries are becoming more and more serious but he is still standing and shouting, it means he can still persevere. So long as he can smoothly cross this tribulation, he can live for a very long time. And Qin Yun is borrowing old Feitian's tribulation to clearly understand the power of the heavenly might. Qin Yun is devouring more and more heavenly might power. What he doesn't know is that the ink cloud above his head is also churning violently. Xiao Yun, you are in trouble. Ling Yuner suddenly yelled in alarm, you have been targeted by the heavenly tribulation. What? Qin Yun abruptly opened his eyes and saw that the thick black cloud above is frantically revolving. It is brewing dreadful tribulation thunder. Qin Yun is somewhat terrified in his heart. He promptly took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and covered himself up. Boom boom boom, an incomparably thick thunder and lightning suddenly dropped down from the whirlpool above Qin Yun. It seems like it is much stronger than old Feitian's. That huge thunder and lightning is like a several 100-meter wide light pillar that ferociously attacked the earth. Even the small heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron was submerged in a short while. The earth fiercely trembled. That huge thunder and lightning hit the ground and then exploded in all directions. The earth within a radius of 10,000 meters quickly split open. Many cracks appeared on the ground and glaring thunder and lightning filled the cracks. It seems like the entire earth has been flipped over by several layers in a split second. Old Feitian also doesn't know what is going on. His eyes are wide open as he looked at that direction. He is startled and floated in the sky. The tribulation thunder is no longer attacking him, instead it is unceasingly attacking that direction. Qin Yun is inside the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. He is also very scared. Because even through the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron, he can clearly feel the dreadful power of heavenly might. Yuner, am I done for? Qin Yun asked in fear in his heart. I don't know. This heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron's materials are very good, it should be able to endure for a few more times. Ling Yuner is also very worried. I also don't know what is going on. How did it become your tribulation? It seems like I shouldn't have devoured the power of heavenly might. Qin Yun said with bitter smile. Devouring heaven's consequence is indeed very serious. Ling Yuner said. Boom boom boom, a large amount of thunder and lightning dropped down from the sky and unceasingly struck the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Many cracks appeared on the surface of the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. Fortunately, this kind of magic tool can repair itself, but it will take a very long time. The black clouds in the sky also gradually dispersed. Not long after, the earth became bright again. The radiance of the 9 suns once again illuminated the earth. Old Feitian's eyes are wide open. He feels that this is inconceivable. Because behind him, someone helped him endure the thunder tribulation, otherwise he would have been finished. He looked at the small black dot in the distance and saw a cauldron there. Old Feitian promptly flew over. Just as he arrived, he saw someone crawling out of the cauldron. It is precisely Qin Yun. Qin Yun's head is bleeding, his body is full of cracks, his heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron has almost shattered. Great master, how can it be you? Were you hit by the tribulation thunder? Old Feitian is not lightly scared. He is extremely shocked in his heart because Qin Yun is still alive after enduring so many dreadful tribulation thunder. Qin Yun said with bitter smile, don't mention it, I was almost finished. I don't know what happened, the heavenly tribulation suddenly came for me. Old Feitian very excitedly said, Great master, you saved my life. If you did not help me endure the tribulation thunder, I would have already been blasted into slag. We are not dead, very good. Qin Yun laughed. Within the radius of 100,000 meters, there are cracks on the ground, moreover, they are emitting smoke and dense thunder and lightning aura. Suddenly a few auras appeared in the distance. Old Feitian said in low voice, someone is coming. We need to hide. He took out a large piece of black cloth and covered himself and Qin Yun. Miraculously, even though Qin Yun is covered by the black cloth, he can still see outside. This is a very strange magic tool. After being covered, we can become invisible and aura can also be concealed. We can also hide our aura. People outside cannot see us but we can see the outside, Old Feitian said with smile. Very soon they saw a few old men floating in the sky. A thin and small old man with disheveled hair said, this must be the place where the tribulation power is the strongest. I don't know who is going through tribulation, this level of tribulation power should be 6th tribulation. Maybe he is already dead, another old man said with smile. He should not be dead. Looking at the time of tribulation, he has persisted until the end. Moreover, there are also remnant souls nearby. The thin and small old man took out a talisman and said again, if there are remnant souls, my talisman can sense them. Big brother, could it be that you want to find that person? Someone who can go through sixth tribulation must have very good immortal tools. That guy must be injured. If we can find him, we can kill him and snatch away his immortal tools. This way, I can also smoothly go through sixth tribulation later. The thin and small old man said with somewhat excited smile. Motherfuckers, they actually want to snatch my things? I will go out and stake it all against them. Old Faitian said in low voice. Senior, can you defeat them? Qin Yin somewhat anxiously asked, you still have many injuries on your body. I just went through sixth tribulation, my immortal power has increased by a lot, these injuries are nothing, watch how I kill them. Old Faitian finished speaking, then took off the black cloth and rushed towards those half-immortals. Mysterious Beast Horn Chapter 922, Mysterious Beast Horn. Old Faitian suddenly appeared and flew to the sky, causing those half-immortals to be startled. Those half-immortals are also startled, but they are not afraid because Old Faitian's body is full of scars. Old Faitian's treasure armor has been shattered by tribulation thunder during his tribulation. His wounds can be seen from under the broken armor. What caused those half-immortals to be moved the most is the purple star Heavenly Dipper shield in Old Faitian's hand. They greedily looked at that beautiful hexagonal shield, they also know that it is a very good immortal tool. This is the place where I cross tribulation, all of you quickly leave, Old Faitian said in cold voice. Big brother, congratulations on crossing sixth half-immortal tribulation. The short and skinny old man said with mischievous laugh, since you have crossed sixth half-immortal tribulation, that shield in your hand should be useless, give it to me. Old Faitian laughed loudly and said, give it to you? Who the hell are you? That old man chuckled and said, don't worry about who I am, you only need to know that if you don't give it to me, you will not be able to cross my tribulation. This old man is not afraid of sixth half-immortal tribulation, why would I be afraid of a guy like you? You want to snatch my shield? You are still too tender. Old Faitian said with sneer, his aura suddenly increased by a lot. Surround him, if we capture him and obtain his immortal tool, we will be able to use it when crossing tribulation in the future, that short and skinny old man said to his companions beside him. The other half-immortals also promptly moved and surrounded Old Faitian in a short while. You have just crossed sixth half-immortal tribulation, your injuries are not light. You have no chance of winning against us, you should quickly concede. Otherwise, even if you cross sixth half-immortal tribulation, you will still die, that short and skinny old man said with evil grin. Old Faitian became very angry, he roared, even if I die together with you, I will not let you obtain anything from me. Go, that short and skinny old man yelled. Old Faitian's swollen body suddenly shook, a frantic immortal power rushed out, bringing with it a purple light wave that rippled like water. Those half-immortals who surrounded him were repelled by the purple light wave. Old Faitian madly roared, he rushed towards a half-immortal, raised the purple star Heavenly Dipper shield in his hand and ruthlessly smashed it. Boom, the moment the purple star Heavenly Dipper shield smashed down, a burst of intense purple light flashed, followed by an earth-shattering explosion. That half-immortal was directly smashed into pieces by the purple star Heavenly Dipper shield. The broken pieces brought along purple flame and fell to the ground, smashing a few big holes on the ground. Qin Yin is secretly startled, he said with smile, Old Faitian finally understands how to use the tool spirit of purple star Heavenly Dipper shield. Old Faitian used the purple star Heavenly Dipper shield as a weapon, he attacked with his fastest speed and then violently smashed it. The purple star Heavenly Dipper shield absorbed Old Faitian's sixth tribulation half-immortal power and released a very strong purple star thunder fire power. Those half-immortals have only crossed 3 or 4 tribulations, the difference between them is very big. As long as they are hit, their bodies will be torn to pieces and turned into pieces that emit purple flame. Only that petite old man was a 5th tribulation half-immortal, so he was able to survive until the end. But he was also scared witless. As soon as he saw that he was no match for the enemy, he immediately ran away. Old Faitian loudly roared, bastard, don't run. While he is chasing, he sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, telling him to return to Tian Family Manor first. Qin Yan was worried about old Feitian at first, but seeing that old Feitian is full of vigor and valiant power, he felt relieved. He stored old Feitian's invisibility cloth, then went to check the broken pieces of the half-immortals and found 4 broken half-immortal life crystals. Although they are damaged, they are still useful. Qin Yan stored the life crystals and flew towards Heaven's Pride City. Qin Yan also experienced heavenly tribulation. Although the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron is damaged, his harvest is not small. He successfully captured the energy filled with heavenly might aura. This will allow him to comprehend heavenly might Dao technique. While flying, he is pondering over the heavenly might Dao technique's mnemonic chant. Unknowingly, 2 days passed by. Suddenly a miserable scream echoed in the silent night sky, on this desolate land. Qin Yan also returned to his senses after hearing the scream. It is a woman's miserable scream. It is as if she is suffering from heart-tearing and lung-splitting pain. This voice is somewhat familiar. Qin Yan is startled in his heart and promptly flew towards the direction of the sound. After he approached, he discovered that there are 3 very familiar auras over there. Although it is night time, his eyes can clearly see things in the darkness. It's Du Kequan and Fang Fengbao. Qin Yan's brows are creased. Who is the other woman? The other woman is wearing a tattered red skirt, her hair is tied up in a long braid, she has an extremely beautiful face but it is completely devoid of blood. Moreover, there are many red marks on her face, it is as if she has been slapped many times. Gong Fian? Qin Yan suddenly recalled this woman, she is Hong Mingshu's senior sister. She even said that she would give gifts to Hong Mingshu. You. Aren't you Mingshu's friends? Why are you doing this to me? Gong Fian yelled in pain. We are Hong Mingshu's friends, she told us to do this to you. Didn't you just say that you are representing Gong family to give gifts to Hong Mingshu? Quickly take out the gifts, otherwise I will make you feel pain. Du Kequan said with sneer and pierced a long thorn into Gong Fian's collarbone. Du Kequan, don't kill her. A dead woman is no fun. Fang Fengbao warned with evil smile from the side. Why are you so anxious? Wait until I force her to hand over those gifts. Gong family is not a small family, to befriend that mysterious venerable master, the gifts they gave to Hong Mingshu must be extravagant. Du Kequan coldly groaned and said. Did Hong Mingshu tell you to do this? Gong Fian's tears flowed down in pain, her body has been pierced by many thorns. She told us to do this. Du Kequan laughed loudly and said, Hong Mingshu is a very sinister woman. At this time, Qin Yan suddenly appeared beside Du Kequan and said in cold voice, You are not allowed to slander my friend, Mingshu is not that kind of person. Du Kequan heard Qin Yan's voice and looked over. She saw Qin Yan's face and immediately screamed in fright. She sat paralyzed on the ground and trembled, it is as if she is scared out of her wits. Fang Fengbao is also scared miserably, he promptly fled. Don't even think of running. Qin Yan controlled a throwing knife to fly out and pierce through Fang Fengbao's heart. Qin Yan waved his hand towards Fang Fengbao and produced a strong suction force that pulled Fang Fengbao back and threw him onto Du Kequan's body. Du Kequan immediately screamed miserably. She threw Fang Fengbao away, kowtowed towards Qin Yan and said, Venerable master, I was wrong. Let me go, treat me like a whore, do whatever you want to me. Qin Yan coldly groaned and sent a palm attack towards her from a distance. Formless palm power exploded on Du Kequan's body, causing her to scream in pain. Gong Fian is also in a daze from fear, apparently she forgot the pain on her body. Qin Yan walked over and carefully took out the thorns on her body. Then he stuck a healing talisman on her body and healed her injuries. Those 2 guys are not dead yet. Wait until you have more or less recovered, you will deal with them. Qin Yan said, they hate Mingshu very much, so it was not Mingshu who made them do this. Gong Fian has recovered a lot, she lightly sighed and said, Many thanks venerable master for saving me. After she stood up, she took out a sword, walked over and killed Du Kequan and Fang Fengbao. Then Qin Yan took out their martial spirits and Dao cores. Even if you go look for Mingshu now, you won't be able to see her. Moreover, she is inside Heaven's Pride City, you won't be able to enter, right? Qin Yan said. I learned that she is inside Heaven's Pride City, I wanted to go look for her. Gong Fian's expression is filled with reverence. She looked at Qin Yan and said in low voice, Venerable master, our Gong family gifted Mengshu 3 Regent Origin Stones. She finished speaking and took out the 3 Regent Origin Stones. Can you help me give them to Mengshu? Qinyan took them and said, alright, I will tell her. She is currently undergoing assessment, even I won't be able to see her for now. He looked at Duke Keshuan and Fang Fengbao's corpses and said again, those two must not have been able to pass assessment, so they left Heaven's Pride City ahead of time. That's why you bumped into them. Gong Fian said in low voice, it is my fault for being careless, I was not on guard against them. Your cultivation is not high, it is useless to be on guard against them. You should be a bit more careful in the future. Qinyan said. Gong Fian's eyes rippled, she looked at Qinyan and said in low voice, Venerable Master, I thought you were a slave before, so I spoke ill of you, I hope you can forgive me. Qinyan laughed, even if I am truly a slave, you can look down on me but you cannot bully people like that. This is the most basic respect for people. I will surely remember, I will not bully people anymore. Gong Fian promptly nodded. Just now because she was too weak, she was almost humiliated. Mengshu's assessment still needs some time, I will send you back. Are you going back to Qianfeng sect or your Gong family? Qinyan asked. This? I can go back by myself. No need to trouble Venerable Master. Gong Fian is slightly startled and promptly said. That won't do, if something happens to you, I won't be able to explain it to Mengshu later. Qinyan said with smile. You are very good to Mengshu. Gong Fian somewhat enviously said, alright, you can send me back to 100 Pagoda City, our Gong family is in 100 Pagoda City. Alright. Qinyan nodded. Gong Fian's body is covered with a talisman, her injuries are gradually recovering. She and Qinyan flew in the sky towards 100 Pagoda City. Venerable Master, our Gong family mainly deals in beast materials. You usually refine tools and craft talismans, you should also need beast materials, right? Gong Fian asked. Does your Gong family have any good materials? Qinyan asked with smile, the materials I need are at least king-tier materials. Gong family, Qinyan recalled the devil horn, it is also very hard but an immortal tool can break it. And the devil horn Gong Fian is talking about might be the horn of a formidable immortal beast, that is why a mortal tool can't break it. Qinyan is also very interested in this matter and said, is this true? Gong Fian shook her head, I am not very clear, my grandfather told me about it, I don't know if it is still there or not. I will go back and ask grandfather. 100 Pagoda City is not far from Heaven's Pride City, Qinyan and Gong Fian flew for 2 days and arrived. Qinyan directly followed Gong Fian to 100 Pagoda City and entered Gong family. Gong Fian is very excited in her heart because she brought back Qinyan, the Venerable Master. Gong family is indeed a very big family. They have a very big villa in a big city like 100 Pagoda City. Qinyan followed Gong Fian and entered Gong family. Gong Fian did not immediately bring Qinyan to meet her elders, instead she brought him to her small house. Venerable Master, I must secretly inform my grandfather about you coming to our Gong family. Gong Fian said with some embarrassment, can you wait here before I see my grandfather? Of course. You can call me a Yun from now on. Also go and ask around, when will Heaven's Pride City's assessment end? Qinyan said. A Yun. Gong Fian said, there is something I did not tell you clearly. Actually giving gifts to Mengshu was not our entire Gong family's decision, rather it was my mother's decision. She was the one who obtained the 3 Regent Origin Stones. How about this, I will return the 3 Regent Origin Stones to you. Qinyan said, it was not easy for you and your mother to gather enough Regent Origin Stones. If my guess is not wrong, many of your Gong family's elders must be against your mother, am I right? Gong Fian helplessly sighed, as long as they see what my mother did, they are against it. Moreover, this time she gave away 3 Regent Origin Stones. Qinyan said with smile, your mother is doing this because she wants you to have good relationship with Mengshu, so that she can dissolve the conflict between you and me? Gong Fian lightly nodded. Take back the Regent Origin Stones first. Qinyan said. No need. Those Regent Origin Stones originally belonged to my mother. Gong Fian said, moreover, I truly wanted to gift them to Mengshu. Dong dong dong, suddenly, someone knocked on the door. Gong Fian's face is filled with fear. She quickly went to open the door. After opening the door, a group of people came in. There were men and women. They went straight to the small hall. Some of them sat on chairs, while others sat on tables. All of them looked like they were looking for trouble. Among them, there were two initial Martial King realm cultivators who looked like middle-aged men. The moment they entered, they looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun sat calmly in his seat, drinking tea. Gong Fian is very worried, she promptly said. All of you quickly leave, I have guests here. Gong Fian, we heard that you brought back a man, so we came over to take a look. This man looks pretty good. A woman in a green skirt said with some jealousy, quickly tell me, who is this man? You can't bring some dubious men in. Qin Yun said, I am a disciple of 100 Pagoda sect. I'm not some shady person. Hearing the words 100 Pagoda sect's disciple, those people's expression became startled. Especially some women, their eyes are filled with jealousy as they looked at Gong Fian. A middle-aged martial king said with sneer, 100 Pagoda sect's disciple? Take out your identity plate and let's see. I lost my identity plate. Qin Yun said with bitter smile. Ha ha ha. Lost? It seems like you are pretending to be a disciple of 100 Pagoda sect, I almost believed you. That middle-aged martial king laughed loudly and said. Gong Fian became furious and shouted in cold voice, all of you, scram. He is my guest, you are not allowed to treat him like this. That green skirt woman said with charming smile, Gong Fian, your mother applied for 3 regent origin stones, I heard she wanted to give them to Hong Mengshu. You are really something, you gave her regent origin stones, what kind of reward can you and your mother get? Gong Fian said in cold voice, those regent origin stones belong to my mother, what does it have to do with you? Moreover, if it was my grandfather, he would have agreed to let me do this. Our Gong family's regent origin stones can only be used by our Gong family disciples, yet you are giving them away? You wasteful girl. One martial king very furiously said, who knows if you are really giving them to Hong Mengshu? I think you are using them to raise men. Those 10+ people immediately roared in laughter. That green skirt woman walked towards Qin Yun and said, no matter who you are, this is our Gong family. Since you entered our Gong family, you must be searched to prevent you from stealing things. Gong Fian hastily walked over, pulled away that green skirt woman and furiously rebuked, Gong Min, you stay away from him. Gong Min laughed loudly and said, Gong Fian, it seems like this is truly your little lover. Ha ha ha. Other people are also laughing in ridicule. Gong Fian's face and ears turned red, she is very angry. Gong Min took out an invitation card and proudly said with smile, Gong Fian, in 2 days, 100 Pagoda City Master will hold a birthday feast. All of us can get an invitation card, this is given to us by the young city master, who told you to ignore the young city master. Now he is not inviting you and your mother. Our Gong family's core disciples can participate, only you can't. Gong Fian coldly groaned and said, I don't care about it, quickly leave this place. Oh that's right, grandfather will also participate, he just came out of seclusion, he is now at the city master's mansion. Gong Min said with smile, I heard you always wanted to see him, if you want to see him, you can only go to the city master's mansion. Otherwise, after the birthday feast, he will immediately enter seclusion. That middle-aged martial king said with evil smile, Gong Fian, your mother gave away 3 regent origin stones to other people, you and your mother are now being cursed by Gong family from top to bottom. I advise you to scram from Gong family as soon as possible. A young man with protruding mouth and monkey cheeks said with sneer, Gong Fian, you were just born for a few days and your father died. If grandfather did not pamper you, how could you be here today? Now you and your mother are no longer welcome, let's see how you will survive. These people mocked and ridiculed Gong Fian for a while, then laughed loudly and left. Gong Fian stomped her foot in anger, then vigorously closed the door. She leaned against the door of the small reception room, smiled at Qin Yun and said with sigh, Yun, I let you see a joke. It's nothing. Oh that's right, has your grandfather been in seclusion? Qin Yun asked. Indeed. A3. I did not expect that he would come out of seclusion. I did not get to see him, I could not ask him about the beast horn. Gong Fian somewhat guiltily said, I made you come here in vain. Qin Yan said with smile, I originally came here to send you back. At this time, someone knocked on the door again. Again, so annoying. Gong Fian rolled her eyes, then opened the door and saw a beautiful woman wearing light blue long skirt. This woman looks very similar to Gong Fian, moreover, she also has a long braid hanging down in front of her chest. She looks even more mature and charming compared to Gong Fian, especially her eyes, they are flickering with seductive and charming ripples. Mother, why are you here? Gong Fian said in alarm, then looked at Qin Yun with embarrassment. Wretched girl, I heard you brought back a man, so I immediately rushed over to take a look. You have never brought back a man before. The mature and beautiful woman saw Qin Yun and cannot help but charmingly laugh, truly a handsome young man. When Gong Fian and her mother are together, they actually look like two sisters, and Gong Fian's mother's cultivation is also not low, she is a very strong martial king. Ayun, she is my mother, Kong Feiqing. Gong Fian said. Qin Yan also stood up and said with smile, Greetings big sister. After Kong Feiqing heard this, she immediately covered her mouth and lightly giggled, Your words are so sweet, it has been a long time since someone called me big sister. Gong Fian did not expect this venerable master to be so good at talking. Mother, he is the venerable master I was talking about. Gong Fian said in low voice. Kong Feiqing, who has been smiling charmingly, became stunned hearing this. Thank you for the gift you gave to Mengshu, I will hand it over to her. Qin Yan said with smile. This. No need to be polite. This girl Yan Yan is normally proud and arrogant, she also looks down on people. This is all because I did not discipline her properly, I apologize to venerable master. Kong Feiqing promptly apologized to Qin Yun. She found it very unexpected that Gong Fian managed to invite a venerable master. Yan Yan, how did you meet a venerable master? Did you not see Mengshu? Kong Feiqing promptly walked over to Qin Yun, poured tea for him and asked. I met bad people on the road, it was venerable master who saved me. Gong Fian hastily told Kong Feiqing about her bitter experience. Kong Feiqing felt very distressed after hearing this and then immediately thanked Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, How about this, I will return the 3 regent origin stones to you. You mother and daughter were bullied by Gong family people, you need regent origin stones very much. I will go back and explain it to Mengshu, she will surely understand you. I am not afraid of what Gong family people say. Then again, since we have already given them away, wouldn't it be bad to take them back? Kong Feiqing said. Qin Yan thought about it and said, If Mengshu passes the assessment, I will talk to her and see whether or not she is willing to bring Yan Yan into 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yan can see through Kong Feiqing's intention with a single look, she wants Hong Mengshu to bring Gong Fian into 100 Pagoda sect. Gong Fian also lowered her head in embarrassment. Because they indeed have another purpose in giving Hong Mengshu gifts. Then we will have to trouble venerable master. Kong Feiqing's beautiful eyes are filled with faint charm as she said with smile. She is doing her best to fight for space for her daughter's advancement. Qin Yan said, I will go to the city master's mansion in 2 days, I should be able to find Yan Yan's grandfather. I am very interested in that beast horn. I and Yan Yan will also go. Kong Feiqing promptly yelled, Venerable master, please bring us along. Gong Fian very much wants to pull her mother away because she doesn't want to trouble Qin Yun. She is not as thick-skinned as her mother. Ancestral treasure, Gong Fian somewhat embarrassedly smiled at Qin Yun and said, Ayun, if we go with you, it will be easier to communicate with grandfather. City master's birthday is in 2 days, I will go take a look and see if there is any way to enter. I want to go out for a trip. Qin Yun said with smile. We will go with you. I don't want to stay in Gong family, it is too dangerous. Kong Feiqing promptly pulled Gong Fian towards the door and said, Great master, I bought a small residence in the city, let's go there first. Alright. Qin Yun nodded. Kong Feiqing took out a golden-red large carriage from her storage magic tool and let Qin Yun board it first. After Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing boarded the carriage immediately became filled with a sweet fragrance. Kong Feiqing and Qin Yun are chatting and laughing inside the carriage, they are talking about all sorts of things. After she became familiar with Qin Yun, she no longer called him Great Master, she directly called him Xiao Yun. Qin Yan also doesn't mind. He learned some things about the beast horn from Cultivation. Cultivation knows a lot of things. She is sure that it is not a legend, it truly exists. She also doesn't know what kind of beast horn it is, she only knows that it is very precious. Xiaoyun, you are so outstanding at such a young age, could it be that there are people like you everywhere in transcending Xianxia region? If you know good friends, can you introduce them to Yan Yan? Let her marry into a good family. I guarantee that she will not be so unruly and willful in the future. Kong Feiqing glanced at Gong Fian and then said to Qin Yan with smile. Gong Fian helplessly rolled her eyes. Qin Yan said with smile, Sister Kong, this kind of matter should be left to fate. Yan Yan is still so young, the future is still long. Xiaoyun, are you and Mengshu really just friends? I heard that you have very good relationship with Yu Shedian, that astrology master. You are indeed worthy of being a great master, there are so many outstanding beauties revolving around you. Kong Feiqing said with expression of envy, my family's Yan Yan is really too disappointing, you will surely not like her. Sister Kong, Mengshu, and Xiao Tian are my friends. You and Yan Yan are also my friends. Qin Yan said with smile. Really? You, a great master, truly consider us friends? Even though we gave Mengshu 3 regent origin stones to you, do you like us? We can become friends with you with just 3 regent origin stones, I don't believe it. Kong Feiqing said with smile, could it be that you have taken a fancy to something on us? Qin shook his head and said with smile, Yun, I make friends according to fate. It is fate that we are able to sit here and chat. It seems like I am too materialistic and judged others by myself. Kong Feiqing said with self-mocking smile. Sister Kong, with your situation in the Gong family, if you and Yan Yan didn't pay attention to utility, you wouldn't be able to get to where you are today. In that kind of power, if you don't scheme against others, others will scheme against you. Therefore, after a long time, you will think about people and things for your own benefit. Qin Yan said, I can also understand. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian looked at each other and slightly lowered their heads. Gong Fian looked down on Qin Yan before and did not allow Hong Mengshu to be together with him because she felt that Qin Yan's status is low and lowly and there is no benefit in being together with him. And now, Kong Feiqing is so cordial towards Qin Yan, it is also because of her daughters and her daughter's interest. Qin Yan said that they are his friends, causing them to feel that Qin Yan has taken a fancy to something of theirs. That's why it's very difficult to make good friends most of the time, driven by benefits. Qin Yan faintly smiled, I hope that you can get rid of this kind of situation in the future and get along with people with sincerity. Kong Feiqing faintly sighed, Xiaoyun, you are not looking down on us, right? Qin Yan said with smile, respect is mutual, you respect me, I will also respect you. The large carriage left Gong family's manor and traveled for more than 2 hours before arriving at a secluded area. Although there are many large residences here, there are not many people. After Kong Feiqing brought Qin Yan and Gong Fian in, she hastily went to gather information for Qin Yan. She mainly wants to know how to participate in the city master's birthday banquet and also when 100 pagoda sex assessment will end. At night, Qin Yan is cultivating in his room. His nether sun contains a great amount of Heavenly Might's aura. He feels that he will be able to grasp Heavenly Might Dao technique very soon, it seems like he is just a little bit away. Xiaoyun, let nature take its course in this kind of matter. If you are too obsessed with grasping Heavenly Might Dao technique, it might backfire. After all, cultivating Dao technique depends on sudden enlightenment or chance, it cannot be forced. Ling Yunar advised. In order to cultivate Heavenly Might Dao technique, Qin Yan forced the dreadful aura of Heavenly Might into his body, causing him to feel very uncomfortable. Alright, I will listen to you. Qin Yan let out a long sigh and retracted the aura of Heavenly Might. That's right. Ling Yunar suddenly said with ambiguous smile, Xiaoyun, it seems like Kong Feiqing wants to give Gong Fian to you. Both mother and daughter are very beautiful, he he he. Great beauty Yunar, how can they compare to you? Qin Yan cursed with smile, you wretched girl, you are truly a female sex fiend. Devil is born from the heart. I am your Dao spirit, I was born from your heart. You are a sex fiend from the bottom of your heart, that is how you gave birth to a perverted little fairy like me. Ling Yunar said with charming smile. I will not take the blame for this. Even though I swindled so many beautiful girls in my past life, I only swindled money and never swindled women, you should know this. Therefore, your lust for women is innate, it has nothing to do with me. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. Sometimes Qin Yan wants to do some extreme things, it is also because of Ling Yun'er's guidance that he did not go to a dead end. Now he has thought things through a lot, otherwise he would have continued to recklessly cultivate heavenly might Dao technique. Late at night, Qin Yan took a bath. Just as he finished putting on his clothes, he heard a loud noise coming from outside. Qin Yan closed his eyes and released his mental power. He immediately sensed several late-stage martial king aura. Someone entered the residence, he promptly used mysterious penetration divine ability to penetrate through the walls of the room. Then he concealed himself and followed the aura. Kong Feiqing's large carriage is parked at the entrance of the residence. Kong Feiqing is wearing simple and unadorned white clothes, she is standing outside the carriage, surrounded by a group of people. Gong Fian hastily put on a blue gown and rushed over. She yelled, "Mother, what are they doing?" Kong Feiqing anxiously yelled, "Yan Yan, quickly find Xiao Yun, let him take you away." "Don't even think of running," a black-cloaked person promptly rushed towards Gong Fian, grabbed her and brought her in front of Kong Feiqing. "Yan Yan. Quickly release her." Kong Feiqing furiously took out a spear and said, "If you harm Yan Yan, I will take you down with me." The black-cloaked person who grabbed Gong Fian is a late-stage martial king, he can be considered to be very strong. The people surrounding Kong Feiqing are also a group of black-cloaked people. Their faces are covered, it is not possible to see their appearance. Qin Yan just arrived and saw Gong Fian has been captured. One black-cloaked person said, "Kong Feiqing, hand over that thing and exchange it for your daughter's life." "I will shout 10 times, if you don't hand it over, I will dig out your daughter's heart." 1. Kong Feiqing bit her red lips and said, "I will give it to you, don't harm Yan Yan." She hastily took out a black box. "Open it," that black-cloaked person said. After Kong Feiqing opened the box, a burst of silver light flickered and then a faint illusory image appeared. Qin Yan looked at the illusory image and cannot help but be startled because this illusory image is formed from many complex runes. There are both bright and dark runes. Qin Yan has seen many runes but now he cannot recognize what kind of runes this is. He is certain that this is a complete rune. But because it is very complex, it looks like it is a combination of many runes. Your Kong family's ancestral treasure truly lives up to its reputation, that black-cloaked person walked over with evil smile. At this time, Qin Yan threw out a few talismans. They are all body-securing Dao talismans. Apart from Qin Yan, all the people here have been frozen. Qin Yan flew over, took out a few throwing knife talisman tools and threw them into those people's bodies. He controlled the talisman tools to enter the Dao cores, then he carried Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian who are frozen and moved away from those black-cloaked people. Although the effect of the body-securing Dao talismans is very short, it is enough for Qin Yan to save them. After the talismans lost their effect, everyone can move again. Kong Feiqing hastily stored the box and tightly held Gong Fian. Seeing that Qin Yan is here, they felt a lot more relieved. "You. Who are you?" one black-cloaked person asked in loud voice. "What did you put in our bodies?" Qin Yan said with smile, "I just put talisman tools inside your Dao cores. As long as I think about it, I can make your Dao cores explode. Now, shouldn't you be a bit more polite to me?" Those black-cloaked people immediately became incomparably frightened because they carefully sensed and discovered that there is indeed something inside the Dao cores. Qin Yan used the power of mysterious penetration divine ability to make them enter. Gong Fian is very clear about the might of this ability. Earlier, Lei Xiong was forced to kneel down and cry loudly. Kong Feiqing now personally witnessed how formidable this venerable master is. He used a talisman to freeze everyone and then easily saved her and Gong Fian. Even if it was a martial emperor, it would not be that easy to save them in that kind of situation. Qin Yan secretly controlled those throwing knife talisman tools, causing those black-cloaked people's legs to become weak. "First let me see what you look like," Qin Yan said with smile. "No need to look, they are Gong family people." Kong Feiqing very angrily said, "These guys have been eyeing our Kong family's ancestral treasure for a long time. They thought of all kinds of methods to make us hand it over. Now they saw us mother and daughter leaving Gong family, they came to rob us, moreover they are attacking inside 100 Pagoda City. Qin Yan can also see that the treasure is very precious. He now understands why Kong Feiqing thinks that he wants something from their bodies. Deja vu, Chapter 925, Deja vu. Those black-clothed men can sense that their Dao cores are in danger. They promptly took off the cloth covering their faces, knelt on the ground and begged Qin Yan and Kong Feiqing for forgiveness. If we release you, you will surely continue to cause trouble for us, mother and daughter. Kong Feiqing said in cold voice. We don't dare. A middle-aged martial king begged, please let us off, we will never do this kind of thing again. Qin Yan looked at Kong Feiqing and said, whether or not we release them, you decide. Kong Feiqing thought for a bit, then communicated with Qin Yan through sound transmission and said, all right, release them. Qin Yan waved his hand and several throwing knives suddenly flew out. Those black-clothed men sensed that there is nothing inside their Dao cores and let out a sigh of relief. Then they promptly stood up. As soon as they stood up, they immediately surrounded Qin Yan and company. Everyone pay attention, properly protect your Dao cores, don't let anything enter them, the leading black-clothed old man said with evil grin, soft-hearted, ha ha ha. Kong Feiqing's expression is calm, she said with sneer, do you really think I will let you off? You, the black-clothed old man's expression changed, he hastily tried to sense what is inside his Dao cores but found nothing. You widow, don't bluff. There is nothing inside our Dao cores, the black-clothed old man furiously said. Kong Feiqing immediately burst into laughter, I knew that dogs like you guys can't stop eating shit. I was just deliberately teasing you. The black-clothed old man shouted, that brat just took out a talisman tool from our Dao cores. Qin Yan said with smile, don't tell me you don't know that talisman tool can leave runes inside your body? Do you want to know what kind of runes I left inside your body? Those black-clothed men's expression became very unsightly after hearing this. If talisman tool hit someone's body, even if it did not kill them, it would leave runes inside their body. If it is ordinary runes, they can be removed with a bit of time. If it is formidable runes, they can torture people to death. And the most dreadful thing is that they don't know where the runes are. Brat, who exactly are you? The black-clothed old man roared, his forehead covered in sweat. If you did not make things difficult for me, the runes inside your body would not have flared up. But now, you are done for. Kong Feiqing very proudly said with sneer, Xiaoyun, kill them. Kong Feiqing and Qin Yan have already discussed this matter through sound transmission. Actually, Kong Feiqing did not want to kill them, she only wanted to control them. But now, she saw that none of these people had any repentance, and she didn't want to give them another chance to live. The throwing knife talisman tool that Qin Yan released entered those people's Dao cores. After leaving, it indeed left behind some runes. Those runes were branded on the Dao core. If one did not carefully observe them, it would be difficult to discover them. Because those runes are connected to Qin Yan's consciousness, Qin Yan only needs a thought to activate those runes. The runes were activated under Qin Yan's control. The dozen or so people immediately screamed and fell to the ground, rolling in pain. Not long after, they are lying on the ground in pain, gasping for breath, they can no longer shout. Kong Feiqing firmly held her spear and stabbed those people to death one by one. It is clear that she wanted to do this for a long time. Xiaoyun, your talisman tool is very awesome. Kong Feiqing wiped the blood on her spear and very happily smiled. I want their Dao cores and martial spirits. Qin Yan said, then walked over and took out all the Dao cores and martial spirits. Gong Fian is scared speechless by what just happened. Those people who died were people with high position in Gong family, yet they stabbed her mother to death one by one. Kong Feiqing looked at Qin Yan and said with smile, Xiaoyun, your method of taking Dao cores and martial spirits is very proficient. Do you do this kind of thing often? Qin Yan said with smile, Sister Kong, when you took their lives just now, you were also very proficient. Kong Feiqing is standing beside Gong Fian, she suddenly became very vigilant and said, if you want to attack, just attack me. Let Yan Yan off. After Qin Yan took out the Dao cores and martial spirits, he asked with frown, Sister Kong, are you worried that I will kill you and steal your treasures? Kong Feiqing said with grave expression, what else? Just now, you took out incomparably precious throwing knife talisman tool and body securing talisman. You used so many precious things, don't tell me it was just to save us mother and daughter? I can see that you are not a lustful person. When many men see us mother and daughter, their eyes more or less have some evil thoughts, but you are different. A person with such meticulous mind and strong willpower like you must have some ulterior motive. Kong Feiqing paused for a bit, then coldly groaned and continued, since you are not lusting after us mother and daughter's beauty, why did you use such precious things to save us? Could it be that you are not aiming for our Kong family's ancestral treasure? I don't believe that you think of us as friends. Qin Yun is secretly amazed. This Kong Feiqing has been vigilant against him since the beginning, but she acted very intimate with him. She even threw flirtatious glances at him to tempt him. So it turns out that she was probing him. He has no choice but to admit that Kong Feiqing has cultivated a very vigilant heart for many years. Gong Fian wants to say something but she doesn't dare to. Because she can only choose to believe her mother. She is very clear that her mother has become very vigilant all these years in order to protect her. Qin Yin sighed and said, since you think so, it is truly regretful. I will take my leave. He finished speaking and walked towards the gate. When Qin Yin was about to step out of the gate, Kong Feiqing used her mental power to close the gate. I don't want to fight with you, I can see that you have no malice towards me, you are just too sensitive. Qin Yin slowly said with his back facing Kong Feiqing. I believe you, you have no ill intentions towards us. Kong Feiqing gritted her teeth and said, come back, we will properly talk. Qin Yin turned around, shook his head and said with smile, Big Sister Kong, I can completely understand your way of doing things. If it was me, I would also be very suspicious all day long. Humph, who told you to be so honest, you made me even more vigilant. Kong Feiqing said with slight anger, I can see through men very accurately, it is very hard for me to see through you. Me being honest is also wrong? Qin Yin doesn't know whether to laugh or cry. Come in, we will talk inside. Kong Feiqing lightly yelled. Gong Fian also felt a lot relieved because in her heart, she doesn't want to quarrel with Qin Yin so badly. Qin Yin followed the mother and daughter pair and arrived at a secret room. This secret room is more than 100 meters underground. Big Sister Kong, why do you suddenly believe that I have no ill intentions towards you? Inside the secret room, Qin Yin looked at the light-emitting stones on the wall and said with smile. If you truly wanted to snatch my ancestral treasure, me and Yan Yan would not be able to stop you. Kong Feiqing lightly groaned and said, I really don't know why you are so good to us. Qin Yin slightly frowned and said with smile, I said before that I consider you my friends. Since my friends are in trouble, I must help them. Isn't this a matter of course? What have you been doing these past few years? This is called very good to you? Gong Fian said in low voice, Yun, you used more than a dozen Dao talisman tools and a Dao talisman, those things are very precious. Especially those Dao talisman tools, reportedly they are worth 200 million purple crystal coins each. Adding that body-securing talisman, it should be worth 3 to 4 billion purple crystal coins, right? Kong Feiqing said, indeed. We gave Mengshu low-quality Regent Origin stones, they are only worth 2 billion purple crystal coins. But you spent 4 billion to save us, you suffered a great loss. Qin Yin involuntarily laughed and said, I am a venerable master. Those things were refined by me, they are not worth that many purple crystal coins. Moreover, the Dao talisman tools can still be used, I did not lose anything, it was just a body-securing talisman. You. Body-securing talisman is just that? It has been lost for a long time. Kong Feiqing furiously groaned and said, how good would it have been if I had it, it would have been such a waste. Hey, I did it to save you. Qin Yin said with smile, don't tell me I didn't save you? Then we could have used other methods. Kong Feiqing looked at Qin Yin with hidden bitterness, you surely have other methods. Qin Yin doesn't know how important the body-securing talisman is, that is why Kong Feiqing feels that it is a pity. Let's not talk about this. Big Sister Kong, you asked me to come here, what do you want to say? Qin Yin asked. Xiao Yun, are you not interested in our Kong family's ancestral treasure? Kong Feiqing took out the box, opened it and placed it on the table. The box is palm-sized, it was originally black but after it was opened, it turned white. Then shining runes floated out of the box. These runes are intertwined together in a complicated manner, they are densely packed, they are very complex and messy. Qin Yin said, of course I am interested. This must be a very special kind of rune. Kong Feiqing said, back then our Kong family was exterminated by dragon sect because of this ancestral treasure. Among all the direct descendants of our Kong family, only I am still alive. This ancestral treasure has always been with me. Because of this, that stupid girl Yan Yan became a martial king at such a young age. I am not stupid. Gong Fian mumbled in low voice. What exactly is this thing? Qin Yun became even more curious. I also don't know what it is, I only know that after opening the box and placing my hand on it, I can absorb a kind of special energy and become stronger very quickly. I am now peak martial king, I will become martial emperor very soon. And I have never used regent origin stones before. Kong Feiqing said somewhat proudly. Qin Yun asked, can I touch it? Kong Feiqing nodded and said, of course you can. Qin Yun extended his hand and touched the strange rune. He immediately sensed a kind of familiar energy aura. This caused him to suddenly become startled and he immediately retracted his hand. Because this kind of energy is somewhat similar to the aura of heavenly might he swallowed. Heavenly rune, Qin Yun again touched it with his hand. It is very similar to heavenly might but it is not as frantic and ferocious as heavenly might. On the contrary, it is very gentle and amiable. However, the essence of the energy is the same as heavenly might. What kind of energy is this? Qin Yun is very doubtful in his heart. He shook his head because he also doesn't know what is going on. It is a very mysterious thing. Qin Yun said, Big Sister Kong, can you let me keep it? I will give it back to you in a while, I will be able to figure out what it is. Kong Feiqing pursed her lips, she is very conflicted as she pondered. She doesn't want to give it to Qin Yun because she is worried that it would be a one-way trip. However, she trusts Qin Yun very much in her heart. Qin Yun said with smile, Big Sister Kong, it doesn't matter if you don't give it to me. After all, it is indeed a very precious treasure. When will you give it back to me? Kong Feiqing asked. Yun, this treasure has accompanied my mother for a very long time, you must return it to her. Gong Fian said. Relax, I won't take it. If I had the heart to snatch it, not to mention this treasure, even you would have already fallen into my hands. Qin Yun said with smile. Bad Xiaoyun, do you have other thoughts towards us mother and daughter? Kong Feiqing lightly rebuked and then pushed the ancestral treasure in front of Qin Yun. Qin Yun closed the lid, put in the third pearl of the 9-sun divine soul and handed it over to Yao Feng so that she can appraise it. Big Sister Kong, I am a good person. Qin Yun said with smile. Generally speaking, people who say they are good people are not good things. Kong Feiqing looked at Gong Fian and said, Yan Yan, you must remember this. Gong Fian slightly nodded. Qin Yun said, Big Sister Kong, you just said that your Kong family was exterminated by dragon sect. What kind of power is your Kong family? Kong Feiqing's expression became filled with anger as she spoke about dragon sect. Back then our Kong family had 2 half-immortals, it could be considered as a medium to large family. Although we have internal strife, it is not serious. When facing external enemies, we are very united, but dragon sect is very strong. They dispatched 30 half-immortals and razed our Kong family to the ground in just half a night. Apparently that thing is very important to dragon sect. And the dragon sect definitely knows what it is. Qin Yun's expression suddenly became grave, he said, those 10 or so guys came here just now, they should know that the treasure has fallen into your hands. If dragon sect knows about this, they should send people over. Kong Feiqing's face is filled with worry, she said, Xiaoyun, I am worried about this. I don't know how this matter spread out. That is why I gave 3 regent origin stones to Mingxiu. I hope that after she passes the assessment, she will bring Yan Yan to 100 Pagoda sect. This way she will be temporarily safe. Furthermore, I intend to let her bring the ancestral treasure in. I intend to lead the Gong family and attract the attention of the dragon sect outside. If she dies, so be it. As long as Yan Yan, this silly girl can live on. Hearing this, Gong Fian immediately felt very sad. She grabbed Kong Feiqing's hand and said in soft voice, Mother, I don't want to leave you. Pitiful parents in the world. Qin Yun laughed and said, Big Sister Kong, are you trying to gain sympathy? A trace of pride flashed through Kong Feiqing's charming eyes. She bitterly said, Xiaoyun, I did not. I am just speaking the truth. Alright, let me think about how to ensure your safety. I will go research your ancestral treasure. Qin said with smile. Many thanks Venerable Master Xiaoyun. Kong Feiqing charmingly smiled at Qin. Yao Fong inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul has also finished appraising. She said, Xiaoyun, where did this thing come from? Tell me the details, I want to know its origin. Qin realized that this is an extremely dreadful thing. He promptly told Yao Fong about the matter of Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian, as well as how Kong family was exterminated by Dragon Sect. After Yao Fong finished listening, she said, there must be 9 sun sects behind Dragon Sect instructing them to act. Mysterious and formidable 9 sun sects are spread all over the Nine Desolate. Originally there were 9 sun sects, but now there are only 8. These 8 Nine Sun sects have many subordinate branches spread all over the Nine Desolate. Moreover, they are very mysterious and formidable. They are very well hidden in the Xian domain of the Spirit Desolate. Sister Yao Fong, what is that thing? Qin asked. Heavenly Rune. It is also called Heavenly Rune. Heavenly Rune is not something people can comprehend, rather it is born from the heaven and earth. It is extremely rare, even rarer than Sun Rune. Yao Fong said, record this Heavenly Rune and give it back to the mother and daughter. This Heavenly Rune is very intelligent, if you forcibly take it, you will suffer the wrath of the heaven. Yao Fong returned the box to Qin. Qin handed over the box to Kong Feiqing. Kong Feiqing took it and said with smile, you scared me to death, I was really afraid you would not return it. Qin said, even if you give it to me, I won't dare to take it, this is an extremely dreadful thing. Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing are filled with curiosity as they looked at Qin. They don't know what this thing is, they only know that it is very precious and very important. Qin said, this is a set of Heavenly Rune. It is a supernatural existence, in other words, it is a rune born naturally from the heaven and earth. I don't know exactly what is so awesome about it. You all should know that Sun Rune is very rare. And this Heavenly Rune is even rarer than Sun Rune. Qin took out a mirror and said, Big Sister Kong, open the box and let me record it, I don't want it from you. Kong Feiqing is very excited and promptly opened the box. Qin used the mirror to record it and said again, you have been together with this Heavenly Rune for a long time, there must be some kind of marvelous connection between you and this Heavenly Rune. If I forcibly take it, I will suffer the wrath of the heaven. Dragon Sect must know about this, that is why they killed so many of our Kong family people to snatch this thing. Kong Feiqing furiously said in low voice, those wretched bastards. Gong Fian also very angrily said, they will surely suffer retribution. Kong Feiqing said, they have already suffered retribution. I heard that the people they sent to the ordinary realm are all dead. The Dragon Gate is now in a state of mourning. Especially those young martial kings they sent, not a single one of them survived. They are now preparing to attack ordinary realm. Qin laughed in his heart because Dragon Sect suffered great losses because of him. Xiaoyun, is it very useful for you to record this Heavenly Rune? Kong Feiqing asked. It is very useful for me. Qin cannot help but say with smile, Big Sister Kong, I know what you are thinking. You have given me a Heavenly Rune, this is a very big gift. How about this, after Xiao Tian and Meng Shu pass the test, I will let them bring you mother and daughter into 100 Pagoda Sect. 100 Pagoda Sect and Dragon Sect are enemies. If Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian hide inside Dragon Sect, they will be very safe. Really? This is very good. Kong Feiqing said with smile, now let's see whether or not Miss Shu and Meng Shu can pass the test. Gong Fian asked in low voice, Ayun, aren't you going to enter 100 Pagoda Sect? Qin said with smile, of course I am going. I have a friend who is also taking the test, he should be able to pass. When the time comes, I will be together with him. The friend he is talking about is precisely the Baldi Lanshin. Big Sister Kong, Yen, you must not tell anyone about the Heavenly Rune. Qin said. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian promptly nodded. Oh that's right, I heard Brother Yu is also in 100 Pagoda City. I inquired about it today, do you want to go find him? Kong Feiqing said. Brother Yu is Yingqingyu. Yingqingyu travels extensively, he knows many people. 100 Pagoda City's city master is a half-immortal. It is not strange that he knows Xianxia. Let's go, we will go find him. Let him bring us to participate in the birthday feast. Xianxia said. Do you know where he is? I only heard that he is coming. Cultivation said. Of course I know. Xianxia said with laugh. Xianxia likes to deal with Divine Inscription Palace's people the most. Because after becoming familiar with Divine Inscription Palace's general manager, he can eat, drink and live in Divine Inscription Palace for free. He can take great advantage of them. Therefore, Xianxia let Cultivation drive the carriage to 100 Pagoda City's Divine Inscription Palace. Xianxia and the others arrived outside Divine Inscription Palace at daybreak. Wait for me here, I will be back soon. Xianxia said and then walked out of the carriage. He took out a sound transmission conch and sent sound transmission to Xianxia. Brother Yu, where are you now? I am your servant Yun. Very soon, Xianxia replied, it's Venerable Master Yun. I missed you to death. Are you in 100 Pagoda City? Where are you? I will immediately come and pick you up. I have an urgent matter to discuss with you. I am at the plaza in front of Divine Inscription Palace's entrance, outside a carriage. Xianxia said. I will arrive very soon. Xianxia said. Xianxia arrived very quickly. In just a short while, Xianxia saw him eagerly running over. Cultivation and Gongfian sensed half-immortal aura and promptly walked out of the carriage. They politely and cautiously saluted Xianxia. In front of a half-immortal, even a wily old fox like Cultivation doesn't dare to speak carelessly. Xianxia saw Xianxia and two beauties together and cursed this romantic little demon in his heart. Then he said in low voice, Yun, I heard you helped old Fatian greatly, is that true? Just a small matter. Xianxia shook his head and said with smile. Then can you also help me with a small matter? We can discuss the reward. Xianxia said with smile. First tell me the reward. Xianxia is not polite at all. This. I don't have many regent origin stones in my hands. Xianxia said with some difficulty, then again, I don't even know what kind of favor you have to help me with. How about this, 100 Pagoda City's city master is about to hold his birthday banquet. At that time, many of the people present are my friends, I can borrow regent origin stones from them. Xianxia said, I also want to participate in the birthday banquet, can I bring along me and these two young ladies? Xianxia said with smile, no problem at all. When the time comes, you can come with me in the same carriage. Oh that's right Yun, I want you to help me set up a formation using Dao runes and star runes. I will provide the runes and materials. No problem right? No problem. Xianxia straightforwardly agreed and said, let me take a look at the blueprint. Xianxia handed over a stack of papers to Xianxia. Xianxia took a look and said, these Dao runes and star runes are very difficult and complicated, what is their use? Just help me take them out, don't ask too much. Xianxia said with smile, anyways, these are good things. Heavenly Rune Beating Xianxia is very familiar with the general manager of 100 Pagoda City's Divine Inscription Palace. Therefore, he is able to eat and drink well in this Divine Inscription Palace. Xianxia brought Cultivation and Gongfian into Divine Inscription Palace with Xianxia and entered a luxurious suite inside. Just as Xianxia brought Xianxia and Gongfian in, some people came to find him and then quickly left. Xiaoyun, this brother Yu has many friends. His connections are very wide, he is very famous in many cities of 100 Pagoda region. Cultivation said, your relationship with him is very good. Did you find out when the assessment will end? Xianxia asked. Soon, it should be around 10 days. There are many people participating in the assessment, many have been eliminated in these few days. Mengshu and Miss Yu should be able to smoothly pass the assessment right? Cultivation is very worried in her heart. If Hong Mengshu and Yu Shudian can pass the assessment, they will be able to enter 100 Pagoda sect. At that time, they won't have to worry about being harassed by Dragon sect. Then let's wait and see. I will return to my room to rest. Xianxia said. After returning to his room, Xianxia hastily took out a mirror and began earnestly studying the heavenly rune. This heavenly rune can release very strong heavenly might power, moreover it is a very gentle kind. Xianxia looked at the heavenly rune interweaving together in the mirror and felt a headache. All the runes he saw before were carved on a flat surface. And this heavenly rune before his eyes is like a ball, it has many sides. Qin studied it for a while, but he doesn't know how to carve it, so he can only ask Yao Feng. Sister Yao Feng, how much do you know about heavenly runes? Qin asked. I don't know much. Heavenly runes are very rare and immortal desolate. Even if there are inscription masters who know about it, they won't let others know so that they won't be robbed. Only very few very strong inscription masters would take it out to show off. Tell me how much you know, I want to know how to use heavenly rune. Qin said. Heavenly rune is very different from other runes. It is not directly carved on the surface of an object. It is used as an energy source. You should understand a bit now, right? Yao Feng said. Qin said, so it's like this. In other words, I'll need to carve the heavenly rune into a ball and put it into a round or square container. This is all I know. I don't know what kind of ability that heavenly rune has. Yao Feng is not an expert in inscription. Qin looked at the heavenly rune in the mirror, then took out the immortal graveyard diagram and contacted Xiaqiru. This time, it took him half a day to get in touch with Xiaqiru. As soon as Qin heard Xiaqiru's voice, he immediately told her many things. For example, Yu Shutian's conjecture about ancient domain, as well as his comprehension of heavenly might Dao technique through old Feitian's tribulation and then the heavenly rune. Xiaqiru attaches great importance to these matters. Her tone also became very solemn. Xiaoyun, if that Xiao Tian girl really finds the entrance to the mysterious ancient domain, you must not rush in, contact me first. Also, don't think about using the power of the heavenly tribulation to comprehend the heaven's might Dao technique. It's very dangerous. The reason why you were targeted by the heavenly tribulation is because you stole heavenly energy and suffered the wrath of the heavens. Qin curled his lips and said, I only devoured a little bit of aura. Xiaqiru said, not even a little bit. Don't do this next time. If you did not have the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron to protect you, you would have died. I know. Qin said. Xiaoyun, heavenly rune is very precious. You must first understand what kind of ability the heavenly rune has, then contact me. I want to see whether or not I understand the heavenly rune. Only then can you use it properly and avoid any mistakes. Xiaqiru said. All right. Qin said. Xiaqiru warned Qin again and then cut off the connection. Qin stored the immortal graveyard diagram and continued looking at the mirror. He said, it would be great if we were an immortal weapon palace. Sister Bingxing and I would be able to use the sun and moon immortal bed and study the heavenly rune inside. Ling Yan'er said with charming smile, at that time, Sister Bingxing will also take advantage of you entering sun and moon spacetime realm to kiss your mouth. Inwardly coquettish immortal. Qin curled his lips and groaned. Xiaoyun, the ability of this heavenly rune is not very clear. We only know that this heavenly rune can allow people to cultivate heavenly might power. Ling Yan'er said. It should be a rune that can directly condense heavenly might power. There is no other special ability. Qin said with frown, I want to memorize all the runes on it, then use blood spirit power to carve a rune out of thin air. This won't be very difficult, right? Ling Yan'er said. Very difficult. This is much more difficult than sun rune. It would be great if there was some secret technique. Qin said. Oh, that's right, Xiaoyun, heavenly rune is born from heaven and earth, moreover it has transformed into a spirit body, it is the same as me. Go borrow that small box from Cultivation. I want to see whether or not I can communicate with the spirit of the rune. Ling Yan'er said with mischievous smile, maybe it is from my hometown? Indeed. Qin also feels that he can give it a try, then he hastily left the room. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian are in the same room. Qin knocked on the door. Xiaoyun, what's the matter? Kong Feiqing opened the door, smiled and asked, weren't you resting? Why did you rest so quickly? I want to borrow your box again. Qin said with smile, can I? Of course you can. Kong Feiqing said in low voice, but you must ensure that the aura of the heavenly rune doesn't leak out. This is the divine inscription palace. I know. Qin nodded and took the small black box. Come in, I want to watch from the side. Kong Feiqing pulled Qin into the room. Gong Fian is sitting on a chair, absorbing energy from a regent origin stone. Qin Yan took out a talisman, handed it over to Gong Fian and said, "Yan Yan, stick this talisman on the regent origin stone, the energy inside will quickly leak out. When you want to stop, just take away the talisman." "Really?" Gong Fian is somewhat amazed and also doesn't believe it. She took the talisman and stuck it on the regent origin stone. "Of course it's true. Big Sister Kong, I remember you said that you don't use regent origin stones." Qin Yan said. "I use it occasionally," Kong Feiqing said with smile. Indeed, the regent origin stone released a burst of intense light and rich energy overflowed from it. As expected of a great master, truly awesome. Kong Feiqing very happily giggled after feeling amazed. She pulled Qin Yan's hand and warmly invited him to sit down. Qin Yan placed the box on the table and opened it. The heavenly rune inside came out in a short while. He closed his eyes and let Ling Yuner communicate with the inscription spirit. Kong Feiqing is also sitting at the side, her lily-white hands are supporting her fragrant cheeks, her appearance is filled with moving charm and flirtatiousness. She is also earnestly looking at the heavenly rune. Not long after, the heavenly rune suddenly started slowly revolving. Moreover, it suddenly became big and suddenly became small, as if it is breathing. Kong Feiqing said in amazement, "Xiao Yun, how did you make it move?" Qin Yan also doesn't know because this is all done by Ling Yuner. "I don't know." Just as Qin Yan finished speaking, the heavenly rune started rapidly revolving and throbbing, just like a heart, it is beating rhythmically and quickly. What caused Qin Yan and Kong Feiqing to be amazed is that while the heavenly rune is revolving very quickly, it is also absorbing the energy from the regent origin stone not far away. Gong Fian closed her eyes and very earnestly absorbed the energy inside the regent origin stone. She suddenly frowned and said with hidden bitterness, "Why is there no energy?" She opened her eyes and saw the golden light overflowing from the regent origin stone transformed into a light belt and connected to the heavenly rune. "Xiao Yun, the heavenly rune is very hungry, it needs to absorb energy. Think of a way to get a large amount of energy." Ling Yuner hastily sent sound transmission to Qin Yan, "If everything goes smoothly, you will have great returns." Qin Yan hastily took out a set of flag formation and inserted them all over the room. This will prevent the aura inside from leaking out. Then he took out a half-person tall white light ball, it is precisely an immortal origin. This is an immortal origin? Kong Feiqing is shocked, her beautiful eyes are wide open. Qin Yan yelled, "Yan Yan, take away your regent origin stone, otherwise it will be completely absorbed." Immortal origin can absorb the power of 9 suns within heaven and earth and then unceasingly produce immortal power. The heavenly rune is now greedily absorbing the rich immortal power. Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian are very excited because the heavenly rune seems to be undergoing a great transformation. The heavenly rune is now wrapped in white light, it is impossible to see the countless runes interweaving inside. What caused Qin Yan to be amazed is that the heavenly rune's absorption speed is very fast. The energy released by the immortal origin is very great, but all of it has been absorbed by the heavenly rune. Even if Qin Yan and others were beside it, they would not be able to absorb any immortal power from the immortal origin. Qin Yan, Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian are calmly watching from the side, they are very nervous and also somewhat excited. Several hours passed by, they did not say anything, they are just looking at the heavenly rune. Night time, the heavenly rune has a new movement, it actually stopped absorbing immortal power and overflowed with a burst of faint white mist. The white mist floated beside the heavenly rune and then gradually condensed into a light ball. Looking carefully, it is clear that it is a group of heavenly rune. Ling Yuner said with smile, "Xiao Yun, this is the heavenly rune's repayment to you, it split into a similar heavenly rune and gave it to you." Qin Yan promptly took out a pearl and stored it inside. The original heavenly rune turned into a white pearl and slowly floated inside the black box. Kong Feiqing said in amazement, "What happened?" "Big Sister Kong, your heavenly rune has evolved, why don't you give it a try and see if there are any other changes?" Qin Yan said with smile. He has also obtained a complete heavenly rune, he is very happy in his heart. Kong Feiqing placed her hand on the heavenly rune pearl and sensed even stronger energy entering her body. She promptly retracted her hand and cried out in alarm, I feel like I will break through very soon, I will become martial emperor." Jewel Qingyun is also very excited because he is very anxious to research the heavenly rune. Ling Yun'er knew more about the heavenly rune. Kong Feiqing is already a peak martial king, just a bit away from becoming a martial emperor. Now, with the help of the evolved heavenly pattern orb, she'd triggered a breakthrough. After returning to his room, Qingyun took out the pearl containing the heavenly rune. Ling Yun'er said happily, Xiaoyun, I just communicated with the inscription spirit. I know what use the heavenly rune has. Qingyun said with a smile, Great beauty Yun'er, you are truly awesome. Of course, I've said it before, I'm very powerful. Ling Yun'er proudly smiled and said, Xiaoyun, that heavenly rune has a special ability, it has the ability to split runes. Qingyun carefully thought about it but still did not understand. He asked, what is inscription splitting? Ling Yun'er said, you also saw that after a heavenly rune absorbed a large amount of energy, it split into a smaller one. This is rune splitting, it is equivalent to giving birth to a heavenly rune. In other words, one can split into two, two into four, and so on and so forth. Apart from that, does the heavenly pattern have any other abilities? How did it allow Sister Kong to break through? Asked Qingyun curiously. Another ability is to absorb the power of the 9 suns in the world and transform it into a special kind of power. For example, the energy in your body is a small grain, and after absorbing the special ability of heaven power, that small grain of energy can split into 2 grains, and then the 2 grains can split into 4 grains, Ling Yun'er explained. Qingyun said in astonishment, doesn't that mean I can break through very quickly? This is too heaven-defying. Ling Yun'er laughed, this heavenly rune still has a certain limit. For example, you need to absorb the power of the 9 suns for a very long time in order to increase the energy in your body. Furthermore, you can't use it often, otherwise your strength will also become weak. Because the power of heavenly rune is not targeting people, it is targeting runes. Targeting runes? What does that mean? Exclaimed Qingyun. Even if this heavenly rune can split a rune. Ling Yun'er charmingly smiled and said, this heavenly rune is called Gemini Heavenly Rune. It can make one rune turn into 2, into a pair. Qingyun took a deep breath, took out the immortal graveyard diagram and contacted Xiaqiru. He had promised Xiaqiru that if he discovered anything about the heavenly rune, he would immediately contact her. Soon, Xiaqiru responded. Sister Kiru, this heavenly rune is called Gemini Heavenly Rune, have you heard of it? Qingyun very excitedly sent sound transmission to Xiaqiru. I've heard of it. It is actually Gemini Heavenly Rune. After Xiaqiru recovered from her astonishment, she said with smile, Xiaoyun, this is a very good heavenly rune. If you have time, you can use this Gemini Heavenly Rune to refine a special mirror. As for the other runes, as long as they are reflected by the mirror, you can use the mirror to copy the runes. You don't need to carve anymore. Thinking about it, Qingyun became very excited. He decided that after entering 100 Pagoda sect, he will start refining the mirror. Xiaoyun, when the time comes, we might need some other runes. Think about it yourself. With your perception, you will definitely be able to figure it out. Xiaqiru said. Qingyun stored away the immortal graveyard diagram, took out some paper and began pondering over what runes he should use to refine the mirror. He has mastered many star and moon runes, among them, there are many useful ones. Ling Yun'er said, normally, aren't there many mirrors that can record images of books or runes? This kind of mirror must be very easy to refine. It is indeed very easy to refine. This kind of magic tool is called treasure mirror, normally it is only a spirit tool. If it is a Xian tool, it can record even more content, moreover, it can be recorded even faster and can be stored for even longer. It's said that even the lowest low-grade spirit treasure mirror can only record the contents for 10 years. And king-grade spirit tool treasure mirror can only record content for 100 years, king-grade Xian tool treasure mirror can record content for 1000 years. And Dao tool treasure mirror can not only record images, it can also record sound and aura. It can be stored for more than 10,000 years and can even be transmitted over long distances. Although Qingyun is an inscription master, the treasure mirror he has is a Xian tool he bought from Divine Inscription Palace. Xiaoyun, refine a good treasure mirror yourself. Ling Yun'er said. Dao tool treasure mirror usually needs to be custom made, moreover the price is several billion or even tens of billions. It needs to use star runes, moon runes, sun runes, and many other Dao runes. I have star and moon runes but I don't have sun runes or related Dao runes. Xianxia said, if I want to refine one, I will use Dao Tool Treasure Mirror to improve it and integrate Gemini Heavenly Rune into it. So troublesome. Lingyaner curled her lips and said, I thought it would be very easy to refine. There are many kinds of Dao tools. If it is an ordinary weapon or defensive type Dao tool, then it is very easy to refine. Xianxia said with smile, if it is a Dao tool with special ability, then it is very difficult to refine. Therefore, many people only have Xian Tool Treasure Mirrors which can be bought directly from Divine Inscription Palace. Dao Tool Treasure Mirrors need to be custom made and the waiting time is also very long. Only a few half-immortals have them. Xianxia said, I will try to see if I can buy one and then let Momo decipher the runes inside. Momo has also improved a lot, she should be able to decipher many dark runes. Momo can see dark runes but there are limitations. For example, she cannot clearly see some high-level dark runes, she can only vaguely see them and can't even see them at all. If Momo's power is not enough, even if she can see them clearly, she won't be able to record them in her mind. She also needs to consume a lot of energy to record the dark runes that she can see. After 9 Sun Divine Soul has a mortal origin, Momo can absorb a lot of pure energy. Therefore, she can eat her fill every day and her ability is constantly improving. Among the few cute little things raised by Xianxia, only Momo doesn't sleep. For example, little Jade Rabbit and Yang, once they are full, they will sleep until the seas run dry and rocks rot. Only Divine Inscription Palace has Dao Tool Treasure Mirrors, they have mastered related Sun runes and Dao runes. Xianxia said with mischievous smile, as long as I buy one and Momo successfully decipher the dark runes, I will be able to make it. Lingyaner said with smile, you must never let Divine Inscription Palace know, otherwise they will fight you to the death. Xianxia walked out of the room, took out a sound transmission conch and sent a sound transmission to Yingqingyu. Brother Yu, I want to make a big deal, please help me pull some strings. What big deal, tell me first. Yingqingyu is also very curious and asked. I want to buy a Dao Tool Treasure Mirror, help me find a way, it's best if it's in stock. Xianxia said. Kid, is there something wrong with you? Why do you want to buy that kind of impractical thing? Xian Tool Treasure Mirror can meet most of your needs. After 1,000 years, you can exchange for a new one and transfer the contents of the mirror. The most expensive one is only 100 million. Dao Tool Treasure Mirror is worth more than 10 billion. How many Xian Tool Treasure Mirrors are enough to buy? That kind of thing can only add space sound transmission and image transmission and aura recording function, it's not very useful. If you want to send a sound transmission conch, just use a sound transmission conch. Image transmission is also useless. For example, if I send you a message now, do you want to see my old face full of wrinkles? Xianxia is also aware of what Yingqingyu said. So long as one is an inscription master, they all know that Dao Tool Treasure Mirrors are not used at all, they are bought to show off their status. Xianxia said with smile, I want to buy one to put up a front, help me ask, I want to buy a cheaper one. Yingqingyu said, alright, kid, you think you have too many purple crystal coins, do as you please, I will help you ask. Yingqingyu is still in the Divine Inscription Palace, it is unknown which hall he is meeting in. Xianxia sat in the hall and waited for more than half an hour, Yingqingyu arrived. I found a seller, he wants to sell a Dao Tool Treasure Mirror. I will take you to him to have a chat. Yingqingyu said, let's go, we will meet in the Divine Inscription Palace. Xianxia followed Yingqingyu and arrived at another suite. He saw a tall and sturdy old man with a face full of white beard. Call him Old White Eagle. Yingqingyu said with smile, Old White Eagle, this kid is that venerable master. Old White Eagle saw Xianxia arrive, he promptly got up, cupped his fists towards Xianxia and said, Venerable master, you are truly young. It's an honor to meet you at last. Xianxia said with smile, Old White Eagle, I heard you want to sell a Dao Tool Treasure Mirror, right? Old White Eagle took out a palm-sized round mirror. This mirror is made of white jade, its surface is very bright, there are no scratches, moreover it is very heavy. I only used 1,000 years. Back then I was hot-headed and bought it, spent 7 billion purple crystal coins. After buying it and using it for a period of time, I discovered that it is just like that. It is more or less the same as a Xianxia treasure mirror. Old White Eagle said with smile, "Brother, you said that you are in a hurry and I just happened to be tired of playing with it, so I gave it to you." 2 billion. Qin said. Old White Eagle's smile immediately froze because Qin asking price is too low. This is a bit low. I only used 1,000 years, but the contents recorded in this mirror can be as long as 15,000 years, or even longer. You can also see, there is no damage on the surface. Old White Eagle is a half immortal, he is also an old ginger. This mirror doesn't have any battle ability. Qin laughed and said, "Generally speaking, Dao Tool treasure mirrors worth 5 billion and above have very strong defensive power. They can be used as a defensive tool in battle. Even better treasure mirrors can be used to attack." Qingyu said with smile, "Old White Eagle, don't look at this brat because he is young, he is an expert." Old White Eagle awkwardly laughed and said, 5 billion. Qin secretly despised this Old White Eagle in his heart because this Dao Tool treasure mirror's original price should be 4 billion, yet Old White Eagle boasted that it was 7 billion. He played with it for more than 1,000 years, yet he only lost 500 million. City Master's birthday, Qingyu feels that it is very strange. Why did Qin suddenly buy this kind of thing? Old Buying stroked his white beard, gritted his teeth and said, all right, I will sell it to you at a loss, consider it as making friends." Qin laughed, then took out his purple crystal card. He gave 2 billion purple crystal coins to Old Buying. "Many thanks." Qin said some polite words, then left and hastily returned to his room. Qin returned to his room and said with mischievous smile, "Although it is second-hand, it is the cheapest. If I buy a new one, Divine Inscription Palace will ruthlessly rip me off a few times." Everything recorded inside the Dao Tool treasure mirror has been cleared, so Qin cannot get anything from it. Qin let Momo out. Momo looked at the mirror and said with proud and charming smile, "I am so beautiful. I am truly a great beauty." Qin cannot help but laugh. He poked Momo's little face with his finger. "Yuner, you are also a fairy, this little girl is as narcissistic as you." Qin said with smile. "Humph, me and Momo are great beauties," Ling Yuner said in charming voice. After Momo carefully looked at the mirror, she nodded at Qin and said, "Big brother Yun, I can see through the dark lines inside. Wait for me for a period of time, I will memorize those dark lines and then pass them to you." "All right." Qin let out a sigh of relief. He placed Momo and the Dao Tool treasure mirror inside the 9-Sun Divine Soul and let Momo fiddle around inside. "Very good, it won't be long before I can refine the Gemini treasure mirror." Qin very happily lied down on his bed, very happy smile on his face. 2 days passed by, Qingyu did not come back at all. He has been having all kind of parties outside. Late at night, Qin is walking back and forth outside Cultivation and Xianxia's room. "I wonder what is going on inside, there is no response from knocking on the door, if I go in, will it affect them?" Qin said in his heart. "Quickly use mysterious penetration divine ability to go in, maybe they are bathing inside." Ling Yuner said with evil smile. Pay. You evil little fairy, don't instigate me to do bad things." Qin snorted lightly. He had set up a flag array in the room, so the aura inside could not leak out. Even if he knocked on the door from the outside, no one inside could hear him. Since they will be leaving for the city master's birthday banquet at daybreak, Qin said before that he will bring Xianxia and Cultivation along. Qin can only sit in the hall and wait patiently. When the sky is about to brighten, the door suddenly opened. Xianxia and Cultivation walked out. They are wearing the same light blue dress, they look like two sisters. Qin said with a smile, "We are going to attend the city lord's birthday banquet. It's a big occasion, so all of you are dressed a bit plainly." Cultivation finally broke through and became martial emperor. This caused her mature and gorgeous face to be filled with charming charm. She said with smile, "Venerable master, we are only going to join in the fun, we don't want to attract too much attention." Xianxia's cultivation also seems to have increased, she is about to enter mid-stage martial king realm. "Ayun, thank you, you allowed us to obtain great harvest." Xianxia very gratefully said. It's nothing, my harvest is also great. Qin Yan said with smile. Xiaoyun, I was so suspicious of you before, I was so stupid. Did you also think that I was sick before? Kong Feiqing said. No, I completely understand what you did before. Qin Yan shook his head and said with smile. Yingqingyu opened the door, coughed twice and said, Brother Yun, we can go to the city master's manor now. Soon after, Qin Yan's group sat in Yingqingyu's large carriage. At this time Yingqingyu also learned about the origin of Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing. Gong family's family master just recently became half-immortal, he is a young half-immortal. Normally speaking, you mother and daughter are martial emperor and one is martial king, both of you are so young and your appearance is also very good, you should have been invited to the birthday banquet. Yingqingyu said. Gong Fian said in low voice, someone in Gong family is obstructing us, they didn't give us invitation, so we can't go. Kong Feiqing faintly sighed, Brother you don't know. There are people in Gong family who are jealous of us mother and daughter. A few days ago, that girl Yan Yan was disrespectful to Xiaoyun and Mengshu. I asked her to take out 3 regent origin stones to apologize to Mengshu, but Gong family people made irresponsible remarks, saying that we are traitors. Yingqingyu said with smile, Brother Yun is a venerable master, not to mention 3 regent origin stones, even if it was 30, those people would not say so much nonsense. They don't know Brother Yun's status. Yingqingyu's mouth is flattering Qin Yun, but in his heart, he is actually despising Qin Yun. Because if other people gifted Qin Yun 3 regent origin stones, Qin Yun would not even look at them. And this beautiful mother and daughter pair gifted Qin Yun 3 regent origin stones in exchange for Qin Yun's enthusiastic reception, they have definitely profited greatly. Qin Yun saw Yingqingyu's expression and realized that this old fox is letting his imagination run wild. He promptly sent sound transmission and said, Brother you, when you participate in the birthday banquet, don't talk nonsense. Yingqingyu replied with sound transmission, his voice is filled with disdain, a guy who values love over friendship, they used 3 regent origin stones to bribe you. There must be some shameful and dirty transaction between you two. Youngster, control yourself a bit, too many women will affect your cultivation. If you want to become a half-immortal, you must bitterly cultivate. How can you be like you, all day long you are dissolute and happy, flirting everywhere. A guy like you, if you don't work hard, you will be struck to death during tribulation. Qin Yan also doesn't want to say anything more to Yingqingyu, he curled his lips. Yingqingyu is a half-immortal, so he has special privileges inside the city. His carriage can fly, it is just that it can't be too fast. 100 Pagoda City is very big, it took 2 hours to reach the city master's manor. Qin Yan and others followed Yingqingyu and arrived at the city master's manor and landed on a plaza. Brother Yun, I will bring you to meet some friends. Yingqingyu said, 2 misses, do you want to come with us? We won't go. If we go with Xiaoyun to meet other big shots, we will be very reserved, I am also not used to this kind of scene. Kong Feiqing said with smile. Then if you have any problem, contact Brother Yun through sound transmission. Yingqingyu said with smile. Qin Yan sent a sound transmission conch to Kong Feiqing and then left with Yingqingyu. Yingqingyu brought Qin Yun and flew in the sky. Because he is a half-immortal, nobody dares to say anything to him. I say Brother Yun, you should be a bit more serious about inscription and cultivation. You spend so much effort on women, what kind of return can you get? If you want to vent, just find a brothel, with your financial resources, you can directly order 3,000 beauties, have fun to your heart's content, then bury your head in bitter cultivation. Chapter 930, City Master Moro. Other half-immortals also nodded repeatedly. Qin Yan feels somewhat doubtful and asked, why does the city master have an idea about me? Brother Yun, don't say that I am your slave like before. Yingqingyu said with smile, Brother Yun, you don't know. The city master of 100 Pagoda City is a person who loves talented people. If he fancies a talented person, he will find a way to keep you in 100 Pagoda City. Hunchbacked General Manager said, that is why there are all kinds of talented people in 100 Pagoda City's city master's manor. If you want the beast horn, it would be best if you don't let the city master know that you are a venerable master. Another old man nodded and said, otherwise, in order to keep you here, he will surely find a way to get the beast horn and make you a guest elder. After a period of time, he will give you the beast horn. If that's the case, then this city lord is really an interesting person. I don't know much about this city master, can you tell me about him? Xianxia is suddenly very interested in the city master. Let's go, we will talk on the way. Xianxia said. Soon after, Xianxia followed these few half-immortals towards the city master's courtyard. On the way, Xianxia heard these few old men talking about the city master. What caused Xianxia to be amazed is that the city master is not only a sixth tribulation half-immortal, he was also a pagoda master of 100 Pagoda sect. 100 Pagoda sect has 100 pagoda. Inside each pagoda, there is at least one immortal origin. Inside the formidable pagoda, there are as many as 10. 100 Pagoda sect has 100 immortal pagodas, each of them have different strength, some are very weak, some are very formidable. Therefore, there is a ranking in 100 Pagoda sect. The city master of 100 Pagoda city once led a pagoda from rank 70 to rank 7. While Xianxia is talking with these few old men, he has a general understanding of 100 Pagoda sect's overall strength. It is much more formidable than he imagined. Just the number of immortal origins in 100 Pagoda sect is several hundred. This caused him to be very shocked. Immortal origins are actually so abundant in Xian domain. Nobody knows the name of the city master, we used to call him Pagoda Master Morong. Now that he is no longer the Pagoda Master, we call him City Master Morong. Xianxia said. How old is City Master Morong's birthday banquet? Xianxia asked. Who knows how old he is? In short, at his age, he would hold a birthday party every once in a while when he felt bored. He would also take this opportunity to gather his old friends from all over the world and see if any of them are still alive. The hunchbacked old man said with a smile. Xianxia curled his lips and said, Old man Morong's birthday banquet is to receive gifts. This old fox was very cunning. It looks like they're inviting us to a party, but they're actually taking advantage of this opportunity to make a huge profit. The hunchbacked general manager smiled and said, Brother Yu, what gift are you going to give him? Just give him something. Old man Morong is much richer than me, and his strength is also much stronger than me. Why should I, a poor weak chicken, give him a gift? Xianxia said very unhappily. This Xianxia has always been very stingy, he is the kind of guy who carefully calculates. Xianxia said with smile, I don't need to give any gift, right? I came here with Brother Yu. The hunchbacked general manager said with smile, anyone who has an invitation card will more or less have to give it. You came here with Brother Yu, so you don't need to give it. The few of them chatted and laughed and arrived at the city master's large courtyard. The city master's manor is as big as a small city, there are all kinds of large and small gardens and small villas inside, it is very spacious. City Master Morong's residence is a small villa, there are at least 100 buildings inside. The people living inside are all geniuses that City Master Morong has used all kinds of means to lure over many years. Brother Yu's group have very good relationship with City Master Morong, the guards at the gate also recognize them and let them in directly. Xianxia followed behind Brother Yu, on the way he secretly paid attention to the people inside. As soon as he arrived, he discovered that there are at least 20 half-immortals inside the large courtyard. City Master Morong used to be a formidable pagoda master, he must know many half-immortals. Xianxia's group walked towards a huge palace ahead. This palace looks like it is made of golden crystal, under the sunlight, it flickered with golden light, it is very luxurious and grand. That is the hall where Old Man Morong receives guests. Xianxia said, all the people who have good relationship with Old Man Morong should be gathered in that hall. The hunchbacked general manager said with smile, a bit later, it should also be open to the guests, right? It seems like there are 20 to 30,000 people attending the banquet, that hall ahead can completely accommodate them, an old man said. Very soon, Xianxia arrived at the hall, it is basically a huge indoor plaza, moreover it is decorated very luxuriously, dazzling with gold and jade. There are all kinds of dazzling things everywhere, there are many large pillars carved with mighty golden dragons. There are only a few hundred people here, even if there are several thousand people, it would still look very empty. Old Man Morong! Xianxia shouted from far away. Many people immediately looked over because someone who dares to call City Master Morong this way must have very good relationship with him. Very soon, a short-haired grey-clothed old man quickly flew over from the distance. Because this grey-clothed old man has short hair and no beard, even though his hair is completely white, he gives people a very spirited feeling. Adding that he is robust and tall, even though he is an old man, one look at him and you can feel that he is filled with vigor. This gray-clothed old man is City Master Morong. He looks like a 50 or 60-year-old ordinary old man. Compared to some very old half-immortals, it is very rare for him to be able to maintain this kind of vigorous appearance. "It's you guys. It seems like you came late," City Master Morong said with bright smile. His eyes are deep and filled with faint might. He swept a glance at Ng Qingyu's group, then his gaze slightly paused on Qin Yun. Ng Qingyu said with smile, "Isn't it because we wanted to prepare a gift for you, old fart, that we came late?" City Master Morong shook his head and smiled. "I already said, you don't need to prepare any gift for me. I will soon cross seventh tribulation, when I go to Immortal Desolate. Your gift will be useless." Ng Qingyu laughed loudly and said, "So it is like this. Then I won't give you a gift this time." City Master Morong laughed, pulled Ng Qingyu back and said, "You have prepared for so long, if I don't accept your gift, how can I be worthy of your meticulous preparation? Since you have prepared, I can only accept." Other half-immortals cannot help but laugh. "Old fart, you have received many gifts from me but I have never seen you give me anything good," Ng Qingyu said with face full of disdain. "Brother Yu, my gift is light but my affection is heavy. Everyone knows that your brother Yu has traveled all over Spirit Desolate, he has countless treasures in his hands. Even if I give you a gift, you won't like it," City Master Morong said with chuckle. Ng Qingyu groaned, then took out a box and handed it over. City Master Morong promptly opened it. Other few old men also came over and surrounded. "An immortal fruit, not bad. But why is it only half?" City Master Morong very happily said with smile. "When I got it, I could not help but take a bite, then cut off one side and ate it. Anyway, you are also a half-immortal, half an immortal fruit is enough for you." Ng Qingyu said, "Don't look down on it, it is very precious." "Many thanks Brother Yu," City Master Morong said. Soon after, other half-immortals also gave their gifts to City Master Morong one after another. All of them are very precious. Although they cannot compare to Ng Qingyu's half-immortal fruit, City Master Morong is very happy. "This little brother, where is your gift?" City Master Morong looked at Qin Yun and said with smile. Qin Yun is stunned, this City Master Morong is not even letting him off. "Old man Morong, he is a youngster, what kind of gift do you have?" Ng Qingyu said. "Youngster? Brother Yu, I know you know a venerable master, if my guess is not wrong, this youngster should be that venerable master," City Master Morong said with chuckle. Qin Yun is being stared at by City Master Morong's squinting eyes, he feels like he is being stared at by a fox. On the way, Ng Qingyu and others warned Qin Yun not to expose his identity. But now that City Master Morong has recognized him, it is not good to continue hiding. "Greetings City Master Morong." Qin Yun cupped his hands with smile. "Greetings Venerable Master," City Master Morong said with chuckle. Qin Yun took out a small wooden box and said, "The gift is light but the sentiment is heavy, I hope City Master Morong will not look down on my gift." Ng Qingyu and others also want to know what kind of gift Qin Yun is giving, they are all looking at the box. City Master Morong opened the box and saw a Regent Origin stone inside. Ng Qingyu said with smile, "A high-quality Regent Origin stone, this is very precious to a martial king like Brother Yun. This is a very precious gift." City Master Morong said with smile, "Many thanks Venerable Master." City Master Morong can also see that Qin Yun is a martial king. To a martial king, a high-quality Regent Origin stone is indeed very precious. Therefore, City Master Morong is very grateful to Qin Yun. "Old man Morong, you don't need the Regent Origin stone, sell it to me at low price." Ng Qingyu said with smile. "How can I do that? This is a gift from a young and promising venerable master, I want it as a souvenir. Then again, I have several hundred grandchildren, some of them are martial kings, I can also give it to them." City Master Morong finished speaking and called over a few youngsters, 5 men and 1 woman, all of them are wearing very luxurious clothes. As soon as they arrived, they immediately saluted Ng Qingyu and the other half-immortals. Although they are very polite and saluting, there is a trace of arrogance between their brows. After all, they are City Master Morong's grandchildren, they have all kind of resources and talented people to guide them, their strength must be extraordinary. "This is the Venerable Master." You should have heard of him. City Master Morong introduced Qin Yin to his grandchildren and said with smile. Special exchanging pointers, Yu said with smile. You youngsters are truly vigorous, fighting as soon as you meet. This is not very good. Yu is also helping Qin Yin. He doesn't want Qin Yin to get into trouble. He is not worried that Qin Yin won't be able to defeat him, rather he is worried that Qin Yin will injure him and then have to face City Master Morong again. It will be very embarrassing. City Master Morong said with smile, Brother Yu, your words are wrong. Youngsters need to exchange pointers frequently, only then will they discover their own inadequacies and progress. That long-haired handsome man said to Qin Yin, I am Morong Changwu. I originally wanted to exchange pointers with Chu Yujun, but he is now imprisoned in Tian family. Now, I ask Great Master to give me some pointers. Qin Yin faintly smiled, I won't fight you because you are not my opponent. There are several hundred people in this huge palace hall. They are all startled hearing Qin Yin's words. Because everyone here is very familiar with Morong Changwu, they are very aware of his strength. The yellow-clothed woman standing beside Morong Changwu said with disdainful expression, even though third brother Morong is mid-stage martial king, he has 3 martial spirits and cultivated 3 Dao cores. Even though I am peak martial king, I can't guarantee that I can defeat him. A silver-clothed man beside Morong Changwu said with sneer, third brother Morong cultivates 3 martial spirits, so his cultivation is very low. Don't look at him because he is mid-stage martial king. Ordinary peak martial kings are not his match, even initial stage martial emperors can't guarantee that they can defeat him. And you are only a martial king, yet you are so arrogant. The youngsters beside Morong Changwu are all City Master Morong's grandsons. They have very good relationship with Morong Changwu. They are very clear about Morong Changwu's strength, so they are very unhappy with Qin Yin's words. Qin Yin said again, I am late-stage martial king. Morong Changwu said with smile, it doesn't matter. I just want to exchange pointers with you. During the competition, we can't use talismans, talisman tools, and other things. We can't even wear equipment. How about it? The yellow-clothed woman coldly groaned and said, what great master? I think he is just a guy who relies on equipment. Morong Yue, you cannot be rude to the great master. Quickly apologize to the great master. City Master Morong's voice sank and he sternly shouted. Although Morong Yue is very unwilling, she has no choice but to lower her head and said, Venerable Master, I am sorry, I was too rude just now. Qin Yin laughed, it doesn't matter. I don't want to fight and I'm not that good at fighting. I'm more proficient in the aspect of inscription. When I fight, I like to use the equipment I refined myself. If I were to use the equipment and practitioner weapons that I forged, even if the few of you worked together, you would not be able to defeat me. If I use talisman tools, you will be defeated. Morong Changwu heard Qin Yin's words and said, it seems like venerable masters don't often compete in martial arts, so they think they can use equipment during the competition. This is indeed my inconsideration. City Master Morong said with smile, inscription masters rely on excellent equipment. All of you bitterly practice all kinds of martial arts, all kinds of cultivation techniques and all kinds of combat skills. They don't even have time to practice, they are all studying inscriptions. If inscription masters are not allowed to use equipment during martial arts competition, inscription masters will surely lose. Grandfather is right, Changwu was not. Considerate enough. Morong Changwu promptly nodded and said, actually, our competition on the battle stage is nothing more than small skirmishes. The truly difficult battles should occur suddenly. If we suddenly encounter a powerful enemy, no matter what method we use, as long as we can survive, we will be the strongest. Yu said with smile, that is why you are not allowing Brother Yun to use equipment, this is not fair. City Master Morong laughed loudly and said, but I have to say, Great Master's strength is indeed much stronger than my few outstanding grandchildren. Because he can use his own equipment to defeat my grandchildren, this is very awesome. Moreover, he is only late-stage martial king. Apart from Morong Changwu, the others are all peak-stage martial kings. So young and already a peak-stage martial king, moreover he is City Master Morong's grandson, his strength is certainly not weak. However, people still don't believe that Qin Yin can use equipment to defeat these geniuses. Morong Changwu and Morong Yue's expressions are filled with unconvinced expression. Grandfather, you are looking down on us too much. We have consumed a great amount of your resources, 5 of us are peak stage martial kings. Third brother can even contend against martial emperors. Even if we join hands, we will not be able to defeat him. Morong Yue said in low voice, how about this, we will allow him to use equipment, we will join hands and fight him. Not only Morong Yue is thinking this way, majority of the people present are also thinking this way. Xianxia said with smile, you few youngsters, are you really not convinced? City Master Morong said, brother you, don't talk about them, even I, their grandfather, feel that great master's words are a bit exaggerated. I believe that he is worthy of the title of great master, but I feel that even if he uses his own equipment, he will not be able to defeat my grandchildren so easily. Qin Yan said modestly, great master title is given by others, I have never given it to myself. You can call me a Yun or brother Yun, I am truly not worthy of the title of great master. Xianxia patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, the title given by others is more proof of your ability. Old man Morong, how about this, let brother Yun use equipment and exchange pointers with your grandchildren. Qin Yan shook his head and said, let's forget about it. Because this. I will waste my Dao talismans, after all, this is not to save my life, I cannot waste Dao talismans and talisman tools that I painstakingly crafted. Xianxia chuckled and said, that's right, that's right. Brother Yin just said that if he wants to win, he can only rely on equipment. If he wins, he will have to use up 10 billion purple crystal coins worth of equipment, then this kind of exchanging pointers will have no meaning. Everyone's expression changed one after another. Exchanging pointers and using up 10 billion purple crystal coins worth of equipment, they can indeed win. After all, equipment is a crushing victory. Morong Yue is also speechless because obtaining 10 billion purple crystal coins worth equipment is also a skill. Although they are City Master Morong's grandchildren and are the most outstanding ones, they do not have 10 billion purple crystal coins worth equipment in their hands. City Master Morong said with smile, how about this? Ayun, my grandchildren are usually proud and arrogant. You should fight with them and teach them a lesson. If you win, I will give you 10 billion purple crystal coins, how about it? If you lose, you will have to bear the loss. Honestly speaking, they are all veterans of hundreds of battles, but they have never fought against someone with powerful equipment. This is also a good experience for them. Qin Yan thought about it and said, City Master Morong, I also don't want 10 billion purple crystal coins. So long as I defeat them, you help me buy Gong Changshua's beast horn. City Master Morong said with frown, Gong Changshua's beast horn is with me, I will auction it in his place. That beast horn is worth more than 10 billion purple crystal coins. Qin Yan cursed in his heart hearing this. That mysterious beast horn is actually in City Master Morong's hands. Then forget it. Qin Yan let out a sigh and shook his head. Morong Changwu and others became very anxious hearing this, they very much want to fight Qin Yan. They want to prove to everyone here that they can defeat Qin Yan by joining hands. City Master Morong said, let me think about it. Morong Yue curled her lips and said, Grandfather, if he uses King Tool, half immortal tool or even immortal tool, we will surely lose. Qin Yan said with smile, if you really want to compete, you can also use any equipment you want, I did not say you are not allowed to use equipment. Then we will surely win. Morong Yue very confidently said with smile, we will also not use immortal tool, we will use King Tool. You will surely lose. Morong Changwu said, Grandfather, you should agree. If we also use weapons and wear equipment, he will surely not be our match. At that time, you won't need to help him buy the beast horn. City Master Morong said with smile, all right. If you lose, you will have to do hard labor for a period of time from now on. I will immediately notify people to clean up the battle stage, I will hold a banquet on the battle stage tonight. At that time, not only you will compete, I will also hold a martial arts competition program to liven things up and let friends from afar come to learn from each other. Then it's settled. Morong Yue looked at Qin Yan and said with proud smile, Great Master, we will meet on the battle stage tonight. Morong Changwu and the others hastily left, they must be preparing King tools. Xianxia also brought Qin Yan back. Brat, are you really confident? Xianxia asked. Although City Master Morong seems to be very courteous, he is very concerned about his face. He will surely give equipment to his grandchildren. Even though you have equipment, you alone are not enough to defeat 5 of them. Hunchbacked general manager very anxiously said, Brother Yun, if you lose, your loss will not be small and your reputation will also drop greatly. Qin Yin said with smile, it's fine, I will stake it all. If I win, that beast horn will be mine. Soon after, Qin Yun and Ying Qingyu went to find Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. Through sound transmission Qin Yun found out that Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian are heading towards the battle stage. Ying Qingyu and Qin Yun are also preparing to go to the battle stage. Ying Qingyu is very familiar with this place, he brought Qin Yun and flew on the sky. The battle stage is a very large plaza, there is a very spacious battle stage in the middle, it is surrounded by dozens of huge formation pillars. Kong Feiqing is holding Gong Fian's hand, they are surrounded by a group of people at the edge of the battle stage. The people surrounding the mother and daughter were the people from the Gong family. More than 100 Gong family people have come to attend the banquet, there are men and women, young and old. These people hate Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing very much. Some of them even provoked Gong Fian before. Chapter 932 Small disturbance Gong family people surrounded Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian and loudly criticized them. This attracted many people to watch. It must be known that there are many city master Murong's people here, especially those patrolling guards, they are all martial kings. They heard this and immediately rushed over. Gong family people saw the guards arrive and immediately said that Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing don't have invitation cards. A green-clothed Gong family woman named Gong Min pointed at Gong Fian and said, she is not invited but she can appear in the city master's manor, they must have sneaked in. We came in with our friends. Can't we? Gong Fian is not afraid at all. We don't have invitation cards but an expert brought us in. Kong Feiqing took out a sound transmission conch and sent sound transmission to Qin Yun, telling him to come quickly. What expert do you know? Could it be that you gave 3 regent origin stones to that great master and he brought you in? A Gong family middle-aged martial king said with sneer, maybe he can't even enter. Gong Min yelled, quickly capture them. Kong Feiqing immediately became furious and released her martial emperor aura. Gong family people's expression immediately became alarmed. Martial Emperor. Kong Feiqing, how did you become Martial Emperor? A Gong family old man pointed at Kong Feiqing and said with shocked expression. This old man's cultivation is only initial stage Martial Emperor, he cannot accept that Kong Feiqing, a widow, is also a Martial Emperor. Those guards who wanted to capture Kong Feiqing also retreated one after another because a Martial Emperor is not someone they can deal with. Many of the spectators are from 100 Pagoda City. They are very clear about Gong family's matter. Kong Feiqing becoming Martial Emperor caused many people to be amazed. After all, Kong Feiqing is very young and she did not obtain many resources, it is very difficult for her to break through bottleneck. Kong Feiqing said with sneer, it was great master who helped me break through. He and brother you brought us in. You. How is this possible? You gave him 3 regent origin stones and he helped you so much? Gong Min loudly shouted. I understand, you mother and daughter must have sold your bodies to that great master to help you break through. You mother and daughter are truly shameless. A middle-aged woman from the Gong family said in a strange tone, you and your daughter are the shame of our Gong family. It seems that the great grandmaster isn't a good person either. Qin Yun and Ying Qingyu flew over and heard these words. Ying Qingyu looked at Qin Yun and said with smile, look, someone is speaking ill of you. Qin Yun's expression is somewhat ice-cold, he promptly landed and coldly looked at that Gong family middle-aged woman and said in cold voice, although I am not a venerable master, Kong Feiqing indeed became Martial Emperor with my help. Please don't talk nonsense. Ying Qingyu also landed beside Qin Yun and shouted, gossipy woman, don't slander me. If you dare to slander my brother Yu's friend again, believe it or not, I will destroy your Gong family. Quickly kneel down and apologize. Qin Yun and Ying Qingyu's sudden appearance caused the Gong family people to be dumbstruck, their faces are filled with fear, especially Ying Qingyu's words. It also made the Gong family's woman quickly kneel down and apologize, even the other people of the Gong family also repeatedly bowed and apologized. Gong Min gritted her teeth, her face is filled with resentment as she bowed and apologized to Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing. Gong Min, I'm Yan Yan's friend. I went to the Gong family with her before, you should still remember me. Qin Yan looked at Gong Min and said coldly, "At that time, you even said that I was a shady person." I remember, I am sorry." Gong Min is even more jealous. She did not expect that Gong Fian would be able to hook up with a venerable master who is famous throughout 100 Pagoda City and Heaven's Pride City. "If you dare to speak nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite," Qin Yan said in cold voice. He is indeed very angry because these people are fabricating rumors out of nothing. This caused the Gong family people to shiver in fright. Qin Yan's eyes are filled with killing intent. He looked at the woman who spread rumors and said in cold voice, "All of you better remember this." "What's going on? Did our Gong family people cause trouble?" Suddenly a one-eyed long-haired old man arrived. This old man is wearing white long gown, his head is filled with silver white long hair and beard. "Grandfather," Gong Fian said in low voice. This old man is Gong Changzhua, the family master of Gong family. After Gong Changzhua arrived, he quickly found out what happened. He first apologized to Qin Yun, then reprimanded Gong Min's group and ordered them to immediately leave the city master matter. "It is all my fault for cultivating in seclusion all day and neglecting teaching. I hope Venerable Master can forgive me." Gong Changzhua has also heard of Venerable Master Qin Yun's great name. It is also because of Ying Qingyu's great fame. Anyone who knows Ying Qingyu would immediately know about Venerable Master Qin Yun's matter. City Master Morong also arrived. He chuckled and said, "So lively. What happened?" Morong Changwu, Morong Yue, Morong Changwu, and some other youngsters as well as more than a dozen middle-aged men are following behind City Master Morong. These dozen middle-aged men are very shocking. They are all peak martial emperors. They are all half-immortals. Everyone knows that they are all City Master Morong's sons. One of the guards hurriedly reported the situation to City Lord Morong. After City Master Morong's family finished listening, they looked at the beautiful Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. Although it is just a rumor, everyone cannot help but let their imagination run wild. Morong Yue lightly groaned and said, "As expected of Venerable Master, his charm is limitless and his skill is also very high. He is only late-stage martial king, yet he can help peak martial kings become martial emperors. Even my grandfather doesn't have this kind of skill." Everyone heard Morong Yue's words and repeatedly nodded. They also think the same way. At this time, someone said in low voice, "Could it be that he is using some kind of evil dual cultivation technique?" Qin Yan abruptly looked at that middle-aged man and said in cold voice, "Your brain is very dirty. Do you want me to help you wash it?" That person laughed loudly and said, "You are a venerable master, right? But you are at most a late-stage martial king, yet you are so arrogant. Apart from repairing a few magic tools, what other skill do you have?" "Oh, that's right, you can even trick women to cultivate yin and yang dual cultivation with you?" Morong Yue said with smile, "Venerable Master, that person is Chu Youjuan's father. He is a late-stage martial emperor called Chu Dahong. Aren't your equipment very awesome? Quickly go beat him up." "Relax, I will allow you to fight in our Morong manner." Chu Dahong laughed loudly and said, "Bullshit, Venerable Master, you are just a scoundrel. Quickly admit it, did you cultivate some kind of evil dual cultivation technique with that mother and daughter?" Everyone is silent because City Master Morong is also not saying anything. Clearly he is allowing them to have a conflict. City Master Morong also wants to see Qin Yan's strength. "I will give you one chance, apologize to me and I will let you go." Qin Yan firmly clenched his fists and said in cold voice. "Pa. Chu Dahong's son is imprisoned in Tian family because of Qin Yun. He bitterly hates Qin Yun." "Bullshit, Venerable Master, I will not apologize to you. You are just a guy who relies on petty tricks to repair magic tools. What is there to respect? You definitely don't have any skill." Chu Dahong loudly laughed and said. Morong Yue fanned the flames from the side and yelled, "Venerable Master, quickly use your equipment to deal with him." At this time, a very strong pressure suddenly appeared in the sky. Everyone abruptly looked at the sky and saw a black-cloaked fat old man flying over. "Who the fuck dares to insult Brother Yun? This person is precisely Old Feitian." Ying Qingyu saw Old Feitian arrive and yelled, "Old Feitian, it is that guy, his name is Chu Dahong. He is the father of that little bastard you imprisoned, Chu Yujun." Old Feitian suddenly dropped down from the sky and slapped Chu Dahong's head. Boom, a 2-meter wide hole appeared at the place where Chu Dahong was standing. And Chu Dahong also fell into that bottomless hole. Old Feitian appeared and directly injured Chu Dahong. He seems to be dead. City Master Morong said with faint smile, Old Feitian, you killed Pagoda Master Chu's son, you are in trouble. Old Feitian laughed loudly and said, I have just crossed sixth tribulation. Why would I be afraid of him? This is all thanks to Brother Yun's help, he saved my life, otherwise I would have died under the heavenly tribulation. Ying Qingyu's expression is filled with shock after hearing this. All the half-immortals present are emotionally moved and looked at Qin Yun. Old Feitian, is this true? Ying Qingyu doesn't dare to believe and said, how did Brother Yun help you cross sixth tribulation? Old Feitian's formidable immortal power has indeed reached sixth tribulation half-immortal level. And there are very few half-immortals here who are fifth tribulation, sixth tribulation is even less, only Old Feitian and City Master Morong are here. Old Feitian very happily laughed and said, of course it is true. He helped me repair my Purple Star Heavenly Dipper shield, allowing me to cross sixth tribulation. Qin Yun can repair Purple Star Heavenly Dipper shield. All the half-immortals and inscription masters present looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. Old Feitian secretly looked for several famous inscription masters to repair Purple Star Heavenly Dipper shield. Although this was kept secret, it secretly spread out, causing many people to know that Old Feitian's Purple Star Heavenly Dipper shield is damaged. That is Old Feitian's best tool for crossing tribulation. Now Old Feitian has crossed sixth tribulation, it is very clear that Purple Star Heavenly Dipper shield has been repaired. Someone who can repair Purple Star Heavenly Dipper shield, if not a venerable master, then what is he? There are two old inscription masters here, they are also called venerable masters but they are completely helpless against Old Feitian's Purple Star Heavenly Dipper shield. City Master Morong glanced at Morong Yue, telling her to restrain herself a bit. Morong Yue is also scared, someone who can repair immortal tools is indeed very capable. Ying Qingyu said with smile, Old man Morong, we agreed before that your 6 grandsons will fight Brother Yun, both sides can use equipment. Don't go back on your words. City Master Morong chuckled and said, rest assured, I will not go back on my words. Old Feitian is also very interested, he said with smile, Old man Morong, lend them your immortal tools, otherwise they will lose for sure. Morong Yue said, we will use king tools. Even if he uses immortal tools, can he resist the 6 of us? 1 versus 6, Morong Changwu and the other youngsters are famous young geniuses of 100 Pagoda City, they are very arrogant. They all know that Qin Yun is very skillful in repairing magic tools. But they still feel that Qin Yun cannot defeat them. Everyone, please sit down, make yourselves at home, no need to be reserved. City Master Morong said with chuckle, next, we will drink and eat, we will watch our youngsters exchange pointers. City Master Morong is also very impatient to know the result of the competition. In previous competitions, no tools were allowed to be used. But now, not only they can be used, a very talented young venerable master is fighting against City Master Morong's 6 most outstanding grandsons. This is not only a contest of strength, it is also a contest of equipment. City Master Morong is very wealthy, he must have many good equipment in his hands. And today is his birthday banquet, in order to win, he must have equipped his grandsons with the best magic tools and weapons. Moreover, Qin Yun's equipment was refined by him. The equipment City Master Morong gave to his grandsons were gifted by his powerful friends. That young venerable master is late-stage martial king, his strength is far below City Master's grandsons. And in terms of equipment, he is also far below them. Among the gifts that City Master Morong receives every year, there are many good Dao talismans and Dao tools. Don't even talk about the venerable master fighting 1 against 6, even if he fought 1 against 1, it would be very difficult for him to win. As expected of City Master Morong, he can actually make a venerable master stumble. That venerable master is very skillful but he is after all very young and loves to show off, so he fell into the pit. The reason why people think this way is because Morong Changwu and the others are wearing king tools. Even a formidable old half-immortal only has 2 to 3 king tools in his hands. It must be known that many half-immortals do not have half-immortal or immortal tools, having a few king tools is already very good. And Morong Changwu and the others are wearing king tools, their battle clothes and weapons are all king tools. Are we starting so soon? Old Feitian said. It is already dark, the banquet is about to begin, let's fight now. It will be lively and lively, it will enliven the atmosphere, City Master Morong said with smile. Regardless of who wins or loses, tonight will be lively. Old man Morong, Xianxia said with a laugh, if your grandchildren are injured, they will definitely die. Don't blame Brother Yun. City Master Morong laughed heartily and said, how is that possible? When I train them, I often injure them. Brother Yun, go up the stage. Be careful, don't be so heavy-handed. Xianxia said. Qin smiled and then walked up to the spacious battle stage in the middle. City Master Morong chuckled and said, Brother you are very confident in him. Xianxia smiled and did not speak. He personally saw several formidable half-immortals being tricked to death by Qin. After everyone took their seats, they looked at the stage. Today, there would be a long martial arts competition to liven things up. It was said that there would be a battle between martial emperors. Therefore, everyone was looking forward to it. Qin walked onto the stage and stood at the edge of the stage. He tried his best to distance himself from the 6 siblings. Morong Yue is very excited because in her opinion, if she can defeat Qin, this venerable master, she will feel a great sense of accomplishment. Qin is a very famous person, everyone wants to trample on famous people. Morong Chanwu said with smile, Venerable Master, this is not us bullying you with numbers, this competition was proposed by Venerable Master yourself. I hope that after you lose, you won't go around saying that we are bullying you. Morong Yue lightly groaned and said in low voice, this Venerable Master is very awesome, he can help peak Martial King's breakthrough to Martial Emperor, he is surrounded by beautiful women like clouds. 100 Pagoda Cities miss you, Qianfeng Sex Hong Meng Shu, also Gong family's beautiful mother and daughter pair, even if he loses, there will be beautiful women to comfort him. Xiao Wei. Morong Changwu lightly shouted, don't be rude. Morong Yue glared at Qin, curled her lips and said, he doesn't look like a venerable master at all, yet he uses his title to attract bees and butterflies. He even boasted that he can help peak Martial King's breakthrough, he is a big swindler. Everyone can hear Morong Yue's words but no one dares to say anything. Because old Feitian is here. Qin is very young yet old Feitian and Brother Yu are calling him venerable master. This caused many people to feel very jealous. They have never seen Qin's true ability with their own eyes, so they are very suspicious of Qin's ability. Only a few formidable inscription masters know how awesome Qin is. Because none of them can repair old Feitian's purple star heavenly dipper shield but Qin can. They are completely convinced of Qin's ability. The ones who are not convinced of Qin are those ignorant and arrogant youngsters. I already said, Venerable Master is what other people call me, I have never called myself that. Qin speechlessly shook his head, took out a talisman and said, when can we start? City Master Morong yelled, open the barrier, it will be ready soon. The barrier opened, a bell rang and the competition began. Go! Morong Yue yelled, the slender red saber in her hand flickered with gorgeous red light. She is the first to attack, her body is like a red lightning as she rapidly rushed towards Qin. Qin's figure flickered and dodged Morong Yue's red saber. However, Morong Changwu appeared behind Qin in a flash and stabbed his sword towards Qin's back. Qin also suddenly disappeared, dodging the sword. The other 4 people also started attacking Qin one after another. The most dreadful thing is that Qin is dodging them one by one. His movement technique is very high and mysterious, causing many martial kings and martial emperors to cheer. City Master Morong cursed in low voice, this guy is clearly very strong, not weaker than peak martial kings but he says his martial skills are not good enough. Qin is a late-stage martial king, yet he is being besieged by 5 peak martial kings and a late-stage martial king with 3 martial spirits, yet he is still dodging like a fish in water. Morong Changwu is the strongest among these youngsters, he is confident that he can defeat ordinary early-stage martial emperors. But now, he has attacked Qin many times and yet he cannot even touch Qin's clothes. This caused him to be very horrified in his heart, if he fought Qin one-on-one, he would lose without a doubt. Morong Yue is even more apprehensive, she looked down on Qin before but now she discovered that she, a peak martial king, is nothing but trash in front of Qin. Qin is holding a Dao talisman in his hand, he is constantly dodging and not attacking. Many people are urging Qin Yun to attack. Morong Yue and others on the battle stage also want Qin Yun to attack quickly. Because the talisman in Qin Yun's hand is causing them to be very worried. They have been defending the talisman all along, causing them to be distracted and unable to attack Qin Yun with all their strength. Qin Yun saw that Morong Changwu and others are not attacking with all their strength, moreover they are somewhat panicking. He realized that they are scared by his talisman. Before the battle started, Morong Changwu and others thought that Qin Yun would be just so. But now they discovered that Qin Yun is very strong. Moreover, he has not even used his formidable Dao talismans and talisman tools. This caused them to have no choice but to reserve a portion of their power to defend against Dao talismans and talisman tools. Old Feitian chuckled and said, "Old man Morong, your grandchildren are still too tender." The smile on City Master Morong's face disappeared. He cursed in low voice, "This brother Yun is truly treacherous. My grandchildren are too young, they don't know how to play psychological warfare." Not to mention Morong Changwu and others on the battle stage, even City Master Morong and some Morong family elders are secretly worried that Qin Yun will suddenly attack with the talisman in his hand. Qin Yun has been dodging all along. He has not attacked because he wants to clearly understand these people's foundation. He really doesn't want to waste too many Dao talismans and talisman tools. Even though he can craft them, he needs to spend a lot of time and materials. Using passing shadow extinction breath step and flowing light extinction shadow step, Qin Yun can easily dodge the 6 people's encirclement. Morong Yue cursed in low voice, "This battle stage is too big, otherwise he wouldn't have any place to run." Qin Yun suddenly laughed from the distance. The talisman in his hand suddenly disappeared. The talisman in his hand suddenly disappeared. Everyone earnestly looked at it. The talisman landed in the middle of the 6 people and burst out a transparent energy wave. Everyone immediately let out a burst of hissing sound. Because the talisman seems to have lost its effect, it did not produce any intense explosion. Is it fake? A talisman to scare people? Morong Yue delicately cursed, "This bastard, he scared me to death." Just as she finished speaking, she discovered that there was a strange energy lingering around her face. "Third brother, you. How did you suddenly become so fat? You. How did you become so fat?" Morong Yue yelled. Everyone immediately burst into cry of alarm. Because Morong Changwu and his brothers' faces suddenly became very big, they became as fat as pig heads. These people are all young and beautiful, they care a lot about their appearance. Now that their faces have suddenly become as big as pig heads, it is equivalent to them suffering 10,000 points of damage. "Bastard, what did you do to us?" Morong Yue furiously shouted. The slender red saber in her hand burst out with flame aura, releasing her fury. "Be a bit more serious during the battle." Qin Yun suddenly appeared behind Morong Yue, gathered his 2 fingers together and jabbed forward. Boom! Morong Yue was hit by Qin Yun's piercing mountain-splitting earth finger. Her body was sent flying and crashed into the barrier. She is wearing King Tool battle clothes. She was only sent flying, otherwise her body would have been pierced through and a large bloody hole would have appeared on her body. Because their faces suddenly turned into pig heads, they are very anxious and angry, they are greatly affected. They immediately fell into chaos and started attacking Qin Yun randomly. Qin Yun took out a shield. It is the half-immortal tool he won from Long Chuanwu. Qin Yun and Jian Linglong joined hands and added some runes to this shield. It has a burst of very strong suction power. Not only it can suck in weapons, it can also absorb energy from other people's body through weapons. Morong Changwu's sword stabbed into the shield, half of it went inside but it did not pierce through the shield. Clearly there is a strange space inside. "My sword!" Morong Changwu yelled in alarm because he is unable to pull it out. Moreover, the power within his body is unceasingly flowing out through the sword. At the same time, other 4 people also attacked but their weapons are immediately sucked in by the shield. Qin Yun faintly smiled and released a very strong vibration power through the half-immortal shield. It also contains suffering divine ability power. Ah! Those people screamed in pain, they felt incomparable pain in their arms and had no choice but to let go of their weapons. Pighead Dao Talisman City Master Morong's face was filled with smile at first but now his face has turned black. Because compared to Qin Yun, his grandchildren are simply too weak. They are simply not on the same level. Everyone with discerning eyes can see that Qin Yun is very experienced in battle, his movement technique is superb and his power is also not weak. This is simply not the battle level an inscription master should have. Those king tools are now stuck on Qin Yun's half-immortal shield. Qin Yun said with smile, "Do you concede?" What is funny is that those brothers and sisters have turned into pig heads, it is very funny. Morong Yue suddenly jumped up, holding her saber, rushed towards Qin Yun's back and hacked down with her saber. Qin Yun immediately sensed it and raised the half-immortal shield in his hand. Morong Yue's saber was also sucked in by an attractive force and stuck on the shield. Qin Yun's arm shook and released. Vibration power, shaking Morong Yue away. At this time, the aura of those brothers who lost their weapons suddenly burst out, they shot out Xiandao power from the distance, bringing along a very strong king's aura. All kinds of palm and fist images densely packed together enveloped Qin Yun and transformed into a wave. Qin Yun placed the half-immortal shield in front of his body, let out a muffled groan and unleashed Earthquake Divine Ability power. Boom! Qin Yun's Earthquake Divine Ability power vibrated through his arm and let out a thunder-like vibration sound. Incorporeal vibration rippled out and jolted back the Xiandao power. The Xiandao power scattered all over the battle stage and transformed into tyrannical air flow, letting out a gale-like angry roar. "Quickly concede, I don't want to injure you," Qin Yun said in cold voice. "You are the one who should concede," a man shouted in a very unconvinced manner. He attacked Qin Yun again, he used a very strong martial arts cultivation technique and shot out a violent thunder. Other people also attacked. Morong Yue is on the side, looking for an opportunity to attack. A youth said, "He won't dare to attack us seriously. He is afraid of our grandfather, we don't need to worry, just attack him from all sides." Qin Yun is indeed holding back, everyone can see this. After all, this is the Morong Manor, City Master Morong is watching from below. If Qin Yun injured City Lord Morong's grandson, he would not be able to explain himself. Therefore, he did not dare to use his full strength. Morong Changwu and the others also saw this point, which was why they dared to attack. "Since that's the case, then I won't hold back." Qin Yun's voice became a bit colder. He has nothing to be afraid of. If something happens, there is old Feitian to stop them. The youth who was the first to charge at Qin Yun had a sinister look on his face. His arm was like a giant axe as he chopped at Qin Yun's head. As for the two youths, they flashed behind Qin Yun and quickly attacked him from behind. Morong Changwu jumped into the sky, wanting to attack from the sky. Morong Yue is holding a talisman flickering with golden light, she is waiting for an opportunity. When Qin Yun saw that they were going to be ruthless, he felt somewhat angry and hurriedly used his suffering divine ability. The invisible power released by the pain god art caused the 5 youths to feel intense pain all over their bodies. The sudden pain caused the power they gathered to scatter. Qin Yun disdainfully groaned, waved the half-immortal shield in his hand and smashed towards their pig heads. Bang bang bang, Qin Yun raised the shield and bluntly used vibration power. Morong Changwu and the others have been heavily hit on the head by the shield. Their heads immediately broke and blood flowed, they let out miserable screams again and again. The 10 to 20,000 people in the plaza let out a burst of cry of alarm looking at this scene. City Master Morong and those Morong family elders have very unsightly expression. Those few juniors that they are so proud of have been hung up and beaten on the battle stage. What caused them to feel the most humiliating is that they have been bullied with numbers and the other side has the upper hand. "Bastard, I will kill you." Morong Yue threw the golden talisman in her hand from the distance and furiously shouted in delicate voice. It must be said that the talisman in Morong Yue's hand is very formidable. After it was shot out, it turned into golden lightning and locked onto Qin Yun. Just a Dao talisman. Qin Yun feels very disdain in his heart and directly used the half-immortal shield to block. Boom boom, the lightning bombarded on the half-immortal shield, flickered a few times and exploded with muffled thunder. Although Qin Yun blocked the Dao talisman's lightning attack with his half-immortal shield, he was forced to retreat several steps. "You bastard, you are acting lazy. That shield in your hand is an immortal tool," Morong Yue shouted. Qin Yun used passing shadow extinction breath step, his body and aura suddenly disappeared without a trace. Morong Yue cannot see Qin Yun but she knows that he is about to attack her. Sure enough, Qin Yan suddenly appeared beside Morong Yue. After he appeared, he brandished the shield in his hand and attacked Morong Yue's pig head face. Boom, Morong Yue was sent flying and landed beside her brothers. She loudly cried and screamed. They lost, City Master Morong helplessly sighed and yelled. After the barrier opened, a few middle-aged men walked over and checked Morong Yue's and others' injuries. They are not too serious, they will recover after a few days of rest. What kind of talisman did you use? Can it help them recover? City Master Morong asked. I used Pig Head Dao Talisman. It can produce a kind of strange power that can make people's head as fat as a pig's head. Qin Yan laughed, walked over and lightly waved his hand. After the power dissipated, Morong Yue and others also recovered. That Pig Head Dao Talisman opened everyone's eyes. There is actually such a strange talisman that can turn people into pig's head. Lan Fengjin and Lu Jingming felt that this talisman was very amusing and then joined hands to make a few. This is also recorded in the Dao King Talisman canon. Old man Morong, you must remember what you promised. Yingqingyu walked over and said with smile and low voice. I will absolutely not go back on my words. City Master Morong looked at Qin Yan and said with some dissatisfaction, Brother Yun, you are not weak at all, why are you acting like you are weak? Qin Yan laughed, that is because I thought they were very strong, so I felt that I would not be able to defeat them. After Morong Yue heard this, she immediately burst into tears. Grandfather, quickly teach him a lesson. This guy pretended to be a pig to eat a tiger, he pretended to be weak but he ruthlessly tricked us. Qin Yan feels that this is somewhat funny and explained, but I am clearly a late-stage martial king. Among you 6, 5 are peak-stage martial kings, 1 is a mid-stage martial king who has cultivated 3 Dao core, his strength is comparable to a peak-stage martial king. It was not easy for me to win against 6 peak-stage martial kings. You used a mortal tool, this is not fair. Morong Yue yelled while crying. Mine is only a half-immortal tool. Qin Yan took out the half-immortal shield and returned it to them. City Master Morong somewhat angrily said, You lost, you lost. Your skill is indeed inferior, you can't blame anyone. 6 peak-stage martial kings fought against a late-stage martial king and still lost, who can you blame? After hearing her grandfather's words, Morong Yue no longer dared to cry. Grandfather, what's going on? Who made Xiaowei cry? A magnetic man's voice suddenly floated over from the distance. Big brother is here. Morong Yue just stopped crying, but hearing that voice, her eyes became moist again. Suddenly a white light flashed behind Morong Yue and a tall and sturdy white-cloaked youth appeared. This white-clothed youth has some beard on his face, he has a pair of sword-like eyebrows, his eyes are as bright as stars, his handsome face has a faint smile hanging on it, making him look even more charming and steady. Big brother, I am being bullied. Grandfather, why are you not helping me? Morong Yue promptly hid behind the youth and said while sobbing. Yingqingyu said to Qin Yan in low voice, This brat is called Morong Tianjia, he is a young martial emperor. His strength is very strong, he is old man Morong's eldest grandson, he is cultivating in 100 Pagoda sect's Divine Sword Pagoda. At this time, many young ladies of aristocratic families let out a burst of screams. Morong Tianjia, I love you. Prince Charming Tianjia is so handsome. He is even more handsome than that venerable master. Prince Charming Tianjia, quickly teach that venerable master a lesson, he is too arrogant. My family's husband is one of the strongest martial emperors of Divine Sword Pagoda, teaching a martial king a lesson is like beating a child. A group of love-struck idiots below began shouting and shouting. Qin Yan is very unhappy, he is not being arrogant at all. Morong Tianjia looked at Qin Yan and said with smile, Brother Yun, right? I hope you don't mind. Morong Yue groaned and said, Big brother, quickly teach him a lesson. This bastard turned me into a pig head, moreover he ruthlessly beat me up. Morong Tianjia is a very reasonable person. After knowing what happened, he pinched Morong Yue's face and said, Xiaowei, if you want to teach him a lesson, properly cultivate and do it yourself. Big brother, you don't love me anymore. Morong Yue started crying again. City Master Morong said with smile, Xiaowei, you little girl, you have been crying for a long time after being beaten up. Look at Brother Yun, he is so happy. He wants to beat up a pampered girl like you until you cry. Qin Yan cursed this old man in his heart, he is actually helping him attract hatred. He is not happy at all. Morong Yue hastily stopped crying, glared at Qin Yun and loudly cursed, "You bastard who loves to bully girls, you are a flower thief." Qin Yun has a helpless expression. He has already obtained the beast horn anyways. If he is cursed, then so be it. What made him feel relieved is that City Master Morong's mentality is also very good. He did not make things difficult for Qin Yun. "Big brother, why did you only arrive now?" Morong Changwu asked. "I fought with a friend, so I arrived a bit late." Morong Tianjia said with smile. "Big brother, did you fight with Xia Wufeng? Did you win?" Morong Yue hastily asked. "I didn't lose, I didn't win." Morong Tianjia said with bitter smile. It was hard to decide who won and who lost. Qin Yun is greatly alarmed in his heart. This Morong Tianjia is actually Xia Wufeng's friend. This also made him realize how strong Xia Wufeng is. He can actually fight a martial emperor to a draw. Morong Yue said in low voice, "Big brother, Xia Wufeng is truly awesome. He only used one hand and he is not even a martial emperor yet he can fight you to a draw. If he becomes a martial emperor, wouldn't it mean that you won't be able to defeat him? He is a sword cultivator, moreover he has comprehended a very strong sword Dao technique. He is a genius." Morong Tianjia said. Qin Yun feels that he will be able to see Xia Wufeng very soon. Qin Yun followed Ying Qingyu and Old Feitian down the battle stage. Yi Yashue 10 high-quality Regent Origin Stones is a very generous reward for martial emperors. Morong Tianjia said with smile, "Grandfather, you are truly confident in me." City Master Morong said in low voice, "Today, you must give me some face. Just now those guys lost. If you lose again, no matter how thick my face is, I won't be able to hold on. It's all that womanizer's fault." Morong Yue glared at Qin Yun who is sitting below the battle stage. Qin Yun is sitting beside Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. Although many people are looking at Kong Feiqing with strange gazes, she is very proud of herself because she managed to climb up to this awesome great master Qin Yun. She is very clear about Qin Yun's ability. The heavenly rune evolved with Qin Yun's help, allowing her to suddenly break through to martial emperor. Even if she is being misunderstood, she doesn't feel anything. However, Gong Fian feels somewhat uncomfortable. Kong Feiqing said in low voice, "Xiao Yun, do you think I can defeat Morong Tianjia if I go up?" Qin Yun shook his head and said, "I don't know, why don't you go up and give it a try?" Kong Feiqing said with smile, "If you want me to go, I will go." "Then forget it, don't get injured. You just became martial emperor." Qin Yun said with laugh. Ying Qingyu said, "Brother Yun, why don't you go up and defeat Morong Tianjia? If you go all out, it shouldn't be a problem, right?" "It's hard to say." Qin Yun shook his head and said. Actually he also wants to go up. He wants to see the disparity between him and Xia Wufeng. This way he can understand Xia Wufeng's strength. However, if he were to go up and accidentally win, City Lord Morong would definitely lose face. Not long after, someone came up to fight. It is an elder from a sect, mid-stage martial emperor. After someone came up, City Master Morong walked down from the battle stage while chuckling. The barrier opened and Morong Tianjia and the elder began fighting. This competition can't use weapons, they can only compete in martial arts and cultivation techniques. Therefore, the spectators below are very satisfied watching and cheered again and again. In just a short while, Morong Tianjia won. It is the elder who conceded because the disparity is very clear. Morong Tianjia is just an initial stage martial emperor yet he can defeat a mid-stage martial emperor elder. This caused many people to exclaim in admiration even more. The screams of the women below became even more ear-piercing. Kong Feiqing also exclaimed in admiration and said, "As expected of City Master Morong's eldest grandson, truly a genius. He can even defeat a mid-stage martial emperor." Qin Yun said with smile, "Luckily you and I did not go up." Kong Feiqing said with smile, "Xiao Yun, you are more handsome than him and also more awesome than him. Right, Yan Yan?" Gong Fian promptly nodded her head, "I feel that you are better looking and more capable than him." Old Feitian said with smile, "Of course, Brother Yan's ability to repair magic tools is at the level of Venerable Master. This is absolutely not an exaggeration. If we can use magic tools, even two Morong Tianjia would not be a match for Brother Yun." Old Faitian saw Qin Yun hide inside a cauldron and block tribulation thunder that could kill a large group of half-immortals, so he said this. City Master Morong and others are sitting 4 to 5 tables in front of Qin Yun's group. Morong Yue suddenly looked over and glared at Qin Yun, apparently telling him that her big brother is very strong. Kong Feiqing saw the little girl glaring at Qin Yun and helped Qin Yun stare back. Qin Yun doesn't care at all, he lowered his head and continued eating. At this time, another person went up to challenge Morong Tianjia. It is an initial stage martial emperor middle-aged man. Everyone is earnestly watching. Although Qin Yun is also watching, he is eating and watching at the same time. Even though Morong Yue has been beaten a few times, she is still very spirited and loudly cheering for her big brother. Very soon Morong Tianjia defeated that middle-aged man and won a burst of cheers. City Master Morong stood up and yelled, "Defeat Morong Tianjia and you will get 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones." Morong Tianjia shook his head and smiled. "Grandfather, do you want to see me get defeated? You brat, it seems like you are rarely defeated. On the path of growth, you should encounter some setbacks." City Master Morong said with smile, "Using 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones to let you be defeated and temper yourself, I feel that it is very worth it." After Qingyu heard this, he said with low laugh, "Old man Morong is just pretending. If Morong Tianjia loses, his expression will be as unsightly as his shoes." Old Faitian said with mischievous laugh, "I really want to see his eldest grandson lose, then we can see old man Morong's brilliant expression." "Is City Master Morong your good friend?" Qin Yan asked. "Of course he is our good friend. That is why we want to see his defeated appearance," Qingyu said with very happy smile. Right. Old man Morong always brags about how awesome his son and grandson are in front of us. I have been very unhappy for a long time," Old Faitian said with smile. Qin Yun is eating with smile. This is truly a bad friend. After 10 battles, no one has been able to defeat Morong Tianjia. Majority of the people on the stage are mid-stage martial emperors. Some of the battles were very brilliant, even Qin Yun feels that Morong Tianjia is a genius. City Master Morong is very happy, he gave Morong Tianjia a few pills to recover his energy. Now is the rest period. City Master Morong took this opportunity to hold an auction. The battle stage has also become an auction stage. The things being auctioned are entrusted by some 100 Pagoda City families to City Master Morong to auction. There are many good things, so the competition for the auction is very intense. These things are not very useful to Qin Yun, so he did not participate. Finally, it is time for the beast horn to appear. The beast horn is white, more than 10 meters long and weighs more than 10,000 jin. It is very large. It was taken out by Gong Changjue. He is not auctioning it with purple crystal coins but with low-quality Regent Origin stones. According to the introduction, the beast horn can resist immortal tool attack. It is an immortal tier tool refining material. This caused a great sensation. Many people started bidding one after another. Although City Master Morong is helping with the auction, he wants to buy it for Qin Yun, so he can only send people to participate in the bidding. The beast horn is indeed very precious. Very soon it reached 100 Regent Origin stones. According to the price of a low-quality Regent Origin stone is 1 billion purple crystal coins. 100 Regent Origin stones are worth more than 100 billion purple crystal coins. However, the bidding is still very intense. Very soon, the price reached 150 low-quality Regent Origin stones. Qin Yun now knows that it will be very difficult for him to obtain the beast horn with his financial resources. Who are these people? They can actually take out so many low-quality Regent Origin stones. Qin Yun said in amazement. They can't immediately take out so many Regent Origin stones, they owe us. Because they are very powerful factions, they have enough purple crystal coins, they can slowly accumulate Regent Origin stones, Old Faitian said. Finally, the beast horn was bought by someone with 170 low-quality Regent Origin stones. That person is also City Master Morong's subordinate. Because Gong Changjue entrusted City Master Morong to auction it, City Master Morong will take a portion of the processing fee. Qin Yun doesn't need to give so many Regent Origin stones to Gong Changjue. Now, Qin Yun feels a lot more relieved. Old man Morong really suffered a great loss, Qingyu said with smile. Indeed, Old Faitian also laughed in his heart. Qin Yan cannot help but admire City Master Morong's credibility and financial resources. He actually managed to obtain the beast horn. After City Master Morong obtained the beast horn, he let Morong Xianxia continue to accept challenges. Why is he still so happy? Qin Yan asked in low voice. You don't know, old man Morong is very rich. I heard that when he was pagoda master, he made a lot of money. Moreover, over the years, he received many gifts and obtained many regent origin stones, old Feitian said. So that's how it is. Qin Yan exclaimed in admiration. City Master Morong took out 20 mid-quality regent origin stones and placed them below the battle stage so that everyone can see them. If you want to obtain these 20 mid-quality regent origin stones, quickly come and challenge Morong Xianxia, City Master Morong loudly shouted. Many pagoda masters brought their outstanding disciples, but none of them dared to go up the stage. Because everyone knows that it is very difficult for initial and mid-stage martial emperors to defeat Morong Xianxia. Morong Xianxia's strength is stronger than many people of his father's generation. This caused City Master Morong to feel very proud. I will come. A clear and cold voice floated down from the sky above the battle stage. An elegant and beautiful woman wearing simple and unadorned white clothes slowly landed on the battle stage like a fairy descending to earth. As soon as this woman appeared, the entire battle stage became quiet. 100 pagoda sect people's faces are filled with shock. This beautiful woman's entire body is lingering with faint mist. Her extremely beautiful oval face is filled with a faint smile. Who is she? Qin Yan looked at Kong Feiqing and asked. Kong Feiqing's expression is filled with amazement and envy. She looked at the white-clothed woman and said, she is the chief disciple of 100 Pagoda Sect's first pagoda. Her name is Xianxia, also known as Devil Woman Yi. Because nobody knows what martial spirit she has, nobody knows what kind of cultivation technique she uses, they only know that she is mid-stage martial emperor and her strength is very formidable. Morong Xianxia looked at City Master Morong below the battle stage and said with bitter smile, Grandfather, I might lose. City Master Morong has naturally heard of 100 Pagoda Sect's Devil Woman Yi. He calmly smiled and said, how would you know if you don't fight? Even if you lose, I want to see how you lose. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, City Master Morong, if I win, I only need 10 regent origin stones. City Master Morong is somewhat puzzled as he asked, why 10? I feel that defeating Morong Xianxia is only worthy of 10 regent origin stones because it is a very easy matter. Xianxia said with gentle smile. Everyone burst into commotion. These are very arrogant words. She actually said that Morong Xianxia is only worth 10 regent origin stones in front of everyone. Although he is being ridiculed by a woman, no one dares to say anything. Because everyone knows that Xianxia is very strong and very mysterious. However, no one expected that she who rarely comes out would suddenly appear here. City Master Morong said with smile, little girl, if you defeat my grandson, you can take away 20, don't be polite with me. Since City Master Morong is so generous, this little girl will also not be polite. Xianxia faintly smiled, then looked at Morong Xianxia and said in soft voice, Xia Wufeng has already been defeated by me. Hearing these words, Morong Xianxia's entire body trembled. 100 Pagoda Sect's disciples and elders also burst into cry of alarm. Xia Wufeng has finally been defeated. Because in 100 Pagoda Sect, Xia Wufeng frequently challenges geniuses of various pagoda, he has never been defeated, at most he can only fight to a draw. But now he has been defeated by Xianxia. But thinking about it carefully, they feel that Xia Wufeng's defeat is not a big deal. After all, Xia Wufeng is only peak martial king and Xianxia is 2 levels higher than him. Chapter 936, Marriage Contest. Morong Xianxia received a double blow after learning that Xia Wufeng was defeated by Xianxia. How many moves did you use to defeat him? Morong Xianxia asked. I don't remember, in short, he is very difficult to deal with. I heard your strength is more or less the same as his, it seems like you will surely lose to him. Xianxia looked at the 20 regent origin stones and said with light smile, I want those regent origin stones, I need them urgently. Morong Xianxia laughed, you will have to defeat me first. Xianxia is very confident, she sweetly smiled and said, defeating you is as easy as turning my hand. After the barrier opened, the bell rang and the martial arts contest began. Everyone is very seriously watching this contest, they are not taking their eyes off the stage. Yi Yaoxue is one of the 10 great martial emperors of 100 Pagoda sect. Although she is ranked 10th, she fought her way up with mid-stage martial emperor Cultivation. It must be known that the people ranked 1st to 9th are all peak martial emperors, only Yi Yaoxue is mid-stage martial emperor. If she breaks through to late-stage martial emperor, she might be able to fight her way up to 1st place. Morong Xianxia also had a ranking, he was in the 30s, this is also very amazing. Only Qin Yan is eating and watching the contest on the stage. He doesn't find anything interesting to watch because Yi Yaoxue is not using any martial skill. She is also not releasing the aura of her martial spirit. The energy she is releasing is very pure, it is impossible to tell what attribute it is. Many older generation present are also very doubtful. Many half-immortals are experienced and knowledgeable but they don't know what attribute Yi Yaoxue is using. Old Feitian said with smile, Old Man Morong is going to capsize. 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones are going to be given away just like that. Ying Qingyu also said with smile, most importantly, his grandson, who he is so proud of, is going to lose. Old Feitian and Ying Qingyu are very happy to see City Master Morong capsize, they are indeed good friends. Kong Feiqing said in low voice, Xiao Yun, that Yi Yaoxue is very awesome. Can you figure out anything? Qin Yan shook his head and said, I can't. Her speed is very fast, even though she is not using any martial arts or cultivation technique, her fist and palm attacks are very skillful. I'm guessing that she's familiar with many superior martial arts techniques, and then she's mastered those martial arts techniques. When she was fighting, she also used it casually. This kind of realm is very high. Old Feitian nodded and said, indeed so, she must have become familiar with many kinds of martial skills and then forgot them. However, her subconscious mind is very familiar with them. During battle, she can very naturally use the most wonderful moves. Ying Qingyu said with smile, that brat Morong Tianjia lost to this little girl, it is not unjust. City Master Morong is frowning while looking at the battle stage. On one hand he is admiring Yi Yaoxue's strength, on the other hand he wants to find her weak point so that his grandson can break it in the future. This Yi Yaoxue is a very good woman, if she can marry Tianjia, it would be very good, City Master Morong said with chuckle, he deliberately spoke very loudly so that everyone can hear him. Old Feitian cursed in low voice, Old Man Morong is deliberately disturbing her heart. On the battle stage, Yi Yaoxue's expression is very relaxed as she attacked Morong Tianjia. Her attacks look very light as a feather, giving people a very gentle feeling. Her moves look very natural and graceful, it is as if she is dancing with the wind. And Morong Tianjia can only block and dodge, his expression is very grave. From the beginning, Morong Tianjia has not attacked at all, he has been defending all along. Yi Yaoxue said with light smile, want to marry me? No problem, as long as his cultivation is not higher than mine and he can defeat me, I will marry him. Many people immediately jeered, telling Morong Tianjia to quickly defeat Yi Yaoxue and marry her. City Master Morong yelled, little girl, don't go back on your words. Yi Yaoxue replied with smile, I, Yi Yaoxue, always keep my word. No matter who my opponent is, as long as his cultivation is not higher than mine and he can defeat me in a fair fight, I will marry him. Morong Yue lightly groaned and said, that is simply impossible. She is a late-stage martial emperor, it is not easy to defeat her. Everyone can see that Yi Yaoxue is unparalleled within the same realm. Morong Tianjia is still bitterly holding on while Yi Yaoxue is happily chatting with City Master Morong. Suddenly, Yi Yaoxue's jade-like palm shot out and overflowed with a thread of red light. She has finally used attribute power but nobody knows what kind of attribute it is. Red martial spirit? Qin Yan's pupils shrunk as he stared at the red light overflowing from Yi Yaoxue's palm. His eyesight is very good, he can see that there are many fine threads under the red light. Many of the older generation could see those threads, but they only thought that they were energy similar to electric threads. But Qin Yan can recognize that they are a kind of rune. Yi Yaoxue's attribute power contains runes. Although Qin Yan can also do it, the runes are very clear, they are not like Yi Yaoxue's which look like electric threads. After Yi Yaoxue used this kind of red power, Morong Tianjia can no longer resist. Boom, Morong Tianjia's energy barrier was destroyed by Yi Yaoxue's gentle jade-like palm. Then he was knocked back by a burst of power and crashed into the barrier. Xianxia lightly flew over. Just as she was about to attack, she heard City Master Morong yell, "He concedes." City Master Morong's expression became somewhat grave as he said, "Young miss, you have won." Morong Xianxia said in low voice, "Grandpa, I can still fight. If you keep fighting, you will be bedridden for more than half a year. More than half a year, you will fall behind other people by a lot." City Master Morong said, "Xianxia, you are an initial stage martial emperor, losing to a mid-stage martial emperor is not a shameful matter." Xianxia waved her sleeve and took away the 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones. Her face is filled with charming smile as she said in soft voice, "Many thanks, City Master." Morong Xianxia somewhat unwillingly walked down from the battle stage. Morong Yue promptly walked over, supported Morong Xianxia up and said, "Big brother, you should cultivate for a few more years, then defeat her and take her as your concubine." Morong Xianxia laughed, "Xiao Wei, you should also work hard and defeat that venerable master. That bastard rapist, I will beat him into a pig's head." Morong Yue immediately looked at Qin Yun, glaring at him while grimacing in pain. Xianxia also looked at Qin Yun and said with light smile, "That venerable master's strength is pretty good, it is a pity that he is only late-stage martial king." Morong Yue said, "That guy is very treacherous. If he was allowed to bring equipment, you would not be his match." Xianxia said with smile, "That is impossible. I fought against a martial king using immortal tools and I won in the end. Don't tell me he can use immortal tools to fight against me?" Hearing her words, everyone looked at Qin Yun. They really want to see how this venerable master will fight against Xianxia with equipment. He has many talismans. Morong Yue said again. "As long as it is not immortal talismans, I am not afraid." Xianxia looked at Qin Yun and said with smile, "Venerable master, do you dare to come up and exchange pointers with me?" Kong Feiqing asked, "If he defeats you, can he marry you?" Xianxia immediately laughed delicately. Her laughter is like silver bells. "Of course he can. Let's see whether or not he has that kind of skill. Naturally, if he wants to fight me, he will have to bring a bargaining chip. If he loses, he will have to give me something good." City Master Morong also instigated Qin Yun and yelled, "Brother Yun, quickly go up." Morong Yue also yelled, "Venerable master, aren't you very dissolute? There is a great beauty waiting for you in front of you, quickly go up and defeat her." Qin Yun is still eating, he said with smile, "I am not interested in her, whoever wants to marry her can go up and fight." This caused a burst of astonished cries. "Hypocrite." Morong Yue cursed in low voice, he is clearly scared. Indeed, he is such a womanizer, how can he not like Xianxia? "Venerable master, don't be modest, go up and fight. Let us have a good time. If you lose, no one will laugh at you. If you win, you will be able to hug the beauty. If you are a man, quickly go up and fight." Qin Yun said in a very bad mood, "If I lose, I will lose a lot of good things. And if I win, I will only get a woman, what good is there in that?" City Master Morong said with smile, "She is not an ordinary woman." Qin Yun curled his lips and said, "I have seen many women who are not ordinary." Morong Yue lightly groaned and said, "It seems like you only like mother and daughter flowers." Everyone immediately burst into laughter. Xianxia also chuckled lightly. Qin Yun took out a pig head Dao talisman and yelled at Morong Yue, "Wretched girl, if you dare speak nonsense again, believe it or not, I will turn you into a pig head." Morong Yue promptly hid behind City Master Morong and said, "Grandpa, quickly protect me." "Forget it, don't force others." Xianxia looked at everyone and said, "Today is City Master Morong's birthday banquet, we need to continue the competition to liven things up. Since I won 20 Regent Origin stones from City Master Morong, I will be the one to guard the battle stage. Late-stage martial emperors can challenge me, if they lose, they must give me a high-quality Regent Origin stone. If they win, they will get 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones. How about it? Of course, if their cultivation does not surpass mine, so long as they defeat me, they can marry me. There are many late-stage martial emperors here, they are all very outstanding, many of them are City Master Morong's sons." Sure enough, a middle-aged late-stage martial emperor jumped up, took out a high-quality Regent Origin stone and placed it below the battle stage. "Miss Yi, please enlighten me." The barrier opened, the battle began. Yi Yashua's lily-white hand flickered with red light, she sent out a palm energy through the air. Gale blew up on the battle stage, then a burst of stormy sea and stormy waves swept out and sent that middle-aged late-stage martial emperor flying into the barrier. I concede, that middle-aged man's mouth is overflowing with blood, his face is filled with fear as he loudly shouted. Just as that middle-aged man jumped down, another person jumped up. That is Old Man Morong's son. This guy is also very strong. Xianxia said in low voice. Qin Yan is looking at the battle stage, apparently he is thinking about something. Kong Feiqing touched his arm and said with giggle, Xiao Yun, do you also want to go up and defeat her? Gong Fian said in low voice, Yun, don't tell me you want to marry her? Games hearing Qin Yan's words, Xianxia said with smile, we will go up in a while. She also said that you are allowed to use equipment. Old Feiqian said with smile, Brother Yun, if you lose to her, I will help you take out that high-quality Regent Origin stone. Qin Yan shook his head and said, I don't want to use equipment to fight her, it will waste a lot of my Dao talismans. I am thinking of a way to get her Regent Origin stones in a less troublesome manner. Old Feiqian mischievously laughed and said, Brother Yun, you are really stingy. When you were sparring with Old Man Morong's 6 grandsons, we thought that you would really use a bunch of Dao talismans to defeat them. We didn't expect that you would only use 1 talisman. 1 talisman is enough. Qin Yan smiled. I only used it because I thought it was fun. The pighead Dao talisman he used was also very useful, it could cause a lot of psychological disturbance to people. City Master Morong's son also fought very intensely with Yi Yashue. This caused many people to exclaim in admiration. Old Man Morong's son is quite strong, he can fight with Yi Yashue for so long. Old Feiqian said, Brother Yun, you should also look carefully, don't just eat, leave some for me. Qin Yan thought as he ate. He did not watch the competition. After a short while, the voice of the middle-aged man admitting defeat came from the battle stage. Although City Master Morong's son is very powerful, he was not able to defeat her. Yi Yashue fought for a long time but it is clear that she did not use her full strength. Sigh, you guys are too weak. Isn't there anyone stronger? It is not that I am looking down on you, but you are truly useless. Yi Yashue faintly sighed. A peerless beauty said such arrogant words on the battle stage, but no one felt disgusted by it. Because not only was she powerful, she was also a beauty. Morong Yue is also very envious and jealous looking at Yi Yashue. She feels that if she had this kind of ability, she wouldn't have suffered so much grievance. No one dared to go up, and the battle stage immediately turned cold. Qin Yan suddenly stood up. Seeing him stand up, the people around him immediately became excited. Is the great Grandmaster going to take action? Grandmaster, bring your equipment and beat her up. If you win, you can marry her. Then, she will serve you with the mother and daughter. Ha ha ha, the group of people went astray as they spoke. Yi Yashue said with smile, Venerable Master, as long as you pay a high-quality Regent Origin stone, you will have the opportunity to marry me. Come and try it. Qin Yan faintly smiled, Miss Yi, are you lacking Regent Origin stones? It's quite lacking. It is a pity that I am not as awesome as a great master who can easily receive so many Regent Origin stones as gifts. With her current cultivation, she needs high-quality Regent Origin stones to increase her cultivation. This kind of Regent Origin stone is very precious, even Yi Yashue rarely receives this kind of gift. Qin Yan said with a smile, that's why I said, what's the use of being good-looking? Nobody gave you high-quality Regent Origin stones. Yi Yashue is somewhat angry and said, Great Master, if you don't want to compete with me, don't make fun of me. Looks like you're really a coward. You only dare to say it, but you don't dare to come up. Morong Yue yelled, what is the point of attacking a woman with words? If you have the guts, go up and fight with her. Qin Yan suddenly took out 2 Regent Origin stones flickering with golden light and said with smile, Miss Yi, these are 2 king-quality Regent Origin stones. Everyone knows that Qin Yan gave a king-quality Regent Origin stone to Yu Shedian before and now he actually has 2. Many people stood up one after another, they want to see what kind of Regent Origin stones they have never seen before. Yi Yashue's beautiful eyes flickered with amazement and excitement. City Master Morong muttered, this brat has king-quality Regent Origin stones but he did not give them to me as gifts, instead he gave them even lower quality Regent Origin stones. Great Master, what? What are you planning to do? Xianxia took a deep breath and asked, if you want to compete with me, you will only need one high-quality Regent Origin stone. Qinyan walked over with the 2 Regent Origin stones and said with smile, relax, I will not give them to you. Xianxia said, then what do you want to do? Qinyan said, I want to have a special competition with you. My cultivation is very low, late-stage martial king, if I want to defeat you, I will have to use equipment. Xianxia said, I will allow you to use equipment, even immortal tools, and I will not use anything. As she spoke, her eyes were fixed on the 2 king-grade Regent Origin stones. Qinyan laughed, no, I don't want to use equipment to compete with you. That would be too wasteful. How about this, we will fight on the battle stage within half an incense stick's worth of time, as long as I can bump into you, it will be your loss. Not only you will marry me, you will also give me your 20 Regent Origin stones, how about it? Everyone cannot help but exclaim in admiration at Qinyan's resourcefulness. This way, he won't need to use equipment, those Dao talismans are very expensive. Moreover, everyone can see Qinyan's speed with their own eyes, maybe he will truly be able to catch up to Xianxia and bump into her within half an incense stick's worth of time. Xianxia's beautiful eyebrows are slightly creased, she thought for a bit and said, if you don't bump into me within half an incense stick's worth of time, you will give me those 2 Regent Origin stones, right? Qinyan nodded, you should be clearer than me about the value of these 2 king-quality Regent Origin stones. Xianxia said, I am indeed very clear about it. But it is still too risky. How about this, as long as you can take off one of my clothes within an incense stick's worth of time, it will be your win. At that time I will be your woman, moreover, you will also get my 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones. Playing a game of taking off clothes. Everyone did not expect Xianxia to be so open. This is not good, people will say that I am a hoodlum. I am a gentleman. Qinyan said, then glanced at Morong Yue. Everyone secretly looked down on him, Xianxia said with smile, relax, I am wearing 3 layers of clothes, if you take off one, it won't be a problem. This caused many people to feel disappointed, they originally wanted to see something. Old Feitian yelled, Brother Yun, don't agree. It is simply impossible. Xianxia said with smile, it is not difficult, I am not attacking, we are just playing a game of chase, I think it is very easy. Qingyu also loudly shouted, Brother Yun, you have to take off a whole set of clothes to win. I feel that at most you will only be able to take off half of her clothes, it will be very difficult to take off a whole set. Kong Feiqing also lightly yelled, Xiao Yun, the clothes she is wearing are very complicated, it will not be easy to take them off in one piece. Taking off a woman's clothes has never been easy. Qinyan said with smile. Great Master, you must have taken off many women's clothes, right? Your skill in this aspect must be very high. Quickly agree. Morong Yue yelled. I have never taken off many women's clothes. Qinyan said. Xianxia faintly smiled, it is not too difficult for you to win against me. Qinyan is also considering, he asked, can I use talismans? You can't use talismans, you also can't attack me, you can only chase me and then think of a way to take off my clothes. If you succeed, me and my 20 Regent Origin stones will be yours. Just take a gamble, maybe you will succeed? Xianxia looked at Qinyan, her quick-witted eyes are flickering with a trace of charm, they are filled with temptation. Qinyan said with smile, all right, I agree. Xianxia said with smile, that's good, there is no need to open the barrier, we are not going to fight anyways. Qinyan agreed, many people began shouting one after another. City Master Morong said with smile, Brother Yun is going to suffer big loss this time. A middle-aged half-immortal said, Dad, forget about a great master who is a martial king, even I, a half-immortal, would only be able to take off half a piece of clothing. Morong Yue curled her lips and said, this immoral great master must have been muddled by beauty, that is why he did such a stupid thing. Xianxia will win for sure. City Master Morong took out an incense stick and said with smile, let me be the judge. He lit the incense stick and yelled, begin. After the battle began, Qinyan immediately used passing shadow extinction breath step and disappeared from the battle stage. Yi Yaoxue is slightly startled. She promptly jumped to the sky and said with light smile, I can see you. She finished speaking and also promptly dodged. Qin Yan rushed up and pounced on empty air. Yi Yaoxue's speed is faster than Qin Yan, everyone can see it in a short while. Qin Yan is very clear that even though his speed is very fast, he is not as fast as Yi Yaoxue. Yi Yaoxue is very proud of herself. She kept dodging Qin Yan and said in ridicule, Great master, hurry up. If you can't take off a piece of my clothing, not only will you lose 2 king-quality Regent Origin stones, you will also lose 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones and you won't be able to obtain me. Qin Yan can only chase, he can't attack, otherwise he would have used super gravity and tree totem, it would have been much easier. Just like this, Qin Yan continuously chased after Yi Yaoxue on the battle stage. Yi Yaoxue is always dodging, moreover she is constantly laughing, it is as if she is playing with a child. Everyone is very happy watching because this great master Qin Yan is about to suffer a setback. Morong Yue said with smile, Sister Yi, you have won, there is still half an incense stick of time left. Morong Tianjia said in low voice, this great master's speed is truly outstanding, it is almost the same as mine. If he was a martial emperor, maybe his strength would be the same as Yi Yaoxue's. Morong Yue curled her lips and said, how is that possible? He is a guy who studies runes every day, he can't defeat Sister Yi. Old Feitian shook his head while watching, Brother Yun is going to fail this time. Ying Qingyu said, no problem, 2 king-quality Regent Origin stones are nothing to him, that brat is overflowing with wealth. Gong Fian is very nervous watching, she said in low voice, this Yi Yaoxue is constantly teasing a Yun, she is too hateful. On the battle stage. Yi Yaoxue is standing at the edge of the battle stage, looking at Qin Yan who is several tens of meters away from her, she said with light smile, Great master, you touched my clothes just now, you are very awesome. Yi Yaoxue's beautiful face is filled with proud smile. Beast horn obtained, Yi Yaoxue is very proud of herself, she is very satisfied with today's harvest. Not only she obtained 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones, she also obtained 2 very rare king-quality Regent Origin stones. This kind of rich harvest will surely cause other martial emperors of 100 Pagoda sect to die from jealousy. Come, come. Great master, quickly come, quickly take off my clothes. He, you won't be able to touch me. Yi Yaoxue charmingly laughed, her voice is very pleasant to listen to and sweet to the ear. Everyone can feel the happiness in her heart from her laughter. Every time Qin Yan rushed over, Yi Yaoxue would suddenly dodge. Half an incense stick of time has passed, Qin Yan has only touched Yi Yaoxue's clothes once. Yi Yaoxue said with smile, Great master, your movement technique is indeed very strong. After all, you are late-stage martial king. If you become martial emperor, maybe you will be as fast as me. She is floating in the sky, speaking very directly. Qin Yan immediately rushed over. Yi Yaoxue dodged in a flash as soon as Qin Yan rushed over. Qin Yan continued to chase but Yi Yaoxue's speed is very fast, she is running back and forth on the battle stage. Both of them are running back and forth on the battle stage at lightning speed, leaving behind after images, it is impossible to see them clearly. Sometimes they are running on the battle stage, sometimes they are flying in the sky, it is very dazzling to the eyes of spectators. Big Sister Yi, there is still a bit left, you will soon win. Morong Yue very happily yelled. She is very happy to see Qin Yan lose. Qin Yan looked at the incense stick, only less than half is left. It seems like I can only try that move, I don't know if it will work or not. Qin Yan said in his heart. Xiao Yun, it will surely succeed, she has nowhere to run. Ling Yuner said. No, there is no barrier on the battle stage, if she is about to be caught, she will suddenly run out of the battle stage. I want to see whether or not I can force her to the center of the battle stage. Qin Yan continued to chase Yi Yaoxue. Yi Yaoxue is secretly amazed because Qin Yan's speed is not too far away from hers, he has almost caught up to her. Everyone has been watching for a long time, they are certain that Qin Yun will lose. Because no matter how they look at it, Qin Yun will not be able to make a comeback. Not only her speed is very fast, her movement technique is also very strange. Even if one's speed is the same as hers, it will not be easy to catch her. Moreover, taking off her clothes is the most difficult part. Just like what other people said, even if he has enough speed, he can at most tear off her clothes. It is simply impossible to smoothly take off her clothes. Originally, Qin Yin proposed that if he meets Yi Yaoxue within half an incense stick worth of time, it would be considered as his victory, but Yi Yaoxue rejected, otherwise she would have already lost. Everyone secretly felt a lingering fear for Yi Yaoxue. If Yi Yaoxue had agreed, the consequences would have been too horrible to imagine. According to the rules, she was in an invincible position from the very beginning. Kong Feiqing cursed in low voice, "This Yi Yaoxue is too cunning. Little Yun, this brat, really, why did he agree?" Gong Fian said, "Maybe a Yun thinks he can do it." While running, Yi Yaoxue laughed lightly again and again. It seems like she is having a lot of fun, just like a child chasing and playing. Suddenly Yi Yaoxue ran to the middle. Qin Yin immediately stopped. Qin Yin stood at the edge of the stage, gasping for breath. Yi Yaoxue said with charming smile, "Great master, are you very tired? Looks like you're working hard. If you lose, don't worry about being laughed at. I, Yi Yaoxue, am a very formidable existence. I am ranked 10th on 100 Pagoda Sect's martial emperor ranking. Not to mention you, none of the martial emperors present here can defeat me in such a situation. It is not that I am arrogant, but all the martial emperors here are trash." These words of hers caused many martial emperors to feel very unhappy, but they could not do anything because Yi Yaoxue was indeed very strong. Qin Yin laughed, "Miss Yi, I admit that I underestimated you before." Yi Yaoxue sweetly smiled and said, "Venerable master, it seems like you were not interested in me before. How about now? Now, you are indeed qualified to be my woman." Qin Yin said with smile. "But you're not qualified to be my man." Yi Yaoxue proudly smiled, "Even though you are very talented in inscription, I feel that your strength is not as good as mine. Right now, you can't even take off my clothes. What right do you have to be my man?" Qin Yin said, "Miss Yi, when you look for a man, do you only look at strength and nothing else?" Yi Yaoxue twirled her hair and said with smile, "Of course, if a man is not as strong as me, he is not worthy of me." She looked at the incense stick below the stage and said again, "Are you admitting defeat?" "Of course not." Qin Yin finished speaking and one after another shadow appeared on his body. Everyone stood up one after another and cried out in alarm while looking at the battle stage. Qin Yin's body appeared on all sides in just a few moments. In just a few short moments, there were more than 100 Qin Yuns on all sides of the battling platform. They are all exactly the same Qin Yun. This is one of the 9 extinction steps, 1000 illusion myriad transformation steps. This is a very fantastic footwork technique. It allows Qin Yun to create many illusions while running at a very fast speed. All of these illusions have his aura and it is very hard to tell which one is real. To use this technique, one must have very strong mental power and sufficient energy. Yi Yaoxue saw more than 100 Qin Yun suddenly approach her and became somewhat flustered in her heart. She promptly soared up to the sky. "This is all a smokescreen." Yi Yaoxue lightly groaned and quickly rushed up to the sky. There are many Qin Yun waiting for her there. Yi Yaoxue increased her speed and indeed broke through a few Qin Yun's illusions. But just now, she felt that something is missing from her body. Now all the illusions on the battle stage have disappeared, only Qin Yun is left on the battle stage. Qin Yun is floating in the sky, he is holding a light pink undergarment in his hand and said with smile, "Miss Yi, this is your undergarment." Yi Yaoxue's face and ears immediately became red, she looked at the pink undergarment in Qin Yun's hand in anger and shame. She now feels that her body is completely empty. It turns out Qin Yun took off her undergarment. Everyone burst into ambiguous laughter. "Immoral venerable master." Morong Yue loudly cursed. "You. This is not my undergarment." Yi Yaoxue promptly yelled. Just as she finished speaking, many Qin Yuns appeared all around her. More than 100 Qin Yun rushed over. Yi Yaoxue immediately screamed in fear and covered her body with her hands. Very soon, Qin Yun's other illusions disappeared, only one is left. Qin Yun is holding 2 pieces of clothing in his hands, one is the pink undergarment he took off earlier and the other is a thin white clothing. "You have 3 layers of clothing on your body, I have already taken off 2 of them. You only have 1 piece of clothing on your body." Qin Yun said with smile. If you don't admit that the 2 pieces of clothing in my hands are yours, then take off the outermost piece of clothing on your body. Xianxia's jade-like face is filled with shame. Although she still has a piece of clothing on her body, she feels that her body is completely empty. She cannot help but tightly cover her body with her hands. At this time, the incense stick has finished burning. I have one, hand over 20 regent origin stones. Qinyan said with smile. Everyone is shocked and tongue-tied. Because from Xianxia's reaction, Qinyan has indeed won. Qinyan used mysterious penetration divine ability to tear off Xianxia's inner clothes. Xianxia tightly gritted her jade-like teeth. She is also very scared because if Qinyan carelessly tore off her outermost clothes, Morongyue stamped her foot and said, "This immoral venerable master, how can he be so shameless? Taking off clothes from the inside, making big sister Yi so embarrassed." Xianxia promptly took out a large gown and draped it over her body. It is clearly a very good Dao tool used to protect her body. Here are the regent origin stones. Xianxia's expression is filled with unwillingness as she threw out the regent origin stones. Qinyan immediately picked them up and said with smile, "You are now my woman, come with me." Xianxia lightly groaned and said, "You can't defeat me, I am not your woman. Quickly give me back my clothes." "You are shameless." Qinyan said with smile, this result is not at all unexpected to him. "Quickly give me back my clothes." Xianxia yelled. Qinyan put away the regent origin stones and said, "We agreed before, if I can take off your clothes, you will be mine. How can you go back on your words?" Xianxia stamped her foot, then soared into the sky and flew far away. She doesn't want her clothes anymore. Qinyan immediately yelled, "This is 100 Pagoda Sect Xianxia's undergarment, I will auction it on the spot, who wants it?" The scene immediately exploded, laughter and cries of alarm rang out. Xianxia promptly flew back and loudly cursed, "Bastard, quickly give me back my clothes." "I won't give it back, who told you to act shamelessly?" Qinyan said with smile. Xianxia saw many people are becoming restless, wanting to buy her undergarment. She immediately shouted, "Whoever wants to buy my clothes, I will make him suffer." Qinyan laughed loudly, "All right, I will put it on display in the whole city." Xianxia's face became red as she furiously said, "You pervert, I will teach you a lesson." Old Feitian promptly flew over and said with smile, "Miss Yi, don't attack. Immoral venerable master, just you wait." Xianxia is very angry, she ran away without even turning her head back. Qinyan curled his lips and stored the clothes. Morongyue loudly cursed. "Wretched guy, you are done for. Sister Yi is a goddess in 100 Pagoda Sect, many martial emperors will surely come to cause trouble for you." Qinyan said with smile, "I am not afraid." He walked over to City Master Morong's side and said with smile, "City Master, that beast horn." City Master Morong let out a long sigh, then waved his hand to give the beast horn to Qinyan. Everyone cannot help but suck in a mouthful of cold air seeing this scene. City Master Morong actually bought that beast horn and gave it to Qinyan. Qinyan said with smile, "City Master Morong is truly straightforward, he also keeps his promise." The incomparably precious beast horn has fallen into Qinyan's hands, this caused many half-immortals to feel very jealous. Morongyue and other few younger generation are also very unhappy. Qinyan looked at Morongyue and said with smile, "Many thanks Miss Morong. If you did not lose to me, City Master Morong would not have given me this beast horn. It is all thanks to Miss Morong that I can obtain this beast horn. Thank you very much. You are angering me to death." Morongyue's face became deep red in anger. She clenched her fists and wanted to attack but was stopped by Morongtianjia. Everyone now realized that there was actually a gamble in the martial arts competition. Morongyue's group attacked Qinyan together and lost, so City Master Morong gave the beast horn to Qinyan. The assessment is over. Of course, Qinyan is not truly chasing after her because he can't catch up to her. He brought Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing away. Soon after, Old Feitian and Ying Qingyu also caught up. Old Feitian is from a big family in Heaven's Pride City. With him, they can easily bring people into Heaven's Pride City. Heaven's Pride City is holding a test, whoever passes the test will become a disciple of 100 Pagoda Sect. Qinyan calculated the time. As long as he returned to Heaven's Pride City, it would not be long before the test results were out. Old Feitian's mood is very good after crossing heavenly tribulation. He is chatting and laughing with Qin Yun along the way. Qin Yun feels that with old Feitian's protection, it will be easier for him to do things in the future. After returning to Heaven's Pride City, Qin Yun immediately learned that the assessment results will be out tomorrow. This is the final stage of the assessment. Lan Chen, Hong Mengshu, and Yu Shedian have not come out yet. It means they can last until the end. Many half-immortals and martial emperors have gathered in old Feitian's Tian family manor. They came to congratulate old Feitian after learning that he had crossed 6 tribulations. Qin Yun, Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing returned to rest. It's really tiring. Qin Yun used the 1,000 illusions myriad transformation before and it consumed a lot of energy. Xiao Yun, you're amazing. I thought you would lose for sure. Kong Feiqing said with smile, now I am somewhat afraid of you. I am worried that you will take off my clothes. Yun, are you not planning to return those clothes to Yaxue? Gong Fian asked. Wait for her to come and get it herself. This woman has agreed to marry me, but she doesn't want to admit it. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, wait until I enter 100 Pagoda sect, see how I deal with her. I'm going to rest first. Qin Yun hastily returned to his room and showed the beast horn to Yao Feng. After Yao Feng saw the beast horn, she said in shock, Qin Yun, this is the horn of an immortal king beast. As for what kind of beast it is, I don't know for now. Qin Yun said, Sister Yao Feng, can I use it to refine tools? If you can smelt it, you can. But with your current strength, you can't do it. Yao Feng said, when there is a chance, Bing Xing and I will join hands and help you refine it. We have helped you a lot in the past. In Qin Yun's previous life, he tricked powerful beauties like Bing Xing to do hard labor and help him refine artifacts. Therefore, they are very familiar with the process. Sister Yao Feng, I met a very special woman today. She is very strong but I don't know what kind of power she is using. Qin Yun said. Tell me. Yao Feng said. Qin Yun immediately informed Yao Feng about his relationship with Yi Yaxue. I really wonder if you've awakened your memories. In your previous life, you also stole Yueqin's underwear to auction. Yao Feng coldly groaned. My memories haven't awakened yet. Qin Yun said with an awkward smile. Yao Feng said, the woman you are talking about has a red variant martial spirit. If my guess is not wrong, it should be an inscription martial spirit. Inscription martial spirit? Qin Yun asked doubtfully. He had only heard of inscription spirit. Inside the awakened martial spirit, there is some kind of rune. Those runes can allow her to obtain very strong and formidable power. Yao Feng said, for example, if you use materials to refine a tool, if it is just an embryo, the power will be very limited. If you carve runes on it, the embryo will possess special power. Is this kind of martial spirit common? Qin Yun asked. There are many in Immortal Desolate. Because soul-refining masters with superb technique can carve runes on their martial spirit in the later stage. They can also refine inscription martial spirit after birth. Of course, this is very risky. If you fail or don't use it properly, the martial spirit will scatter. Yao Feng said. Qin Yun also carved runes on his martial spirit before, so after hearing Yao Feng's words, he realized how awesome Yi Yaxue is. Yao Feng said again, she has a red variant martial spirit, moreover, she was born with runes, she is certainly stronger than inscription martial spirits after birth. Qin Yun said with smile, I really want to capture her and study her. This woman promised to be my woman, yet she ran away like this. You stubborn bastard. Yao Feng said in a very bad mood. Qin Yun laughed, then lied down on the bed and rested for 2 hours. After he recovered, he took out a stack of papers and carefully and earnestly looked at them. Yingqingyu gave him a task to refine a beast skin grand formation. This formation is very big, it is a 50 meters wide circular formation. Qin Yun looked at it with frown. Yingqingyu provided the required runes, they are full of star runes and Dao runes. Wait until I finish refining, I will know what kind of formation it is. Qin Yun looked at it and feels that it is not too difficult, he only needs some time. After daybreak, Qin Yun used a sound transmission conch to call Yingqingyu. Yu gave Qin Yun all the required materials, moreover he gave him 2 portions. He is worried that Qin Yun will fail, so he gave him 2 portions. Brat, roughly when can you deliver the goods? If you can successfully refine it, I will give you 10 mid-quality Regent Origin stones. Yu asked. Only 10? Qin Yun feels that it is too little. It's a lot alright. I borrowed them. Yu cursed in low voice, you have so many Regent Origin stones, don't look down on me. Alright. Qin Yun said, but you must tell me what effect it has, I want to test it after I finish refining. This. Actually it is a trap formation. Yu said with evil smile, you refine it, be careful. Alright, I will contact you in 1 month. Qin Yun said with smile, give me the Regent Origin stones. Here are 5 for now. Yu handed over 5 Regent Origin stones to Qin Yun and said again, you must hide your identity well. Many martial emperor-level males of 100 Pagoda sect want to skin you alive because of Xianxia. I will enter 100 Pagoda sect soon. Qin Yun said. Do you want to go with Yu Shadian or Hong Mengshu? Yu is somewhat worried, don't go with them. Everyone knows that they are your girls, no matter how you disguise yourself, people will suspect you. I won't go with them. Brother you are truly concerned about me. Qin Yun said. Yu said with mischievous smile, I am afraid that you will die. I give you 5 Regent Origin stones and a large amount of materials, if you die, my loss will be great. Qin Yun cannot help but smile and said, do I look that weak? Alright, I will go find my friends and fish out some things, you can stay here and enjoy yourself. Yu curled his lips and then left the small house. Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing are still inside the house, they are using Heavenly Rune Bead to cultivate. Because they have been using Heavenly Rune Bead for many years, the power they cultivate is very special and there are no side effects. If other people cultivate with Heavenly Rune Bead for a long time, their power would gradually become weaker. Qin Yun walked over and knocked on the door. Kong Feiqing promptly opened the door and asked, Xiao Yun, what's the matter? Mengshu and Xiao Tian should be back today. At that time, you 2 will enter 100 Pagoda sect with them. They will enter the same pagoda, you mother and daughter will also be together. Qin Yun said. Many thanks a Yun. Gong Fian said with grateful expression. You are welcome, I am very grateful to you for obtaining that heavenly rune. Qin Yun said with smile. That heavenly rune is very useful to him. Kong Feiqing charmingly smiled, Xiao Yun, wait for big sister to become stronger, I will surely help you capture Xianxia. Many thanks big sister Kong. Qin Yun said with smile. No need to be polite. Kong Feiqing caressed Qin Yun's handsome face with smile. At this time, Qin Yun's sound transmission conch buzzed. He promptly took it out and saw that it is Hong Mengshu. Brother Yun, we have passed the assessment. We are on the way to Tian Family Manor, we heard about you and Xianxia's matter. Xianxia's fame in 100 Pagoda sect is not ordinary, she is also very popular among male disciples. Now you have taken off her underwear, I feel like you are done for. Hong Mengshu said with smile. Ayun, after we enter 100 Pagoda sect, do you want us to help you negotiate with Xianxia? Give her back her bra. I heard that underwear is a very awesome Dao tool, it is very important to her. Yu Shadian said with smile. Although Xianxia is very popular, it is all empty. Otherwise she would not have to go everywhere to collect Regent Origin stones. Wait until we enter 100 Pagoda sect. Oh that's right, I won't go with you, help me bring 2 people in. Soon after, Qin Yun informed Hong Mengshu and Yu Shadian about the mother and daughter duo. Hong Mengshu and Yu Shadian also agreed to bring them in when the time comes. Qin Yun also found out that Lan Shen has returned to Heaven's Pride City's Divine Inscription Palace. Therefore, he did not wait for Hong Mengshu and Yu Shadian and directly left for Divine Inscription Palace. Qin Yun arrived at Divine Inscription Palace and very quickly found Lan Shen. Lan Shen saw Qin Yun arrive and very enthusiastically received him. He promptly brought Qin Yun to a very luxurious private room and ordered many dishes. Qin Yun also began eating without any politeness and said with smile, Old Lan, why are you suddenly so enthusiastic towards me? Lan Chen said, Qin Yun, it is all thanks to you carving star totem on my martial spirit, my strength increased greatly and all aspects improved by a lot. Otherwise I would not have been able to smoothly pass the assessment. Then old Lan, how will you thank me? Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Qin Yun, you are now much richer than me. I know that you obtained 20 high-quality Regent Origin Stones from City Master Moron's birthday banquet, that is something I am very envious of. Lan Chen said with bitter smile, therefore, this poor ghost can only treat you to a meal. Old Lan, you should know that I have a conflict with Xianxia, right? Qin Yun asked. You brat, you are truly awesome. Lan Chen said with evil smile, many male disciples of 100 Pagoda sect want to suppress you because of this matter. Qin Yun said, originally I wanted to enter 100 Pagoda sect with Meng Shu or Xiao Tian. But now everyone knows that I know them, if I enter with them, my identity will surely be suspected, therefore, I want you to bring me into 100 Pagoda sect, we will be in the same pagoda. Alright? Lan Chen immediately became very happy hearing this and said, no problem. However, when the time comes, don't let people know that you are a venerable master. Star Traveling Pagoda. Lan Chen very much wants Qin Yun to follow him. After all, Qin Yun's venerable master title was bestowed by those half-immortals. Moreover, Qin Yun is the sect master of Inscription Gate and knows how to refine souls. Lan Chen doesn't have anyone to protect him after entering 100 Pagoda sect. If he brings Qin Yun along, it will be a lot better. Qin Yun said, Old Lan, have you inquired about Boss Xie? I have inquired. Rest assured, after I enter, I will find a way to contact Xie Wufeng. Lan Chen said with smile. Lan Chen is also afraid of being bullied inside 100 Pagoda sect. Xie Wufeng is also a very powerful person inside 100 Pagoda sect. Therefore, Lan Chen has already inquired about Xie Wufeng's situation. Qin Yun asked again, then when can we enter 100 Pagoda sect? Lan Chen took out a token. The token looks like a pagoda, it has Star Traveling Pagoda written on it. The pagoda I entered is called Star Traveling Pagoda. After we finish eating, we will immediately enter. I will take you to report first and also let you receive a token like this. Lan Chen said, I passed the assessment, so the token is golden. And if you follow me, your token will be silver. Even though people with silver token are disciples, they cannot enjoy the resources provided by 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yun took the golden token, looked at it and said with smile, it doesn't matter, I want to enter 100 Pagoda sect to see if there is anything fun. Lan Chen said, Qin Yun, you control many cultivation resources. The amount provided by 100 Pagoda sect is nothing to you. Of course, even though you have silver token, you can still learn many things inside. Qin Yun also wants to learn many things related to stars, this is also the reason why he wants to enter 100 Pagoda sect. Oh that's right, you must not expose your identity when the time comes. You have offended Xianxia, this is not a joke. Lan Chen warned. What is so awesome about Xianxia? Qin Yun asked. She is a disciple of First Pagoda. The strongest pagoda in 100 Pagoda sect is called First Pagoda. Moreover, she is the chief disciple of First Pagoda, she has many awesome senior brothers and elders. She has been bullied, First Pagoda's disciples will surely help her. Lan Chen is also secretly apprehensive when speaking of Xianxia. Then what kind of people are her elders? Qin Yun asked again. I did not manage to inquire about her parents and ancestors. I only know that she was taken as a disciple by an old woman from the First Pagoda when she was a child, said Lan Chen. Is Xianxia's position in 100 Pagoda sect really very high? Then why does she want to collect Regent Origin Stones herself? Won't 100 Pagoda sect provide it to her? Qin Yun is very doubtful about this. Qin Yun, do you think Regent Origin Stones are stones that can be easily obtained? Xianxia is so young, yet she is so powerful. First Pagoda has provided her with many resources. Xianxia also knows that she is occupying too many resources, so she rejected First Pagoda's offer and only took her own share. Then she will look for other resources. Lan Chen said with smile, I have to say, this Xianxia is really not bad. Qin Yun said with smile, I thought the matter of her being popular was all fake. Because nobody gave her Regent Origin Stones, aren't they just high-quality Regent Origin Stones? There are so many young masters, even if each of them gave one to her, she would not be able to use them all. Lan Chen has a speechless expression as he said, Qin Yun, I already said that Regent Origin stones are not stones. Not to mention high-quality Regent Origin stones, even low-quality Regent Origin stones are very precious. Those young masters, no matter how much they squander, they will not casually give away high-quality Regent Origin stones. Of course, if they give away high-quality Regent Origin stones, it would be more like marrying Yi Yaoxue. Even old martial emperors who have high-quality Regent Origin stones are keeping them for their own use. They can't even bear to give them to their sons, let alone give them to a woman they can't even touch. How can they be like you, casually giving away a king-quality Regent Origin stone to a woman, truly a wastrel? Ling Yuner delicately giggled and said in Qin Yun's mind, Xiao Yun, you have Regent stone mothers, moreover you also have many Regent Origin stones, you are the one who thinks that it is nothing. Lan Chen very disdainfully looked at Qin Yun, later if you have Regent Origin stones, don't carelessly give them away, keep them for your own use. Qin Yun did not give away the Regent Origin stone, Yu Shetian returned it to him. I know. Qin Yun nodded. Lan Chen and Qin Yun finished eating, then left Divine Inscription Palace and left Heaven's Pride City. Lan Chen took out his golden command token, it will guide him to Star Traveling Pagoda. I inquired, Star Traveling Pagoda and Miss Yu's group are not far from Ancient Star Pagoda. Lan Chen said. His golden command token flickered and flickered, guiding the way. After leaving Heaven's Pride City, they can see a large mountain on the east side. There are many towering pagodas. Many huge pagodas are towering on the mountain, they look like heaven-supporting pillars. The majestic mountain seems somewhat dim in front of the huge pagodas. Although these 100 pagodas are very far apart from each other, they are all connected to each other. These 100 pagodas also form a very large formation. 100 Pagoda Heaven-Raising Formation is the largest and strongest formation in Xian Domain. It is said that it covers a radius of 10,000 li, even if a star falls down, it can block it. Lan Chen said. They are also flying over a very tall and very large square pagoda. Can it block heavenly tribulation? Qin Yun curiously asked. It can. But after leaving the 100 Pagoda Heaven-Raising Formation, the heavenly tribulation will sense it. Lan Chen looked at a 10,000-meter tall pagoda and said, some pagodas are renovated or rebuilt, some have existed since the beginning. Are the more ancient pagodas stronger? Qin Yun asked. He looked all around, looking at the various pagodas. Of course not. The newer pagodas are, the more powerful they are. Because only powerful pagodas have enough resources to rebuild or renovate them. Lan Chen said with sigh, the star-traveling pagoda we are going to is an ancient pagoda. It is said to be very short, the shortest pagoda in 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yun said with smile, it doesn't matter, we are going there to learn knowledge. Lan Chen has star totem, so he doesn't need to rely too much on resources. Yu Shetian said that entering star-traveling pagoda will be very helpful for traveling through the starry sky in the future, that is why Lan Chen wants to go. So long as they become the first pagoda, they will change their name to First Pagoda. If they lose their ranking, they will revert to their original name. Lan Chen looked at the top of the six-sided pagoda in the distance and said, that is the first pagoda, the tallest and the biggest pagoda. It has tens of thousands of disciples. It is said that if all the disciples of First Pagoda move out, they can sweep through Second to 10th Pagoda. Their strength is very formidable, it will be very difficult to shake their position in a short period of time. And First Pagoda's Pagoda Master is also the sect master of 100 Pagoda sect. 100 Pagoda sect has one sect master, 10 elders, 4 law protectors and 3 grand elders. And First Pagoda has one sect master, 3 elders, 1 grand elder and 2 law protectors. Moreover, they have good relationship with 30 pagoda masters. Lan Chen glanced at Qin Yun and said, now do you know how awesome that little girl Yi Yaoxue is? Qin Yun laughed, he is not the least bit afraid. First Pagoda is the overlord of 100 Pagoda sect. But Qin Yun is a very experienced and knowledgeable person, moreover he has Divine Tool Sun Soul, 9 Sun Divine Soul and Yao Feng, a formidable immortal king, he has nothing to fear. Xia Wufeng and Han Yan are in Divine Sword Pagoda, Hua Zhong and Murong Shaoran are in Heavenly Beast Pagoda. Heavenly Beast Pagoda is ranked 9th. Divine Sword Pagoda is ranked second. It is also a very good pagoda. Lan Chen said. What about the Star Traveling Pagoda we are going to? What is its rank? Qin Yan asked. I don't know, there are only 50 pagoda. Those below 50 are not ranked, nobody cares. In any case, Star Traveling Pagoda cannot enter top 50. Lan Chen said with smile, this is also good, at least our Star Traveling Pagoda will not receive that much attention, we can calmly study. Qin Yan and Lan Chen are chatting while flying, they are passing through many huge and magnificent pagoda. At dusk, they arrived beside a very large lake. The lake is dyed bright red by the setting sun. There is a 10-storied old wooden pagoda beside the lake. This old wooden pagoda looks like it can be blown down by a gust of wind. Moreover, there are many weapon attack marks on the outside of the pagoda. There is a missing corner sign hanging on the door of the first floor, Star Traveling Pagoda. Not a single one of those 3 words is complete, they are all faded. Motherfucker. This Star Traveling Pagoda is so much worse than I expected. Lan Chen has the urge to raise his head to the sky and curse. Is Ancient Star Pagoda better than this place? Qin Yan asked. Ancient Star Pagoda, ranked 35, of course it is very good. Lan Chen sighed and said, forget it, we are already here, what can we do? The door is wide open because there is no door at all. It is truly rotten. Lan Chen grumbled. An old man with messy white hair, wearing grey clothes, hastily ran out and said with smile, are you Lan Chen? Hello junior brother Lan. Qin Yan and Qin Yan looked at each other because they believed that this old man should be a pagoda master or an elder of the pagoda, but he is actually just a disciple. Pagoda master, junior brother Lan has arrived, junior brother Lan has arrived, the old man yelled. Soon after, a large group of old men ran down, there are more than a dozen of them. Hello junior brother, these old men are all very old, their backs are hunched, it looks like they are going to die at any time. Qin Yan looked at these old men, most of them are martial kings, there are a few martial emperors among them who look like they are completely exhausted. At this time an old granny slowly walked over while leaning on a walking stick. She is not that old, moreover she is also a half-immortal. Although Lan Chen is completely disappointed in his heart, he still politely said, greetings Pagoda Master. I am Lan Chen, this is the silver disciple I brought, his name is Qin Xiaoyun. On the road, Lan Chen said that this Pagoda Master is called Granny Star, she is a very kind and benevolent person. Hello little junior brother, hello little junior brother, those old men very happily yelled. Hello senior brothers. Qin Yan also yelled with smile on his face. He feels very strange to have such a group of old senior brothers. That's right Pagoda Master, according to reason, there should be another golden disciple. Did he not come? Lan Chen said, that's right, he passed the assessment together with me. Every pagoda recruits 2 golden disciples, then the 2 disciples they brought are silver disciple. Granny Star said with sigh, he was scared away, he threw down the golden disciple and left. She finished speaking, handed over the golden disciple to Qin Yun and said with smile, Xiaoyun, I have modified this golden disciple, from now on you will be our Star Traveling Pagoda's golden disciple. Lan Chen feels like he is being screwed by a dog because he passed the assessment with great difficulty to become a golden disciple. Star Teleporter Granny Star very quickly finished making a golden token, handed it over to Qin Yun and said with smile, drip blood on it. Qin Yun felt somewhat worried as he asked, Pagoda Master, I didn't pass the assessment and yet I can become a golden disciple. Will that be alright? Lan Chen worriedly said, Pagoda Master, I heard that 100 Pagoda sect is very strict with their disciples. Xiaoyun didn't pass the test and directly became a gold disciple. Will he be blamed? Qin Yun heard that 100 Pagoda sect's official disciple recruitment is very strict, only those who pass the assessment can enter. Granny Star chuckled and said, relax, our Star Traveling Pagoda is so broken, no one will care about our disciples. These words caused Qin Yun and Lan Chen to feel strange in their hearts, they feel like vomiting blood. Qin Yun also dripped blood on the gold medal. From now on, he is Star Traveling Pagoda's gold medal disciple. Pagoda Master, do our Star Traveling Pagoda only have these people? Qin Yun looked at those old men. Indeed, originally there were a few more but they all died yesterday. Granny Star said with sigh. Greetings, senior brothers. Lan Chen bowed towards those elders. Qinyan followed Lan Chen and bowed to those senior brothers. Those senior brothers are very happy because after so many years, their star-traveling pagoda finally has new disciples. Star-traveling pagoda's people are all very old, there is not a single middle-aged person. It can be seen how serious the gap in the middle is. Granny Star said, "You two youngsters, don't look down on our star-traveling pagoda. Although our star-traveling pagoda is rather shabby, we have a very glorious history. When 100 Pagoda sect was founded, our star-traveling pagoda was the first pagoda." As she spoke, she pointed at a stone tablet erected in the corner of the first floor's hall. Sure enough, the 3 words "First Pagoda" were written on it. Qin Yan's eyes lit up as he asked, "Pagoda Master, how did our star-traveling pagoda become the first pagoda back then?" Granny Star's eyes are filled with reminiscence, she said, "We can obtain large amount of starry sky resources. Our star-traveling pagoda's first pagoda master traversed many galaxies and brought back a great amount of cultivation resources. Later, because some disciples frequently went to the starry sky and then disappeared or never came back, it caused our star-traveling pagoda to decline." Lan Chen frowned and said, "Pagoda Master, how do you obtain cultivation resources now? Senior brothers, you look so old. Is it because you don't have enough cultivation resources?" Granny Star let out a long sigh and said, "Don't mention it. In the past, because one of our pagoda masters made a mistake, our star-traveling pagoda's resources for 30,000 years were deducted. In the future, you can just call me Granny Star. Star-traveling pagoda has become like this. I don't have the qualifications to be the pagoda master." When Lan Chen came here, he knew that star-traveling pagoda's resources are not many. But now it seems like the situation is even worse than he imagined. Luckily he and Qin Yan can survive without relying on resources. "Granny Star, how many years will it take before we can obtain resources?" Qin Yan asked. "Another 8,000 years. Granny Star shook her head and sighed, "It is all because of our pagoda master. He was too impulsive back then and killed the pagoda master and a group of pagoda stewards in one breath." Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "This should have nothing to do with star-traveling pagoda. Star-traveling pagoda's pagoda master must have also been punished, right?" Granny Star also said very angrily, "Indeed. It indeed has nothing to do with us younger generation. But Bastion Pagoda suffered disastrous losses back then, they wanted us to compensate, so they deducted our resources for 30,000 years. Now Bastion Pagoda is the first pagoda. It's also because of our resources that they were able to grow so quickly." Lan Chen said in amazement, "So 100 Pagoda sect has this kind of history? Bastion Pagoda has been the first pagoda for so long and has so many disciples, it is all because they have seized star-traveling pagoda's resources." "That's right. Our star-traveling pagoda once made great contributions, so we obtained a lot of resources. Then they were taken away by Bastion Pagoda." Granny Star is filled with helplessness and anger while talking about the past. Lan Chen looked at the simple and crude first-floor hall and said, "Star-traveling pagoda has existed for more than 20,000 years, it is already very good." Granny Star said, "Junior brothers, don't be discouraged. Don't be scared away by the current situation. Our star-traveling pagoda was once prosperous, our foundation is still there." Other senior brothers also promptly nodded. Lan Chen rubbed his bald head and asked, "Granny Star, we came here to study starry sky knowledge. Do you still have that knowledge?" Granny Star nodded and said with smile, "Of course it is our star-traveling pagoda's most precious thing." "Very good, can we go take a look now?" Qin Yan asked. "Of course you can. Come, follow me," Granny Star said. Granny Star brought Qin Yan and Lan Chen to a corner. Qin Yan pointed at another direction and said, "Granny Star, the stairs are over there." Granny Star said with smile, "Our star-traveling pagoda's knowledge is not in this broken pagoda." Qin Yan and Lan Chen are somewhat amazed, they looked at each other and are secretly looking forward to it. After Granny Star arrived at a corner, she said, "Look below, can you see anything?" Qin Yan saw with a glance that there is a 3-meter wide ring at this corner. He carefully looked and his expression immediately became filled with shock as he said, "Teleportation formation." Granny Star and other senior brothers also have shocked expression on their faces. "Xiao Yun, how do you know?" Granny Star asked in alarm. This? I studied runes for a period of time. That's why I can recognize it. Qin Yun laughed. Qin Yun is also very amazed seeing this teleportation formation because it is completely different from the ones he saw before. The majority of the teleportation formation under his feet have star and moon runes, followed by sun runes. There are no Dao runes. This means that this is a starry sky teleportation formation. It is not a teleportation formation on the ground. Granny Star said, "Let's go, I will bring you to our Star Traveling Pagoda's library." Granny Star activated the teleportation formation and disappeared from the corner of Star Traveling Pagoda in a short while. Qin Yun and Lan Chen's eyes flashed with a burst of brightly colored light, and then they arrived at an unknown place. This is... Qin Yun raised his head and saw a huge cyan-colored star. It gave him a kind of oppressive feeling. There are many multicolored huge stars all around in all directions. They are slowly moving and rotating, as if they are going to press down at any moment. Lan Chen jumped in fright seeing those huge stars all around. "We are on a very small star," Granny Star said with smile. Qin Yun and Lan Chen looked below their feet. There is also a teleportation formation and there is a very large house ahead. Granny Star pointed at the stars all around and said, "Although these stars are incomparably huge, don't worry, they won't collide with us. These stars were originally placed here by our Star Traveling Pagoda seniors to protect this place. A super great formation set up by stars." Qin Yun deeply inhaled a mouthful of cold air. He cannot help but admire the strength of Star Traveling Pagoda seniors. He is also secretly excited in his heart because this means that Star Traveling Pagoda must have a great amount of star formation inheritance. There will be even more star runes. "Let's go, we will go." Granny Star is also very happy because she can see that Qin Yun and Lan Chen are very sincere in learning knowledge. Their Star Traveling Pagoda has not had any young people for many years. It is mainly because they were scared away. "Granny Star, those senior brothers are so old, don't you think of a way to help them break through? If they don't break through, they will die of old age," Qin Yun said. "There is no way. If they want to break through, they can only think of a way to obtain a great amount of energy, but we don't have resources. They are also very old, they don't have enough energy to fight for it." Granny Star let out a long sigh and said, "There were many young people who joined our Star Traveling Pagoda before, but many of them wanted to swindle our knowledge, so I drove them away. As time passed, the number of disciples left became fewer and fewer, they also became older and older. But they are all very loyal to Star Traveling Pagoda." Lan Chen said, "Granny Star, are you sure that we are not here to swindle our knowledge?" Granny Star said with chuckle, "As long as you can smoothly enter that star-picking pavilion, it means that you are sincere in joining our Star Traveling Pagoda." Qin Yun suddenly became somewhat worried and said, "Granny Star, I am afraid that I won't be able to smoothly enter." Granny Star pulled Qin Yun's hand and said with smile, "Xiao Yun, what is your purpose in coming to Star Traveling Pagoda?" Qin Yun said, "To study knowledge." Then, "I saw that Star Traveling Pagoda is in such a bad condition. I also want to help Star Traveling Pagoda and make it better." "That's good," Granny Star said with smile, then pulled Qin Yun and quickly rushed towards that 3-story tall pavilion. The entrance is open but there is a barrier around it. Granny Star brought Qin Yun and quickly entered the star-picking pavilion's entrance. "Hee, we have smoothly entered. Xiao Yun, you are now our Star Traveling Pagoda's disciple." Granny Star looked at Lan Chen and yelled, "Xiao Lan, quickly come in." Lan Chen somewhat guiltily rushed over and also smoothly passed through the entrance. What is the principle behind this barrier? It can actually detect whether someone is sincere or not. Lan Chen looked at the barrier and asked in amazement. This is something our Star Traveling Pagoda's seniors created. Many spies were unable to pass through anyway. Granny Star became even more happy because Qin Yun and Lan Chen have been acknowledged. After Qin Yun and Lan Chen entered, they saw many bookshelves. This caused them to have a headache because there are simply too many books. "Granny Star, what should we study?" Qin Yun asked in confusion. "Xiao Yun, which aspect of star knowledge are you interested in?" Granny Star asked. I like star formation and star runes. Then I want to study all kinds of star resources, star spirits, star totems, star martial spirits and so on." I heard that moon and 9 suns are also a kind of star. I am very interested in these two aspects. Qin Yan said while thinking. Xiaoyun, this is very extensive. Granny Star said in amazement and then looked at Lan Chen. Lan Chen said, I want to study how to use Star Totem's power. Furthermore, I want to travel the Star Ocean. I want to study these two aspects. Pagoda Master Qin Yan and Lan Chen are sitting at a table near the wall, patiently waiting for Granny Star to find books. Granny Star ran up and down, took out thick and old books from the bookshelf and put them into 2 storage bags. Less than half a day later, Granny Star finished busying herself, then took out 2 storage bags and handed them over to Qin Yan and Lan Chen. Qin Yan and Lan Chen took the bags and looked inside. They found out that there are many books inside. Granny Star said with smile, take out the books and put them on the ground. I will teach you how to read books. Qin Yan and Lan Chen are somewhat doubtful. They can read books, there is no need to teach them. They doubtfully took out the books from the storage bags and put them on the ground. Qin Yan has the most books in his storage bag. There are more than 20 books. Lan Chen only has 5 books. Granny Star said, when you open a book, you will see a book spirit. So long as you absorb the book spirit, the book's knowledge will appear in your mind. If you have time, you can absorb the book spirit bit by bit and obtain knowledge. Qin Yan exclaimed in admiration and said, won't it be very easy to obtain great amount of knowledge? Of course not, you need to absorb the book spirit bit by bit, it won't appear in your mind all at once. This is to let you comprehend the knowledge better. Granny Star stroked Qin Yan's head and said with smile. Qin Yan opened a book and a ball of white light appeared inside. Close your eyes and calmly sense the book spirit. Then let the book spirit consciously fuse with your soul. Granny Star said again. Qin Yan and Lan Chen followed Granny Star's instructions and very soon they successfully absorbed the book spirit. Granny Star, will these books become useless in the future? Qin Yan curiously asked. Of course not, these books are placed here. After a period of time, they will be able to breed a new book soul. These books and this star-picking pavilion are the crystallization of the wisdom of the seniors. Granny Star kindly looked at Qin Yan and said, Xiaoyun, quickly absorb the book spirit. Qin Yan nodded. He quickly opened one book after another, absorbed the book spirit and stored the content inside his illusory space. In the illusory space, Ling Yan'er could also obtain that knowledge, which made her very excited. She kept flapping her little wings and flying around to read books. Xiaoyun, your absorption speed is very fast, much faster than Xiaolan. Granny Star said with smile, it seems like your soul is very strong. Qin Yan smiled and continued flipping through the books to absorb the book souls. He had absorbed 8 book souls, while Lan Chen had only absorbed 4. Of course, Lan Chen only had 5 books. He only needed to absorb 1 more. After Lan Chen finished absorbing the book souls of the 5 books, he closed his eyes and tried to read the knowledge. The process is rather easy. Lan Chen said with very satisfied smile, Granny Star, does Star Traveling Pagoda have any martial arts? No. Each pagoda doesn't have their own martial arts. 100 Pagoda sect only provides cultivation resources and environment. If you want martial arts, you will have to use Regent Origin stones to buy them from First Pagoda. Only First Pagoda has the qualification to sell all martial arts of 100 Pagoda sect. Granny Star said. Qin Yan cursed softly, if it's a good martial art, wouldn't it be able to be sold many times? Granny Star said with sigh, that is why First Pagoda is so strong. Of course, I can also impart some martial arts and martial skills to you but they might not be suitable for you. First Pagoda sells martial arts that are similar to book souls. Moreover, they contain the insights of some experts, so the price is very high. Qin Yan has mastered some pretty good martial arts and cultivation methods, it is enough for now. If you have time, you can go to First Pagoda to take a look. First Pagoda relies on selling cultivation method souls to accumulate many Regent Origin stones. They use them to cultivate many outstanding disciples, allowing First Pagoda to maintain its position as the #1 pagoda. This way, they will always have the qualification to sell cultivation methods. Qin Yan and Lan Chen entered 100 Pagoda sect and found out that there are so many rules inside 100 Pagoda sect. He absorbed the book souls of those 20 books, and planned to carefully absorb the contents in the future when he had time. Alright, let's go back. Granny Star is very happy, her face is filled with beaming smile because her star-traveling pagoda finally has new disciples. Xianxia and Lanchen left Star-Picking Pavilion. Xianxia looked at the huge stars in the sky and said, "Granny Star, there must be a lot of energy inside these stars. Can we absorb them and use them for cultivation?" Originally there was a star origin great formation here, it can condense star power, it was also the foundation of our star-traveling pagoda. But it was destroyed by First Pagoda. Granny Star became very angry talking about this matter. After it was destroyed, no one was able to set it up again. This is also one of the reasons why our star-traveling pagoda declined. Xianxia immediately floated up, looked down, and said, "Granny Star, is the star-picking pavilion at the center of the formation?" "Yes, yes, yes." "Xiaoyun, how do you know?" Granny Star said in amazement. "I can see it." Xianxia floated in the sky and used Extinction Spirit Eye to see that there is a very large ring revolving around the star-picking pavilion. Naked I cannot see this ring, Xianxia can use Extinction Spirit Eye to see it. Because this ring is formed from densely packed runes, it has been severely damaged but there is still remnant energy inside. Xianxia cannot help but exclaim in admiration because these runes have been damaged for many years but the runes inside the formation are still very active. "Granny Star, I might be able to restore it. But I need help." Xianxia said, "It would be best if I can find the runes of this great formation, it will be even easier to restore it." Granny Star looked at Xianxia in amazement and said, "Xiaoyun, the blueprint of the great formation is in my hands, come down and take a look." Xianxia promptly landed on the ground. Granny Star spread out a very large beast skin paper. There is only one large ring on it, it is carved with complete dark runes. The star-picking pavilion in the middle has not been drawn. Xianxia carefully looked and said, "They are all star runes. The most important thing is that the formation foundation, the star-picking pavilion, has not been destroyed. The star runes on the outside are the easiest part, I should be able to restore them." Star-traveling pagoda's seniors are truly awesome. They directly refined the star-picking pavilion into the formation foundation, moreover it is very stable. First Pagoda also destroyed the ring on the outside, they should not have known that the star-picking pavilion is the most important formation foundation. Granny Star is somewhat excited and said, "Xiaoyun, you are truly awesome, we actually did not know about this, back then many seniors were either killed, captured or ran away. Only star-traveling pagoda and star-picking pavilion as well as many low-level disciples remained. Back then, I was the most important disciple, that is why I became the pagoda master." Xianxia said with frown, "It seems like there is some hidden conflict between star-traveling pagoda and First Pagoda that led to such an intense conflict back then." Granny Star shook her head and said, "I was very young back then, I did not know what happened. I inexplicably received the pagoda master token and became the pagoda master. In a flash, more than 20,000 years passed by." Xianxia said, "Granny Star, can you call those senior brothers over? I need their help, I need them to condense a great amount of star spirit power." "Alright, I will call them over." Granny Star is very excited and said, "Xiao Lan, you are a new disciple, you will represent our star-traveling pagoda and participate in the new disciple competition. Just go and join in the fun, don't worry about ranking." Granny Star brought Lanchen towards the teleportation formation and told him about the new disciple competition. The teleportation formation is also inside the Star Origin Great Formation. Xianxia waited for less than half an hour, those senior brothers arrived one after another through the teleportation formation. Under Xianxia's guidance, they floated in the sky and formed a circle. Then they began condensing star spirit power together. The power of the star souls that they condensed were all channeled into that huge ring. Very soon, the dust on the surface of the circle flashed and a golden circle appeared. "Senior brothers, persevere for a period of time," Xianxia yelled. "He is walking on the circle, it is as if he is walking on a wide golden road. He can see many small star runes on the surface, they are all broken. If I use mental resonance Xian Pen to repair them bit by bit, I don't know how long it will take." Xianxia frowned, his heart is somewhat heavy. After thinking for a bit, he said, "Yuner, help me use Nether Sun to devour the star spirit power released by those senior brothers." "Alright." Ling Yuner promptly did as instructed. Granny Star is at the side. She can see that the star spirit power released by those senior brothers are all pouring into Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun is walking on the golden road. He spread open his arms and released a great amount of star spirit power. He directly used Nether Sun mental power to envelop the damaged star runes and then used Star Lord Inscription Spirit to quickly repair the damaged star runes. Granny Star is incomparably shocked seeing this from the side. She has been looking for many inscription masters to repair the Star Origin Great Formation for many years, but none of them could repair it. Apparently, Qin Yun can very easily repair a large number of damaged star runes by himself. Granny Star is a very experienced and knowledgeable person, but she doesn't know how Qin Yun did it. Those senior brothers floating in the sky have been strenuously looking for a method to repair the formation for many years, but to no avail. Now that they see Qin Yun can repair it, they are endlessly pleasantly surprised. Granny Star and those senior brothers sincerely hope that Star Traveling Pagoda will become better. Therefore, they pass the test of Star Picking Pavilion and are very loyal and devoted. Qin Yun is very relieved to help them because none of them are bad people. Moreover, repairing the Star Origin Great Formation will be very helpful to him. Granny Star, how long will it take for senior brother Lan to participate in the martial arts competition? Qin Yun asked. He will be gone for about a month. It is a competition where some disciples exchange pointers and then go out to gain experience. Granny Star said with smile, Xiao Yun, if you can repair the Star Origin Great Formation, you will be our pagoda master. I don't dare. Qin Yun promptly refused. Battle of the First Pagoda. Qin Yun does not want to be a pagoda master. It is very tiring and he has to do many things. Granny Star, I want to cultivate. In peace, I don't want to be pagoda master. Qin Yun said with smile, you are doing well, continue being pagoda master. Xiao Yun, if it was someone else, they would definitely be eager to become the tower master. Why did you refuse? Granny Star is somewhat unable to understand. She continued, although our Star Traveling Pagoda is broken down, if we become pagoda master, we will have a certain status. Granny Star, if I become pagoda master, I won't have time to take care of Star Traveling Pagoda's matters. I am very anxious to become stronger. Moreover, I sometimes go out and have no idea when I will return. Qin Yun said with bitter smile, please spare me. Granny Star said with smile, that is easy. You will be the pagoda master and I will be the vice pagoda master. I will help you manage Star Traveling Pagoda, is that fine? After all, I've already made an agreement with the senior brothers that whoever can repair our Star Origin Grand Array will become the tower master. Qin Yun looked at those old senior brothers floating in the sky and said in low voice, Granny Star, I am only late-stage martial king, how can I become pagoda master? Will my senior brothers not be convinced by me? When the senior brothers heard this, they all expressed their support for Qin Yun to become the pagoda master. Qin Yun is still repairing the star runes. He has not completely repaired the Star Origin Grand Array, but it looks like he will be able to repair it very soon. Granny Star said with smile, you see, everyone agrees with you, don't refuse. When I was the pagoda master, I was only a middle martial king realm cultivator. It'll be fine. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, let's talk about it after I repair the Star Origin Great Array. He was very satisfied that he could become a gold disciple from a silver disciple. But now, he was going to be the pagoda master. He couldn't get used to it. He had already planned to keep a low profile. If he became the pagoda master, wouldn't he be very famous? Granny Star said again, our Star Traveling Pagoda's pagoda master selection has nothing to do with other pagoda. You don't have to worry about being looked down upon by the other pagoda masters. Many pagodas have had martial kings as pagoda masters before. Qin Yun nodded and said, let's have a good discussion after we repair the Star Origin Grand Array. Besides, without the help of senior brothers, I would not be able to repair this Celestial Essence Grand Array. I don't dare to take all the credit. An old senior brother said with a smile, little Yun, if you hadn't taken the lead to repair the Star Origin Great Array, we might have died of old age. This is all thanks to you. The other senior brothers also nodded in agreement. Qin Yun felt that he was definitely going to be the pagoda master. Granny Star and those tens of senior brothers are all very happy right now. The astral souls they released seem to be filled with a joyous aura. Only Qin Yun is somewhat gloomy because he wants to become the pagoda master, after more than 10 days, Qin Yun and dozens of senior brothers worked together to finally repair the ring outside. The moment it was repaired, the star-picking pavilion shone brightly. The stars in the surroundings shone with all sorts of starlight. The star-picking pavilion absorbed the power of the giant star in the sky and immediately became extremely beautiful. Its entire body turned into white jade, like a jade building surrounded by immortal energy. Very good, very good. Granny Star is very excited and promptly supported Qin Yun. Qin Yun was nearly drained of Elysian Moon's psyche power. Everyone enter. Granny Star yelled and then brought Qin Yun into the star-picking pavilion. The interior of the star-picking pavilion is filled with dense star power. As soon as Qin Yun entered, he began absorbing the star power. His nether moon also became very active, greedily absorbing the star power to restore his mental power. What caused Qin Yun to be amazed is that those old and yellowed books on the bookshelves have now become very gorgeous. The covers of these books look like crystals. Blue, red, golden, white, all kinds of crystal covers are lingering with sparkling radiance. It is very beautiful. It is as if the star-picking pavilion has suddenly come back to life. The star-picking pavilion has finally come back to life. Our star-traveling pagoda won't have to suffer anymore. Granny Star is very excited. The star-picking pavilion has several floors. Each floor is very big and can accommodate many people. Those senior brothers are either sitting on the ground or sitting on chairs to absorb the dense star power. Qin Yun suddenly discovered that the star power is filled with faint immortal energy. He suspects that there is a very large immortal origin inside this small star. Are all senior brothers star martial artists? Qin Yun asked. Indeed. For many years, they have been cultivating star power according to star-traveling pagoda's cultivation method. Now that the star origin great formation has been restored, they will surely break through very quickly and have a very long lifespan. Granny Star said with smile. Such a rich star power would be of great help to those senior apprentice brothers. Many senior brothers whose faces are filled with wrinkles, after absorbing the star power for a while, it is as if they are being nourished and their wrinkles gradually reduced. Xiaoyun, I will give you the pagoda master token. Granny Star took out a crystal token, placed it on her palm and said, Xiaoyun, place your hand on the token, I will hand over the pagoda master position to you. Granny Star, you should take over. I don't care about the pagoda master position. Qin Yun said with smile. That won't do, I am a man of my word. Rest assured, you only need to accept the pagoda master position. Other matters of star-traveling pagoda will be handled by me and other senior brothers, it will not take up your time. Granny Star said with benevolent smile. Granny Star can see that Qin Yun's rune restoration ability is top-notch. She is also very curious as to why Qin Yun is so awesome, but she did not ask. All right. Qin Yun placed his hand on Granny Star's crystal token. Just wait for a while. Granny Star said. Qin Yun nodded. Very soon, he sensed that the crystal token is gradually reacting with him. It is a very subtle feeling. After a while, Qin Yun said in amazement, Granny Star, this crystal token seems very awesome. Granny Star said with smile, Xiaoyun, you are indeed worthy of being a brilliant inscription master, you can actually see through it. This is a very strong thing, it has been refined and improved by us pagoda masters. As for what kind of ability it has, you can discover it yourself. Qin Yun nodded and began earnestly fiddling with the crystal token. Oh, that's right, Xiaoyun, you are now the pagoda master, but you are still young and your cultivation is low. You can still participate in 100 pagoda sex activities and obtain resources. Granny Star said with smile, furthermore, you hold our star-traveling pagoda's sacred star token, so you are the pagoda master. You are the same generation as all the pagoda masters. Apart from the pagoda masters, everyone else must call you senior. Qin Yun said with smile, there is no need for such etiquette in our star-traveling pagoda. From now on, you are still Granny Star, senior brothers are still senior brothers. You can just call me Xiaoyun. Granny Star nodded with smile, let's go, let's go. Let's see if Xiaolan has returned or not. Other senior brothers are still cultivating here. Qin Yun and Granny Star left through the starry sky teleportation formation and arrived at the shabby star-traveling pagoda. As soon as Qin Yun came out, he sensed a familiar aura. Lan Shen has returned. Apart from him, there is also another acquaintance. It is a white-clothed, grave and stern-looking one-armed man. He is precisely Xiao Wufeng. Boss Xia. When Qin Yin saw Xiao Wufeng, he excitedly rushed over and grabbed Xiao Wufeng's shoulders. Old boy Yun. Xiao Wufeng faintly smiled, then patted Qin Yin's shoulder and said with smile, long time no see. If my guess is not wrong, that venerable master whose name shook 100 Pagoda City is you, old boy? Boss Xia, you are also very awesome. You are just peak martial king, yet you are evenly matched with Murong Tianjia. Qin Yin said with smile. Xiao Wufeng is also very excited to see Qin Yin here. When they were young, they experienced many things together. Then they were separated for a very long time and now they finally meet again. Lan Chen said with smile, Xiao Yun, I found out that Xianxia has arrived during the martial arts competition. I sent him sound transmission saying that you are here and he immediately came with me. Granny Star said with smile, Xiao Yun, so you are the venerable master whose name has shaken 100 Pagoda City, no wonder. Xiao Wufeng looked all around and said with sigh, Star Traveling Pagoda has fallen into such dire straits, it is all thanks to First Pagoda. Xiao Yun, I believe that with your ability, you can surely bring back Star Traveling Pagoda's former glory. Xiao Wufeng is very familiar with Star Traveling Pagoda's history, he is also very clear about Qin Yun's ability. Granny Star said, Xiaoxia, you are from Divine Sword Pagoda. I heard that you are preparing to challenge First Pagoda to fight for first place, do you have confidence? Xiao Wufeng shook his head, I was ordered to probe Yi Yaoshua's strength, she is very strong. Our Divine Sword Pagoda's late-stage martial emperors will find it very difficult to defeat her. Yi Yaoshua is the chief disciple, she is mid-stage martial emperor. The highest one can challenge her is late-stage martial emperor. And she is ranked 10th in the entire 100 Pagoda sect. The 9 people above her are all peak martial emperors. Therefore, if one wants to defeat Yi Yaoshua, one must be peak martial emperor. Just like this, First Pagoda's chief disciple will be able to steadily defend against her. To obtain the title of First Pagoda, Pagoda Master must defeat Pagoda Master, Chief Disciple must defeat Chief Disciple. Finally, they must compare the power of Pagoda's beast. Only by winning in all aspects can one become First Pagoda. Granny Star said with sigh. Xiao Wufeng nodded, indeed, our Divine Sword Pagoda's Pagoda Master can defeat First Pagoda's Pagoda Master, but we cannot defeat Chief Disciple and Pagoda Beast. So after I probed Yi Yaoshua's strength, we gave up on challenging First Pagoda. Lan Chen said, Xiao Yun, didn't you help Kong Feiqing become peak martial king and break through to martial emperor? You should also help Xiaoxia break through. Xiao Wufeng said with smile, Old Lan, that is just a rumor. I only need some time to become peak martial king. How can it be easy to steadily break through? Even our Pagoda Master can't do anything about it. Qin Yin said with smile, Boss Xia, you are looking down on me. I can really do it. Lan Chen said with mischievous smile, Xiaoxia, your little brother Yun's great master title is not just for show. Revival Granny Star is also looking at Qin Yin with amazement. Peak martial king and martial emperor are only one step apart. Generally speaking, as long as one's talent is not bad, one can break through after enduring for a period of time. As for how long one must endure, it varies from person to person, moreover it also depends on luck. Some people can endure for thousands to tens of thousands of years and still not be able to break through. And Qin Yin can forcibly break through from peak martial king to martial emperor. This kind of ability is simply shocking. Boss Xia, how many Regent Origin stones do you have? Qin Yin asked. I have 20 mid-quality Regent Origin stones. After absorbing the energy inside, I will be able to break through. It will take at least 100 years. Xiao Wufeng said. Qin Yin took out a talisman and said with smile, Boss Xia, take out your Regent Origin stone. After Xiao Wufeng took out a Regent Origin stone, Qin Yin stuck the talisman on it. The energy inside the Regent Origin stone immediately poured out in torrents and flooded the entire hall, illuminating the dilapidated Star Traveling Pagoda's hall. Qin Yin promptly took off the talisman to prevent the energy inside the Regent Origin stone from leaking out. Seeing this scene, Granny Star and Xiao Wufeng are dumbstruck in shock. Because Qin Yin can actually release the energy inside the Regent Origin stone very quickly. It must be known that even if a person can absorb energy from many regent origin stones at the same time, it is very limited. Moreover, energy from many regent origin stones repel each other, they cannot be absorbed together. Therefore, one can only absorb energy one by one. But the energy inside the regent origin stone is very difficult to absorb, it requires a very long time. Moreover, Xianxia used a talisman to make the energy inside the regent origin stone burst out. Boss Xia, this talisman is enough for you to use 20 regent origin stones. I guess you will be able to break through in around 10 days. Xianxia faintly smiled and handed over the talisman to Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng deeply inhaled a mouthful of air, suppressing the shock and ecstasy in his heart. He said with smile, "Old boy Yun, I will not take your talisman for free. Name a price, it will be very difficult to refine. We are brothers, why are you being so polite with me? I am giving it to you." Xianxia said with smile, "If that little girl wants to kill me in the future, just help me. If I become a martial emperor, even if I can't defeat her, it won't be a problem to block her for a period of time." Xia Wufeng smiled, "I heard that she promised to marry you but she went back on her word. Let me know when you're ready to capture her. I'll go with you." "All right." Xianxia said with smile. Xia Wufeng also knows that Xianxia doesn't lack anything. Furthermore, Xianxia doesn't like the things he gave him. "Boss Xia, after you become martial emperor, can you defeat Murong Tianjia?" Xianxia asked. "Of course." Lan Chen replied, "When Xiaoxia was a peak stage martial king, he was able to fight Murong Tianjia to a draw. If he broke through, wouldn't it be even more dreadful? He will definitely crush Murong Tianjia easily." Xia Wufeng just smiled. "Boss Xia, there is a Jian family in the ordinary realm with many sword cultivators. If you have the opportunity in the future, maybe you can communicate with them, I can introduce you to them." Xianxia said with smile, "If you see second brother Murong and third brother Hua, don't tell them that I am here." "All right, I will." Xia Wufeng nodded and said, "I will go back first." Lan Chen said with smile, "I will also go compete, my luck is pretty good, I won a few rounds. Those bastards all thought that I, a disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda, was a fake and then I defeated them one by one. Xiao Lan, don't force yourself. Don't get injured." Granny Star warned. "I know." Lan Chen said with smile, then followed Xia Wufeng and left. Granny Star and Xianxia sent off Xia Wufeng and Lan Chen and returned to the shabby Star Traveling Pagoda. "Xiao Yun, making you the pagoda master is the right decision." Granny Star said with smile, "You are a venerable master proficient in inscription. You should know that apart from me, all the previous pagoda masters were inscription masters. I helped you pick out many star runes from the books, you should properly study them." Xianxia nodded and said, "Granny Star, how about we renovate this Star Traveling Pagoda?" Granny Star said with smile, "Simple renovation will do. This pagoda was attacked by those people from First Pagoda but it did not collapse, the materials used are very good. Wait for those senior brothers to come out, then we can start renovating it." "All right." Xianxia sat down, he also hopes that those senior brothers will become more spirited. If he has the help of those senior brothers, he will be able to refine the trap formation very quickly. Granny Star said, "Xiao Yun, how about you become the chief disciple? Our Star Traveling Pagoda still doesn't have a chief disciple." Xianxia said with smile, "I am already the pagoda master, let old Lan be the chief disciple." Granny Star said, "The chief disciple must be able to block people one level higher than you. For example, you are now late stage martial king, you must be able to block peak stage martial kings. Although Xiao Lan is mid-stage martial king, if a stronger late-stage martial king comes to challenge him, he won't be able to block. Rest assured, if others come to challenge you, you can also refuse." Xianxia thought about it and said, "All right then. As the chief disciple, I can also challenge people everywhere, right?" Granny Star said with smile, "Indeed, wait until your strength is enough, then you can go challenge First Pagoda Xiaoxue. That arrogant little girl was very cocky in front of me before, you must marry her." Xianxia shook his head and laughed. Next, Granny Star told Xianxia many things regarding the pagoda master position. Although there are internal strife within 100 Pagoda sect, when facing the provocation of external powers, they must unite and work together to repel the external enemies. After all, this is related to the face of the entire 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Yan also inquired about Dragon sect and the 8-9 Sun sects in passing. He did not gain much information, he only learned that Dragon sect and many other sects are at war. Although they are in a temporary truce, their situation is very dangerous. Qin Yan only hopes that Jian family can seize this opportunity to take down Dragon sect and gain a foothold in Xian domain. Granny Star also left Star Traveling Pagoda to register as the chief disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yan also took advantage of this time to read the contents of the book Spirits. Ling Yuner said with smile, "Xiao Yun, if there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me. I have already read the contents of the book Spirits." Qin Yan said, "Is there anything related to ancient domain?" "There is." Ling Yuner said, "There is a book that records about traveling through the star sea. It mentions that there is a star field filled with abundant energy, there are trillions of pavilions floating in the void. Could it be that it is ancient domain?" Qin Yan said with frown. "It should be. It also says that there are 108 white stars as big as the sun inside the ancient domain. They form a very large formation that protects the inside. Moreover, it can move, sometimes it is very difficult to find." Ling Yuner said again. "Does it say how to go there?" Qin Yan asked. "It does. But it is very far away, it is impossible to find it within 1,000 years. It seems like we can only wait for Xiao Tian." Ling Yuner said. Yu Shutian's ancient star pagoda is the same as Star Traveling Pagoda, it has a lot of star knowledge, it is even more than Star Traveling Pagoda. Because Star Traveling Pagoda has declined for 20 to 30,000 years and ancient Star Pagoda has always been developing. Soon after, Qin Yan began reading the Star Rune book and obtained a lot of knowledge regarding the usage of star runes. What caused Qin Yan to be amazed is that he is very familiar with many of the star runes recorded in the book. Many of them are almost the same as the star runes he obtained from Inscription Gate. Qin Yan can also see that these are two different people comprehending star runes from the same starry sky. Although they look the same, some of the details are very different. This is worth studying. This will allow Qin Yan to combine the advantages of both of them and make the star runes even better and stronger. Most of the star runes Qin Yan has mastered are low level, most of them are spirit tier star runes. And now, he can improve the spirit tier star runes into Xian tier star runes and even Dao tier star runes. Naturally, this will require time to slowly improve them. A few days passed by, Granny Star and those senior brothers are cultivating inside the Star Origin Great Formation and they have become very spirited. Especially those senior brothers, many of their faces were full of wrinkles, some of them looked like dried up oil lamps. But now they have broken through, the wrinkles on their faces have decreased by a lot, some of them even have skin as tender as a baby. After all, they have been stuck at bottleneck for many years and they don't have any cultivation resources. Now they have suddenly absorbed a great amount of star power and broke through bottleneck. These senior brothers are very grateful to Qin Yan. Therefore, when Qin Yan asked them to help him set up the formation, they very straightforwardly agreed. With the help of a group of star warriors, it only took Qin Yan 5 days to set up the trap formation that was based on the star runes. After he finished setting up the trap formation, he left 100 Pagoda sect and went to report to Ying Qingyu. Qin Yan handed over the formation to Ying Qingyu and obtained 5 Regent Origin stones. Then he quickly returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. From Ying Qingyu, he found out that many people are looking for him. They are all powerful martial emperors from First Pagoda and other pagoda, they are all people who want to curry favor with Yi Yashue. They are all looking for Qin Yan, they want to teach him a lesson and vent Yi Yashue's anger. Many martial emperors of 100 Pagoda sect are looking for Qin Yan but they don't know that Qin Yan is inside 100 Pagoda sect and has even become a pagoda master. Qin Yan returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. Just as he arrived at the entrance, he sensed Lan Chen's aura. Lan Chen has returned from the martial arts competition but his aura is not right. Old Lan is seriously injured. Qin Yan's brows creased, he promptly rushed inside and saw that Lan Chen is covered in cuts and bruises. There is not a single part of his body that is not injured. Most dreadful thing is, all his fingers have been cut off, his head is badly mangled. Granny Star's brows are tightly frowning, her expression is filled with grief as she is treating Lan Chen's injuries. Other senior brothers' faces are filled with anger and sadness. They took out all kind of medicinal ingredients and applied them on Lan Chen's injuries. Xianxia tightly clenched his fists, cracking sounds can be heard. Granny Star, what is going on? Martial arts competition is just martial arts competition, how did old Lan become like this? Xianxia furiously said in deep voice. They discovered my star totem. Lan Chen's voice is very weak but it is filled with anger. They wanted to cut off my scalp and plunder my star totem. Luckily Miss Yu and the others took action and saved me. Xianxia asked in cold voice, who did it? Lan Chen is somewhat worried about Xianxia, so he did not say anything. Granny Star furiously said, it must be Precious Dragon Pagoda's people who did it. Those guys are secretly colluding with Dragon Sect but they have no proof. They are very fond of destroying outstanding disciples inside 100 Pagoda Sect. 100 Refining Plaza. Lan Chen hastily yelled, Xiaoyun, don't go. Those guys are very arrogant, moreover, I was defeated on the battle stage, it was my carelessness. Xianxia walked back and asked, Old Lan, I can also be arrogant on the battle stage, I can also defeat them on the battle stage. You are now my senior brother, a disciple of our star-traveling pagoda. They deliberately attacked you so heavily because they saw that our star-traveling pagoda's strength is weak. Granny Star took out the light rune Dao talisman from Xianxia and began healing Lan Chen's injuries. She nodded and said, Xiaoyun is now our star-traveling pagoda's pagoda master, he is also the chief disciple. Let Xiaoyun teach them a lesson. Hearing these words, Lan Chen, who is very weak, immediately became spirited in amazement. His voice also became a lot louder. He opened his bloodshot eyes, looked at Xianxia and asked, is this true? Xiaoyun, you are the pagoda master? Old Lan, quickly tell me, how can we teach those bastards a lesson? If we don't teach them a lesson, later, any random cat or dog will come here to cause trouble for you. Xianxia's expression is gloomy as he said in cold voice, you exposed your star totem, they will not let you off like this. Lan Chen carefully thought about it, he feels that Xianxia's strength is not weak. He lightly sighed and said, in the southeast direction, there is a very spacious 100 refining plaza, there are 8 battle stages there. The defending disciples are all very strong. He ate a pill given by Granny Star and his complexion became a lot better. He continued, to challenge the defending disciples, you need to pay at least 1 million purple crystal coins. The more purple crystal coins you pay, the faster you can challenge the defending disciples. Granny Star said with frown, they are using this kind of method this time? If the defending disciples can successfully defend, they will get a Regent Origin Stone as a reward. Lan Chen said again, the 3rd battle stage is for Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples. Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples this time are very strong, they are late-stage martial kings, they are defending 1st and 3rd battle stage. Arena number 1 and number 3, right? Which one of them injured you? Xianxia saw Lan Chen's severed finger and his fury rose up. Number 3. Lan Chen warned repeatedly, Xiaoyun, the guy on the 3rd stage has mastered divine ability and very strong martial spirit mysterious art. That guy has the black dragon martial spirit. I will go now. Xianxia finished speaking and rushed towards the 100 refining plaza with his fastest speed. Xianxia flew southeast. On the way, he encountered 2 old men. He descended and greeted them. He found out that the 2 middle-aged men were martial emperors of Ancient Star Pagoda. They were the ones who brought Lan Chen back. Ancient Star Pagoda and Star Traveling Pagoda have some relationship, moreover, Star Traveling Pagoda had helped Ancient Star Pagoda in the past. Therefore, sometimes, Ancient Star Pagoda will secretly take care of the fallen Star Traveling Pagoda. Junior brother Qin, are you going to the 100 Refining Plaza to settle the debt with those people from Precious Dragon Pagoda? It's best if you don't go, you'll get injured. An old man sighed and advised with good intentions. Senior brother, don't worry, nothing will happen to me. Xianxia said. Junior brother, Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples are very fierce, if you go on stage to fight, you must grasp the opportunity to concede, another old man advised. Got it. Xianxia nodded. Less than half an hour later. Xianxia and the 2 senior brothers finally arrived at the 100 Refining Plaza. The 100 Refining Plaza is a 10,000 meters wide circular plaza. There are tree roots that are as tall as a kilometer and huge formation pillars surrounding the plaza, forming a great formation. Outside the spacious 100 refining plaza, there are very tall mountains all around. In order to build this huge plaza, many mountains were flattened. After Qin Yan arrived, he quickly found the third battle stage on the plaza. This battle stage is very big. It is a square battle stage. It is protected by formation pillars. It is around 200 to 300 meters wide. Qin Yan took out a piece of cloth and covered his chin and nose, only his eyes and forehead are exposed. He walked down from the third battle stage and saw Lan Chen's severed fingers on the battle stage. During martial arts competition, one can't use weapons and magic tools, otherwise they will be detected by the battle stage's formation. And Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples can sever Lan Chen's fingers and cut them neatly. They must have transformed their power into sharp blades. On other battle stages, there are disciples challenging the battle masters. There are also many disciples watching from the sidelines. Majority of the spectators are old disciples. There are only 200 new disciples participating in the competition. The third battle stage is deserted because no one is challenging the battle master. The battle master standing on the stage is a middle-aged man with fierce-looking face. His hands are crossed on his chest. His expression is filled with arrogance. This is the person who seriously injured Lan Chen. His name is Xianxia. He is a new disciple of Precious Dragon Pagoda. The disciples who participated in the assessment back then were only mid-stage martial kings. And Xianxia is now late-stage martial king. It means that he broke through after passing the assessment, therefore he has a great advantage. In fact, some disciples have elders suppressing their cultivation so that they cannot break through and can participate in the assessment. Qin Yan took out a purple crystal card, walked towards the referee of the third battle stage and said, "I want to challenge the battle stage. Please show your disciple badge. Only golden disciples can challenge the battle stage," the old referee said. A touch of amazement flashed through his eyes. The battle master of the third battle stage is a late-stage martial king. Although Qin Yan's face is covered, it can be seen that he is very young. The old referee feels that Qin Yan challenging the savage Xianxia is very irrational. Apart from first and third battle stage, there are people queuing up for other battle stages. It can be seen how frightening Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples are. Qin Yan took out his golden badge and handed it over. Xianxia's face is filled with arrogance, his eyes are filled with sinister and ruthless expression. He is looking at Qin Yan with ominous glint. It is like a jackal, wolf, tiger, or leopard looking at a little sheep. "Qin Xiaoyun? Star Traveling Pagoda?" the old referee said in amazement. After Xianxia heard this, he burst into loud laughter and said, "After Star Traveling Pagoda's Baldi was carried away, another little idiot came." Sure enough, people who go to Star Traveling Pagoda are all idiots. Everyone heard Xianxia's voice and simultaneously looked over and saw Qin Yan's face covered. Lan Chen was beaten up just now. Anyone who saw it would never forget it. And now, there is actually someone who dares to challenge Xianxia. Moreover, he is a new disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yan handed over his purple crystal card. "Pay 1 million purple crystal coins and you can go on stage, right?" The old referee said with frown, "Little brother, have you thought it through?" Qin Yan said with powerful and confident voice, "I have thought it through. I want to go on stage." Another golden disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda challenged Precious Dragon Pagoda's Xianxia. This immediately caused a small commotion. This attracted the attention of the spectators who were watching the duels in the other dueling rings. Not long after, the third stage has been completely surrounded. Yu Shutian, Hong Mengshu, Gong Fian and Kong Feiqing are also on the 100 refining plaza. Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian are only watching, they are not participating. They said many threatening words before to save Lan Chen. And now, another disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda is challenging Xianxia. "Is it Xiaoyun?" Kong Feiqing looked at Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu and asked in low voice. "Star Traveling Pagoda's golden disciple. Brother Yun should not be a golden disciple." Hong Mengshu said in low voice. "The person who is going on stage is called Qin Xiaoyun. Is that Xiaoyun's real name?" Kong Feiqing said with frown. Hong Mengshu's elegant brows are slightly creased, her beautiful eyes are filled with shock as she looked at the third stage not far away. She knows Qin Yun's name and is sure that Qin Xiaoyun is indeed Qin Yun. However, she is very curious as to how Qin Yun became a golden disciple. Lan Chen also did not tell them about Qin Yun becoming a golden disciple. Yu Shedian also looked at the masked blue-clothed man, slightly sighed and said, "If it is a Yun, we don't need to worry. She is very clear about Qin Yun's strength." Gong Fian's phoenix eyes are filled with doubt as she looked at Qin Yun's back and said in low voice, "How did a Yun become a golden disciple? He did not pass the assessment. He is definitely not an imposter because his name is on the golden token." Qin Yun walked onto the Baiwo diagram. Many people immediately started shouting. Another one has come to die. It is rare for Star Traveling Pagoda to have two new young disciples, but now they are going to be crippled. Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples will surely be able to boast for a while. Haha. This guy is still masked. Is he worried that he will lose miserably and people will remember his face? That Baldy was almost killed earlier. Luckily Ancient Star Pagoda's people saved him, otherwise he would have already died. You guys look. He is picking up that Baldy's fingers. Haha. He came here to pick up fingers. All the spectating disciples are looking at the battle stage very happily. Qin Yun picked up Lan Chen's fingers and put them away. Then he looked at the referee below the stage and calmly asked, "Can people be killed on the battle stage?" The old referee is stunned and said, "Yes." Qin Yun nodded and said, "Then let's begin now." Everyone heard his question and burst into sneer. He Xiaojian even more arrogantly laughed loudly, "Brat, you want to kill me to take revenge for that Baldy? Haha. Even though I can't get his star totem, I will smash his scalp and destroy his star totem." The power within Qin Yun's body, along with his fury, immediately rushed to every part of his body. The more he is angry, the more calm he is. The power of anger within his body is being suppressed by calmness and is becoming stronger and stronger. The old referee struck a gong and the battle began. He Xiaojian, I ask you. You want to seize the star totem, is it your idea or is it your Precious Dragon Pagoda's idea? Qin Yun's gaze became cold, his killing intent became more and more dense. It is our Precious Dragon Pagoda's idea, what? Could it be that your Star Traveling Pagoda wants to take revenge on our Precious Dragon Pagoda? You youngsters should save your strength to collect the corpses of those old men. A middle-aged man below the stage laughed loudly and said. Everyone also roared with laughter. Xiaojin, properly enjoy the process, slowly toy with that brat to death. That middle-aged man from Precious Dragon Pagoda laughed loudly and yelled. Crushing Treasure Dragon, he Xiaojin's strength is indeed astonishing. Even though he just entered late-stage Martial King, his current strength is comparable to peak-stage Martial Kings. Seeing He Xiaojian's condensed power, many old disciples below the stage are somewhat envious. He Xiaojian's power should be 5 dragon power. Late-stage Martial Kings only have 4 dragon power. If he truly has 5 dragon power, very few late-stage Martial Kings would be able to defeat him. Not to mention a middle Martial King realm. Star Traveling Pagoda's guy should only be mid-stage Martial King. A mid-stage Martial King only has the power of 3 dragons at most. In terms of strength, it is a lot weaker. Everyone saw He Xiaojian's terrifying aura and exclaimed in admiration again and again. Qin Yun did not test how many dragon power he has, but it is more than enough to defeat He Xiaojian. Little trash from Star Traveling Pagoda, why are you not properly staying in your broken pagoda to take care of those old guys? Instead you came here to be arrogant. He Xiaojian said in fierce voice, you actually want to take revenge on me? I will crush you to death right now. He Xiaojian rushed over. Boom boom boom, He Xiaojian's speed is not fast, it is even somewhat slow. But every time he takes a step, it creates a great earth-shaking sound. Just his imposing manner is enough to scare many people. With this kind of speed, you still have the nerve to be arrogant? Qin Yun said with sneer, Precious Dragon Pagoda's people are all this kind of trash? Disgraceful. You weak little guy, you dare to mock our Precious Dragon Pagoda? He Xiaojian furiously roared. He suddenly increased his speed, brandished his huge club-like arm and smashed it down towards Qin Yun's head. Qin Yun is expressionless, he quickly waved his palm and transformed it into a palm blade. The condensed Xiandao power is like a sharp blade and attacked He Xiaojian's arm. Compared to He Xiaojian's thick and solid arm, his palm blade became very small. However, the palm blade is incomparably sharp, the formless energy it released was condensed by Qin Yun and became as sharp as a blade. Qin Yun's palm blade hacked towards He Xiaojian's arm. Pucci, Xiaojian's arm is like a piece of wood, it has been chopped off by Qin Yan's palm blade. Because the thick arm had tensed up and condensed strength, the moment it was chopped off, pus and blood spurted out like a fountain, spraying everywhere on the battling platform. Everyone was so shocked that their hearts almost stopped beating when they saw the blood spilling out. The powerful Xiaojian's arm was actually chopped off by someone. Even Xiaojian suspected that his arm might be a fake, for it was actually severed by the other party's palm. Xiaojian was so shocked that he forgot about his pain. He stared at the bleeding arm in astonishment. Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples are all trash. Qin Yan's ice-cold voice filled with killing intent fell down like thunder. He struck out with his palm blade again, this time at an incredible speed. This time, his palm blade was aimed at Xiaojian's neck. Xiaojian didn't even have time to scream before a bloody line appeared on his neck. Then, his head fell off, and his corpse fell onto a pool of blood. The head that tumbled to the ground was filled with fear. Its ferocious eyes were filled with disbelief and unwillingness. Xiaojian was dead. Moreover, he had died in such an inconceivable manner. He had been killed by his opponent in 2 moves. Boom! Qin Yan jumped up and pressed down a purple gold flame palm towards the battle stage, which is filled with blood. Hoo! The huge flame palm descended and gave rise to a burst of flame that enveloped the entire battle stage. Under the cover of the sea of flame, Qin Yan quickly extracted Xiaojian's Dao core and martial spirit. The martial spirit he extracted is a black dragon martial spirit. It has divine ability power. Under Ling Yun'er's control, Nether Sun devoured the divine ability power and Qin Yan can use it. It is a summoning divine ability, it can summon a poisonous dragon. Ling Yun'er said. The sea of flame disappeared very quickly. Only white ashes remained on the battle stage, they are Xiaojian's ashes. This kind of result is very hard for everyone to accept. Star Traveling Pagoda's new disciple is actually this dreadful, he easily killed a late-stage martial king like Xiaojian. Hong Mangshu and the others are not surprised at all. If Qin Yan lost, they would find it strange. They only feel that Qin Yan's strength is even more dreadful than they imagined. Qin Yan looked at a middle-aged martial emperor from Precious Dragon Pagoda below the battle stage and said in deep voice, Precious Dragon Pagoda's trash, if you have the guts, send more people to challenge me. Don't cower like a turtle. That middle-aged martial emperor's face is filled with anger as he yelled, Star Traveling Pagoda's little demon, don't be arrogant. You dared to kill our Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciple, you will have to suffer miserable consequences. After the barrier around Qin Yan's battle stage was removed, the old judge also went up to the stage. He is worried that Precious Dragon Pagoda's martial emperors will attack. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, Precious Dragon Pagoda's trash, you want to deprive old Lan of his star totem, did you not think that you will have to suffer miserable consequences? Let me tell you, your consequences are just beginning. He finished speaking and walked down from the stage. Leaving the stage while defending is equivalent to abandoning the stage and losing a Regent Origin Stone. Qin Yan doesn't care about losing a Regent Origin Stone. Everyone thought that Qin Yan is scared and wants to leave the 100 Refining Plaza. Who would have thought that he would actually rush towards the first stage? The first stage's defender is a young man, he is also very savage. There are several broken arms on his stage, as well as a large piece of minced meat. He actually abandoned his own stage to challenge the Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciple on the first stage. Now everyone can see that Qin Yan is doing this for revenge. Everyone saw that Lan Chen was beaten miserably before because Precious Dragon Pagoda wanted to take away Lan Chen's star totem. And now Star Traveling Pagoda's people have come to take revenge. But the person who came to take revenge is only a new disciple, yet his strength is so dreadful. Qin Yan handed over 1 million purple crystal coins to the old judge of the first stage and then went up to the first stage. Many people immediately surrounded him. When Qin Yan went up to the third stage, everyone was looking forward to seeing how he will be beaten miserably. And now everyone is looking forward to seeing how he will be beaten miserably. Qin Yan walked up to the stage and looked at the young man, his voice is filled with disdain. Precious Dragon Pagoda's trash, if you admit that you are trash, then scram down from the stage. I don't feel like attacking you. That young man is also very strong, moreover, he is very arrogant and savage. Hearing Qin Yan's words, he immediately became very angry and roared, I am not like that trashy Xiaojian, you cannot defeat me. A middle-aged martial emperor from Precious Dragon Pagoda yelled. Xianxia underestimated his opponent too much, that is why he lost miserably. Just pay attention to defend against his handblade, this guy from Star Traveling Pagoda should have saber martial spirit. The words of the middle-aged martial emperor caused the young man from Precious Dragon Pagoda to be filled with confidence. The first stage's judge is filled with amazement and expectation as he struck the gong. Battle begin. Precious Dragon Pagoda's young man is very cautious, he is already prepared to defend from the very beginning. Roar! A small golden dragon suddenly leaped out of that young man's body and coiled around his body, forming a formidable barrier. As soon as the barrier appeared, the battle stage slightly trembled. It can be seen how strong the barrier is. Xianxia coldly groaned and flew over. When he went over, he used Mysterious Penetration Divine Art and Suffering Divine Art to shoot out the power of Suffering Divine Art and penetrate that powerful barrier. Ahhhhh! Precious Dragon Pagoda's young man screamed miserably, he felt incomparable pain all over his body. The powerful barrier that he released also dissipated in an instant. Xianxia rushed over and ruthlessly slapped that young man's face. The sound of the slap was like a thunderclap. Precious Dragon Pagoda's young man's face became deformed in a flash, he cannot even shout. Who told you to bully my Star Traveling Pagoda's disciple? This is the price you will have to pay. Xianxia's deep and cold voice is filled with anger and killing intent. Both of his fists ferociously punched, they are like two ferocious beasts that continuously landed on that young man's body. The power of each of his punches is like the full-strength attack of a ferocious beast. After dozens of punches, that young man's body has been badly mutilated. Go to hell. Xianxia's last punch flickered with purple gold flame, transformed into a ferocious flame beast and pierced through that young man's body. The frantic flame entered that young man's body and burned his formidable bones to ashes in a flash. Xianxia's flame is only purple gold, if it were black flame, it would be the most dreadful. Another Precious Dragon Pagoda disciple has died. 2 new disciples of Precious Dragon Pagoda have died. It must be known that Precious Dragon Pagoda's new golden disciples are very outstanding. Nobody dared to challenge their battle stage, it can be seen that they are very strong. After everyone recovered from their shock, they sighed endlessly. It must be known that Precious Dragon Pagoda's new golden disciples have killed many disciples, moreover their methods are very sinister. They did not expect that not long after, they would also be killed by someone else. Ayaya. Precious Dragon Pagoda is ranked 20th. Star Traveling Pagoda is not even ranked and now Precious Dragon Pagoda is being trampled underfoot by Star Traveling Pagoda. Star Traveling Pagoda is very lucky, such an outstanding genius has actually arrived. That guy's power is very strong, I wonder how many dragon power he has. Late stage martial king Xianxia was easily beaten by him, could it be that he is a peak stage martial king? Strange, I can't see through his cultivation, his aura concealing skill is also very brilliant. Quickly look, isn't that first pagoda's Luo Lianghui? He is a very strong new disciple, I heard that he broke through to late stage martial king as soon as he entered first pagoda. He is walking towards first stage, what is he trying to do? Everyone cried out in alarm and looked at the youth wearing golden embroidered clothes, his face is filled with arrogance. Kong Feiqing said in low voice, that guy, during the assessment, with mid-stage martial king cultivation, he obtained 4 dragon power. He has not fought on the stage, could it be that he is waiting for a good opponent? Hong Mengshu said, no need to worry about Brother Yun. Gong Fian's beautiful eyes are filled with worry as she said, I am still somewhat worried, after all he is first pagoda's disciple. Moreover, if he wants to challenge a Yun, he must have some confidence. Luo Lianghui's expression is filled with innate arrogance, a faint smile hung on the corner of his mouth, he took out his purple crystal card and paid 1 million purple crystal coins to the old judge. Pagoda Beast Contract Xianxia is standing on the battle stage. From everyone's discussion, he found out that Luo Lianghui is a disciple of First Pagoda. Qin Xiaoyun, right? A new disciple from Star Traveling Pagoda. Very good. As everyone knows, Star Traveling Pagoda used to be the first pagoda but later it was crushed by our vast Yang Pagoda and has never been able to rise again. Luo Lianghui slowly walked on the battle stage and spoke with faint smile. His voice is filled with disdain. Everyone repeatedly nodded their heads. Star Traveling Pagoda used to have a glorious past but that is all in the past. Now star-traveling pagoda has no hope of rising again. Luo Lianghui looked at Qin Yun and laughed disdainfully. Now, star-traveling pagoda has a very outstanding disciple. It seems like they are showing signs of rising again. However, with our first pagoda here, star-traveling pagoda will never have the chance to rise again. Today, I, who came from first pagoda, will suppress this arrogant disciple of star-traveling pagoda. I will let everyone in 100 Pagoda sect know that our first pagoda will always be the first. Pagoda. Star-traveling pagoda will forever live in fear of our first pagoda. Disciples of our first pagoda alliance, please cheer for us. Because first pagoda is an overlord existence, other pagoda all respect them very much. Following Luo Lianghui's proud words, everyone loudly shouted one after another, "First pagoda, victory is assured." Everyone's enthusiasm immediately soared, their roars shook the heaven, seemingly enveloping the heaven and earth. On the battle stage, Luo Lianghui is even more proud of himself. His face is brimming with arrogant smile. His eyes are filled with pity and disdain as he looked at Qin Yun and said again, "Star-traveling pagoda people, no matter how you struggle, you will never be able to defeat our first pagoda." Qin Yun saw that Luo Lianghui has been acting for so long and slowly said, "Whether or not my star-traveling pagoda can rise again is not up to your first pagoda to decide. Moreover, the decline of first pagoda will start with you." Ha ha ha. Ridiculous. In the entire star-traveling pagoda, only you have some ability, but you are still young. There are many variables in the future and you actually think that you can soar to the heavens. Truly arrogant guy. Luo Lianghui laughed loudly and mocked. Many people below also roared with laughter. You're just a frog in a well. You think that just because you defeated the other two frogs, you can strut around and rise up? You really overestimate yourself. You want to contend against our first pagoda? Luo Lianghui said with sneer, "I will give you a chance, as long as you admit that first pagoda is the strongest, I will spare your hands and feet." I don't believe your first pagoda's nonsense. Your first pagoda's chief disciple Xianxia clearly promised someone that she would get married if she lost, but she broke her promise. What credibility does your first pagoda have? Qin Yun laughed loudly and said. Impudent. Luo Lianghui shouted angrily. A large group of people below cursed Qin Yun angrily. It seems like speaking ill of Xianxia in 100 Pagoda sect will incite public anger. However, Qin Yun was not afraid at all. He said with a sneer, "Why? Am I wrong?" Luo Lianghui angrily said, "That bastard is not worthy of our senior sister Yi." Qin Yun said with smile, "So what? If Xianxia lied, she lied. And you guys think that Xianxia did not do anything wrong. It means that you bastards are not trustworthy, you are all swindlers who don't keep their words. Bastard, you dare insult senior sister Yi and us like this, I will kill you." Luo Lianghui furiously said. Yo, seeing how you are shielding Xianxia, did she give you any benefits? How about this, I will cripple you and see if Xianxia cares about you or not. Qin Yun chuckled and said, "She won't. Xianxia won't even remember trash like you. I will kill you." Luo Lianghui looked at the old judge and roared, "Quickly start the competition." Not only Luo Lianghui is extremely furious, a group of people below also became extremely furious. They began shouting one after another, wanting Luo Lianghui to kill Qin Yun. After the gong sounded, Luo Lianghui rushed towards Qin Yun like a wild horse. "You stupid bird who is infatuated with Xianxia, I will beat you awake today." Qin Yun loudly shouted and released super-gravity to suppress Luo Lianghui. It must be known that Qin Yun is a late-stage martial king, moreover, he has a mortal devil body. His nether sun power is very valiant, even a peak martial king would find it hard to contend against it. After the super-gravity pressed down, Luo Lianghui, who was rushing over at lightning speed, was smashed down on the ground in front of Qin Yun. He looks like a turtle lying on the ground. Luo Lianghui, who was in high spirits and incomparably arrogant just a moment ago, has been smashed down on the ground in a blink of an eye. First pagoda is nothing. Qin Yun heavily pressed down his palm on Luo Lianghui. Ah! Luo Lianghui immediately screamed miserably. 100 Refining Plaza has become incomparably quiet because of Qin Yun's strange power, causing Luo Lianghui's scream to be very clear and melodious. Are you the most outstanding new disciple of First Pagoda? Since you want to destroy our star-traveling pagoda's new disciple, I will also destroy you. Qin Yan spoke and again sent down palm attack. Luo Lianghui's body shook and burst out with a burst of gale. This is the phenomenon of Dao core shattering and energy overflowing. Star-traveling pagoda's bastards, a martial emperor below furiously roared, he is a martial emperor from first pagoda. You are the bastards. I have no enmity with you, but you sent your disciples to trample on me. Haven't you suppressed star-traveling pagoda long enough? Qin Yan vigorously kicked the half-dead Luo Lianghui. Luo Lianghui is like a dead dog, he was kicked and knocked against the barrier. Now everyone can see that Qin Yan's strength is not something a late-stage martial king can suppress. Only a peak-stage martial king or even a martial emperor can suppress him. Invincible within the same level, this is the symbol of a super genius. For example, Xia Wufeng and Yi Yaoxue, both of them are super geniuses, they can even fight above their level. Qin Yan said in cold voice, I am a late-stage martial king, if you are not afraid of death, then quickly come. Luo Lianghui has been crippled, he has lost his ability to fight. The barrier has been removed. If First Pagoda dares to cause trouble for our star-traveling pagoda again, I will make them send people like this dead dog. Qin Yan kicked Luo Lianghui and sent him flying. This kind of thing happened during the new disciple competition in the 100 Refining Plaza, it alarmed some higher-ups. Especially Precious Dragon Pagoda, they are the most furious because they managed to recruit 2 very good disciples and now they have been killed on the stage. Moreover, the person who killed them is from Star-Traveling Pagoda. No matter what pagoda it is, they cannot accept this kind of result. Because Star-Traveling Pagoda is the worst pagoda. To have his dignity trampled on by the worst pagoda, this was a great humiliation. Precious Dragon Pagoda's people also found out that this formidable person is indeed a new disciple. Moreover, he has been registered as Star-Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple. Naturally, no one knows that Qin Yan is the pagoda master because there is no need to register. Qin Yan is standing on the stage, looking at those first pagoda disciples jumping up and down, he cannot help but reveal a happy smile. First pagoda's disciples also don't dare to act recklessly, after all they cannot break the rules. If they act recklessly and anger Star-Traveling Pagoda's Granny Star, then she will fight against First Pagoda without any regard for her life, then First Pagoda might truly decline. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal has arrived. One half-immortal and a group of martial emperors, what are they doing here? What can they do even if they come? Half-immortals and martial emperors can't do anything. Do they want to be smashed to death by Star-Traveling Pagoda's old granny stars? 2 of their new disciples died, so they have to come and scold them a little to scare them. A group of people are rejoicing in other people's misfortune and very happily watching. What caused people to be shocked is that there is a very serious peak martial emperor among those martial emperors. That is Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple. Yeah, they sent their chief disciple to curse people. It seems like Precious Dragon Pagoda is truly angry. Majority of the chief disciples of many pagoda are peak martial emperors. Only First Pagoda's Yi Yaoxue is mid-stage martial emperor, but she can fight against majority of martial emperors. An old half-immortal from Precious Dragon Pagoda said in cold voice, the person on the stage, is it Qin Xiaoyun? You are Star-Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple, right? Do you dare to accept our Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple's challenge? Everyone is amazed that Qin Yan is the chief disciple, they also find it very funny. Qin Yan laughed loudly and said, I am late-stage martial king and your chief disciple is a peak martial emperor, you still have the nerve to challenge me? Chief disciples can challenge each other at will. So long as they accept the challenge, they can compete. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal said in cold voice, how about this, we will only compete for 10 moves. On the battle stage, each person can only attack for 10 moves, after 10 moves, they cannot attack. If both sides attack for 10 moves and you are still standing, it will be our Precious Dragon Pagoda's loss. What benefit will I get if I win? If there is no benefit, why should I take the risk to fight your chief disciple? Qin Yan said with sneer, it can be said that you don't have any risk at all and I will have to bear the danger of losing my life. Qin Yan is not stupid, he can see through the other party's thoughts with one look. If you win, it means that you have defeated our Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple. This means that your Star-Traveling Pagoda can hold your head high. Don't tell me this is not a benefit? That half-immortal said. I killed your 2 new disciples and crippled First Pagoda's idiot. There is no need for me to defeat your chief disciple. Now the one losing face is you, not our star-traveling pagoda. Qin Yan's voice is filled with ridicule. Precious Dragon Pagoda's disciples are very angry, but there is nothing they can do. If you win, our Precious Dragon Pagoda's resources for next 5 years will be given to your star-traveling pagoda. That half-immortal thought about it and said. You are just saying it verbally, why should I believe you? Qin Yan looked at First Pagoda's martial emperor and said with sneer, even Yi Yaoshua is acting lazily, let alone you Precious Dragon Pagoda bastards who commit all kinds of evil. You will die miserably. Precious Dragon Pagoda's people furiously said. First Pagoda's disciples have been infuriated by Qin Yan again and started cursing one after another. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal took out a talisman and said, this is the Pagoda Beast Contract Talisman. If I go back on my words, our Precious Dragon Pagoda's Pagoda Beast will belong to your star-traveling pagoda. Come, we will sign the contract with this Pagoda Beast Contract Talisman. Hua, everyone burst into commotion, they did not expect Precious Dragon Pagoda to be serious. 10 moves. The process of nurturing Pagoda Beast is very difficult, it requires a lot of time and resources. And formidable Pagoda Beast can make the entire pagoda display even more formidable power during competition. Qin Yan also heard about Pagoda Beasts. For example, during ranking competition, Pagoda Beasts also have to fight. Their star-traveling pagoda used to have Pagoda Beasts, but they declined and could no longer raise them, so they released them. A Pagoda Beast is even stronger than the Pagoda Master because they are nurtured with great amount of resources. Alright. Qin Yan feels that even if he cannot win, he will not be crippled. After Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal heard this, he promptly took out a very large Pagoda Beast Contract Talisman and signed a complicated contract with Qin Yan. So long as Qin Yan can withstand 10 moves, he can win. Although Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple is a peak martial emperor, many people do not dare to guarantee that he can defeat Qin Yan within 10 moves. Qin Yan is standing on the battle stage, looking at the middle-aged man with cold expression. Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple is called Ji Punghong. He is a tall and sturdy middle-aged man. He looks very calm and does not speak much. Moreover, from his expression, he does not have the slightest intention of underestimating his opponent, he is very cautious. Yi Punghong earnestly sized up Qin Yan and observed his aura. This caused Qin Yan to suddenly feel some pressure. He thought that all Pagoda's chief disciples are pompous and arrogant because Yi Yaoshua was exactly like that before. But Yi Punghong is not like that. Qin Yan is somewhat afraid of this kind of people. You can begin. Yi Punghong nodded and said. After the battle stage's barrier opened, the judge sounded the gong. Yi Punghong is the first to attack. Qin Yan's cultivation is very low, he does not have any intention to attack. So from the very beginning, he has been defending. He released body-protecting dragon handle through heavenly dragon art. Precious Dragon Pagoda and Dragon Sect have some relationship, so Precious Dragon Pagoda's martial arts path is somewhat similar to Dragon Sect's. After Qin Yan released body-protecting dragon handle, Yi Punghong's fist also arrived with valiant aura. Yi Punghong's fist flickered with red light, it looks like red energy flame is gushing out. The energy burst out caused the entire battle stage to violently tremble. Boom! Yi Punghong's fist struck Qin Yan's head and landed on the translucent golden barrier. The body-protecting dragon handle released by Qin Yan possesses very strong defensive power. It blocked the formidable power gathered by Yi Punghong's fist, however, his dragon's repulse was also shattered, and a golden storm was set off. Qin Yan was also sent flying and slammed into the barrier. Yi Punghong was also forced to take 3 steps back by the power of the body-protecting dragon's handle. His fist was also slightly red and felt a slight numbing pain. Although Qin Yan was sent flying, he received Yi Punghong's terrifying punch head-on. Although many martial kings and martial emperors know that Qin Yan is not weak, they are still astonished. The senior disciples here knew Yi Punghong very well. They knew how strong he was. After all, his pagoda was ranked 20th, Yi Punghong was astonished. With a deep roar, he charged at Qin Yan and punched again. This time, his fist flashed with a red light that was as dazzling as lightning. What caused people to be astonished is that his fist energy transformed into a red lightning dragon. Just this dragon head covered more than half of the battle stage. Qin Yun's side of the battle stage was covered by the formidable dragon head in the blink of an eye. Roar! The furious dragon's roar shook heaven and earth, shaking all around. It gave people the feeling that the barrier is about to break. The battle stage was also enveloped by the tyrannical red lightning. After the red lightning dissipated, Qin Yun is still standing there, but his clothes are extremely tattered. He received the second attack. Yi Pengheng is even more astonished. Qin Yun, a late-stage martial king, can actually receive 2 of his attacks. Yi Pengheng is very clear that this is not because he is weak, rather it is because his opponent is a late-stage martial king who possesses a mysterious and formidable power. It was not easy for Qin Yun to receive that punch. 8 more. Kong Feiqing said in low voice, Xiao Yun, you must hold on. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal's expression gradually became grave. He expected that Yi Pengheng would be able to knock Qin Yun down within 3 moves. But now, Qin Yun is still standing. Pengheng, go all out. Precious Dragon Pagoda's half-immortal yelled. If they lose, they will lose 5 years' worth of resources. And he will be blamed by many people and Pagoda Master. Yi Pengheng also knows that the consequences of losing are very grave. He loudly roared and attacked Qin Yun again. Qin Yun is still not knocked down by the 3rd move. Only his appearance is somewhat miserable. Soon after, Yi Pengheng seems to have gone mad. He attacked 4th move, 5th move, 8th move, 9th move. After the 9th move, Qin Yun's body has been burnt black by the impact of the tyrannical power. His hair is in a mess, the black cloth covering his face has been torn off. His face is filled with blood and injuries. His appearance is very scary. However, Qin Yun has not completely fallen down, he can still stand up. Yi Pengheng's forehead is filled with sweat. Precious Dragon Pagoda's people are also very nervous and in some despair. Because there is only 1 move left, if Yi Pengheng cannot completely defeat Qin Yun, Precious Dragon Pagoda will lose 5 years' worth of resources. Now Qin Yun knows that the disparity between him and peak martial emperors is very big. If he doesn't use any equipment and directly fights against this kind of genius peak martial emperor, he will undoubtedly lose. Yi Yaoshua's strength is above Yi Pengheng's, she must be even more dreadful. Qin Yun can block so many moves because he is using all of his body's power and immortal devil body to defend. You fall down for me. Red light around Yi Pengheng's body leaped up and down like lightning. It can be seen that his martial spirit is a red thunder attribute variant martial spirit, but it is unknown what kind of martial spirit it is. Yi Pengheng's body shot out and directly charged towards Qin Yun. This time Yi Pengheng is gambling everything, he is using his body and all of his power to attack Qin Yun. Yi Pengheng is like a bolt of lightning, he is using all of his strength to attack Qin Yun. Yi Pengheng is like a bolt of lightning, he crashed into Qin Yun's body in a split second. Boom! Qin Yun can only feel that his chest bone has been ruthlessly rammed by Yi Pengheng's head. A formidable red thunder along with a dragon roar entered his heart. Gotcha! Qin Yun's chest bone shattered and his heart is being squeezed. The tree totem also released many tree vines at this critical moment and tightly wrapped around his heart. Although his chest bone has been shattered, his heart's vital organs have been wrapped up by tree vines. Even if his heart is being squeezed, his heart will not be damaged. If his heart is shattered, it would take a lot of time to recover. Qin Yun was sent flying and fell on the ground, he painfully rolled on the ground. Qin Yun used a very formidable power to block the attack, so when Yi Pengheng rammed into him, he was sent flying by that power. Yi Pengheng's head is also bleeding, he slowly crawled up from the ground. His entire body is swaying, blood is dripping down from his head, making him look very malevolent and scary. This time you won't be able to stand up. Yi Pengheng let out a long sigh. His head injury is very shocking, his skull is actually cracked. How can a late-stage martial king's body be so dreadful? Could it be that he has heavenly beast body? Possessing the immortal vein inheritance of a formidable heavenly beast, after cultivating immortal body, one will become very strong. Even so, he lost in the end. That guy is truly dreadful. If his cultivation was mid-stage martial emperor like Yi Yaoshua, maybe he would be as dreadful as her. Impossible, Yi Yaoshua is stronger than him. Qin Yun rolled on the ground a bit, his immortal devil body can heal very quickly, not long after, he felt a lot better. I didn't lose. Qin Yan slowly crawled up. His chest is caved in, moreover it is badly mangled, but he is still able to stand up. Seeing Qin Yan stand up, everyone burst into a burst of shocked shouts. Precious Dragon Pagoda lost. If they don't fulfill their promise, Qin Yan will snatch away their pagoda beast. After the barrier opened, Qin Yan flew to the sky and said to Precious Dragon Pagoda's people, starting next year, you must deliver resources to Star Traveling Pagoda every year. If you can break the contract, your pagoda beast will also come to us. Qin Yan took out the pagoda beast contract talisman. Light blue contract power is flowing on it. Qin Yan's injuries are very serious. He hastily flew towards Star Traveling Pagoda. Luckily that guy used a wide range of attacks in the beginning. If he had concentrated his power from the beginning, I might have lost. Qin Yan recalled what happened while flying in the sky. If he had concentrated his power from the beginning and not covered a wide range of attacks, you would have been able to dodge and his concentrated power would have been wasted. Therefore, his first few attacks covered a wide range of attacks so that he wouldn't have wasted his power. Ling Yuner said, that guy injured you in the beginning, making it hard for you to dodge. Only at the end did he concentrate his power. Just this point alone shows that he has considered everything thoroughly. If Qin Yan did not have a mortal devil body, he would have been completely defeated within 5 moves. After Qin Yan left, everyone in the 100 Refining Plaza exclaimed in admiration and started discussing the chief disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda. Precious Dragon Pagoda lost 5 years of resources. This loss cannot be considered big, but it is also not small. Because in the next 5 years, Precious Dragon Pagoda will not have any resources, this will cause their ranking to gradually fall. This matter has also reached the ears of many pagodas higher-ups. Especially the chief disciples of each pagoda, they are very concerned about this matter. They want to know the details of this matter as much as possible. Because Yi Punghong is not a weak peak martial emperor, he could not even defeat a late-stage martial king with 10 moves in a row. First pagoda, at the top floor of Star Traveling Pagoda, Yi Yaoxue is standing on the balcony, looking at Star Traveling Pagoda's direction and said in cold voice, Star Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple is called Qin Xiaoyun, right? Is it possible that this guy is a Yun? Standing behind Yi Yaoxue is a handsome young man. He said, I don't know. His face was covered, even though the cloth covering his face fell, because his face was seriously injured, we could not see his appearance. Invitation A Liang said, Madam Yi, that venerable master a Yun cannot be Star Traveling Pagoda's Qin Xiaoyun. First, when you and a Yun were in Morong Manor, it was the time of 100 Pagoda sex assessment. Second, Star Traveling Pagoda's Qin Xiaoyun is a new golden disciple. A Yun did not participate in the assessment, how could he become a golden disciple? Yi Yaoxue's long and shapely eyebrows are wrinkled as she said, go check who participated in Star Traveling Pagoda's assessment. A Liang immediately replied, Madam Yi, this subordinate has checked. One of them is called Lan Chen and the other is called Qin Xiaoyun. Is this true? Yi Yaoxue asked. It's true. Granny Star personally went to register them. Moreover, she also registered Qin Xiaoyun as chief disciple. A Liang said again. All right. Send him an invitation card, tell him that I am inviting him to a banquet in First Pagoda to befriend Star Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple. Yi Yaoxue's beautiful eyes flickered as she said again, when you go, you must be a bit more polite. You must invite that guy, I will personally appraise him to see whether he is that immoral venerable master or not. Yes, Madam Yi, this subordinate will do it immediately. A Liang said. Yi Yaoxue is standing on the balcony, her beautiful jade-like face is filled with anger. Wretched immoral venerable master, he disappeared without a trace after the Morong Manor incident. Moreover, he disappeared in my 100 Pagoda sex territory. I must find him and take revenge. Yi Yaoxue's mood has been very bad these days. Because she lost miserably in Morong Manor. Not to mention losing 20 high-quality Regent Origin stones, even her underwear was snatched away. Not only she lost money, she also lost face. Although many disciples of 100 Pagoda sect are very angry for her, there are also many rumors and slanders. Night time, at the top floor of First Pagoda, Yi Yaoxue is sitting on a table beside the balcony. She is looking at Yu Shudian and Hong Mengshu who are sitting across from her. She has indeed invited Yu Shudian and Hong Mengshu. Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu are not very stunning women, but they each have their own unique temperament. They can be considered very outstanding and beautiful women. Even Yi Yaoshua secretly praised Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu in her heart. "Hello, junior sisters." Yi Yaoshua smiled, her voice is gentle and pleasant to listen to. She said, "Many thanks for honoring me by coming to this gathering." "Senior sister Yi, did you invite us here for a Yun's matter?" Yu Shutian asked. "Yes. I want to meet him and have a good talk with him." Yi Yaoshua smiled and poured tea for Yu Shutian and Hong Mengshu. "She is very courteous, she does not have the arrogance of First Pagoda's chief disciple." Hong Mengshu sighed. "We don't know where he is either. Originally he agreed to enter 100 Pagoda sect with us, then he had a conflict with senior sister Yi in Morong matter, he didn't dare to come and gave his spot to big sister Kong." Yi Yaoshua lightly groaned and said, "This guy really has no guts, he doesn't even dare to enter 100 Pagoda sect." Yu Shutian placed her hand on Yi Yaoshua's jade-like hand and said with gentle smile, "Senior sister Yi, what do you want to discuss with a Yun? If I see him, I can pass the message to him." Yi Yaoshua said with helpless expression, "I want him to return my underwear, it is a very precious thing to me. It is very meaningful." Hong Mengshu said with a smile, "Brother Yun is a very greedy fellow. If you want to get the doo-doo back, you have to take out something that can move him. Furthermore, he's a very calculated person. He doesn't really want you to marry him, it's mainly because you promised him, but you went back on your word. So, he will definitely settle this matter with you." Yi Yaoshua bit her lips and cursed in low voice, "What exactly is that bastard's background? Could it be that there is no one who can deal with him? He clearly has many outstanding women by his side, why does he still want to pester me?" Yu Shutian covered her mouth and said with smile, "Senior sister Yi, you misunderstood, me and Mengshu are not his women. Big sister Kong and Yan Yan have nothing to do with him. We are just his good friends." Hong Mengshu said, "I know a Yun very well, I have known him for many years, I even know his real wife, I and his wife's little sister are good sisters. He indeed has many awesome women by his side, some of them are even more awesome than you." Yi Yaoshua is somewhat unconvinced, she curled her lips and said, "More awesome than me? How awesome is that?" Hong Mengshu thought for a bit and said, "Very awesome, his wife is very awesome. Little sisters, please help me get my underwear back, I will be very grateful to you." Yi Yaoshua pulled Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian's lily-white hands and said in a spoiled manner. Sometimes Yi Yaoshua is arrogant and haughty, sometimes she is gentle and courteous. Now, in order to take back her things, she is acting like a spoiled child. Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian glanced at each other, they also feel somewhat helpless. "Alright, if we can contact him, we will ask him and see how he plans to conduct the transaction with you." Hong Mengshu said with smile, "Senior sister Yi, you should be prepared to bleed a lot. Senior sister Yi, you should not have made that kind of promise. Look, after you lost, you did not fulfill your promise and caused such a big commotion." Yu Shutian faintly sighed, "That guy Yun is not someone to be trifled with." Yi Yaoshua has a very pitiful appearance, she mumbled, "I really did not expect to lose, who knew that bastard would have that kind of method? Little sisters, you must help me. We can only give it a try." Yu Shutian said with sigh. "It doesn't matter if it succeeds or not, you will have my protection from now on, I guarantee that no one will bully you." Yi Yaoshua sweetly smiled, "Can you tell me about that bastard's specific situation? For example, what kind of martial spirit does he have, what kind of martial skills does he have? I am not too clear." Hong Mengshu shook her head, "I only know that I have a fire martial spirit, I don't know anything else." "That bastard, could it be that he has multiple martial spirits? He cultivates multiple Dao cores at the same time." Yi Yaoshua thought for a bit and said again, "How did he take away my clothes? Do you know about that kind of ability?" "That is Qin Yan's mysterious penetration divine ability." Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian are also not clear about it, they shook their heads. Yu Shutian knows that Qin Yan has Star Lord Inscription Spirit and is also the sect master of Inscription Gate. She is a member of Inscription Gate, so she cannot betray Qin Yan. That immoral venerable master, I will definitely teach him a lesson. Yi Yaoshua became more and more angry the more she thought about it. Yi Yashua's subordinate Liang arrived at Star Traveling Pagoda's dilapidated entrance with a beautiful invitation card in his hand. Although there is no door, Liang did not go in, instead he shouted from outside, "I am First Pagoda's Liang, Madam Yi Yashua's subordinate. I came here to deliver an invitation card." Qin Yun is not inside Star Traveling Pagoda, instead, he used the Starry Sky teleportation formation to arrive at the safe and mysterious small star. He is healing inside the Star Origin Great Formation. Lan Chen's finger has already been reattached. He has Star Totem, now he is absorbing star power very quickly through the Star Origin Great Formation and recovering very quickly. Qin Yun's recovery speed is also very fast inside the Star Origin Great Formation. His injured muscles and bones are already gradually recovering. Star Picking Pavilion's first floor. An old man walked in and said, "Xiao Yun, someone sent by Yi Yashua wants to see you. He wants to give you an invitation card and invite you to a banquet." Qin Yun carefully thought about it and realized that Yi Yashua is suspicious of him. "Senior brother, let that guy take the invitation card and go back. Tell him that I am healing and not seeing anyone," Qin Yun said. "Alright," that senior brother said with smile, "Xiao Yun, you have rejected Yi Yashua's invitation, she will surely be very angry." After that senior brother came out of Star Traveling Pagoda's entrance, he said to Liang, "Junior brother said that he is healing and not seeing anyone. Please take the invitation card and go back." Liang frowned and said, "Alright." Everyone knows that Qin Yun's injuries are very serious. After all, he took 10 attacks from a peak martial emperor head-on. Being able to survive is already very tenacious. Liang immediately returned. Yi Yashua is currently receiving Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian on the balcony. Liang returned with the invitation card and said, "Madam Yi, Qin Xiaoyun said that he is healing and not seeing anyone. He asked me to bring the invitation card back. Madam Yi, it is indeed inappropriate for you to invite him now. His injuries are very serious." Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian's heart trembled hearing this. But they are able to remain calm and did not show any strange expression. "Don't believe his nonsense." Yi Yashua coldly groaned and said, "I am very clear about Precious Dragon Pagoda's Yi Penghong's strength. Qin Xiaoyun took 10 attacks from Yi Penghong and not only did he not fall down, he even flew back to Star Traveling Pagoda on his own. His injuries are not very serious, moreover, if his injuries were very serious, he would have gone into death seclusion to heal, he would not have let anyone pass on his message. He is purposely not accepting the invitation card. Madam Ye's analysis is correct, I was negligent." Liang promptly lowered his head and said, "It has nothing to do with you, I will personally go." "Xiao Tian, Mengshu, are you coming with me?" Yi Yashua said, "That Qin Xiaoyun said bad things about me on the stage today. I generously invited him but he actually refused, he is not giving me any face." Hong Mengshu and Yu Shutian nodded their heads and agreed to go with Qin Yun. Because a super genius has appeared in Star Traveling Pagoda. Therefore, the people in charge of gathering information are loitering outside Star Traveling Pagoda. If not for gathering information, normally no one would come near this broken-down pagoda. The outside of Star Traveling Pagoda is so dilapidated that it looks like an abandoned building. Everyone who came here cannot help but frown. Even though it is night, with the help of bright moonlight and starlight, they can clearly see the scars on the surface of Star Traveling Pagoda. Yi Yashua, Hong Mengshu, and Yu Shutian arrived outside Star Traveling Pagoda. "This pagoda is very awesome. Back then our first pagoda's seniors joined hands to attack it but it still managed to stand tall. It seems like this is the first time Yi Yashua has come here." She somewhat emotionally sighed and said, "Star Traveling Pagoda is indeed worthy of being the previous first pagoda." Yi Yashua's appearance outside Star Traveling Pagoda caused all the people in the vicinity to be extremely shocked. They promptly used sound transmission magic tools to spread this important news. Not long after, many people in the vicinity arrived. Everyone knows that Qin Yun has repeatedly used Yi Yashua's name on the 100 Refining Plaza's battle stage. This caused many of Yi Yashua's followers to become furious. Jointly resisting enemy Yi Yashua is standing at the entrance of Star Traveling Pagoda's first floor. Since there is no door, she can directly see that the inside is in shambles. "I am First Pagoda's chief disciple Yi Yashua. I want to invite Star Traveling Pagoda's chief disciple Qin Xiaoyun for a gathering." Yi Yashua's gentle and amiable voice is very pleasant to hear. Although her voice is gentle and beautiful, it can be transmitted all around. This voice is neither loud nor soft, but it contains a very mystical power. It can be heard from far away. Not only it is not ear-piercing, it is also very pleasant and comfortable to listen to. Yi Yashua's attitude is very good. This caused many people nearby to feel amazed. Many people here want to go over and chat with Yi Yashua, but they know that Yi Yashua doesn't like to talk to strangers. So they did not go over, they can only watch from far away. An old man walked out and said, Xiaoyun said that First Pagoda and Star Traveling Pagoda are irreconcilable enemies. He doesn't want to see you. He also said that you are a weasel, that you have bad intentions. Yi Yashua cursed a few times in her heart, but on the surface she is very gentle and said again, I brought some healing medicine for him to heal his injuries. The old man went in for a while, then came out again and said, he wants you to bring the healing medicine back. He said that he doesn't trust anyone from First Pagoda, let alone Yi Yashua who lied before. Yi Yashua gnashed her teeth in anger, but she did not show it. She is just calmly standing there, suppressing her anger. Many people watching from the side find this scene inconceivable. Because Qin Xiaoyun spoke ill of Yi Yashua on the battle stage, yet not only did Yi Yashua not blame him, she even delivered medicine to his door. The funny thing is that Yi Yashua was actually rejected. Yi Yashua said, I want to go in and see him. She finished speaking and quickly rushed towards the door. The old man saw Yi Yashua and anxiously yelled, don't recklessly rush in. No matter what, I want to see him. Yi Yashua's voice became somewhat ice-cold, then she rushed towards the door. Bang! Yi Yashua collided with the formless barrier at the door and let out a delicate shout. What is going on? Star Traveling Pagoda actually has such a strong barrier. Yi Yashua said with some embarrassment, she is basically unable to pass through the barrier. After the Star Origin Great Formation was restored, Star Traveling Pagoda's various formidable barriers also gradually recovered. Moreover, they are all under Qin Yun's control. I want to see your tower master. Yi Yashua said again, I am First Pagoda's chief disciple, I have important matter to discuss with your Star Traveling Pagoda's Pagoda Master. Pagoda Master doesn't want to see you, please go back. The old man at the door said. The spectators are also very amazed because Star Traveling Pagoda's Great Formation has actually recovered. This caused her to suspect that Qin Xiaoyun might be the immoral venerable master who drove her crazy. Yi Yashua's beautiful eyes flickered as she said again, Dragon Sect people will arrive in 2 days. At that time, our 100 Pagoda sect will go and welcome them. Your Star Traveling Pagoda has not had a chief disciple for many years, so you do not know about this matter. I came here to tell you all about it. Once the people from the Dragon Sect arrive, I, as the chief disciple of the first pagoda, will have to lead the chief disciples of the other pagodas to fight against the Dragon Sect. This is also what Dragon Sect has agreed with us. We will compete every once in a while. If our 100 Pagoda sect wins, they will cede some or veins and all kinds of resources to us. If we lose, we will let them take away a great amount of resources. Yi Yashua saw the old man's expression of it's none of my business and said again, I know that your Star Traveling Pagoda's resources will be cut off for 30,000 years, but when our 100 Pagoda sect encounters outside enemies, we must unite to resist. Before, you didn't have a chief disciple, so we did not come to find you. But now, you have a chief disciple who is not weak, so he must come. This matter, your pagoda master should understand it better. So I want to see your pagoda master. The old man can only continue talking with Qin Yun. Qin Yun is now the pagoda master, he is also the chief disciple. Not long after, the old man ran out again and said, Xiaoyun said, tell him the location and time, as soon as Dragon Sect people arrive, he will immediately rush over. Pagoda Master said that he is not free, he cannot meet you. 2 days later, morning, 100 Refining Plaza. If he doesn't come, he will have to bear the consequences. Yi Yashua said. Yi Yashua finished speaking and left with Hong Mengshu and Yu Shadian. She is filled with belly full of anger because she has suffered a loss. I am so angry. This Star Traveling Pagoda is actually pretending to be dead. You should know that all the pagoda masters below rank 30 are very courteous and respectful when they see me. However, their chief disciple and pagoda master of star-traveling pagoda unexpectedly do not even show their face. They are looking down on me too much. It is clear that they are doing this on purpose. Yi Yaoshua furiously said while flying in the sky. Yi Yaoshua is the chief disciple of First Pagoda. For many years, because of her, no chief disciple of other pagoda has been able to defeat her. Because of this, First Pagoda can maintain its first rank. Second Pagoda, Divine Sword Pagoda, is very strong. It is said that Pagoda Beast and Pagoda Master are stronger than First Pagoda. However, they can't find a suitable person to defeat Yi Yaoshua. That is why Divine Sword Pagoda is always suppressed. Therefore, Yi Yaoshua's position in First Pagoda is very high. She also occupied a lot of resources before, but because she felt apologetic, she gave up on occupying a lot of resources and went to obtain them herself. It is said that even though she gave up on occupying a lot of resources, she still obtained a lot of resources. Everyone is not surprised that Yi Yaoshua suffered a loss at Star Traveling Pagoda's hands. Star Traveling Pagoda and First Pagoda have deep enmity. Now that Star Traveling Pagoda is on the rise, they will certainly not bow down to First Pagoda. After all, Star Traveling Pagoda's current decline is caused by First Pagoda. Xianxia asked Granny Star inside Star Picking Pavilion, "Is the matter regarding Dragon Sect true?" Granny Star nodded and said, "It is true. At that time, there will be many competitions. 100 Pagoda Sect will be the defending side. The conditions will be very harsh for us. Therefore, 100 Pagoda Sect cannot lose. At that time, as chief disciple, even if you don't put in any effort, you will still have to support them." "Alright, I will go take a look in 2 days." Xianxia said. "Xiaoyun, are your injuries alright?" Granny Star asked. "I'm fine, I will be fine very soon," Xianxia said with smile. Next 2 days, Xianxia recuperated and finally returned to his peak condition. 2 days passed by in a blink. Xianxia is wearing a golden lion head mask. He is wearing special refined grey clothes and is flying towards 100 Refining Plaza with Granny Star. It is still early in the morning, the sky has just brightened. There are not many people in 100 Refining Plaza, but Yi Yaoshua has already arrived. She is wearing white and blue tight-fitting clothes, her hair is tied up, her attire is very refreshing. This is also her attire for battle. Seeing Granny Star arrive, she promptly flew over. She is very polite and gentle, her face is filled with sweet and charming smile, and she said, "Junior Yi Yaoshua greets Granny Star." "Humph, little girl, you were not like this in front of me before," Granny Star said in bad mood. "Yaoshua was young and arrogant back then. I offended Granny Star, please forgive me." Yi Yaoshua lowered her head and said with guilty expression, forget it, you have contributed a lot to 100 Pagoda Sect for many years." Granny Star sighed, "But the enmity between our Star Traveling Pagoda and your First Pagoda is not so easy to resolve." Yi Yaoshua said, "That is the matter of our ancestors, us younger generation should resolve it." She looked at Xianxia and said, "This must be junior brother Qin Xiaoyun. Why are you wearing a lion head mask?" Xianxia deliberately said in rough voice, "Because I am so handsome that I can shake heaven and earth. I don't want a woman like you to be infatuated with me." Yi Yaoshua did not flare up, instead she sweetly smiled and said, "Junior brother Qin is truly humorous. Take off your mask, senior sister will not be infatuated with you." Xianxia did not say anything, he pretended to look all around. Yi Yaoshua very much wants to tear off Xianxia's mask to see whether or not he is that immoral venerable master, but with Granny Star here, she doesn't dare. Xianxia cursed in his heart, "This wretched Yi Yaoshua, why is she so suspicious of me? It seems like she thinks that I look like a venerable master, she will recognize me. If only Yueme was here, she would have turned me into a bald head or something, she would have been able to deceive her." Ling Yuner charmingly smiled and said, "A woman's self-awareness is very scary. It doesn't matter, she has no evidence to prove me, I will just ignore her." Xianxia said again. Along with the 9 suns slowly rising, the earth is illuminated by the bright and beautiful sunlight. Many chief disciples have arrived. Even those middle-aged chief disciples respectfully greet Yi Yaoshua as big senior sister. Xianxia also saw some familiar faces, for example Morong Tianjia, Morong Changgu, and Morong Yue. Morong Changgu and Morong Yue are actually 100 Pagoda Sect's disciples. Apart from them, there are ancient star pagodas Yu Shudian, Hong Mengshu, Kong Feiqing and Gong Fian. Although they are new disciples, because they have good relationship with Yi Yaoxue, they came over to greet Qin Yun. Yu Shudian and Hong Mengshu almost laughed out loud seeing Qin Yun wearing a lion head mask. Morong Tianjia looked at Qin Yun with smile and asked, "Junior brother Qin, why are you wearing a mask?" Qin Yun said with coarse voice, "Dragon sect people cultivate dragon power. Dragons are afraid of heavenly lions, I can suppress them with this mask." Someone said with sneer, "Why are you so secretive? Don't tell me you are an incomparably ugly guy?" Qin Yun said in loud voice, "It is precisely because I am so handsome that I can shock the heaven and earth and make ghosts and gods weep that I don't want to reveal my true appearance, so that you bunch of ugly people won't be able to show your face." "Bastard, who are you calling ugly?" "I was so handsome that I made a group of women cry," a young man said in a very unconvinced manner. Many people who believe themselves to be very handsome cursed Qin Yun one after another. Chapter 951 Confrontation of Martial Emperors. Majority of the people gathered here are chief disciples. Even if they are not chief disciples, they are still very outstanding. Hearing Qin Yun's words, they immediately exploded in anger. All kind of profanity immediately bombarded Qin Yun from all directions. Qin Yun is wearing a mask, nobody can see his face. If they saw that he is laughing, they would become even more furious. Yi Yaoxue is also very unhappy and said, "Junior brother Qin, I, Yi Yaoxue, am not a person who looks at appearances. Don't speak so excessively. Fellow martial brothers and sisters are only defending me out of respect." Many people applauded and praised Yi Yaoxue's words. Morong Yue lightly groaned and said, "Today we are going to fight Dragon Sect, we should unite. But this guy is trying to sow discord among us." Qin Yun said, "Our star traveling pagoda is a trash pagoda, not only you don't help us, you have been bullying us for so many years, how can we unite?" Someone said with sneer, "Junior brother Qin, you are very awesome but rest assured, today we will fight Dragon Sect, we will not let you take action. Because with your current strength, how can you help us?" Indeed. He is a guy who believes himself infallible, he knows that star traveling pagoda is trash pagoda, we don't need his help. For many years, our 100 Pagoda sect has defeated Dragon Sect several times without Star Traveling Pagoda's help. Just watch the show from the side. So what if your Star Traveling Pagoda is very awesome? If you defeat Dragon Sect, you get nothing, we don't expect you to do anything. All the pagoda ranked below 50th, just watch from the back. We only let you come to make up the numbers. Qin Yun said to Granny Star, "We will go over there, we have no business here." Soon after, Granny Star and Qin Yun arrived at the side of the 100 Refining Plaza. The disciples on this side are all disciples of the pagoda ranked below 50th. They don't have much say in 100 Pagoda sect, they don't have many resources, so their overall strength is not high. Yi Yaoxue is disappointed that she cannot see Qin Yun's appearance. Dragon sect disciples have arrived. A large golden cloud suddenly floated over from the east of the plaza. A large group of people are flying over with overbearing aura. After they arrived, they floated in the air, beating gongs and drums, stirring up a great commotion. The people of the Dragon sect landed on the 100 Refining Square arrogantly. The drums shook the sky and the sound waves reverberated in all directions. It had a kind of might. The person who led the Dragon sect disciples here was a handsome young man dressed in golden armor. He wore a dragon crown on his head and held a long spear in his hand. He looked very majestic and gave off a very powerful aura. Looking at him from afar, one could tell that he was very strong. Granny Star said, "That is Dragon Sect's strongest late-stage martial emperor, Long Fengyu." Normally peak martial emperors are not allowed to participate in this kind of competition because most of them are preparing to cross half-immortal tribulation. Therefore, Dragon Sect and 100 Pagoda Sect have agreed that peak martial emperors are not allowed to participate. Qin Yun looked at Yi Yaoxue's group and asked, "It seems like there are no elders from our 100 Pagoda Sect. Headmaster, elders, and protectors, are they not coming out?" Granny Star said, "Because they are fighting with Dragon Sect people in other places. This is the battlefield of the youngsters. Dragon Sect's leader is Long Fengyu and 100 Pagoda Sect's leader is Yi Yaoxue. Below peak martial emperors, Yi Yaoxue is indeed the strongest, so she is in charge." Qinyan lightly groaned and said, "This big talker is actually shouldering such a heavy responsibility, I really couldn't tell." Granny Star said with smile, "First Pagoda has obtained the most resources, she is also directly benefiting from it, so she also has to exert herself." Dragon Sex Long Fengyu is standing at the front, he placed his spear on the ground, looked at Yi Yaoshue and said with smile, "Yi Yaoshue, you are still mid-stage martial emperor? Even though you are very strong, it is not easy for you to break through. But this is also normal, who told your cultivation path to be so different from others?" Long Fengyu, last time we set the rules, this time it is your turn to set the rules. Yi Yashua's voice is very cold. Even though she is a woman, she is now filled with a very intimidating aura. Directly state the rules and then begin the competition. There will be 3 rounds of competition, you must win every round to successfully defend. This time you are defending side, you should be clear about the rules. Long Fengyu said. "I know, there is no need for you to remind me." Yi Yaoshue said. "The first round of competition is between martial emperors, the winner will be decided by winning 2 out of 3 rounds. You must win 2 rounds to successfully defend and then proceed to the next round." Long Fengyu said, "The second round of competition is between martial kings, the rules are the same as the first round, you must win 2 rounds. Speaking up to here, Long Fengyu said with smile, "The third round of competition is about inscription. There will be talisman crafting, tool refining, formation setting, material production, puppet competition, finesse of inscription and many other kinds of competition. In this round, your inscription masters must win 6 rounds in a row to win this round. The last round of competition is very harsh." 100 Pagoda sect's disciples immediately protested and began complaining one after another. Dragon sect's disciples also began shouting and beating gongs and drums to retaliate against 100 Pagoda sect. Yi Yaoshue loudly shouted, "The last round is too harsh, we don't agree." The noisy 100 refining plaza also became quiet. Long Fengyu laughed loudly and said, "It is not up to you to disagree. The rules you set for us before, weren't they also very harsh?" Yi Yaoshue said, "Then we can only ask the elders to come out and discuss. In any case, I don't agree to the last round of competition." "Please, please." Long Fengyu took out a communication magic tool, it is a Dao tool treasure mirror. Yi Yashua's sound transmission magic tool is a very small and exquisite sound transmission conch, it is far less precious than Long Fengyu's Dao tool treasure mirror. The scene became deadlocked. Qinyan curiously asked, "Granny Star, will Sect Master and the others appear?" Granny Star said, "No. They won't appear, the sect masters of both sides are competing in other places. They will discuss it and then inform Yi Yaoshue and Long Fengyu." Sure enough, not long after, Long Fengyu said with smile, "The elders have already discussed it. In the third round of competition, you can send out 2 inscription masters to compete with us. And we can only send out 1 inscription master. If your first inscription master loses, that inscription master will be eliminated. The second inscription master must keep on winning, only then can he win the last round." Yi Yaoshue is very opposed to the last round of competition, but there is no other way, the elders have already discussed it, she can only accept it. Alright, next will be the competition between martial emperors, the rules will be the same as before. You will be responsible for your own injuries and death on the battle stage, you are not allowed to use weapons, poison or concealed weapons. Yi Yaoshue said. "We know the rules, there is no need for you to remind us." Long Fengyu said with smile, "Of course, since this is your battle stage, we will check the formation of your battle stage to prevent you from cheating." Yi Yaoshue groaned and said, "Please do as you wish. 100 Refining Plaza is very big, there are also many battle stages. The battle stage in the middle is the biggest and also the main battle stage, all kinds of barriers are very complete. Yi Yaoshue is also taking advantage of this time to arrange people to fight. 3 martial emperors. I will fight first, Murong Tianjia will fight second." Yi Yaoshue looked at Murong Tianjia and said again, "Even though you have just become mid-stage martial emperor, your strength is comparable to late-stage martial emperors, I feel more assured with you." Yi Yaoshue looked at Divine Sword Pagoda's people and said again, "The third battle will be arranged according to the situation." "Oh, that's right, where's your Divine Sword Pagoda Xiao Wufeng?" He is a peak martial king, he is required to fight in the martial king showdown. With him here, we can definitely win. Morong Tianjia said, he is in seclusion, he said he wants to break through to martial emperor. Why is he suddenly about to break through? I remember that he just became peak martial king not long ago. Yi Yaoxue is somewhat amazed, she sighed, and said, if he were here, we would surely win one of the martial king showdown. Yi Yaoxue thought for a bit and said, Morong Changwu will fight first, Morong Yue will fight second, the third will be decided according to the situation. It must be known that Yi Yaoxue frequently fights against 100 Pagoda sect's disciples, so she is very clear about their level. No one has any objection to this. Even though 3 of the people fighting are from Morong family, everyone knows that these outstanding grandchildren of City Master Morong are very awesome. It must be known that even many disciples of 100 Pagoda sect do not get as many resources as these outstanding Morong family disciples. For example, last time City Master Morong took out many Regent Origin stones in one go. Therefore, Morong family disciples get even more resources from 100 Pagoda sect. Dragon sect's people finished inspecting the battle stage. Long Fengyu walked onto the largest battle stage in the middle of 100 Refining Plaza. It is clear that he wants to fight first. He must win first to raise morale. Therefore, the leaders of both sides are going on stage. Qin Yan said, Granny Star, can we go a bit closer? I want to see Yi Yaoshua's strength from close range. Granny Star said with smile, of course we can, let's go. The battle stage is round, it is several hundred meters wide. Although there are not many formation pillars around it, they are all a kilometer tall and can release a very strong barrier. Many people were floating in mid-air, which allowed them to see clearly. The barrier around the battle stage is also a kilometer tall. When the fight starts, it is possible that it will be in the air. Qin Yan is watching from the ground. Long Fengyu is a late-stage martial emperor, although he looks very confident, he is feeling great pressure in his heart. He is very clear about Yi Yaoshua's strength, even though she is a mid-stage martial emperor, her strength is very formidable. Otherwise, she would not be able to lead the young disciples of 100 Pagoda sect. Although Qin Yan is wearing a mask, he can still see what is happening outside. Naturally, his lion head mask is very conspicuous. After all, there is only one freak like him in the entire plaza. Qin Yan doesn't care about other people's gaze at all, he is calmly and earnestly staring at the battle stage, waiting for the battle to begin. The person below the stage, quickly take off your mask. Long Fengyu also saw Qin Yan's mask, he feels very uncomfortable and loudly shouted. Qin Yan's lion head mask is made by imitating heavenly lions. The location where Dragon sect is built often attracts heavenly lionine spirits, causing Dragon sect disciples to be harassed by heavenly lionine spirits and suffer great losses. Therefore, Dragon sect disciples have a shadow of heavenly lions. Therefore, when they see this kind of lion head mask, they feel very uncomfortable. Clash of Geniuses. Hearing Qin Yan's words, Long Fengyu furiously said, where did you get that lion head? Quickly take it off. Qin Yan also found it somewhat strange because he never expected that Dragon sect disciples would be so afraid of heavenly lions. What does it have to do with you where I got it from? Qin Yan said snappily, I'm wearing it properly. Why should I take it off? Long Fengyu looked at Yi Yaoxue and said in cold voice, Yi Yaoxue, quickly tell him to take off that lion mask. Yi Yaoxue is somewhat startled in her heart because Long Fengyu is very disgusted with that lion head. She looked at the lion head and recalled what Qin Yan had said before. He said that it was a heavenly lion head and that Dragon sect disciples were most afraid of heavenly lions. Now 100 Pagoda sect's disciples saw that Long Fengyu is disgusted by Qin Yan's head cover and recalled what Long Fengyu said about heavenly lion. It turned out that the disciples of the Dragon's Gate really disliked the heavenly lions. That guy has enmity with me, if you have any method, take off his head. Are you ready? We are about to begin. Yi Yaoxue said. Long Fengyu clenched his teeth, furiously glared at Qin Yan and cursed in low voice, bastard, just you wait, I will deal with you. Qin Yan shook the heavenly lion's head and said, come if you have the guts. He is not a bit afraid of Long Fengyu. He can easily suppress people who cultivate dragon bloodline. Long Fengyu is doing his best not to look at Qin Yan, he is focusing his attention on Yi Yaoxue. Yi Yashua looked at the old man below the stage. The old man nodded, took out a large gong, and sounded it. With a clang, the first round of the martial monarchs' duel officially began. Excluding peak martial emperors and above, this is the battle between the two strongest people of Dragon Sect and 100 Pagoda Sect. Although Long Fengyu is wearing luxurious armor, it is not a defensive treasure. Otherwise, the barrier here would be able to detect it. Even though he is wearing armor, his movement technique is still very nimble. His movement speed on the battle stage is not the least bit slower than Yi Yashua, it is even a bit faster. The two of them were originally separated by 200 meters. As soon as they started, they sprinted towards each other. Almost in an instant, the two of them collided. In a short moment, the two of them had exchanged over 100 moves. On the martial stage, red and golden lights flickered continuously. Every time they made a move, it was like a thunderstorm, and lightning danced. On the spacious martial stage, all kinds of tyrannical auras flowed, turning into a mist of light that floated above the stage. Long Fengyu and Yi Yashua's speed is very fast. Both of them are moving back and forth on the battle stage. Without a certain cultivation, it is very difficult to see their moves and movement trajectory. Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive of her formidable strength. This woman is just a mid-stage martial emperor, how can she be so powerful? Qin Yun said in his heart. You are only late-stage martial king, but your strength is inconceivably formidable. Ling Yun'er said with charming smile, super geniuses are like this. Although Long Fengyu's cultivation is one level higher than Yi Yashua, he is not able to gain any advantage over Yi Yashua. Yi Yashua's attribute power is still not very clear, at most he can only see her releasing very strong red light. In the red light, there were very clear threads that were jumping around, like red electric threads. If one did not look carefully, it would be difficult to see those dense electric threads. And Qin Yun can clearly see those electric threads wandering around within the energy, they are a kind of rune. Her rune martial spirit must be innate. I don't know what kind of rune it is, it makes her power so dreadful, it looks like thunder and lightning but it is not. Qin Yun has been staring at Yi Yashua, he is very carefully observing the energy she is releasing, he wants to clearly see those incomparably fine runes. Yi Yashua's martial spirit and power attribute are very mysterious. Qin Yun asked Granny Star but she also doesn't know. Although Long Fengyu is fighting very steadily, he is even more astonished in his heart. This is not the first or second time he has exchanged blows with Yi Yashua. And this time, he discovered that Yi Yashua's strength is even more formidable than before. Long Fengyu, you have not become stronger. Yi Yashua lightly smiled, then casually attacked with her palm and easily blocked Long Fengyu's dragon head-like fist. Strangely, the valiant power condensed on Long Fengyu's arm suddenly dissipated and rushed out of his body. Long Fengyu's fist has been easily blocked by Yi Yashua. Moreover, a peculiar power even hit his arm, causing him to feel pain, causing him to let out a muffled groan. However, he can only continue to attack very quickly, he wants to use his strongest offensive to suppress Yi Yashua. Savage woman. Blue veins popped out on Long Fengyu's forehead, he roared like a dragon. At the same time he attacked with both fists, the armor on his arms suddenly burst open and faint golden scales appeared on his arms. Long Fengyu's hands also somewhat look like dragon claws. Dragon transformation? Qin Yun is a bit amazed, this guy has not mastered it, he can only barely strengthen a dragon. He saw Long Songxing's dragon transformation before, his dragon claws are very formidable, they look like real dragon claws. Long Fengyu's arms are also only faintly covered with dragon scales. Moreover, his arms have slightly swelled up, his claws are slightly longer, they only look like dragon claws. However, they can suddenly increase Long Fengyu's power. Before, Yi Yashua could easily block Long Fengyu's ferocious fist attack, at the same time she scattered the power on Long Fengyu's arms. And now, when Yi Yashua's palm came in contact with Long Fengyu's dragon arms, her lily-white hands slightly trembled due to the power. The mysterious red power on her hands also scattered and became disorderly. Boom, after Long Fengyu's power suddenly increased, he unleashed swift and fierce attack. The energy released by his dragon arms transformed into even stronger golden dragon image. At first it was only dragon image but later it gradually turned into dragon image. This guy is using mysterious technique. It should be a very good martial spirit mysterious technique. Granny Star said. Long Fengyu, you actually mastered this kind of king-tier mysterious technique. Yi Yaoxue continuously retreated, she cried out in alarm with frown. Long Fengyu's arms are like two ferocious dragons, unceasingly pouncing and biting. Yi Yaoxue wanted to attack but Long Fengyu's ferocious counterattack kept pushing her back. In terms of power, Yi Yaoxue is now at a disadvantage. King-tier mysterious technique, this is a true mysterious technique. This is our Dragon Sex Mighty Dragon mysterious technique. It is a very strong spirit skill. It can turn one's arms into two dragons and possess formidable dragon power. Long Fengyu proudly said, even though I have only comprehended first layer of profound meaning, the power I obtained is enough to defeat you. Now Long Fengyu's body is covered by a very strong barrier, Yi Yaoxue's power is unable to penetrate it. Yi Yaoxue said with sneer, using spirit skill consumes a lot of energy, if the martial spirit is too tired, it will take a very long time to recover. I want to see how long you can last. Roar roar roar, Long Fengyu's arms trembled, as he pounced and bit, he let out a burst of roar filled with might. He unceasingly attacked Yi Yaoxue like lightning. Yi Yaoxue has no advantage against Long Fengyu in terms of speed, so it is very difficult for her to dodge. She can only use offense as defense to meet the two golden lightning dragon arms. Apart from the half-immortals, all the martial kings and martial emperors are looking at the intense battle on the battle stage with dumbstruck expressions. With Long Fengyu's strength, if he was in our 100 Pagoda sect, he would surely be able to enter top 20. Let's see whether or not Senior Sister Yi can defeat him. She definitely can. Senior Sister Ye's battle today is not as wild and fierce as before, she is mainly defending. Even if she attacks, it is for defensive purposes. Indeed, she is doing this to be conservative. Her power must have already reached the limit. With her mid-stage martial emperor cultivation, she can fight evenly against Long Fengyu, she will not lose. Senior Sister Ye's most dreadful aspect is her endurance, it is very astonishing. Many peak martial emperors are discussing among themselves. All the peak martial emperors of 100 Pagoda sect have fought with Yi Yaoxue before. Even peak martial emperors ranked above Yi Yaoxue don't dare to look down on her. Qin Yan now more or less grasped Yi Yaoxue's strength. He said in his heart, Yi Yaoxue's endurance is indeed astonishing. There are many remnant tyrannical energy aura on the battle stage, they are all left behind by Long Fengyu. Even if Yi Yaoxue released them, she can quickly retract them back into her body. Ling Yuner is also very amazed, indeed. Her power seems to be inseparable from her body. Moreover, there is a barrier around the battle stage, as long as the energy doesn't fly too far, she can completely retract it. This way, her consumption is very low. She can defeat peak martial emperors, could it be that she is playing a battle of attrition? Qin Yan said in his heart. Yi Yaoxue will surely become his strongest enemy in the future. If he can clearly understand her now, he will be able to find a way to win. Yi Yaoxue is also using forging from time to time, shooting out red light that look like lightning. This can block Long Fengyu's powerful attack. Long Fengyu is now sweating profusely because he knows that Yi Yaoxue is very good at consuming energy. She can maintain her peak state when her power is missing. But he can't because he is constantly using king-tier mysterious technique, his consumption is very great, he can only maintain his peak state for a very short period of time. Yi Yaoxue, I will not lose to you this time. After Long Fengyu calculated in his heart, he suddenly let out a deep roar. His arm flashed with a burst of glaring golden light and a golden dragon illusion flew out like a light beam. The golden dragon illusion flew out and in a flash it arrived at Yi Yaoxue. Yi Yaoxue has no time to dodge or block and was hit head-on. Boom boom, after the golden dragon illusion flew over, it suddenly exploded and gave rise to a burst of golden light wave. Yi Yaoxue let out a delicate cry because of the explosion, her ponytail draped over her shoulder. Her body was sent flying by the explosion and crashed into a pillar of the barrier. 100 Refining Plaza burst into an uproar, Yi Yaoxue has actually been seriously injured. Many 100 Pagoda sect disciples are anxiously shouting, Senior Sister. What caused people to be even more astonished is that Long Fengyu is also injured, his arm is bleeding. Heavenly Corpse, Chapter 953, heavenly corpse dense golden light is floating on the battle stage. This kind of aura is the aura of a martial spirit. Just now, Long Fengyu separated a part of his martial spirit and released even stronger power through mighty dragon mysterious technique. Yi Yaoshua did not expect this and was seriously injured. Naturally, Long Fengyu's injuries are not small, but he feels that Yi Yaoshua's injuries are even more serious than his. Yi Yaoshua saw Long Fengyu rush through the golden energy mist and arrived. Relying on her rich battle experience and keen awareness, her palm flashed like lightning and immediately flickered with a very strong red light. In that instant, Qinyan saw through the red light and saw even more details of the runes. He has been focusing his mind all along, so when the red light appeared, a great amount of details of the runes were branded into his mind. Ah! Long Fengyu's fist collided with Yi Yaoshua's palm and immediately split open. Flesh and blood filled with golden light splashed out. All that was left of his arm were golden bones. Flesh and blood, tendons, and everything else have been jolted and scattered. I concede. Long Fengyu's expression is filled with fear as he yelled. Yi Yaoshua gasped for air, looked at Long Fengyu and coldly groaned, "You will never be my opponent." Long Fengyu lost this time. It is equivalent to gambling, but he lost. Not only his arms are heavily injured, even his martial spirit has suffered some damage. Although Yi Yaoshua won, her injuries are also very serious. It can be seen from her pale complexion. What kind of power is that? Qinyan looked at Yi Yaoshua, his heart is filled with doubt. That power has no impact power, it also has no explosive power, but it caused Long Fengyu's arm to explode. Ling Yuner is also very amazed. Xiao Yun, you saw many details of the runes just now. Can you guess what kind of rune it is? That kind of complex rune. It is very possible that it is heavenly rune. Motherfucker. How can heavenly rune transform into martial spirit? Is there such a thing? Qinyan said in his heart, Yuner, I am also not sure if it is heavenly rune or not, but from the degree of complexity, it is even more complex than the Gemini heavenly rune I obtained before. Although Qinyan remembers most of the details, it is completely useless because it is not a complete rune. He can only judge the complexity of the rune based on the details. The complexity was far beyond his imagination, Ling Yuner said. Xiao Yun, there must be a very formidable power hidden inside her body, it is just that she has not released it. Qinyan also feels that she released a portion of her power in a moment of desperation. After the barrier was removed, Yi Yaoshua and Long Fengyu walked down the battle stage by themselves and took medicinal pills. They all had very good medicinal pills in their hands, which could quickly stabilize their injuries. Morong Tianjia, it is time for you to go up. They have come prepared this time, you must not lower your guard. Yi Yaoshua said. Morong Tianjia nodded his head and walked onto the battle stage. The person sent by the dragon sect was a skinny young man. The skinny youth from the Dragon's Gate sect wore a set of yellowish-white clothes. He looked sallow and emaciated. His sallow face gave off a sinister feeling and he was expressionless. Granny Star said in low voice, Xiao Yun, this guy is very strong. He is the strongest disciple with another surname in the Dragon sect. Dragon sect was originally established by Long family. After it became a sect, they also accepted disciples with another surname. Generally speaking, most of the strongest disciples in Dragon sect are surnamed Long. And this disciple with another surname is surely stronger than many disciples with the surname Long, otherwise they would not have sent him up. Granny Star, you seem to understand Dragon sect's matters very well. Qinyan said with smile, this person doesn't look very strong, his aura is also very weak. This guy's name is Shi Xuanfei, he awakened a red variant martial spirit, it is a kind of martial spirit that does not feel pain. Granny Star lowered her voice, he cultivates a lost cultivation method, it is to cultivate his body like a corpse. That cultivation method is called heavenly corpse technique, he wants to refine himself into a powerful heavenly corpse. No wonder he looks so strange, so it is like this. Qinyan said in amazement. Indeed, don't look at how skinny he is, his body is very strange, I don't know how he cultivated it, heavenly corpse technique is very evil. Granny Star said with frown, Shi Xuanfei is a late-stage martial emperor, even peak martial emperors would not be able to defeat him so easily. Qinyan said with frown, Yi Yaoshua sent Morong Tianjia up, isn't this somewhat inappropriate? No matter what, she should have sent a late-stage martial emperor up. Granny Star shook her head and said, Xianxia is a super genius, even though he is mid-stage martial emperor and has just broken through, his strength is definitely stronger than majority of late-stage martial emperors. Really? Could it be that 100 Pagoda sect doesn't have a late-stage martial emperor super genius? Xianxia looked at the pale-faced Xianxia and said in low voice, Granny Star, has Xianxia been stuck at a bottleneck for a long time? Granny Star nodded, indeed. This is also something she is very anxious about. Xianxia and Shi Xuanfei are on the battle stage. They waited for the barrier to open and then signaled the judge to get ready. The judge rang the gong. The second round of martial emperor competition has begun. If Xianxia wins this round, 100 Pagoda sect will be able to defend the first round. If he loses, 100 Pagoda sect will have to send someone who can win the third round and defend the second round. If Xianxia loses the third round, 100 Pagoda sect will lose this round. From the start, Shi Xuanfei is standing motionless, his eyes are completely emotionless looking at Xianxia. Xianxia waved his hand and condensed a black sword in his hand. He is not a sword cultivator, the sword in his hand is condensed from sword martial spirit, moreover it is black. Having a black sword martial spirit means that he has grasped a formidable divine ability. Very strong sword intent. Granny Star exclaimed in admiration, as expected of City Master Murong's strongest grandson. Sword intent is not like energy aura, so it can penetrate through the barrier. That formidable sword intent is indeed very dreadful. Xianxia appeared beside Shi Xuanfei in a blink of an eye with his black longsword in hand and then stabbed forward. A sword condensed from a martial spirit is not a weapon. So this is not against the rules. Even though Xianxia's sword is not a real weapon, it is like a real weapon, it is comparable to a sword cultivator's origin sword. Shi Xuanfei is like a corpse, he is motionless. Xianxia's sword very easily pierced towards Shi Xuanfei's body. However, Shi Xuanfei is still without any expression. His waxy yellow face is completely motionless, it is very strange. Xianxia promptly pulled out his sword and vigorously kicked Shi Xuanfei. Shi Xuanfei was kicked back a few steps, there is still no expression on his face, it is impossible to see whether he is happy, angry, sad or joyful. If his eyes were not open, people would think that he is a corpse. Dragon sect disciples seem to be very relaxed. And 100 Pagoda sect disciples are very worried. Because they all know how dreadful Shi Xuanfei's corpse is. This is the first time Xianxia is fighting this kind of strange opponent, he feels that it is incomparably thorny. Even though Shi Xuanfei is not attacking, he is giving people a very strong oppressive feeling. Xianxia attacked again, this time his sword pierced through Shi Xuanfei's head. Everyone immediately cried out in alarm. Xianxia's sword pierced through Shi Xuanfei's head. However, Shi Xuanfei is not reacting at all, he is still looking at Xianxia with his emotionless eyes. Xianxia suddenly saw killing intent flashing through Shi Xuanfei's eyes, he is greatly alarmed in his heart, he promptly pulled out his sword and retreated. However, Shi Xuanfei's waxy yellow skinny hand grabbed Xianxia's black sword like lightning. 10,000 swords split the heavens. Xianxia loudly shouted, the black sword in his hand suddenly transformed into over 10,000 swords and pierced Shi Xuanfei's body. This is his divine ability. No one knows what is going on, Shi Xuanfei's body has been pierced by many swords. Even though there are many holes on his body, even his eyes have been pierced through, he is still standing. The most dreadful thing is, Shi Xuanfei's body is riddled with holes, he is able to quickly recover. Shi Xuanfei is unkillable, everyone in the audience sighed in horror, Shi Xuanfei is truly too dreadful, he is being attacked like this and yet he is still standing. Even though Xianxia is a veteran of hundreds of battles, he has never met such a strange opponent. Xianxia cursed in low voice, wretched undying heavenly corpse. Everyone present, even peak martial emperors, are wondering how to defeat Shi Xuanfei. No matter how Xianxia attacks, Shi Xuanfei's body always recovers after being injured. I need enough power to turn Shi Xuanfei's body into ashes in one go. It is very clear that Xianxia doesn't have that kind of strength. Qianyan said. Even though Shi Xuanfei is very difficult to kill, it is also not easy to defeat Xianxia. Qianyan's current tactic is very clear, he wants to exhaust Xianxia's power and then attack. This is the same tactic as Xianxia. This is the most stable tactic when facing an opponent with equal strength. Shi Xuanfei has the capital to exhaust but Morong Tianjia doesn't. So if this continues, Morong Tianjia will surely lose. Morong Tianjia, concede. If this continues, you will be eaten by him. Xianxia said. Shi Xuanfei needs to eat many powerful corpses to cultivate heavenly corpse. If Morong Tianjia is defeated and doesn't have enough time to concede, he will be torn apart and eaten by Shi Xuanfei. Morong Tianjia is very unwilling but he did not concede. Morong Tianjia, quickly concede. Xianxia yelled again. If Morong Tianjia dies, City Master Morong will surely go crazy. I concede. Morong Tianjia clenched his teeth and unwillingly yelled. Shi Xuanfei's body that is full of holes also gradually recovered. Apart from his clothes being torn, he looks like he is completely fine. Not even a drop of blood flowed out. It is so strange that it causes people to feel fear. Long Fengyu let out a sigh of relief. They finally won the first round. He loudly said, Shi Xuanfei, continue the third round. So long as they win, they can continue the next round if they want. Xianxia looked at the people behind her. She is very anxious because none of the late-stage and mid-stage martial emperors on her side can suppress Shi Xuanfei. 100 Pagoda Sect, who will you send up? Long Fengyu proudly smiled and said, could it be that your 100 Pagoda Sect has run out of talent? Don't tell me you are going to be defeated in the first round. I will go. Xia Wufeng's ice-cold voice suddenly floated over from the distance. Qin Yun is secretly startled. He laughed in his heart and said, Boss Xia has finally broken through. He just became martial emperor and he can already find a pretty good opponent to practice with. His luck is pretty good. Xia Wufeng has arrived and even said he wants to fight. This caused many people to boil with excitement. Because everyone can sense the martial emperor aura on his body. Chapter 954, Strange Man Strange Technique. Xia Wufeng suddenly arrived, causing Xianxia to be pleasantly surprised. Xia Wufeng was dressed in white, and one of his sleeves was empty. He was a one-armed man, and everyone knew this. After he saw Morong Tianjia, he faintly smiled and said, I am late, sorry. Xianxia lightly groaned and said, Xia Wufeng, your breakthrough is really fast. It is not easy for a guy like you to break through. How did you manage to break through? Xia Wufeng said with smile, thanks to a friend's help, I became martial emperor, otherwise I don't know when I would have broken through. I think I can defeat you now. Don't be arrogant, I admit that you are very strong but you are still far from being able to defeat me. Xianxia looked at the battle stage and said, the guy up there is a very strong martial emperor, Morong Tianjia is not his match, can you defeat him? Morong Tianjia informed Xia Wufeng about Shi Xuanfei's situation. Before Xia Wufeng broke through, he was evenly matched with Morong Tianjia. Now that he has broken through, he is definitely stronger than Morong Tianjia. Therefore, Xianxia feels that Xia Wufeng should be able to defeat Shi Xuanfei. No problem. I will go up at once. Xia Wufeng said. He walked on the battle stage and passed by Qin Yun. He realized that this lion head is Qin Yun. Boss Xia, be careful of that guy, don't let him eat you. Qin Yun sent sound transmission to Xia Wufeng. Understood, little brother Yun. Xia Wufeng also sent sound transmission back. Xia Wufeng jumped on the battle stage. Long Fengyu very quickly found out about Xia Wufeng's situation. He said with sneer, your 100 Pagoda sect is truly backward. Late-stage martial emperors are allowed to participate in this kind of competition. Why do you always send initial-stage martial emperors? Could it be that your 100 Pagoda sect's late-stage martial emperors are very precious? There is indeed no outstanding late-stage martial emperor in 100 Pagoda sect. Although there are some very strong ones, compared to a demon like Shi Xuanfei, there is still some disparity. It is enough for us initial-stage martial emperors to win. Xia Wufeng said and then looked at Shi Xuanfei. Morong Yue is standing below the battle stage, she said in low voice, Big brother, if you fight Xia Wufeng, won't you lose to him? Morong Tianjia said with smile, of course. I didn't expect him to break through so quickly. I need to become a middle-stage martial emperor to be on par with him. Xianxia said, although I can defeat Xia Wufeng now, it will be very strenuous. If this guy becomes a middle-stage martial emperor and I haven't broken through, I'm not sure that I can defeat him. Xia Wufeng was a sword cultivator, and he was no ordinary sword cultivator. Shi Xuanfei also looked at Xia Wufeng. He seemed to feel a sense of danger, and his originally emotionless eyes also became vigilant. The barrier was being activated, and Xia Wufeng was also gathering his power. Qin Yan asked, Granny Star, Morong Tianjia is also a sword user. Even though he was able to chop Shi Xuanfei's body, he was unable to win. If Xia Wufeng wants to win, what should he do? Granny Star said, Shi Xuanfei is formidable because his body regeneration speed is very fast. Furthermore, he's very resistant to fire, so he won't be burnt to ashes so easily. Also, his soul is very strong and special, so he can easily separate and fuse with his body. Even if that guy's body is chopped into many pieces, those pieces can very quickly fuse back together. Qin Yan also doesn't know how to defeat Shi Xuanfei unless he personally goes up and gives it a try. But with his current cultivation, he is unable to defeat Shi Xuanfei. After the barrier was activated, the martial arts competition began. Just like before, Shi Xuanfei stood motionless on his original spot. Xia Wufeng condensed his origin sword in a split second. It is a long sword flickering with cold light. It looks just like a real sword. I wonder what grade his origin sword is equivalent to, someone said in bewilderment. I heard that the greater the potential of a sword cultivator, the higher the grade of their origin sword. Xia Wufeng's origin sword is undoubtedly a Dao tool. It is at least a best quality Dao tool. In this kind of martial arts competition, someone with a best quality Dao tool will surely win. Maybe that guy Shi Xuanfei's body is also very strange. Xia Wufeng's origin sword is indeed very astonishing. It caused many people present to discuss it one after another. Qin Yan guessed that Xia Wufeng's origin sword should also be a best quality Dao tool. Because he knows Jian Linglong, her origin sword is a king grade Dao tool, just a bit away from becoming a king grade Dao tool. The situation on the battle stage is very strange. Because after the martial arts competition began, both Xia Wufeng and Shi Xuanfei did not move. Xia Wufeng slowly walked towards Shi Xuanfei while holding his sword, then slowly stabbed towards Shi Xuanfei's abdomen. His origin sword very easily pierced through Shi Xuanfei's body. Shi Xuanfei also took action at this time. He promptly grabbed his sword and punched towards Xia Wufeng's head. Xia Wufeng only has one arm. In this kind of situation, it is very difficult for him to resist. He can only dodge, but that means he has to give up his origin sword. Sure enough, Xia Wufeng chose to dodge and let go of the sword hilt. Seeing him give up his origin sword, everyone cried out in alarm. However, the sword in Shi Xuanfei's hand suddenly disappeared. It turned into a white light and returned to Xia Wufeng's hand. Seeing this scene, everyone burst into cheers again. This is the ferociousness of origin sword. When Shi Xuanfei fought Morong Tianjia before, he did not take the initiative to attack like this. This caused many people to be amazed. After Xia Wufeng took back his origin sword, he dodged Shi Xuanfei who was rushing over, arrived at the side and quickly stabbed a few times. His stabs look very casual, but sword energy churned and violently surged out, transforming into a powerful energy that chopped Shi Xuanfei's body into several pieces. Although Shi Xuanfei's body can quickly regenerate, when facing sharp weapons, it is very easy to damage it. Shwa shwa shwa, Xia Wufeng brandished his sword. Sword images flew everywhere. It looks like he only brandished his sword once, but in a short period of time, he hacked more than 1,000 times. After Shi Xuanfei's body was chopped into several pieces, he was hacked into several pieces again by this wave of sword images. Seeing this scene, everyone held their breath. Xia Wufeng's sword is very fast and very strong. If he was hit by this kind of attack, he would most likely be crippled. Long Fengyu's expression is calm and collected. He said with smile, "It is useless. Shi Xuanfei cannot die." Just as he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed. Because after Shi Xuanfei's body fell to the ground, he did not immediately regenerate. Instead, he calmly laid on the ground and did not move at all. Xia Wufeng looked at the old judge and said, "I won." Long Fengyu promptly yelled, "Wait a minute, how can you win? Shi Xuanfei won't die. He'll be able to reform himself immediately." Xia Wufeng coldly smiled, "Is that so?" Finished speaking, he brandished his sword a few more times. Dense sword images rushed down like a waterfall and enveloped those broken pieces. The entire battle stage trembled unceasingly due to the impact. Those with good eyesight are all dumbstruck. That guy hacked several tens of thousands of times, moreover each and every one of his attacks accurately cut those broken pieces. Too dreadful. Granny Star said. Sure, Xuanfei's body was originally just a broken piece, but after being ruthlessly hacked by Xia Wufeng, it turned into even smaller pieces like sand. He is already dead. Xia Wufeng looked at Long Fengyu and said, my sword contains very strong mental power attack. Not only it cut his body, it also cut his soul. His body has been torn to pieces, his soul has flown away and scattered. Qin Yin remembers that Xia Wufeng's mental power is not weak. Seeing this scene, Qin Yin secretly felt relieved. Dragon sect people are all dumbstruck. They were cheering for Shi Xuanfei just a moment ago, but now he is dead. Long Fengyu doesn't dare to believe it. Because Shi Xuanfei fought many experts and was never killed, yet now he has been easily killed. No, he will surely come back to life. Long Fengyu yelled. Xia Wufeng vigorously stamped his foot, the battle stage fiercely trembled, those tiny pieces of corpse on the ground also jumped up from the vibration. He lightly waved his sword and released a burst of sword wind that scattered those pieces of corpse and scattered them all over the battle stage. If this is not considered a loss, then what is considered a loss? Alright, give him another incense stick's worth of time. If he can't come back to life, it will be my win. Xia Wufeng coldly said. No need to give them time. Yi Yaoxue proudly smiled and said, we have won this battle, that guy is completely dead, it is impossible for him to come back to life. Long Fengyu firmly clenched his fists and furiously yelled, alright, you have won this battle. The barrier opened and Xia Wufeng walked down from the battle stage. Yi Yaoxue said, our 100 Pagoda sect has won this round of Martial Emperor Showdown. A burst of joyous shouts rang out from the 100 Refining Plaza. And on the Dragon sect people's face, each and every one of them has unsightly expression, they are filled with anger. Although Xia Wufeng defeated Shi Xuanfei, First Pagoda's people are somewhat worried. Because everyone knows that Xia Wufeng is a disciple of Divine Sword Pagoda. And Divine Sword Pagoda is ranked second, they always wanted to fight for First Pagoda's position. If Xia Wufeng defeats Yi Yaoxue, First Pagoda's position will not be guaranteed. Morong Changwu, you will go up and fight the first round of Martial King Showdown. Yi Yaoxue yelled. Morong Changwu immediately walked up. Third brother, do your best. Morong Yue yelled with smile, you will surely win. The person Dragon sect sent up is a woman, she is a very flirtatious kind. However, this woman has a very large Adam's apple, her body frame is also very big, if her head is blocked, no matter how you look, she would look like a man. Is this a man or a woman? Qin Yin asked Granny Star in low voice. He is a man, his name is Long Xian. He cultivates a kind of cultivation technique, so he has become feminine. Granny Star said. Morong Changwu felt some pressure after seeing his opponent. You are very handsome. Long Xian said, his voice is very coarse, it is a man's voice. Long Xian has a flirtatious appearance but his voice is a man's voice. This caused many people to be amazed. Some new disciples of 100 Pagoda sect don't know who Long Xian is, so they are very amazed. And Granny Star and other old people are not surprised by this kind of thing. What kind of cultivation technique did he cultivate to turn him into a woman? Qin Yin said in amazement. Xiao Yun, do you want to cultivate? Granny Star said with smile. I don't want to. Qin Yin promptly said. Morong Changwu felt somewhat uncomfortable being stared at by Long Xian because Long Xian is very interested in him, he is constantly throwing flirtatious glances at him. Morong Yue also felt disgusted looking at this, she loudly yelled, third brother, you must defeat this guy. Thorn Dragon, Morong Yue stomped her feet in disgust. She delicately yelled at her third brother, we must properly teach this demon a lesson. Long Xian also furiously said, little girl, I will make you die a horrible death. The one who will die a horrible death is you. Morong Yue yelled. Morong Changwu has a headache facing this kind of opponent. He just entered 100 Pagoda sect, moreover he is a silver medal disciple, he doesn't know much about Dragon sect. Of course, even though he is a silver medal disciple, because of his grandfather, he is well taken care of in 100 Pagoda sect. Third brother, be careful of his mental attack. Morong Tianjia warned, he is good at using mental power to fight, you must pay attention to guard your consciousness. Qin Yun is even more curious in his heart. Long Xian's cultivation method must be evil devil cultivation method, but he can cultivate formidable mental power. Morong Changwu nodded and also entered battle mode. After the battle began, Long Xian was the first to attack. His speed is also the fastest. Morong Changwu cultivates 3 martial spirits. Although he is not a peak martial king, his strength is not weak at all. He is even stronger than some peak martial kings. And this Long Xian is a very strong peak martial king. Morong Changwu is somewhat apprehensive seeing Long Xian arrive, but he is still able to calmly receive the attack. Little handsome brother, you are very strong. Long Xian smiled bewitchingly, but his voice is very coarse, causing people to feel very uncomfortable. Come, receive my attack. Long Xian's fists are like wind, flickering with pink light, bringing along light mist. His imposing manner is very swift and fierce. Fist shadows surged one after another, rolling up bursts of energy wave and enveloping Morong Changwu. Morong Changwu wanted to dodge, but he suddenly felt his body becoming stiff. Break! Morong Changwu's palms danced and released 2 energy waves that rushed up to meet the opponent's fist energy. Boom! 2 energy waves collided, giving rise to a deep and muffled vibration sound. Morong Changwu's stiff body became a lot more flexible. He and Long Xian were forced back by the impact of the energy wave and reached the edge of the battle stage. Long Xian is becoming more and more excited. He licked his lips and said with bewitching smile, "Little handsome brother, I really want to *CKU." Morong Changwu's face immediately filled with disgust and he frowned. His figure suddenly flickered and split into 3 shadows. Clone divine ability. Granny Star yelled in shock. Morong Changwu split into 3 and attacked Long Xian from 3 sides. Seeing Morong Changwu's clone divine ability, even dragon sex people cried out in alarm. 100 Pagoda sect disciples also don't know that Morong Changwu has mastered this divine ability. Morong Changwu created 2 avatars, each avatar's power is more or less the same. If there is no mishap, he will surely win this round. Yi Yaoshua said. When Qin Yun was in Morong Manor, he sparred with Morong Changwu. At that time, Morong Changwu did not use this doppelganger divine ability. Morong Changwu's clone strength is comparable to Long Xian's. As soon as they arrived, they immediately started attacking Long Xian. Granny Star said in amazement, Tian Tier high-quality martial art, Ardent Wind Palm. This is a martial art created by Pagoda Master Morong. Morong Changwu is very familiar with using Ardent Wind Palm. Moreover, his 3 avatars are very nimble. After being besieged, Long Xian's hair became messy, his face is filled with nervousness. 3 handsome young men? Very good. Long Xian said with evil grin, his eyes suddenly flickered with pink light rays. When Morong Changwu came in contact with the pink light rays, he and his 2 avatars felt a burst of dizziness. Their heads are in intense pain and they also sensed a dreadful power attacking them. Long Xian used mental power attack just now, it is very hard to guard against. After causing Morong Changwu and his avatars to feel dizzy, Long Xian unexpectedly used a very strong fist energy to attack between Morong Changwu's legs. Morong Changwu sensed danger approaching, his body suddenly spewed out a very strong energy wave. 3 different colored energy wave rushed out one after another. Long Xian's fist energy almost hit Morong Changwu's legs but was dispersed by the 3 colored energy wave. This bastard! Morong Changwu cursed in low voice. Just now he was in great danger, he was almost injured in that place. It must be said that Long Xian's methods are very sinister. Very awesome. Handsome young man, I like you more and more. Long Xian said with loud laughter. Morong Changwu became even more furious. He controlled his 2 avatars to rush forward while his main body stayed at a distance. You should concede. Morong Changwu furiously shouted. His 2 doppelgangers charged over, their palms seeming as if they were holding on to lightning as they struck towards Long Xian. Being attacked by 2 people, Long Xian felt great pressure. Boom boom boom, when Morong Changwu's clones attack with their palms, the lightning in their hands will also shoot out, causing ear-piercing thunder to resound. Thunder-raising palm, this is a low-quality king tier martial art. Granny Star is startled again, this little guy has actually mastered Pagoda Master Morong's martial art very well. Lightning flashed and thunder rolled on the battle stage, air waves undulated up and down and vibrated. Morong Changwu's two avatars are very dreadful, they are firmly suppressing Long Xian. Long Xian is also repeatedly releasing pink light rays through his eyes to attack Morong Changwu's avatars. Morong Changwu has experienced this before, he is not so easily affected now. However, Long Xian's mental power is also gradually changing. Originally it was a faint pink light ray, but now it has turned into a deep pink color. His eyes are also flickering with many granular like red light rays. These granules are very strange, they can directly drill into a person's body. After the strange pink granules drilled into Morong Changwu's two avatars, their bodies became sluggish. "Handsome young man, I want to torture you to death." Long Xian is somewhat angry and yelled. "You have no chance." Morong Changwu controlled his two avatars to rush forward with all their might and firmly hugged Long Xian. Boom, Morong Changwu's main body controlled his two avatars to explode. The avatars are formed from energy, after they explode, they released a very strong might. The battle stage is also covered with intense light mist. Very soon, the light mist dissipated. Morong Changwu was pushed to the edge of the battle stage by the explosion's energy wave. Long Xian's body is covered with cuts and bruises, he is lying on the ground and roaring in anger. Although Morong Changwu's two avatars exploded, his main body is not affected at all, he only lost a great amount of energy. "I concede." Long Xian saw Morong Changwu arrive and loudly yelled. "Third brother won." Morong Yue immediately shouted in joy. Yi Yashua nodded at Morong Changwu. Winning the first round of Martial King competition is a very good start. Next is Morong Yue's turn. Long Xian's injuries are not light, his body is covered with many scars from the explosion. He is hatefully looking at Morong Changwu. Qin Yin said with low laugh, "Morong Changwu is being watched by that devil." Granny Star also laughed and said, "He is Pagoda Master Morong's grandson, nothing bad will happen to him." After the barrier opened, Morong Changwu walked down and almost couldn't stand stably, it can be seen that his consumption is very great. Morong Tianjia promptly went up and helped him down. The second round of Martial King competition is Morong Yue's turn. Morong Yue is wearing light green tight-fitting clothes. After she went up, she tied her long hair into a ponytail. She is very confident, there is not a bit of fear in her eyes, it is as if she is certain that she will win. Yi Yashua yelled from below the stage, "Xiao Wei, remember, preserving your life is the most important." Morong Yue said in light anger, "Big sister Yi, don't look down on me. I will surely win." If Morong Yue wins, the Martial King competition will be considered over. Long Fengyu looked at the injured Long Xian and sent out a slap. The slap sent Long Xian tumbling several times in the air before landing on the ground. "I told you to be a bit serious, but you are still sloppy. Wait until your injuries are healed, see how I will deal with you." Long Fengyu furiously said. Dragon sect people saw this scene and don't dare to say anything. Long Xian is not weak, he is most proficient in mental power attack, but he has only used it a few times. If he did not underestimate his opponent and was not serious, Long Xian would not have been defeated so quickly, maybe he would have won. Long Fengyu said in cold voice, "Lin Qilong, you go up and properly take care of that little girl. She is City Master Morong's granddaughter, you must make City Master Morong feel pain, understand?" A pointy-faced man with very large eyes and long tongue suddenly jumped out from the group of Dragon Sect disciples. This pointy-faced man is wearing sloppy black clothes, he is lying on the ground like a toad. He jumped a few times and arrived on the battle stage. He is still lying on the ground like a toad, sticking out his long tongue and licking his face, he looks very disgusting. Qin Yin said with frown, "Why does Dragon Sect have all kinds of weirdos?" Granny Star said, "Dragon Sect has always been like this." Morong Yue frowned, she feels that this Lin Qilong is very disgusting. And Lin Qilong's large eyes are filled with excitement and ruthlessness. He laughed, his laughter is very unpleasant to hear and said, "Little sister, let me properly take care of you. Do you know what pain is?" Morong Yue coldly groaned and said, "Of course I know. Don't tell me you want to taste pain? Rest assured, I will make your wish come true." The barrier slowly opened, then the referee below the stage sounded the gong. The battle has begun. Morong Yue's body is as light as a swallow, drifting gracefully and beautifully. She lightly flew over. Don't look at how gentle she is, her attack is very ferocious. Her lily-white palms burst out with purple-gold energy light. Crash, two purple-gold water whips suddenly appeared in Morong Yue's hands. She brandished the water whips and ferociously lashed at Lin Qilong. Lin Qilong laughed nastily. Many thorns suddenly overflowed from his body. He turned into a hedgehog in a short while. The black thorns on his body released black energy mist. Morong Yue's water whips hit the black thorns. Even though they contain very formidable power, the power was destroyed by the black thorns, causing the two water whips to scatter in a short while. I am here. Lin Qilong suddenly disappeared and suddenly appeared behind Morong Yue. His speed is inconceivably fast. Xiao Wei, be careful behind. Morong Tianjia yelled in alarm. Jiujue Wang Power seeing this scene, Morong Changwu and Morong Tianjia immediately shouted. The sharp thorns in Lin Qilong's mouth are very fine, they are black, some of them pierced Morong Yue's nape and entered her throat. Morong Yue felt an incomparable pain and itchiness in her throat. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and started coughing non-stop. She was in so much pain that she immediately fell to the ground and rolled around. Her hands kept grabbing at her throat, trying to get the thing out. Bastard, what did you do? That was a concealed weapon. Morong Changwu loudly roared. Lin Qilong stretched out his very long tongue and said with evil grin, Look, this is something that I grew on my own, it is a part of my body. It was not a concealed weapon at all. If this is against the rules, then Xia Wufeng releasing his origin sword is also against the rules. Everyone can see that Lin Qilong's tongue is rapidly growing some black thorns, causing everyone's scalp to go numb. Morong Tianjia roared, Xiao Wei, quickly admit defeat. Lin Qilong laughed heartily and said, She can't even shout. You all carefully watch how I love and care for her. Ha ha ha, Yi Yaoshua said in cold voice, We have lost this round, please let her off. Long Fengyu proudly laughed and said, You killed our Shi Xuanfei, we will also kill one of you to call it even. Moreover, we will kill them slowly. Just watch. Long Fengyu, what conditions do you want in order to release Morong Yue? Yi Yaoshua flew over, stood in front of Long Fengyu and coldly asked. Your 100 Pagoda sect concedes this time. So long as you agree, we will release Morong Yue. Long Fengyu proudly laughed and said, Otherwise, you can just watch as that little girl is played to death. Morong Yue's throat is being choked by many thorns, it is extremely unbearable. Just by looking at it, the spectators are feeling very unbearable. Yi Yaoshua became silent, 100 Pagoda sect cannot lose, otherwise they will have to hand over a great part of their resources to Dragon sect. Long Fengyu yelled at Lin Qilong, Attack! Lin Qilong let out a burst of sinister laughter, then flew over and vigorously kicked Morong Yue. Morong Yue was sent flying to the edge of the battle stage and crashed into the barrier. Morong Changwu and Morong Tianjia promptly rushed over and shouted at Morong Yue through the transparent barrier. Then they also loudly cursed Lin Qilong, who is slowly walking over. Little girl, you can't even make a sound, right? Lin Qilong howled with laughter as he walked over and then sent a palm strike at Morong Yue's abdomen. Lin Qilong's palm overflowed with many black thorns, it looks like a hedgehog's palm, and landed on Morong Yue's abdomen. Morong Yue's body twitched in pain. The most frightening thing is that the sharp thorns Lin Qilong shot out are still inside Morong Yue's abdomen. Morong Changwu and Morong Tianjia, these two older brothers, are also extremely furious. They are continuously attacking the barrier, but it is completely useless. Lin Qilong laughed nastily and continued to torture Morong Yue. Many people of 100 Pagoda sect turned their heads away, they don't have the heart to look. Yi Yaoshua, is there no other way? Xia Wufeng said. Concede to them. Morong Tianjia shouted. Yi Yaoshua tightly clenched her fists, she is also making a difficult decision. 100 Pagoda sect Martial Emperor said in cold voice, We cannot concede. If we lose, our resources will be reduced by at least 70% for the next 10 years. This is related to the entire benefit of our 100 Pagoda sect, we cannot concede just because of one person. A half-immortal also said, Yi Yaoshua, don't be soft-hearted. This is related to the development of our 100 Pagoda sect for the next 10 years. You are not allowed to concede. You are not allowed to concede, let her die. Sure, Xuanfei has also died on the other side, he is a very strong martial emperor. Indeed, so what if one person dies on our side? It is more important to protect our resources for the next 10 years. Morong Tianjia furiously roared, the one who died is not your family member, of course you don't care. A martial emperor said with sneer, your Morong family has City Master Morong, naturally you don't lack resources. But we are different, we rely on the resources distributed every year to increase our cultivation. Indeed, she volunteered to fight, she will be responsible for her own death. Majority of 100 Pagoda sect people loudly shouted, they don't want Xianxia to concede. This is related to their own benefits, as long as the one who died is not their family member, it has nothing to do with them. Haha. This is also good, let's see how this little girl is killed. Long Fengyu's expression is filled with enjoyment as he looked at the battle stage, looking at Morong Yue being tortured. Morong Yue has been hit by many palm strikes, many sharp thorns have pierced into her body, she is in extreme pain. She can hear the voices of those people from the battle stage, it caused her to feel despair and anger. She has been pampered since childhood, she has never experienced this kind of feeling. Morong Tianjia and Morong Changwu's eyes are red, they can only shout and scream, they can do nothing else. Qin Yan walked over to Morong Tianjia and Morong Changwu's side and said, you two move aside. I will see whether or not I can save her. Although this time we win, it has nothing to do with our star-traveling pagoda. But who told me to be a good person? If you can save her, my Morong family will reward you greatly. Morong Tianjia said. Qin Yan wants to hear these words, he is very clear that City Master Morong is overflowing with wealth. He said, then you must remember my kindness. This lion head actually wants to save Morong Yue, this caused many people to feel amazed. Everyone knows that this chief disciple of Star-Traveling Pagoda has some ability, but he is merely a martial king. It must be known that many half-immortals can only helplessly wait outside the barrier, they are unable to break it. Long Fengyu yelled, if your 100 Pagoda sect removes the barrier, it will be judged that your defense has failed. Don't act recklessly. Qin Yan looked at Long Fengyu and said, in the rules of the battle, it only says that the barrier cannot be removed, right? Long Fengyu became very angry looking at the lion head, he said with sneer, if you have the ability to pierce through the barrier and help that little girl escape, I will have nothing to say. Xianxia looked at Qin Yan and asked in deep voice, can you truly save her? I don't know, I will give it a try. Qin Yan placed his hand on the barrier and released mysterious penetration divine ability. The barrier can defend against divine ability power, Qin Yan's mysterious penetration divine ability is unable to pierce through it. It is somewhat thorny, I can only use that move. Qin Yan said in his heart. Long Fengyu suddenly became somewhat worried and shouted, Lin Qilong, quickly kill that little girl. Xianxia promptly yelled at Morong Yue, quickly dodge. Morong Yue is a peak martial king, after experiencing despair just now, her temperament has matured a lot. She knows that she can only save herself now, so she abruptly rolled on the ground. Boom, Lin Qilong suddenly dropped down from the sky, his feet are full of sharp thorns as he stepped on the ground. If Morong Yue did not roll away, her head would have been hit. At this time, Qin Yan's body overflowed with 9-colored light. Hoo, a frantic and ferocious energy wave suddenly rushed out from his body, an incomparably valiant king's aura rushed out. Many people near him were forced to retreat again and again. Xianxia, Morong Tianjia, Xia Wufeng and other martial emperors and half-immortals are all looking at Qin Yan in extreme shock. Even Granny Star is dumbstruck looking at this scene because this aura is truly too dreadful. Long Fengyu is also stunned in shock. He reacted and loudly yelled, Lin Qilong, quickly kill that little girl. Qin Yan's aura is indeed very strong, but it is only King's aura, it is not Martial Emperor's aura. His aura is very strong but his power is still that of a martial king. Morong Yue continuously rolled on the battle stage, she also sensed a very strong aura penetrating through the barrier. You are dead for sure. Lin Qilong jumped to the sky and dropped down from the sky. His body shook and countless sharp thorns dropped down. Humph. Qin Yan let out a muffled groan, the nine-colored light aura ferociously rushed through the barrier and formed a protective barrier around Morong Yue's body. Lin Qilong's large number of sharp thorns were also blocked by the protective barrier. Seeing this scene, the entire 100 refining plaza burst into commotion. Many half-immortals and martial emperors are looking at this scene in shock. Someone can actually use power to penetrate the barrier of the battle stage. Qin Yun is using the 9 Extinction Dao power of 9 Extinction Heart Sutra. It was 9 Extinction Dao power before and now it is 9 Extinction King power. This is a kind of incomparably formidable aura. This aura can directly penetrate through the barrier. Xia Wufeng and Morong Tianji's sword aura can also penetrate through. But aura is not energy, it is a kind of feeling, it is illusory and fleeting, it can only cause mental pressure to people. But the 9 Extinction King power released by Qin Yun is very strong and on top of that he has Nether Moon mental power, it can produce this kind of power. Lin Qilong dropped down from the sky and stomped on the barrier with his foot and was repelled by the aura barrier. Long Fengyu's expression abruptly changed, he cursed in low voice, "Lin Qilong, what are you doing? Quickly kill that little girl." Qin Yun said with sneer, "She has no chance." Qin Yun finished speaking and his body shook, he released 9 Extinction King power, turned into a human figure and penetrated through the barrier. After that human figure entered, he sent a palm attack towards Morong Yue's throat and forced out the sharp thorns. Morong Yue coughed out a mouthful of blood and loudly yelled, "I concede." Just as Lin Qilong rushed over, Long Fengyu loudly shouted, "Lin Qilong, stay your hand. Now that the opponent has conceded and is still attacking, Dragon Sect can go home." Lin Qilong can only bitterly stop. Qin Yun let out a long mouthful of air and also retracted his 9 Extinction King power. His body slightly swayed, everyone knows that he consumed a great deal of energy to do this. Yi Yaoshue and Morong Tianji's heart is jumping with fear and trepidation, now they can finally relax. "Many thanks junior brother Qin for saving us, our Morong family will surely thank you generously. After this matter is over, I will surely pay a visit to your family with generous gifts." Morong Tianjia cupped his fists towards Qin Yun and said. Morong Changwu and other Morong family elders also promptly thanked Qin Yun. "Just bring the generous gifts." Qin Yun waved his hand, he is almost unable to stand stably. Granny Star hastily arrived behind Qin Yun, placed her palm on his back and channeled energy into him to help him recover. Yi Yashua's beautiful eyes flickered with extraordinary splendor as she said, "Qin Xiaoyun, can you fight in the 3rd round?" "I can't." Qin Yun said, "My energy consumption is too great, I can't fight. If you can win the 3rd round of Martial King competition, you can raise your conditions." Yi Yaoshua said again. "Start distributing resources to Star Traveling Pagoda this year." Qin Yun said. "I can't." Yi Yaoshua refused. Water-killing Qin Yun is one of the chief disciples of 100 Pagoda sect, he has to take action when 100 Pagoda sect is fighting against outside enemies. But everyone knows that he just saved Morong Yue by a hair's breadth and consumed a great deal of energy. So he has a reason not to fight. This is also something Qin Yun calculated before, that's why he took the initiative to save Morong Yue. This way, not only he can obtain great reward from City Master Morong, he can also have a reason not to fight. If Yi Yaoshue wants him to fight, she will have to agree to his condition. Judging from the current situation, if 100 Pagoda sect doesn't win the 3rd round of Martial King competition, they will lose a great amount of resources. Among the peak Martial Kings of 100 Pagoda sect, not many have the confidence to defeat a monstrous genius like Lin Qilong. And now, no matter how you look at it, only Qin Yun has the confidence to win. But because he saved Morong Yue, he consumed a great amount of energy and can't go up to fight. Long Fengyu yelled, "Hurry up, you only have half an incense stick worth of time to prepare." He is also worried that Qin Yun will recover and go up to fight Lin Qilong. "Senior Sister Yi, your first pagoda has occupied Star Traveling Pagoda's resources for more than 20,000 years, you should be satisfied. If you lose the 3rd round, all our previous efforts will be for naught. Moreover, your first pagoda will lose close to 70% of the resources. If they return the resources that originally belonged to Star Traveling Pagoda, first pagoda will only lose 30%. Moreover, 100 Pagoda sect will not suffer any loss." Xia Wufeng said again, "Senior Sister Yi, this is related to the development of 100 Pagoda sect for next 10 years. Just now you let Morong Yue sacrifice herself rather than concede, isn't it for the sake of 100 Pagoda sect? Because this is related to First Pagoda's interest, no one dares to say anything. Earlier a large group of people agreed to give up on Morong Yue because the one who died is Morong Yue, it has nothing to do with them. Moreover, they don't want to offend First Pagoda. Morong Yue, who is being healed, saw that these people are not saying anything and felt very angry in her heart. Just now for the benefit of 100 Pagoda sect, they wanted to see her being tortured to death. But now for the benefit of First Pagoda, only Xia Wufeng dares to speak. I want to discuss this with the elders of First Pagoda, I can't decide on my own. Yi Yaxue glanced at Qin Yun and secretly gritted her teeth. How can she not see that Qin Yun is deliberately haggling over the price? Granny Star is very happy in her heart. She knows that she did not misjudge him, making Qin Yun the pagoda master is the correct choice. Maybe Star Traveling Pagoda will be able to take back those resources ahead of time. Yi Yaxue took out a sound transmission magic tool and contacted the elders of First Pagoda. Morong Yue's injuries are a bit better, after all she is City Master Morong's granddaughter, she has many high-quality healing pills. She looked at Qin Yun and said in low voice, Lion Head, thank you for saving me. Qin Yun said, great kindness cannot be thanked with words. If you want to thank me with gifts. Morong Yue groaned in her heart and said, rest assured, I will surely ask my grandfather to take out some good things to thank you. Qin Yun said with smile, when the time comes, I will very sincerely accept your thanks. Everyone snickered. They didn't expect him to be so straightforward. Morong Tianjia asked, Junior brother Qin, do you have confidence in dealing with that guy? Qin Yun said, not at all, my consumption is too great. Granny Star is currently helping him recover his strength, adding on his own recovery ability, half an incense stick worth of time is enough for him to recover. Yi Yaxue is currently discussing with First Pagoda's elders through sound transmission, she is still unable to make a decision. Long Fengyu is rather calm and collected. Because he feels that Qin Yun cannot defeat Lin Qilong. After a while, Yi Yaxue said, the elders have agreed to give your Star Traveling Pagoda resources from this year onwards, however, it will only be half of the original amount. Qin Yun promptly said, my consumption is too great, if I go up, I will die for sure. Morong Tianjia said, Senior Sister Yi, your First Pagoda can't be selfish and cause disastrous losses to 100 Pagoda sect. If your First Pagoda promises to give sufficient resources to Star Traveling Pagoda, maybe Junior brother Qin will have the motivation to go all out. Who can't see that Qin Yun is just pretending, he is surely hiding his strength. Many people are secretly worried, if First Pagoda doesn't agree and they lose the third round, they will have to hand over 70% of their resources to Dragon Sect for next 10 years. Their days will be very miserable. First Pagoda is the leader of 100 Pagoda sect, if they don't handle this matter properly, it will cause 100 Pagoda sect to split. Yi Yaxue is also feeling great pressure now. She said, Qin Xiaoyun, what if you can't win the third round? What will you do? Qin Yun said, if I can't win, I will die, what else can I do? Everyone knows how formidable Lin Qilong is, if he can't defeat him, he will die. Qin Yun is risking his life to obtain resources for Star Traveling Pagoda, this truly makes people speechless, he is a qualified chief disciple. Long Fengyu yelled, time is almost up, if you can't decide on a good candidate, you will lose. Granny Star said with sneer, your First Pagoda obtains so many resources every year, this competition is supposed to be done by your First Pagoda. You have so many resources, it is enough to nurture formidable super geniuses. But now. Hee. Your First Pagoda is not doing anything, you are just pointing fingers and gesticulating. Xia Wufeng said, First Pagoda has many people, it is very bloated, there must be a lot of corruption inside, causing your talented people to wither away. Morong Tianjia also followed up and said, if First Pagoda returns the resources that originally belonged to Star Traveling Pagoda, many freeloaders will be eliminated, this will be very beneficial to your First Pagoda, 1st Pagoda people don't dare to say anything, otherwise they will become enemies with other pagoda. Long Fengyu roared, are you guys done arguing? Quickly begin. 100 Pagoda sect's side has entered a deadlock. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, our Star Traveling Pagoda is a trash pagoda. Your top 50 pagoda can obtain many resources, but you don't have enough outstanding geniuses to fight. You can't blame our trash pagoda. Anyway, 100 Pagoda sect will lose 70% of their resources. We don't care. After all, we have been doing this for many years. You can do whatever you want. Xianxia tightly held her sound transmission magic tool and continued sending sound transmission to her elders. Granny Star said, "Xiaoyun, you have consumed a lot of energy, let's go back and rest." Xianxia hastily yelled, "Don't go." The elders have agreed. If you win the third round, First Pagoda will allow Star Traveling Pagoda to obtain new resources from this year onwards. 100 Pagoda sects people secretly let out a sigh of relief. First Pagoda is finally conceding. Xianxia said, "Do you have any proof? What if you are acting lazily? Who will I go to reason with?" Xianxia, you have a record of acting shamelessly. I. Xianxia is at a loss for words, she doesn't know what to say. After all, this involves enormous benefits, a verbal promise is hard to believe. Moreover, she indeed went back on her words before, she clearly lost but refused to marry and ran away. Long Fengyu loudly shouted, "Half an incense stick of time is almost up, quickly send people up." Xianxia said, "My elders have a recording on my sound transmission magic tool, First Pagoda's Pagoda Master promised." After she finished speaking, she released the sound transmission magic tool. Everyone can hear that First Pagoda's Pagoda Master's voice is filled with unwillingness and unhappiness. He promised to distribute resources to Star Traveling Pagoda from this year onwards. After Xianxia heard this, he felt relieved and walked up to the battle stage. "Didn't you consume a lot of energy? Are you sure you have no problem?" Xianxia asked. "I am just going all out, I will stake it all." Xianxia's expression is indifferent, he has more or less recovered. Long Fengyu said in cold voice, "Lin Qilong, that guy is a late-stage martial king, if you can't kill him, you will be punished." Xianxia said with smile, "If Lin Qilong can't kill me, he will not be punished. If he can't kill me, he will be dead for sure." "Who will punish a dead person?" Lin Qilong held with laughter and said, "What a big tone. I have seen many people like you, most of them died very miserably." Xianxia said with smile, "I have met many people like you, they all died in my hands." After the barrier opened, the battle began. Everyone in 100 Refining Plaza opened their eyes wide, they are earnestly looking at the battle stage. Xianxia and others are also very nervous in their hearts. Lin Qilong, who was laughing wildly, suddenly emitted many sharp thorns from his body. Then his body started spinning on the spot like a spinning top. A large number of densely packed sharp thorns covered the entire battle stage like a dense black mass. Seeing these sharp thorns, Morong cannot help but feel some fear, she has a great shadow in her heart. Xianxia released supergravity and formed a barrier to protect himself. Those sharp thorns are completely unable to penetrate through. Long Fengyu loudly shouted, "Lin Qilong, use your strongest power to kill that guy." Just as he finished speaking, Xianxia's body suddenly overflowed with water mist and scattered in all direction. Morong saw the water mist and yelled in shock, "This is water divine ability power, this lion head can actually use water divine ability. She cultivates water attribute, so she can see it with one look." Hearing her voice, everyone is secretly startled. Because none of them could see that this chief disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda has any divine ability before. Crash, the water mist suddenly spread out and a large amount of water appeared. A large amount of water suddenly appeared and filled the entire battle stage. The battle stage is surrounded by a barrier, the water cannot flow out. In a short while, the battle stage has turned into a large transparent vat filled with water. Lin Qilong is suddenly submerged in water, he doesn't know what to do and can only struggle in the water. This is water released through water divine ability. Xianxia can use his formidable Nether Moon mental power to control this water as he wishes. The thorns on Lin Qilong's body cannot fly very far in the water. The most dreadful thing is that this water has very strong divine ability power, it can catch people. Xianxia, who possesses water divine ability, is very agile in water. He arrived beside Lin Qilong in a short while and vigorously grabbed Lin Qilong's throat. With a cautious sound, Lin Qilong's throat was broken. Lin Qilong looks like he is drowning, he is unable to speak, he is unable to admit defeat. Gold Sun Island Xianxia has obtained Water Divine Ability Martial Spirit for a long time, but he has never used it. When he first obtained it, he thought that it is a trash divine ability. He really did not expect that it would be very effective. Lin Qilong is completely unable to move inside the water. He is completely bound by the formidable divine ability power. Xianxia's water has a very formidable divine ability power. Lin Qilong has never encountered it before. Even though he is a veteran of hundreds of battles, he doesn't know how to deal with it. He can only struggle inside the water. Xiao Yun, quickly go and take out his martial spirit. That guy's martial spirit must be a blackthorn martial spirit. Ling Yuner anxiously yelled, if you obtain this kind of martial spirit, you can use it to refine a concealed weapon that can continuously release very strong thorns. After Qin Yun heard this, he released a red light that enveloped him and Lin Qilong. Soon after, he quickly extracted Lin Qilong's martial spirit and also took out his Dao core. You can die now. Qin Yun released a very strong vibration power into Lin Qilong's body after obtaining the martial spirit and the Dao core. Splash splash splash, the water on the battle stage surged up and down. Lin Qilong's body was immediately torn apart by the formidable divine ability power and turned into a pool of blood. Qin Yun immediately took back the water he released and left behind Lin Qilong's broken body. Boom! Qin Yun smashed his palm towards Lin Qilong's broken body and released purple gold flame that burned Lin Qilong to ashes. This caused many people to be amazed. Qin Yun used water before and now he is using fire, moreover he is using it very well. Many people cannot help but wonder whether or not he has two martial spirits. Lin Qilong's death caused Dragon Sect's people to furiously curse. Their 100 Pagoda sect won the battle between martial kings and martial emperors. They managed to hold on for the first 2 rounds. Next is the third round of inscription competition. It is also the most difficult round. Lin Qilong's death caused Long Fengyu to be very angry, but he can do nothing. Dragon Sect is very confident in winning the third round. 100 Pagoda Sect can only send 2 people to relay the inscription competition in the third round. Moreover, they must win in a row. This is a very difficult challenge for 100 Pagoda Sect. Qin Yun walked down from the stage and said, I won, your first pagoda must keep your word. Yi Yaoxue cursed in her heart because no matter how she looks at it, it doesn't look like Qin Yun has consumed a lot of energy, but he is deliberately pretending to have consumed a lot of energy. Our first pagoda will definitely fulfill our promise. Yi Yaoxue said. The rest is up to you guys. Qin Yun said. Yi Yaoxue looked at a middle-aged man and said, Wang Wen, you go. You are a late-stage martial emperor, you are also a Dao inscription master, you are also a disciple that our first pagoda has been nurturing for many years, you must not fail to live up to our expectations. Wang Wen is a square-faced middle-aged man, he looks very honest. He nodded his head and said, I will do my best. The inscription competition was a great test of the level of an inscription master. Especially after several rounds of competition, the time required was not short. Morong Tianjia arrived beside Yi Yaoxue and asked in low voice, Is this Wang Wen your strongest inscription master? Yi Yaoxue's expression became somewhat grave as she said, The most outstanding inscription master among late-stage martial emperors is Wang Wen. I hope he can win consecutively, otherwise, we won't have anyone to replace him. Morong Tianjia sighed, young inscription masters are indeed very difficult to nurture. It is already very good that your first pagoda can take out Wang Wen. Our first pagoda has quite a few young Dao inscription masters, but Wang Wen is the strongest. If he loses, it will be very difficult for others to win consecutively. Yi Yaoxue is most worried about this point. The third round is too harsh, I hope we can win. The person sent by Long Fengyu is also a middle-aged man, but he looks a bit older than Wang Wen. This middle-aged man is very fat, he doesn't look like he often cultivates his body. His head is somewhat bald, his face is filled with confident smile as he walked on the stage with beaming smile. This guy has a great background. Granny Star said with slight frown. What is his background? Yi Yaoxue looked at Granny Star and hastily asked. I heard from a friend that Dragon Sect has the secret support of 9 Sun sects. Among them are inscription experts. Granny Star said, back in the day, our 100 Pagoda sect also had the support of 9 Sun sects, but later on we lost contact with them. Granny Star looked at the bald middle-aged man and said, "Look at that guy's hand, there is a small golden sun tattoo. That is the mark of Gold Sun Island's true inheritance disciple. One of the 9 sun sects, Gold Sun Island is in transcending Xianxia region." Long Fengyu respectfully said, "Great Master Jin He, with you on the stage, our dragon sect will surely win, we will have to trouble you." That middle-aged man called Jin He proudly smiled, nodded at Long Fengyu and then took out a golden smelting furnace. Granny Star said in low voice, "Look at that smelting furnace, there is also Gold Sun Island's mark on it. He must be from Gold Sun Island." Xianxia suddenly became somewhat worried and said, "Granny Star, Gold Sun Island is one of the 9 sun sects, their inscription level must be very high, won't that mean we have no chance of winning?" Granny Star shook her head and said, "I don't know, let's watch first." Jin He looked at Wang Wen and very disdainfully said, "A guy like you calls himself an inscription master? If I were you, I would hide properly, I would not come out and lose face." Wang Wen is very unhappy, he said in cold voice, "Why can't I call myself an inscription master? I have a badge from Divine Inscription Palace, do you have one?" Jin He immediately burst into laughter. "Divine Inscription Palace's badge? Divine Inscription Palace is nothing in my eyes, to think that you treat Divine Inscription Palace as a holy land. We don't recognize that kind of lousy badge from Divine Inscription Palace." "Nonsense, I will let you see my strength in a moment," Wang Wen said. Long Fengyu yelled, "First round is material production. Both sides, please take out 10,000 Jin of King-grade Dao Yuan iron, you want to refine King-grade Dao tier materials." Jin He took out Dao Yuan iron, it is golden in color, it is only as big as a brick but it weighs 10,000 Jin. Wang Wen also took out Dao Yuan iron, it is as big as a brick but its luster is very dim, it is much worse than the one in Jin He's hand. Xianxia said in low voice, "Oh no, Wang Wen has only recently mastered refining King-grade Dao tier materials. The content of the competition is actually the content of top-notch King-grade Dao inscription masters. Many people in First Pagoda know about Wang Wen's level, although he is very awesome, he is just an initial stage King-grade Dao tier inscription master. There are also some old inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect here, they are all King-grade Dao tier but their cultivation is either half-immortal or peak martial emperor, they cannot compete on stage. Jin He is a late-stage martial emperor, yet he can master all King-grade Dao tier inscription techniques, this can be considered very awesome." Wang Wen suddenly feels great pressure but now he can only brace himself and do his best to compete. Jin He took out furnace, forging hammer, forging table and carving knife, all of them are very exquisite and simple, it is clear that they are of very high quality. King tool. That guy's tool. Refining equipment is of King tier, moreover it is a complete set. An old half-immortal said in low voice, "This is too extravagant. For many inscription masters, King tier tool refining equipment is already top-notch, as long as they have one, they can refine a King tool. And Jin He has a complete set," all the inscription masters who are knowledgeable in this field exclaimed in admiration. Just in terms of equipment, 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters are completely crushed by the opponent. Long Fengyu's mood suddenly became a lot better because they will surely win this round. Refining materials, refining King-grade Dao Yuan iron into Dao Yuan crystal steel, time is 1 incense stick. Whoever's Dao Yuan crystal steel is the winner. Long Fengyu took out an incense stick and lit it up, then yelled, "Begin." An old Dao inscription master of 100 Pagoda sect yelled in alarm, "It is impossible to refine Dao Yuan iron into Dao Yuan crystal steel in 1 incense stick's time." Long Fengyu said with sneer, "You can't, doesn't mean others can't." Xianxia said, "We want to inspect your inscription master's materials to avoid cheating." "As you wish." Long Fengyu yelled, "Temporarily stop." Soon after, Xianxia brought along a few old inscription masters to inspect Jin He's equipment as well as the Dao Yuan iron. Long Fengyu's group also brought inscription masters to inspect Wang Wen's equipment. After both sides inspected each other, Long Fengyu felt that there is no problem and lit another incense stick. The competition finally began. 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters are all sighing in despair because they feel that 100 Pagoda sect will lose this round. Dang dang dang, on the battle stage, 2 inscription masters are frantically hammering the Dao Yuan iron, creating loud banging sound. Jin He's expression is calm. The golden hammer in his hand overflowed with three-colored flame and smashed on the Daoyuan iron. Both of them are the same. They first hammered the Daoyuan iron for a while and then put it into the furnace to be burned. After burning it for a while, they began hammering. Regardless of which part, He is faster than Wangwen by a lot. Very soon, one incense stick finished burning. He refined a small piece of golden crystal. It is Daoyuan crystal steel. And Wangwen is still hammering a piece of golden iron. It is very messy. Although the quality has increased, it is still far from reaching the level of Daoyuan crystal steel. Haha. You lost. Long Fengyu laughed loudly. He won very easily. He faintly smiled. Next, you should send a more formidable person. As long as the Daoyuan crystal steel he hammered is heavier than mine within one incense stick's time, it will be your victory. Wang Wen's expression is very unsightly because he is basically unable to complete the competition. He placed his Daoyuan crystal steel on the forging table, then took out a chair and sat down. Then he said with beaming smile, my Daoyuan crystal steel weighs 15,000 jin. You should think carefully about who to send, you only have one last chance. Yi Yashua looked at the Dao inscription masters behind her and saw that they are all shaking their heads. Venerable masters appear. Xia Wufeng looked at Qin Yun and secretly sent sound transmission to him. Yun, old boy, do you want to go up and give it a try? Do you think you can win against that guy? Qin Yun replied, I don't know. I have never refined Daoyuan crystal steel. Yi Yashua is very worried. She looked at those inscription masters whose faces are filled with powerless expression. She wants to say something but she is unable to say anything. Because she knows that 100 Pagoda Sect's inscription masters are also very outstanding, it is just that the inscription masters sent by the other side are too strong. Long Fengyu said with sneer, 100 Pagoda Sect, 100 Pagoda Sect, you have obtained so many resources for so many years yet you still failed to nurture a genius Dao inscription master. Did you waste all your resources on dogs? Dragon Sect people also began sneering at Long Fengyu. Yi Yaoshua yelled, Long Fengyu, don't be too proud. 100 Pagoda Sect's people helplessly sighed, their inscription masters are already very strong but they cannot compare to Dragon Sect. Dragon Sect's inscription masters came from 9 Sun Sect's Golden Sun Island. It is very normal for 100 Pagoda Sect's inscription masters to be inferior to them. Lionhead, your star-traveling pagoda's barrier suddenly recovered, what is going on? Yi Yaoshua suddenly asked. Star-traveling pagoda grasped very strong inscription techniques in the past. Why are you asking this? Granny Star asked. Does your star-traveling pagoda have an inscription master? Yi Yaoshua asked in low voice. I do, but I don't have divine inscription palace badge. Moreover, I have never refined Daoyuan crystal steel. The materials Qin Yun needed were all purchased directly from the divine inscription palace. He could only refine some beast bones and beast skins himself. You are an inscription master? Yi Yaoshua is somewhat amazed. She is even more suspicious that this lion head is the immoral venerable master who stole her undergarment. Barely. You want me to go up? Qin Yun said. Yi Yaoshua now very much hopes that this lion head is the immoral venerable master because the title of venerable master is not just for show. She secretly sent sound transmission to Qin Yun and said, Immoral venerable master, I don't know how you managed to sneak into 100 Pagoda Sect and even became the chief disciple of Star-Traveling Pagoda. But now I need your help. Tell me, what condition do you want me to go up? Qin Yun did not reply. He knows that she has been suspecting him for a long time. If he replies, he will be recognized as the venerable master. He is also considering whether or not he should reveal his identity to Yi Yaoshua. State your conditions, we can discuss it. Yi Yaoshua sent sound transmission to Qin Yun. You promise to marry me. Qin Yun finally replied after thinking for a while. Humph. I can't. Yi Yaoshua said again, at that time I thought I was invincible, that's why I boasted. After this matter, we can talk again, and I can give you some compensation. Qin Yun smiled and said with a voice transmission, what compensation can you give me? Do you think I'll be interested in your compensation? Yi Yaoshua cursed the lion head in her heart. Just as she guessed, this is the immoral great master. She has no choice but to admire Qin Yun's methods. He actually managed to become the chief disciple of Star-Traveling Pagoda. Moreover, his strength is not weak at all. Even if he doesn't use equipment, he can still oppress people to death. Why are you so insistent on making me your woman? I heard that you have a wife, you are not lacking women. Xianxia said again. You promised me. Qin Yan said. If you win, there will be benefits. At least your star-traveling pagoda's resources will not be reduced. Xianxia said. Xianxia, how about this, after I win, you let me see your martial spirit. I will also give you your underwear. Qin Yan thought for a bit and replied. This won't do. Xianxia is secretly startled, she did not expect that her mysterious red rune martial spirit would be targeted by Qin Yan. Then forget it. I won't go up, moreover I have never refined Daoyuan crystal steel. Qin Yan said. Did you do anything to my underwear? Xianxia asked. What would I do to your underwear? Qin Yan feels that this is somewhat baffling. You pervert, maybe you will return it to me first. Xianxia said. Qin Yan glanced at her and said with sound transmission, I won't return it. Unless you let me see your martial spirit, don't even think about it. Xianxia gritted her teeth and asked with sound transmission, why do you want to see my martial spirit? I am curious. Qin Yan said. Alright, if you win this round, I will let you see to your heart's content. Xianxia said. Take off all your clothes and let me see? Qin Yan said with smile. Don't court death. Xianxia very much wants to slap him. Qin Yan is very interested in Xianxia's inscription martial spirit because it is highly possible that it is a set of heavenly rune. Alright, I will go up now. If you go back on your words, don't even think about getting your underwear back. Qin Yan said with sound transmission. You go up, take off the lion head, why are you hiding it? Xianxia lightly groaned and said. Qin Yan did not take off the lion head, he jumped on the stage. Morong Tianjia is somewhat amazed seeing Qin Yan go up and said, Junior brother Qin, why are you going up? Xianxia said, I let him go up. 100 Pagoda sex people are all amazed seeing the lion head. The lion head is very good at fighting, it is obvious to all but they did not expect it to also know inscription technique. Long Fengyu became very angry looking at the lion head and yelled, Xianxia, are you sure you want to send this guy to compete with us? He is only late-stage martial king, how can his inscription technique be so brilliant? It seems like you have given up on yourselves. Xianxia is now certain that the lion head is the immoral venerable master that she hates so much. Although he is only late-stage martial king, for him to be called venerable master by city master Morong and old Feitian, he must be very skilled. Xia Wufeng faintly smiled and said, we will win. Xianxia lightly groaned and said, Xia Wufeng, you know him? Xia Wufeng only smiled and did not speak. Apart from Hong Mengshu, he is the only one here who knows Qin Yan the most. Moreover, he has known Qin Yan for a long time and even became sworn brothers. At this time, Xianxia suddenly recalled that Xia Wufeng said that he became martial emperor in a short period of time with the help of a friend. When she went to the Morong manor, Morong Yue also said that Kong Feiqing became martial emperor with the help of a venerable master. She did not believe it at all at that time, no one at the scene believed it. Thinking up to this point, Xianxia is extremely shocked in her heart because it is highly possible that it is true. Qin Yan walked onto the battling platform and took out his own set of refining equipment. The forging platform, furnace and forging hammer are all relatively ordinary items. He has a very good furnace and forging hammer, Heavenly Lion Dragon Suppressing Cauldron and 9 Sun Divine Hammer, he cannot take them out. Jean he is from Golden Sun Island, maybe he can recognize 9 Sun Divine Hammer, after all it is a sun spirit. Late stage martial king? You dare to come up? Your equipment is even worse than that guy from before. Jean he laughed loudly and said, it seems like you have given up on yourselves. After Qin Yan finished arranging his equipment, he ran back to Xianxia's side. This caused dragon sect people to roar in laughter, thinking that he is scared. Xianxia, quickly give me a brick. It is that Daoyuan iron. Qin Yan extended his hand and said. Xianxia signaled an old inscription master with her eyes and said, quickly give it to him. Qin Yan took the brick and looked at it, then nodded in satisfaction. You don't even have this kind of thing? Xianxia doubtfully asked. I rarely use this kind of thing. I mostly use beast bones, only those unrated guys use this kind of thing. Qin said with smile. These words caused many inscription masters to feel very dissatisfied. Jinhe's expression changed, he very unhappily yelled, Brat, what did you just say? Only unrated inscription masters use Daoyuan iron to refine tools? Qin nodded and said, Indeed, beast bones are much better than Daoyuan iron, could it be that they are not? Jinhe coldly groaned and said, Who doesn't know that formidable beast bones are better than Daoyuan iron? But when carving runes, beast bones are very difficult to fuse with runes, could it be that you don't know? When refining tools, adding Daoyuan iron will make it easier to carve runes. Qin said with smile, That's why I said, only unrated inscription masters use Daoyuan iron because their level of carving runes is limited, they need Daoyuan iron to carve runes. And I have never used these things. Humph, you ignorant junior, it is easy to talk. You have never carved runes on pure beast bones, right? Not only the finesse is hard to guarantee, even the power will drop by a lot, it will be very difficult to carve runes smoothly. He said in a very unconvinced manner. Only unrated inscription masters would say that. Qin laughed. You are infuriating me to death. I must properly teach a lesson to you, a guy who doesn't understand but pretends to understand. He furiously said. Qin looked at Long Fengyu and said, Light the incense, I want to start forging materials. Long Fengyu is stunned, he did not expect this lion head to be so good. Xianxia is very relieved in her heart, although she feels that Qin is somewhat rogue, his level is also not bad. Long Fengyu lit an incense stick. Qin immediately threw the Daoyuan iron into the furnace, covered the lid and poured an extremely strong nether sun flame. Other people would first hammer and memorize the flame, only then can the Daoyuan iron absorb the energy within the flame. But Qin is different, he directly threw it in. Dragon sect inscription masters burst into laughter, saying that Qin doesn't understand a bit. 100 Pagoda sect inscription masters also want to say something but they don't dare because it was Xianxia who told Qin to do it. The nether sun flame released by Qin is completely different, it can allow the Daoyuan iron to absorb energy, just like how nether sun can absorb energy. This way, while hammering the Daoyuan iron, he can pour in Xiandao power containing 9 sun energy into the Daoyuan iron and increase its quality and weight. Qinyan's Xiandao power is released through his immortal devil body, the energy contained within is even more valiant, it can increase the quality of the material even more. After Qin burned the Daoyuan iron for a while, he took it out and began forging. While forging, he directly used the 6-style forging dragon. Those dragon sect inscription masters who were ridiculing Qin earlier can no longer laugh. Because forging dragon 6-style hammer technique is very tyrannical, imposing manner is very powerful, it is as if he is forging a berserk and angry dragon. This kind of heaven-shaking and earth-shaking momentum caused dragon sect disciples to feel horrified in their hearts. 100 Pagoda sect people are also dumbstruck looking at this scene. This is the first time many inscription masters see Qin forging materials like this, it is as if the heaven is falling and the earth is splitting. Those who doubted Qin's level before, now don't dare to say anything. He is also looking at Qin with grave expression, he can clearly see that the quality of the Daoyuan iron is rapidly increasing. Chapter 960, Speed Comparison. Under Qin's hammering, the piece of Daoyuan iron gradually changed, crystal pieces can be seen appearing inside. This caused Jinhe's expression to be filled with disbelief. Because the speed at which Qin is forging the Daoyuan iron is as fast as his. Jinhe is indeed a very high-level inscription master, his level is higher than many old inscription masters. After all, he came from transcending Xianxia region's Golden Sun Island, a very ancient sect. During the forging process, it could be said that Qin did it in one go. He did not stop at all. While hammering, he released a very strong nether sun spirit and poured it into the Daoyuan iron to soften it, making it easier to hammer. Then he poured in a great amount of Xiandao power to increase the quality of the Daoyuan iron. After this process is repeated, the impurities inside the Daoyuan iron are quickly separated and filled with pure energy inside. After going through thousands of tempering, the Daoyuan iron would be able to quickly absorb pure energy to increase its quality. It would become Dao Yuan crystal steel, which would be even tougher and heavier. Generally speaking, when the quality of a material increases, its weight also increases, especially this kind of ore material. Sometimes, the heavier the better, so Qin Yun doesn't like to use heavy materials to refine tools. Beast bones are a lot lighter, even if they are refined and their quality is greatly improved, their weight will not increase too much. Jin He looked at Qin Yun with grave expression. Qin Yun continued to use Forging Dragon 6 style hammer technique. With his current cultivation, he can use it again and again without getting tired. Very soon, the incense stick finished burning. And Qin Yun also successfully forged a piece of Dao Yuan crystal steel. Seeing Qin Yun's success, those despairing 100 Pagoda sect disciples are now filled with hope. Wang Wen looked at the battle stage in amazement and said, "Senior Sister Yi, what is going on with that Qin Xiaoyun? How do you know that he has such high inscription level?" "I just know." Yi Yashui groaned, "Even though this guy is loathsome, I have no choice but to admit that he is indeed very skilled." Morong Tianjia and others saw Yi Yashui's attitude towards Qin Yun and cannot help but feel even more amazed. Because they believe that Qin Yun and Yi Yashua already know each other. It must be known that there are very few people in 100 Pagoda sect who dare to offend her. Qin Yun is one of them. Not only did he offend Yi Yashua, he was completely fine. Moreover, Yi Yashua even asked him for help. This was his ability. Yi Yashua brought along a few old inscription masters and walked up to the battle stage to check the result. Jin He is no longer able to maintain his previous arrogance. He is a late-stage martial emperor. If he is defeated by a late-stage martial king, it will be a huge blow to him. After weighing, Qin Yun's Dao Yuan crystal steel weighed more than 16,000 jin. As for Jin He's Dao Yuan crystal steel, it weighed only 15,000 jin. Jin He had lost this round. Long Fengyu is also at the side, his face is filled with disbelief as he said, "Grandmaster Jin, what is going on? Could that kid have used some tricks?" Jin He frowned and shook his head, "I don't know, but I saw him forge Dao Yuan crystal steel with my own eyes, and the quality is better than mine." Not only Long Fengyu and the others are amazed, even the old inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect are looking at Qin Yun in amazement. Their expression is filled with respect. Yi Yashua knows that this immoral venerable master is very reliable in this aspect. This made her feel a lot more relaxed, at least they have great chance of winning in the third round. Consider yourself awesome. Next round, talisman crafting. Long Fengyu glared at Qin Yun's lion head and groaned. "Rest assured, I will surely win this round." Jin He very confidently said, "Let's compete in Dao talisman crafting. Low-quality fire attribute Dao talisman will be enough. Within an incense stick of time, whoever can craft Dao talisman faster will win. Let the inscription masters of both sides appraise the Dao talisman. As long as the talisman's power reaches low-quality fire attribute, it will be enough." Yi Yashua asked Qin Yun in low voice, "Will you have any problem with this round?" Qin Yun said, "No problem, just provide me with king-grade Dao talisman paper, I want 100 of them." An old man from 100 Pagoda sect said with frown, "Low-quality Dao talisman, why do you need king-grade Dao talisman paper? Why do you need 100 of them? Can you craft 100 in an incense stick of time?" Qin Yun urged, "King-grade Dao talisman paper is more stable and more powerful." "Less nonsense, quickly take them out." Yi Yashua said to those old inscription masters, "Quickly take out the king-grade Dao talisman paper." Jin He groaned, "Little demon, you look so poor, but I did not expect you to actually have some skill." The talisman papers that Jin He took out are also king-grade Dao talismans. There is also a large stack of them. King-grade Dao talisman paper is very expensive. Those old inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect handed them over to Qin Yun with heartache. Qin Yun doesn't need so many king-grade Dao talisman paper, he just wants to take advantage of this opportunity. Yi Yaoxue and those old inscription masters are not leaving the stage, they are just watching from the side. Long Fengyu is also the same, he is standing behind Jin He. "It seems like you want to do the same as me, quickly carve runes and then use king-grade Dao talisman paper to quickly craft Dao talisman. This way, you can guarantee the might of the talisman." Jin He faintly smiled, "However, if you want to craft low-quality Dao talisman quickly, you need to carve at least 5 sets of low-quality fire Dao runes to guarantee the might of the talisman. And I don't need it, I only need to carve 3 sets. Because I am late-stage martial emperor, my blood spirit power contains enough formidable energy. Qin Yan chuckled and said, don't be too proud. Let's begin. Inscription masters of both sides went over to check the talisman paper to avoid cheating. After checking, Long Fengyu took out an incense stick, lit it and announced the start of the competition. 1 incense stick of time to craft Dao talisman. This caused many people to be amazed. Because most of them don't know anything about inscription, they feel that since Dao talismans are so powerful and expensive, crafting them would require a lot of time, at least 1 to 4 hours, maybe even several hours. According to rumor, some talismans require 1 to 2 years to craft. And now, Qin Yan and Jin He will compete in crafting Dao talismans within 1 incense stick of time. This makes people feel that low-quality Dao talismans are not that hard to craft. As soon as the competition began, Qin Yan firmly held the mental resonance Xian pen and began carving star fire rune and low-quality fire Dao rune on a talisman. He only needs to carve these 2 sets of runes. Since he has many kinds of inscription spirits, his speed is very fast and he finished a low-quality fire Dao talisman very quickly. And Jin He is not even halfway done. Jin He's eyes became round and wide seeing Qin Yan finish a talisman. Long Fengyu said in low voice, Great Master Jin, he is definitely messing around. There are no runes on his talisman, it is just a few simple strokes, its might is not guaranteed. While Qin Yan is carving runes, the mental resonance Xian pen released light rays that enveloped his hand and talisman paper, so nobody knows what kind of runes he is carving. Seeing Qin Yan's speed, 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters are somewhat worried. Wang Wen said in low voice, Senior Sister Yi, he seems to be very casual? Isn't this a mistake? At that time, he might even waste our talisman papers, they are very expensive. 1 talisman paper costs more than 10 million purple crystal coins. An old man also said, Junior Sister Yi, is he really capable or not? He has already finished 3 talismans, Jin He has not even finished 1, how can he be faster than Jin He? 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters very anxiously said in low voice. Yi Yaoxue also doesn't know what is going on with Qin Yan, she said in low voice, all of you, don't talk, wait for the result. Long Fengyu saw Qin Yan finish so quickly and said with sneer, Lionhead, are you deliberately swindling 100 Pagoda sect? You are from Star Traveling Pagoda, you must have a grudge against First Pagoda, so you won't even use your full strength in this competition. Look at you, you are just like a child's messing around, this is not talisman crafting, it is just scribbling talismans. There are many old inscription masters on Dragon Sect's side, they also saw the runes of Qin Yan's Dao talismans, they don't recognize any of them, moreover they are very casual. Qin Yan's Dao talismans have runes fused with ancient star runes and low-grade fire Dao runes. Moreover, there are many dark lines in the star runes, most of them are hidden. And the bright lines are very messy, they are combined with the bright lines of fire Dao runes, making it impossible to understand. An incense stick worth of time passed by, Qin Yan has already crafted 15 talismans, Jin He has only crafted 5 but he is still very confident. Jin He said with smile, you crafted 15 talismans in an incense stick worth of time, do you think you are an immortal inscription master? Your shoddy Dao talismans can't even pass the power test. Even 10 of them can't compare to one of my talismans. Yi Yaoxue is now somewhat panicking. The inscription masters beside her also have unsightly expression. They are very clear that no one can craft 15 Dao talismans in an incense stick worth of time. Qin Yan said with smile, then how do we test? Long Fengyu said with smile, very simple, use this thing to test. He took out something that looks like a wash basin, moreover it has a lid, it is completely black and then said, place your talisman inside and detonate it. If you can hear a sound and the lid starts to emit fire, it will prove that your talisman is a qualified low-grade flame Dao talisman. Qin Yan looked at Yi Yaoxue and the others, they all nodded, this is a common test method. Jin He said with smile, I will test first. Jin He placed the talisman he crafted into the wash basin, then Long Fengyu covered the lid and detonated the talisman. Bang, it is a very oppressive sound. Moreover, the lid is emitting a weak flame. First talisman, qualified. Long Fengyu proudly said with smile. Those people who don't understand inscription in the 100 Refining Plaza are very amazed. That talisman should be worth at least 20 to 30 million purple crystal coins, right? They actually tested it just like that. Moreover, they still have to test 4 more talismans. This is too extravagant, wasting more than 100 million purple crystal coins in one go. Are these inscription masters crazy? Someone yelled in alarm. Just give it to me. When I meet a ferocious beast, I can just throw it at it. It will save me a lot of trouble. As expected of Great Master Jin, he crafted 5 qualified low-grade Dao talismans in just an hour. Inscription masters are truly tycoons. The process of crafting is clearly so easy, why is it so expensive? Idiot, only very high-level venerable masters can be this fast. Axe and Shield Long Fengyu tested the 5 Dao talismans made by Jin He and found out that all of them are low-grade fire attribute Dao talismans. He looked at Xianxia and the other inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect and said, Great Master Jin crafted 5 talismans in an incense stick worth of time, all of them are qualified, you should accept this result, right? Xianxia looked at Qin Yun. The lion head nodded and said, I accept. Next, let's start testing the Dao talismans that I've refined. Qin Yun pointed at the low-grade Dao talismans on the forging table. Long Fengyu said with sneer, Master Jin is older than you, his cultivation is higher than you by a lot, but he can only make 5. You can make 15, they are definitely not up to standard. Qin Yun said, whether I pass or not, it is not up to you to decide, it is up to the testing instrument in your hand. Long Fengyu picked up a talisman and placed it inside the basin, then covered the lid and activated the talisman. Jin He looked with disdain, he is certain that Qin Yun's Dao talisman is not up to standard. Xianxia's face was filled with nervousness. 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters all turned their heads away. They also feel that it is impossible for Qin Yun to craft 15 low-grade Dao talismans because it is impossible to do so within an incense stick worth of time. Bang! A burst of muffled sound came from the testing tool in Long Fengyu's hand. Flames can be seen overflowing from a small hole on the lid. This caused a large group of people to exclaim in shock. Long Fengyu yelled, impossible, everyone can hear that the sound transmitted by Qin Yun's talisman is much louder than Jin He's previous test. Moreover, the flame is even more vigorous. Xianxia lightly breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, she also felt astonished. It can be said that she has once again experienced how formidable this immoral great master is. Qin Yun made a gesture and said, please continue. Jin He was shocked speechless, he could not understand how the other party could do this was far beyond his level. Long Fengyu is bewildered as he continued testing. Following a series of sounds, the successive tests proved that the Dao talismans made by Qin Yun are qualified. Long Fengyu only tested 6 talismans and then stopped. All the other talismans were stored away by Qin Yun. He said with smile, 6 talismans are enough to prove my victory, don't waste other talismans. Qin Yun stored the Dao talismans and talisman papers. 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters are shocked, they also want to take back the rest of the talisman papers. After all, these are king-grade Dao talisman papers, they are very expensive. But Qin Yun had no intention of returning it, they did not dare to ask for it back. If Qin Yun suddenly stopped competing, they would have to take responsibility. Xianxia glanced at those old inscription masters, she is deeply suspicious of their level because they were not optimistic about Qin Yun before. Those old inscription masters could only lower their heads. They had actually greatly underestimated Qin Yun's level. Long Fengyu groaned, don't be too proud, there are still 4 more rounds, let's see how long you can win. Qin Yun said with a smile, win to the end. Jin He coldly said, youngster, you can beat me twice in a row, you indeed have some skill. Don't look down on me because of that. Just wait and see. Next, let's compete in weapon forging. Qin Yun very calmly smiled and said, come. As long as it's not a king weapon, I'm not afraid of you. What an arrogant guy. Jin He said, you have 4 hours to refine whatever you want. Your 100 Pagoda sect is the defending side, you will refine shields and we will refine weapons. After refining, if your shield can withstand 10 attacks from our weapons without breaking, it will be your win. Qin Yun said, alright, but the person holding the shield cannot be me. I am a late-stage martial king, if I use the shield to block, I will be at a disadvantage. Xianxia said, I will use the shield to block, Long Fengyu use the weapon to attack. Alright. Long Fengyu also agreed. Refining a weapon requires a lot of time. It is very difficult to refine a good weapon within an incense stick's worth of time. After both sides finished discussing the rules, Long Fengyu took out an hourglass, turned it over and yelled, "Begin." This time Qin Yun did not ask for materials from the 100 Pagoda sect's inscription masters, instead he took out some beast bones. He doesn't have many beast bones in his possession, mainly because he used them to refine the Devil Star Tyrant Dragon. The materials he took out now are all beast bones of formidable beasts. And the materials he took out are all Dao Yuan crystal steel, they are all of very high quality. He is secretly apprehensive seeing Qin Yun take out beast bones. He really did not expect Qin Yun to use beast bones to refine tools, he thought Qin Yun was just casually talking about it. Inscription masters who can use beast bones to refine tools are very few in number because carving runes on beast bones requires very arduous study. Those few old inscription masters of 100 Pagoda sect don't dare to say anything, they are only calmly looking from Xianxia's side. The reason why Qin Yun can carve runes on beast bones so easily is because he has Beast King inscription spirit. This is the most important thing, it allows him to ignore the energy repulsion of the beast bones and easily carve blood spirit power on the beast bones. The beast bones Qin Yun took out are more or less processed, now they only need to be tempered for a short period of time and then they can begin molding. He also can't say anything because he has already prepared the Dao Yuan crystal steel in his hand. Generally speaking, refining beast bones is much more difficult than refining Dao Yuan crystal steel. But now, Qin Yun's progress is much faster than He. Xiao Yun, Xiaoxue has inscription martial spirit, the power she can release will be very compatible with the runes. When you carve runes, you don't need to worry too much about the user's energy absorption. Ling Yuner said. When refining tools, if someone with fire attribute martial spirit uses it, then they must consider the rune's attribute. I will directly carve formidable defensive totem and star and moon runes with defensive power. Qin Yun is also pondering what kind of rune he should carve. After pondering for a while, he decided to carve Heavenly Lion totem as well as star and moon runes. Naturally, when carving, he will hide the Heavenly Lion totem so that the opponent won't notice it. When the time comes, the one attacking the shield will be Long Fengyu and he will use dragon power, maybe he will be restrained by the Heavenly Lion. Qin Yun firmly held the mental resonance Xian pen, released light rays that enveloped his hand and the shield and began carving Heavenly Lion totem. He has totem and Beast King inscription spirit, if he carves Heavenly Lion totem, the finesse will become very high, it will reach a very high realm. 1 hour passed by and he smoothly finished carving Heavenly Lion totem. Next, he will begin carving star and moon runes, this is a very simple matter for him. He's forehead is filled with sweat, it is clear that the pressure on him is not small. While he is refining, he is also asking Long Fengyu about his energy attribute. He wants to understand Long Fengyu's energy condition so that he can make tailor-made items. Xiaoxue said in low voice, "Lion head, are you not going to ask about my situation? The energy of the shield you are refining must be compatible with mine, this way I can use the shield better." Qin Yun said, "You don't need to worry." Originally, she only thought that Qin Yun is very good at repairing magic tools. But now she knows that his level in inscription is also very high. He is worthy of the title Venerable Master. Hong Mengshu, Yu Shudian and others are watching from the distance outside the 100 Refining Plaza. Xiao Tian, senior sister, ye should know who Lion Head is. Hong Mengshu said with smile. They must have secretly discussed something. This is good, we won't be in a difficult situation when the time comes. Yu Shudian nodded and smiled. They are not at all surprised that Qin Yun has this kind of skill. While the competition is going on, many people are discussing about Star Traveling Pagoda in low voice. Because Star Traveling Pagoda has very few people, only a few dozen. Since Qin Yun defeated Precious Dragon Pagoda's chief disciple, they will get 5 years' worth of resources from Precious Dragon Pagoda. If First Pagoda allows Star Traveling Pagoda to get new resources, then Star Traveling Pagoda's several dozen people will be able to enjoy great amount of resources. This caused many people to regret not joining Star Traveling Pagoda back then. Very quickly, for hours past, Qin Yun refined a white round shield, it is not very big, it is only the size of a wash basin. It is pure white, there are no runes on the surface because they are on the other side and inside. Take it, when the time comes, just pour your power into it to defend. Qin Yan handed over the round shield to Xianxia. Is it reliable? Xianxia took it and said with slight frown, it is only a few hundred jin. That guy's axe is at least 100,000 jin. Idiot, the heavier the better. Qin Yan said. Hearing Qin Yan scolding Xianxia as an idiot, many people are secretly worried that Xianxia will suddenly flip out. But Xianxia did not say anything, she only glared at Qin Yan. Xianxia is already used to being bullied by Qin Yan. The weapon Jin he refined is a very exquisite and beautiful axe, moreover it is very heavy. He handed over the axe to Long Fengyu with a smile and said, I spent a lot of effort to obtain the blueprint of this axe. Because time is limited, I only refined it a bit, otherwise this axe would have evolved into a king tool. Long Fengyu held the axe in his hand and said in pleasant surprise, it is very heavy, I can feel very strong power, it should be 100,000 jin right, 130,000 jin. Jin he proudly smiled and said, at most 3 strikes, I will be able to break that broken shield. Long Fengyu held the huge axe and said with confident smile, Xianxia, if you get injured later, don't blame me. If you want to blame someone, blame your inscription masters for refining this kind of trash for you. Xianxia is no longer confident in her heart because the white round shield in her hand looks very weak. Not only it is very light, it is also very simple. In comparison, the surface of Long Fengyu's huge axe has many exquisite runes, as well as many curved surfaces that set off the beauty and high-level feeling of the huge axe. Especially those exquisite runes, they make the huge axe look like it is filled with a kind of mysterious formidable power. The round shield Qin Yan gave to Xianxia doesn't have anything else, it looks like it is made of flour. Come! Xianxia yelled, then raised the round shield to let Long Fengyu hack at it. Above Great Master the huge axe chopped down, creating a burst of air current, it is like the roar of a furious dragon, giving rise to a gale. Boom! The huge axe chopped down on the white shield, giving rise to a fierce energy wave and a burst of golden red light. Xianxia thought that her hand would suffer some injury, but just now she did not feel any pain, not even a bit of vibration. On the contrary, after Long Fengyu chopped down, his axe let out a buzzing sound and bounced back, causing him to retreat more than 10 steps. Long Fengyu's expression slightly changed. Jin He's eyes are filled with shock as he looked at the shield. Long Fengyu, who seemed to have the upper hand, unexpectedly did not gain any advantage. Xianxia exclaimed in admiration in her heart, she is also filled with confidence. She looked at the lion head in disbelief. What caused her to be most amazed is that the power she released was very well absorbed by the shield. It gave her a feeling that she is connected with the shield by blood, she can smoothly transfer power into the shield. Again! Long Fengyu loudly shouted, rushed over again and chopped down with even stronger power. Boom! Light rays exploded, sound vibrated and gale whistled. The huge axe in Long Fengyu's hand has been jolted away, his hand is still bleeding. Everyone let out a burst of cheer. Long Fengyu's 2 attacks were not able to damage the shield at all. Jin He's expression is extremely unsightly because just now he kept on saying that Qin Yan's shield would not be able to withstand 3 axe attacks. Great Master Jin. What is going on? Long Fengyu looked at his bleeding hand and asked in doubt. I don't know. Jin He said with frown, maybe his shield has power reflecting runes carved on it. This wretched guy is too sinister. Not only it can reflect Long Fengyu's power, it can also transform Xianxia's energy into Heavenly Lion's power and bounce it back. Xianxia is very happy in her heart, she did not expect that she, as the defending side, would be able to let the opponent see blood. Long Fengyu, you still have 8 axe attacks, quickly finish, she said with proud smile. Long Fengyu held the axe with his other hand, deeply inhaled a mouthful of air, then condensed his power and vigorously chopped down on the shield. Boom! This time, just like before, the axe was sent flying. However, it was slightly better than before. His hand was not bleeding, but it was trembling. It was obvious that he had been shocked. 7 more times. Maybe you will be able to break my shield very soon. Xianxia said with charming smile. This was the first time anyone had seen someone on the defensive side anticipating the opponent's attack so much, Long Fengyu's complexion is unsightly, he used his trembling hand to pick up the huge axe. In his heart, he rained curses on that bullshit great master Jin He actually refined this kind of swindler for him to use. Jin He's expression is not any better than Long Fengyu because his level is being questioned. At this very moment, he wants to find a hole to crawl into to avoid losing face. The difference between the axe he refined and Qin Yan's shield is too great. This is what makes him feel ashamed. Long Fengyu picked up the axe and hesitated whether or not he should continue chopping down. Every time he slashed, his hand would hurt. As a result, he didn't dare to use too much strength. Otherwise, he would be the one suffering. Are you afraid? Yi Yaoxue said with mocking smile, hurry up. You win this round. Long Fengyu is expressionless as he yelled, next round. Jin He also nodded, you win this round. There are still 3 rounds of rune finesse, puppet competition, and formation breaking competition. As long as you lose one of them, you will lose this round. Everyone can see that Jin He is not very confident. Because now he only wants to win 1 round to guarantee his victory. Yi Yaoxue patted the shield, looked at Qin Yan and said, Lion Head, this shield is very useful, sell it to me. Qin Yan said, 1 billion purple crystal coins, no bargaining. You are demanding an exorbitant price. I don't want it, I will return it to you. Yi Yaoxue returned the shield to Qin Yan. Idiot, if I auction this shield, it will be worth 2 billion. Even 2 billion is possible. Qin Yan put away the shield and said with a proud smile. Really? Alright, I will buy it. Yi Yaoxue hastily said. Now it is 5 billion. Qin Yan said. You bastard. Yi Yaoxue loudly cursed, don't ask for sky-high prices, I sincerely want to buy it. 5 billion, do you want it or not? In any case, my shield can be sold for 2 billion. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, he is not lacking in purple crystal coins. Who wants it? Yi Yaoxue groaned. She was in a good mood just now, but now she has a belly full of anger. A group of people are also very scared. A shield that was crafted in 2 hours is sold for 1 billion purple crystal coins. Moreover, when Yi Yaoxue wanted to buy it, the price increased to 5 billion. This caused many people to want to learn runes, but they know that the threshold of this field is very high. Without a certain level of talent, it is impossible to succeed. Jin He said, next is rune finesse competition. We will carve low-quality fire Dao rune and then use testing tools to test. Whoever has higher finesse will win. Low-quality fire Dao rune? No problem. What kind of material do you want to carve on? Qin Yan asked. Beast skin, of course. Jin He chuckled, then took out a beast skin and said, carve a low-quality fire Dao rune in 2 hours. Carving runes on beast skin is the simplest and easiest. Qin Yan doesn't feel any pressure at all. Moreover, he is carving fire attribute Dao runes, it is very easy. Yi Yaoxue is very confident in this immoral venerable master, she did not say anything. Qin Yan took out the beast skin and checked it with Jin He. After there is no problem, he asked Long Fengyu to start. Long Fengyu feels that Jin He will surely win this round. After the competition began, Qin Yan and Jin He began very earnestly. Wang Wen said in low voice, Senior Sister Yi, generally speaking, the older an inscription master is, the higher their control of finesse. A great master like Jin He's finesse is not low. This junior brother Qin is very young, moreover he is only late-stage martial king, no matter how awesome he is, he can only be on par with Jin He. After Yi Yaoxue heard this, she looked at Long Fengyu and said, if their finesse is the same, what will happen? Long Fengyu said with smile, same old rules. If it is a draw, it will count as your defense failing. You also treated us the same way before. Yi Yaoxue gritted her teeth and lightly groaned. Wang Wen said, Senior Sister Yi, the situation is not very optimistic. An inscription master of Jin He's level can surely reach level 10 finesse, this is max level. Another old man also said, Jin He carved very simple low-grade fire Dao rune on the beast skin, moreover he spent an hour to complete it. This is enough to guarantee that he can control finesse to the peak. No matter how awesome junior brother Qin is, he is only at max level. Yi Yaoshua suddenly became somewhat anxious. It is not that she is not optimistic about Qin Yun's chances, rather it is because both Jin He and Qin Yun's finesse is at max level. Is there no 11th level? Yi Yaoshua asked in low voice. There is no 11th level because 11th level finesse is called Venerable Master. Max level is Great Master. Long Fengyu called Jin He Great Master, that means his finesse is at max level. Wang Wen said. Yi Yaoshua recalled Qin Yun's title of Venerable Master and said, then. Are there any true Venerable Masters in our 100 Pagoda region? Wang Wen shook his head and said, there are none. If there were true Venerable Master, Divine Inscription Palace would have announced it. That so-called Venerable Master who offended you before only has an undeserved reputation, he has not obtained Divine Inscription Palace's certification. An old man said, indeed, that Venerable Master is only called by others, he doesn't even dare to admit that he is a Venerable Master, otherwise he would have already gone to Divine Inscription Palace to be certified. If he becomes a Venerable Master certified by Divine Inscription Palace, his status will be very high, who doesn't want to be certified? Long Fengyu's expression is filled with smiling expression as he said, Yi Yaoshua, accept the fact. Great Master Jin is a certified Great Master, he has 10th level finesse. No matter how awesome that lion head is, he is only at 10th level. Yi Yaoshua groaned and ignored Long Fengyu. 1 hour passed by very quickly, it is now evening. Qin Yun is the first to finish. He finished so quickly that it caused many people to be surprised. Because Jin He is still earnestly carving runes. Yi Yaoshua hastily walked over and asked, Lion Head, what is your highest finesse? Qin Yun said, I don't know. I usually don't pay attention to this, I will know after testing. Wang Wen walked over, took out a mirror and looked at Qin Yun's beast skin. Then he saw many threads appear on the mirror. He carefully counted and suddenly his body trembled. He counted again and his hands can't help but tremble. There are actually 11 threads. Venerable Master level finesse, Long Fengyu also walked over and took out a tool to check, it is also a mirror. After looking at the mirror, he is also stunned, he looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. Yi Yaoshua looked at Wang Wen's mirror and repeatedly counted several times to confirm that there are 11 threads. This means that Qin Yun has 11th level finesse. Jin He said with beaming smile, finished, you all. What happened to you all? He looked at Long Fengyu and other inscription masters' shocked expression and cannot help but feel suspicious. Qin Yun said, my finesse is 11th level, what about yours, 11th level? How is this possible? Jin He's forehead is filled with sweat, he doesn't believe it. But looking at the expression of Long Fengyu and other inscription masters, he has no choice but to believe it. He promptly took out a tool to check. Very soon he found out that Qin Yun's Flame Dao rune is indeed 11th level finesse. This scared him so much that his hands became weak, the tool in his hand dropped to the ground. We won this round. Yi Yaoshua excitedly smiled and said. All the inscription masters on the battle stage are shocked speechless. They are looking at Qin Yun as if they are looking at a monster, there is only reverence in their eyes. Long Fengyu furiously pointed at Qin Yun and yelled, this lion head. Is he truly late-stage martial king? Did you send a half-immortal to compete with us in order to win? Why is he wearing a lion head from start to finish? Jin He reprimanded in low voice, Long Fengyu, you should be a bit more polite, he is a venerable master. Everyone in the plaza is startled, Jin He actually told Long Fengyu to be a bit more polite towards Qin Yun. Shameless hierarch Long Fengyu saw how Jin He reveres the lion head, he is extremely amazed in his heart. However, this matter involves great benefits, he cannot bow and scrape to Qin Yun just because of this. I suspect that you are not late-stage martial king. Long Fengyu said to Qin Yun, his tone is not as aggressive as before. It's very simple, just casually monitor it and you will know. You definitely have this kind of thing. Qin Yun said. Of course there is. Long Fengyu took out a mirror, shined it on Qin Yun's body and said, don't move. After a short moment, the result appeared on Long Fengyu's mirror. He is indeed a late-stage martial king. Yi Yaoshua said, let's continue. Jin He said to Long Fengyu in low voice, there is also the formation and puppet competition, I have no assurance in defeating him. The precision of the runes he carved had reached the 11th level of Grandmaster level. I don't want to continue. He recalled the previous matches with Qin Yun and admired Qin Yun even more. He was sure that Qin Yun was at the level of a guru. Jin, he actually wants to give up. Long Fengyu did not expect this. Great Master Jin. We agreed that you must continue to compete, so long as you win one round, our dragon sect will be victorious. Long Fengyu said. He is not an inscription master, he cannot understand Jin He's current mood. Jin he didn't have the heart to continue because he felt that it was impossible for him to win. He shook his head and said, I've already suffered a heavy blow. There's no point in continuing. Yi Yaoxue cannot help but smile and said, Long Fengyu, don't force Great Master Jin. Long Fengyu gritted his teeth and looked at Qin Yun. He did not expect that 100 Pagoda sect would have such a guy. Grandmaster Jin, are you truly unable to continue? Long Fengyu asked in a very unresigned manner. Because there are still 2 more rounds, the hope of a comeback is very big. Jin he shook his head, even if I continue, I have no confidence. Long Fengyu said, even if you don't have confidence, you must continue, you must not give up. Jin he looked at Qin Yun, helplessly sighed and said, alright, I will continue. People who don't understand runes don't know what level 11 finesse means. Inscription masters like Jin He and Wang Wen are very clear that to be able to carve runes with 11th level finesse, one either has inscription spirit or extremely high talent. It is normal for Jin He to be timid when facing such an inscription master. Next, we'll compete in formations, you set up a formation, and I'll break it. How about it? Jin He looked at the sky. It was already dark, and he wanted to end things quickly. Everyone could see that Jin He had lost his will to fight. Qin Yun said, alright, 4 hours. Jin He nodded. Qin Yun took out a piece of beast skin and began inscribing runes. Long Fengyu is currently panicking in his heart because he feels that Dragon Sect might lose this time. Jin He was a grandmaster they had invited from afar, but before the competition was over, he had already withered. If it wasn't for Long Fengyu's request, Jin He would have already given up. Although Yi Yaoxue felt a lot more at ease, she didn't dare to completely relax until the end. 4 hours later, Qin Yun also set up a small formation on a piece of beast skin. He placed a stone in the middle of the beast skin and said, after I open the formation, a protective barrier will appear. If you can break the formation and take out the stone within 4 hours, it will be your win. If you break the formation with brute force, the stone will be damaged and you will lose. Jin He looked at the beast skin and suddenly became very interested. To him, this is a very good opportunity to learn and exchange knowledge. He very earnestly looked at the formation and tried to touch it with his hand. However, he was indeed blocked by a power. While breaking the formation, one cannot use brute force, otherwise the formation and the stone will be destroyed. Qin Yun is watching from the side. Because he is wearing a mask, nobody can see his expression. Yi Yaoxue asked through sound transmission, Immoral Venerable Master, do you have confidence in winning this round? That Jin He seems to be very serious. Qin Yun said, I have no confidence. This caused Yi Yaoxue to be on tenterhooks. If she loses, all the previous competitions would be in vain. You. Weren't you very confident? Yi Yaoxue asked. Just watch, no matter what you say, it is useless. Qin Yun replied. He is actually very confident, he is just deliberately teasing Yi Yaoxue to make her worry. Yi Yaoxue's expression suddenly became grave, she is very worried that she will lose. Jin He is squatting beside the beast skin and calmly looking at the battle. The battle stage is brightly illuminated by the light-emitting stones floating in the air. Spectators are chatting while waiting for the result. Dragon Sect disciples' mood is very heavy. If they lose, they will have to tighten their belts for the next 10 years. Granny Star said before that the reason why 100 Pagoda Sect and Dragon Sect are competing in this way is because there has been a dispute over the area under their jurisdiction for many years. Because of this dispute, they often fought over it. Later on, in order to avoid disastrous losses, they proposed this kind of peaceful method. 100 Pagoda Sect has won many times before. It is also because Yi Yaoxue became the chief disciple that they won 2 times in a row. If they win this time, they will have won 3 times in a row. In the past 20 years, Dragon Sect's strength regressed a lot due to lack of resources. 2 hours later, Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, I lost this round, I cannot break this formation. Xianxia squatted for 2 hours and did not move at all, he is actually unable to break the formation. Xianxia let out a long breath and cursed Xianxia a few times in her heart. She knows that Xianxia was deliberately scaring her just now. Last round, we will compare the power of both sides' puppets. Long Fengyu said, puppet embryos will use wooden puppets, they are sold in Divine Inscription Palace, you all have them right? As matters stand, Long Fengyu can only place his hopes on this last round. Xianxia nodded and said, I have them. Then he took out a wooden puppet, it is a blank puppet, there are no totem runes carved on it. Xianxia looked at Xianxia and said, I don't have any, quickly give me one. Xianxia despised Xianxia in her heart, as a venerable master, he actually has nothing. Wang Wen hastily took out a wooden puppet and gave it to Xianxia. His attitude towards Xianxia is now very respectful. These wooden puppets are used to do odd jobs, even though they are embryos, they are very expensive. Carve them before daybreak, then we will compete. Xianxia said, he is now deliberately making himself look very confident. All right. Xianxia said. He took out mental resonance Xian pen and began carving totem runes. Since he has totem inscription spirit, carving golden ape totem is very easy for him, he finished it within an hour. Because the golden ape totem is not a very good totem, he carved some runes on the puppet's body to increase the puppet's power. After Xianxia finished, there is still an hour before daybreak. If he did not deliberately slow down, he would have already finished. Xianxia saw that Xianxia is not moving and asked in low voice, Lionhead, are you done? Indeed. What is it? Xianxia said. Wang Wen said, so fast. If it were me, it would take at least a whole day to finish. Long Fengyu groaned and said, slow work produces fine work. You finished so quickly, that wooden puppet is not very good. Xianxia said with smile, you will know soon. After Xianxia finished, his forehead is filled with sweat. Then everyone walked down from the stage and let the two wooden puppets fight on the stage. Xianxia's wooden puppet is a bit shorter, moreover it is made of black wood. Xianxia's wooden puppet is big and tall, it is red wood. Begin. Long Fengyu yelled. Dragon Sect disciples are very nervous. Whether or not they can obtain resources for next 10 years will depend on this battle. The battle began, Xianxia and Xianxia controlled their wooden puppets to move. Xianxia's wooden puppet is very fast and very nimble. In comparison, Xianxia's wooden puppet is very slow. I won. Xianxia suddenly shouted, then controlled his wooden puppet to fly over and then send out a palm attack. The wooden puppet's arm overflowed with flame. Wooden puppets are most afraid of flame, but Xianxia's wooden puppet can release flame. Xianxia's expression greatly changed, he promptly controlled his wooden puppet to dodge, but the palm attack is too fast, even if he dodged, he was hit head-on. Boom sound spread out. Xianxia controlled the wooden man to release a very light flame. Moreover, it also caused an explosion, causing Xianxia's wooden man to fall apart and burn. Xianxia let out a sigh, looked at Long Fengyu and said, I tried my best. Long Fengyu is standing there in a daze, tightly clenching his fists. Their dragon sect has lost again. The slowly rising 9 suns are very brilliant, but dragon sect disciples' mood is very heavy. We are leaving. Long Fengyu's mood is very gloomy as he yelled. When they came, they were filled with imposing manner, but now they are leaving dejectedly. 100 Pagoda sect people also started cheering one after another. Xianxia's beautiful face is also filled with smile. She took out a sound transmission magic tool and sent sound transmission to elders. Not long after, a group of old and middle-aged men flew over and landed on the stage. These old and middle-aged men are the higher-ups of 100 Pagoda sect, they are sect master, elders, and law protectors. All the disciples saluted one after another. Xianxia also saw First Pagoda's Pagoda master, he is also the sect master of 100 Pagoda sect, his name is Yang Chongtian. Yang Chongtian is wearing clothes with sun embroidered on it. His smooth white long hair is hanging down to his shoulders, he is wearing a golden red jade crown on his head. His slightly wrinkled face is filled with solemnity. His eyes are filled with dignity and indifference as he looked at Qin Yun and Granny Star. Granny Star said, "Sect Master, you promised that from this year onwards, our star-traveling pagoda will obtain new resources. Many disciples of First Pagoda are in a very bad mood because they are going to lose a lot of resources." Yang Chongtian groaned and said, "I never promised you." Hearing Yang Chongtian's words, everyone is stunned. Yi Yaoshue is very amazed. She opened her phoenix eyes wide and looked at Yang Chongtian. She wanted to speak but she was forcibly taken away by a few old half-immortals. Qin Yun and Granny Star realized that Yang Chongtian is acting shamelessly. He wants to destroy the bridge after crossing the river. 100 Refining Plaza became completely silent. First Pagoda disciples are secretly happy because they would rather have resources than face. After all, they are losing more than half of their resources. "You are acting shamelessly," Granny Star furiously said in deep voice. Incur enmity. Qin Yun and Granny Star are very angry but they can't do anything against so many powerful half-immortals from First Pagoda. "You bunch of bastards, you clearly promised us but now you go back on your word. Your First Pagoda will surely regret this," Qin Yun said in deep voice. "We never promised you anything." "Who said we agreed?" Yang Chongtian said with chuckle. "Yi Yaoshue played your recording, many people here also heard it," Qin Yun said. Xia Wufeng walked out and said, "I heard it." Morong Tianjia is also helping Qin Yun. He stood up and said, "Sect Master, that is indeed your voice. Tell Yi Yaoshue to come out and play the recording again." Yang Chongtian said with smile, "I did not say it with my own mouth, it must have been forged by that little girl." "How naughty." Alright, everyone disperse. This time 100 Pagoda sect was able to repel Dragon sect again. Our First Pagoda's contribution cannot go unnoticed, everyone can see this. At this moment, everyone witnessed the highest level of shamelessness. Yang Chongtian was exactly like this. Morong Yue shouted loudly, "First Pagoda's bullshit contribution cannot go unnoticed." "Who won in your First Pagoda?" It was only Yi Yaoshue. Clearly, Star Traveling Pagoda has put in the most effort, yet they have not obtained anything, yet you still have the face to say that. She had a belly full of anger because she was almost killed previously. And many disciples of 100 Pagoda sect want her to die for benefits. She almost died on the stage, yet the First Pagoda said that they had contributed greatly. "Little girl, I won't lower myself to your level. Everyone is tired, go back and rest," Yang Chongtian said with smile on his face. After he finished speaking, Yang Chongtian led his group of people and soared into the sky. Qin Yun said in cold voice, "First Pagoda, just wait for me. You didn't give us the promised benefits, so we'll make you lose 10 times or even 100 times more." "Ha ha ha, we will wait for you." Yang Chongtian laughed heartily. The other people from the First Pagoda also laughed heartily. Now many people are looking at Qin Yun and Granny Star as if they are looking at idiots. Because Qin Yun exerted the most strength, it can be said that he turned the tide of desperate crisis and helped 100 Pagoda sect win. But now, they had been tricked by the First Pagoda, kicked away. Qin Yun is gasping for breath, feeling very uncomfortable in his heart. Xia Wufeng walked over, patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said, "Yun old boy, calm down. The future is long, we will have plenty of opportunities to deal with them." Qin Yun was swindled by Yi Yaoshue once before, this is the second time. Although he cannot blame Yi Yaoshue, as the chief disciple of First Pagoda, she cannot escape responsibility. First Pagoda played me like this, they will have to pay the price. Qin Yun coldly looked at the back of Yang Chongtian's group and firmly clenched his fists. "Boss, yeah, I'm going back," Qin Yun said. "Junior brother Qin, after a period of time I will deliver a great gift to you," Morong Tianjia said. Qin Yun nodded and left the 100 Refining Plaza with Granny Star. Tian. Granny Star and Qin Yun very quickly returned to Star Traveling Pagoda. On the way, Granny Star kept cursing at First Pagoda's Yang Chongtian. "Granny Star, it is all my fault for trusting Yi Yaoshue too much, otherwise I would not have been cheated so miserably." Qin Yun looked at the broken Star Traveling Pagoda and said with self-blame. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain a large amount of resources very quickly, but he didn't expect the First Pagoda to be so shameless. Granny Star consoled him, Xiao Yun, I am very satisfied that you care so much about Star Traveling Pagoda. It doesn't matter, there will be more chances in the future. You are a formidable inscription master, you can certainly make Star Traveling Pagoda rise again. Honestly speaking, this matter cannot be blamed on her. She didn't expect that animal Yang Chongtian to be so shameless. Qin Yan asked, then why did Yang Chongtian agree? Granny Star groaned, that bastard thinks that 100 Pagoda sect cannot win the inscription showdown. They were already prepared to lose, so they agreed. But later on, they won. Of course, they weren't willing to give up so many benefits, so on the way, they discussed and decided to go back on their word. These bastards. Qin Yan angrily hammered the wall. Xiao Yun, you are very tired today, go to Star Picking Pavilion and rest. Granny Star sighed, I and my fellow brothers will properly tidy up Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun nodded. Through the starry sky teleportation array, he was teleported to the star and entered Star Picking Pavilion. Morong Manor, inside a warm and comfortable small living room, City Master Morong is anxiously checking Morong Yue's injury. Morong Yue is lying down on a soft beast skin chair, she said with charming smile, Grandfather, I am fine, the emergency pill you gave me is very useful. Morong Tianjia and Morong Changwu are also standing at the side, they informed City Master Morong about what happened earlier. Grandfather, that lion head is truly awesome, not only his battle strength is astonishing, his inscription level is also very high. What is his background? Morong Changwu said with deep emotion. That guy is the venerable master who swindled me. City Master Morong curled his lips, apart from him, I can't think of anyone else. His name is Qin Xiao Yun, his name has the word Yun in it, he must be that brother Yun. Morong Yue almost jumped up, she yelled in alarm, it is actually that immoral venerable master? He saved me. He should hate me very much, why did he save me? City Master Morong said with smile, because he saved you, I have to give him a gift. Didn't you say that this guy reminded you many times to use great gift to thank him? Morong Yue lowered her head, she is thinking about something. Xiao Wei, what are you thinking about? Morong Changwu said with smile. I am thinking about Xia Wufeng and Kong Feiqing. Kong Feiqing said that it was Qin Xiao Yun who helped her break through. Qin Xiao Yun and Xia Wufeng's relationship is very good, apparently they have known each other for a long time. Xia Wufeng can suddenly break through to Martial Emperor, maybe it is also because of Qin Xiao Yun's help. Morong Yue looked at City Master Morong and somewhat excitedly said, Grandfather, maybe that guy can truly help a peak stage martial king break through. Morong Tianjia said, Qin Xiao Yun calls Xia Wufeng boss Xia, their relationship is not shallow. Moreover, according to my estimation, it is impossible for Xia Wufeng to become Martial Emperor so quickly. It seems like it is very likely that Qin Xiao Yun helped him. Morong Changwu said in amazement, how did he do it? City Master Morong is also thinking about this matter, he rolled his eyes and said, Tianjia, when you go to deliver the gift, bring Xiao Wei with you. Ask him what is the reward for helping Xia Wufeng break through. Alright. Morong Tianjia nodded. Will there be any bad influence? Morong Changwu is somewhat worried. Xia Wufeng dared to come here, there will be no bad influence. Morong Tianjia said. That immoral venerable master has been swindled by Big Sister Yi again, he must hate her to death. Morong Yue said with sigh. Yi Yaoshue must have recognized that he is a venerable master, City Master Morong said, they must have secretly discussed other conditions. Yang Chongtian suddenly reneged, Yi Yaoshue must not have anticipated this. That guy Yang Chongtian is very shameless. Morong Tianjia said with smile, maybe this is a good opportunity. With Yi Yaoshue's temperament, she must be very angry at Yang Chongtian. If Xia Wufeng challenges Yi Yaoshue now, maybe she will lose. City Master Morong laughed loudly and said, indeed, indeed. I will immediately send a message to your Divine Sword Pagoda's Pagoda Master, tell him to prepare to attack First Pagoda. With Xia Wufeng's current strength, maybe he can truly defeat Yi Yaoshue. Apart from Star Traveling Pagoda, all the Pagoda Masters of 100 Pagoda Sect brought more than 10 people to attend the banquet to celebrate 100 Pagoda Sect's victory over Dragon Sect. First Pagoda is the happiest because they have very smoothly swindled Star Traveling Pagoda. Everyone in 100 Pagoda sect knows that Star Traveling Pagoda has been swindled. They also know that Star Traveling Pagoda has a venerable master as their chief disciple. Many people feel that First Pagoda is very stupid because they offended a venerable master with great potential. Many people saw Jin He's respectful appearance towards Qin Yun in 100 Refining Plaza. Jin He's level of great master is very worthy of respect in 100 Pagoda sect, let alone someone like Qin Yun. But First Pagoda is reluctant to part with large amount of resources, so they had a conflict with Qin Yun. On the way back, Yang Chongtian and others only knew that 100 Pagoda sect defeated Dragon sect. They didn't know that there is a venerable master among them. Even though they found out later, they don't regret a bit because compared to Dragon sect, rich resources are king. Dozens of Star Traveling Pagoda's disciples have broken through. Now they are very spirited and are busily renovating Star Traveling Pagoda. After obtaining precious Dragon Pagoda's resources, Star Traveling Pagoda's resources have become a lot more abundant. They can properly renovate Star Traveling Pagoda. Xianxia is wearing bright red exquisite clothes, her hair is tied up in braids, she is flying very fast in the dark night towards Star Traveling Pagoda. When she arrived at Star Traveling Pagoda, she discovered that the pagoda has become brand new. Although it looks very ancient on the surface, it is not as shabby as before. Star Traveling Pagoda's construction materials are very good to begin with. Moreover, it has all kinds of formidable great formations and barriers, so they are not going to tear it down and rebuild it, they are just renovating it. Xianxia slowly floated towards Star Traveling Pagoda's gate from the distance and saw Granny Star is guiding some disciples to renovate Star Traveling Pagoda. Granny Star. Xianxia let out a long sigh and said, "This kind of thing happened, it was not within my control, I am very sorry." "Isn't it that old bastard Yang Chongtian's idea?" Granny Star groaned, "Even so, you are First Pagoda's chief disciple, moreover you are the one who made the promise, you must take some responsibility." Xianxia spread her hands and said with bitter smile, "I am no longer First Pagoda's chief disciple." Granny Star is somewhat amazed, "What happened?" "The current chief disciple is Fang Zhijin." Xianxia said, "Because I casually made a promise to someone and endangered First Pagoda's benefits, my position as chief disciple has been removed." Fang Zhijin? Isn't this guy the first on Martial Emperor ranking? Moreover, he is Yang Chongtian's grandson. Granny Star coldly groaned and said, "That guy Yang Chongtian seems to have given up on you." Inscription Martial Spirit Granny Star curled her lips and said, "Yang Chongtian made his grandson his chief disciple. He is a peak martial emperor, if there is any mistake, he might die during tribulation." Xianxia's mood is very bad because she feels very guilty in her heart. On one hand, he was worried that Qin Yun would not return the dudu to him. "Granny Star, I came to find Qin Xiaoyun, can you let him come out to see me?" Xianxia walked over, pulled Granny Star's hand and said with grievance expression, "This time, it really is not my fault." All right, I will go ask him, wait for me here." Granny Star hastily entered Star Traveling Pagoda and left for Star Picking Pavilion. Qin Yun rested in the Star Picking Pavilion and recovered very quickly. At this moment, he was reading the knowledge within the book Soul. Granny Star said outside the door, "Xiaoyun, are you still resting?" Qin Yun hurriedly opened the door and said with a smile, "I have already recovered." "What's the matter?" "Xianxia wants to see you, do you want to see her?" "That girl is no longer First Pagoda's chief disciple." Granny Star asked. "Oh?" Qin Yun is somewhat surprised and said, "I will go see her now." He and Xianxia agreed to research her rune martial spirit. Although First Pagoda did not promise to give resources to Star Traveling Pagoda, they can continue to trade with Xianxia. Granny Star finds this somewhat unexpected, she thought that Qin Yun would be angry and refuse to see Xianxia. Qin Yun and Granny Star arrived at Star Traveling Pagoda. Qin Yun is waiting for Granny Star to bring Xianxia to a secret living room on the top floor. Not long after, Xianxia arrived with Granny Star and entered the living room. Granny Star hastily left after bringing her to this hall. Xianxia did not find it strange that Granny Star is so polite towards Qin Yun. After all, Qin Yun is a venerable master, he has given Star Traveling Pagoda hope to rise again. Qin Yun did not disguise himself and revealed his true appearance. The last time he was at Murong Manor, he had disguised himself, so he looked a little different from now. However, if one looked closely, they would still be able to recognize it. Xianxia said, "Is this your true appearance?" Qinyan said with a smile, "Am I handsome?" "You can still laugh. It seems like your mood is pretty good." Xianxia also felt a bit relieved. "If I don't laugh, should I cry?" "Your first pagoda is swindling me. I will make you pay the price," Qinyan said. Xianxia said, "I apologize to you first. If you have a grudge, come find me. Go find the first pagoda." Qinyan doesn't want to talk about first pagoda, so he asked her to sit down. She sat down and asked, "You want to see my martial spirit now?" "Yes, this is what we agreed on before." Qinyan said, "Show me your martial spirit and I will return the underwear to you." "Return it to me first," Xianxia said. "Let me see the martial spirit first. I've been tricked by you twice before." Qinyan curled his lips and said, "I don't trust you." "All right." Xianxia closed her eyes, her eyelashes trembled as she released her martial spirit. Not long after, she released a ball of red light. When Qinyan saw the red glow, he immediately became excited. This martial spirit structure is exactly the same as Cultivation's Gemini Heavenly Rune. They are all kinds of secret books, complex runes interweaved together and condensed into a ball. Xianxia saw Qinyan's excited expression and asked, "Do you know what kind of martial spirit this is?" "You don't know?" Qinyan doubtfully asked. "Of course I don't know. Apart from you and my dead master, no one else has seen this martial spirit," Xianxia said. "Did your master not tell you what kind of martial spirit it is?" Qinyan asked. "No." Xianxia shook her head and said, "She told me not to show it to others. She only said that my martial spirit is very mysterious and must not be leaked or it will be very troublesome." Qinyan's expression became grave, he nodded and said, "You can rest assured. I won't speak of this matter carelessly. You must also remember your master's words, don't casually show your martial spirit to others." "Then what kind of martial spirit is it?" Xianxia is very curious. "Inscription martial spirit, very complex and very formidable runes. I also don't know its specific function, I will need to slowly research it later, show it to me again later," Qinyan said. "Sure, where is my undergarment?" Xianxia asked. Qinyan took out the undergarment and another piece of clothing and placed them in a box. Xianxia carefully inspected the box and groaned, "You really did not mess around." Qinyan said in a bad mood, "What did I mess around? I suffered a great loss. Not only did I lose you as a concubine, I also lost a great amount of resources." "Concubine?" Xianxia lightly groaned and said, "Do you really want me to be your concubine?" "Originally I didn't want to, but who told you to have an inscription martial spirit? I want to study it. Moreover, you lost before, so you are my concubine, you just don't want to acknowledge it," Qinyan said. "I don't want to bother with you." Xianxia turned around and wanted to leave. "I won't send you off." Qinyan made a funny face at her. He only hopes that Xiao Yuemei will quickly come and take Xianxia's martial spirit. He originally thought that he would be able to obtain the heavenly rune inside Xianxia's martial spirit, but after looking at it, he discovered that it is much more complicated than Gemini heavenly rune. It is impossible to create it in a short period of time. So he can only give up and wait until he refines a treasure mirror. Xianxia arrived at the door and suddenly stopped. She turned around and looked at Qinyan and said, "Qin Xiaoyun, I admit that I broke my promise before. I also won't be your concubine, but I can use other methods to make it up to you." "How?" "Sleep with me for one night? The one who will suffer a loss is me." "I won't do it." Qinyan curled his lips and said, "What nonsense are you thinking? I don't want to talk to you anymore." Xianxia immediately became angry and said, "Truly a shameless venerable master. Goodbye." "Wait a minute, what other methods do you want to use to make it up to me?" Qinyan yelled. "I will join Star Traveling Pagoda and become its disciple. Don't you want to study my inscription martial spirit? This way you will have time to study it." Qinyan thought about it and felt that this is actually pretty good. As long as Xianxia is in Star Traveling Pagoda, he can call her at any time and study her martial spirit. Can a disciple of 100 Pagoda sect casually change pagoda? Qin Yan asked. As long as your star-traveling pagoda's pagoda master accepts it. Xianxia took out her golden token and said, go talk to Granny Star, let her use her pagoda master token to verify my token. Then I will be a disciple of star-traveling pagoda. Then aren't you afraid that first pagoda will say something? Qin Yan asked again. They don't want me to be their chief disciple, they have already given up on me. I also said before that I will obtain my own resources, I no longer rely on first pagoda. I am doing this to make it up to you so that you won't say that I cheated you all day long. Xianxia said. Alright, it's settled. Qin Yan said with smile. Let's go, we will go find Granny Star. She won't mind me joining star-traveling pagoda, right? Xianxia suddenly became somewhat worried. I am afraid that she won't want me. Qin Yan took out a crystal token and said with smile, I am the pagoda master, I have the final say. Hand over your token. Xianxia cannot help but be stunned seeing Qin Yan take out the pagoda master token. She has been chief disciple for so many years, she has seen pagoda master token frequently, she is not the least bit unfamiliar with it. She really did not expect that Qin Yan has already become star-traveling pagoda's pagoda master. Why are you daydreaming? Qin Yan sat there and said with smile, I am the pagoda master. You. What kind of background do you have? You became a golden disciple and chief disciple for no reason and now you are even pagoda master. Xianxia walked over with bewildered expression and handed over her golden token to Qin Yan. Qin Yan took it and casually fiddled with it, making star-traveling pagoda's symbol appear on Xianxia's golden token. Oh, that's right, from today on, I will hand over my chief disciple position to you. I will talk to Granny Star later. I will properly be the pagoda master. Qin Yan said with smile. He took out a sound transmission conch and let Granny Star in. After Granny Star arrived, Qin Yan immediately informed her about Xianxia joining star-traveling pagoda. This is very good. Granny Star is very happy and said with smile, Xiao, we are family from now on. Granny Star is looking at Xianxia with a strange expression. Xianxia and Qin Yan can guess what Granny Star is thinking, she must be thinking that they are a couple. Granny Star, don't misunderstand, I am not married to him. Xianxia promptly explained. I understand. Granny Star said with smile, tomorrow I will go register as star-traveling pagoda's chief disciple and get my new chief disciple badge. Qin Yan doesn't feel like explaining, he said with smile, Granny Star, can I bring her to Star Picking Pavilion? Of course you can. You are the pagoda master, you have the final say. Granny Star said with smile, I will go busy myself, the new house will be renovated very soon. At that time I will wash away the bad luck of star-traveling pagoda. Xianxia is speechless, she rolled her eyes at Qin Yan who was grinning. After Granny Star left, Qin Yan brought Xianxia to a secret room. There are starry sky teleportation formations in every floor of star-traveling pagoda, they can be teleported to that small star. Qin Yan brought Xianxia and teleported to the small star. After arriving here, Xianxia looked all around in amazement, looking at those huge stars filled with oppressive aura. Those huge stars are revolving around the small star, it looks like they are going to press down on them at any time. If someone comes here for the first time without any mental preparation, they will be unable to breathe due to the pressure. Xianxia is like this, it took her a long time to catch her breath. Qin Yan said with smile, Star Picking Pavilion is in front, if you can enter, it will prove that you are a true disciple of star-traveling pagoda. Xianxia nodded and said, I heard about this matter, your star-traveling pagoda has too few disciples because too many of them are blocked by this barrier. She has also heard about this small star-traveling pagoda but she has never been here. Xianxia followed Qin Yan to the door of Star Picking Pavilion. She is somewhat nervous in her heart and very smoothly entered. You can actually enter. Qin Yan is somewhat amazed. What? You think I am not sincere in entering star-traveling pagoda? Xianxia said in a bad mood. At this time, Granny Star arrived and yelled from distance, Xiao Yun, Morong Tianjia, and others have arrived with gifts. Chapter 966 Breakthrough Technique. Qin Yan and Xianxia arrived at the lobby of Star-Traveling Pagoda's first floor. After the lobby has been renovated, although it still has a simple and unadorned aura of vicissitudes, it is a lot better than before. Morong Tianjia, Morong Changwu, Morong Yue, and Xia Wufeng are sitting in the lobby, drinking tea and waiting. Granny Star came out of the lobby with a smile on her face. After she entered the lobby, Qin Yun and Yi Yaoxue also came out. Morong Tianjia and others are startled to see Yi Yaoxue here. They thought that Yi Yaoxue and Qin Yun would hate each other, but now they are so close, they can't help but let their imagination run wild. Lionhead, I did not expect you to be that venerable master. Morong Yue lightly groaned and said. Indeed, did you bring your precious gift? Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. Morong Tianjia took out a box, placed it on the ground and said, Take a look, are you satisfied? Qin Yun looked at the item inside the box and became secretly happy. It is actually a black crystal bone. This was a black crystal beast bone that could only be cultivated by a powerful beast with a black beast soul. It was very precious. Normally, it was used to refine a king or half-immortal artifact as an addition. Apart from immortal tier materials, this black crystal bone is the best material. I am very satisfied, thanks. Qin Yan put it away with a smile. Yun, old boy, has the conflict between you and senior sister Yi been resolved? Xia Wufeng glanced at Yi Yaoxue and asked, I was worried that you would go and fight her to the death. It has been resolved. Qin Yan said with a smile, Boss Xia, you are now a martial emperor, what are your plans for the future? Xia Wufeng looked at Yi Yaoxue and said, I want to challenge her. Yi Yaoxue smiled and said, Why do you want to challenge me? I am not First Pagoda's chief disciple. First Pagoda's new chief disciple is Feng Zhijing. Xia Wufeng and Morong Tianjia's expression slightly changed, they looked at each other in amazement. Is this true? Why hasn't First Pagoda announced it yet? Xia Wufeng said. First Pagoda will announce it later, they have already registered Feng Zhijing as their chief disciple. Yi Yaoxue said with a smile, there are several reasons why they made Feng Zhijing their chief disciple. For example, they abandoned me and then because you became a martial emperor, they were worried that you would defeat me. Morong Tianjia sighed and said, First Pagoda's chief disciple is Feng Zhijing, it will be difficult. This Feng Zhijing is Yang Chongtian's grandson, he has been peak martial emperor for a long time, he should be in closed-door training to cross half-immortal tribulation, why is he the chief disciple? Xia Wufeng sat down and said, to ensure that the chief disciple will not be defeated. First Pagoda's Pagoda Beast and Pagoda Master are not our Divine Sword Pagoda's match, only their chief disciple is hard to defeat. Morong Tianjia said, Junior brother Qin, can you help Peak Stage Martial King's breakthrough? Take a look and see if you can help Xiaowei break through. Don't worry, we can discuss the remuneration. Morong Yue has a very bad feeling in her heart. She did not expect this immoral great master to be so capable, even Yi Yaoxue is very close to him. What kind of reward? Qin Yan said with a smile, let's talk about it first, 5 high-quality Regent Origin Stones. Although you have a lot of them, you are only late-stage Martial King now, you will surely need them later. Morong Tianjia said, so long as you can help Xiaowei quickly become Martial Emperor, you will get 5 high-quality Regent Origin Stones. Qin Yan looked at Morong Yue and said, I want to check the situation of her Dao core. How? Morong Yue asked. Stretch out your hand, I will send in my mental power to check. Qin Yan said. Morong Yue extended her hand, Qin Yan grabbed her hand, poured in his mental power and said, don't resist my mental power. After Qin Yan poured in his mental power, he quickly found out the concrete situation. I can help her break through, but she will need to absorb resources herself. You will have to pay for these resources yourselves. Qin Yan said. Morong Tianjia and Morong Changwu are very happy hearing Qin Yan's words. Morong Yue is also very excited, she also wants to quickly become Martial Emperor. She hastily asked, roughly how long will it take? That will depend on yourself. Slow will take a month, fast will take 10 days. Qin Yan said. Is it really that fast? Yi Yaoxue is also very amazed, she doesn't dare to believe it. Qin Yan looked at Xia Wufeng and said with a smile, if you don't believe me, ask Boss Xia. Xia Wufeng nodded and said with a smile, it is indeed that fast, moreover there will be no side effects. Morong Yue asked again, will it be very painful? I heard that using some secret technique to speed up breakthrough requires suffering. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile, safe and painless. first give me 5 high-quality Regent Origin stones. He indeed needs a lot of Regent Origin stones now. Considering his cultivation path, Nether Sun is a bottomless pit. Perhaps when he becomes Martial Emperor, he will use up all the Regent Origin stones in his possession. Morong Tianjia came prepared. He promptly took out 5 high-quality Regent Origin stones and gave them to Qin Yun. After Qin Yun confirmed that they are high-quality Regent Origin stones, he took out a talisman and said, "So long as you stick this talisman on a Regent Origin stone, the energy inside the Regent Origin stone will be released very quickly. This talisman can be used for around 20 Regent Origin stones." "Is it really that effective?" Yi Yaoshua said in amazement. If the energy inside the Regent Origin stone can be released very quickly, it can indeed allow people to break through very quickly. However, the energy release speed must be 10 to 100 times faster than before. Morong Tianjia and others also don't believe it. Morong Yue said, "Grandpa's friend can also release Regent Origin stones very quickly. Although it is very fast, it is not very fast. Moreover, he uses a super great formation. Can you achieve this with just a talisman?" Qin Yun handed over the talisman to Morong Yue and said with smile, "Why don't you take out a Regent Origin stone and give it a try?" Morong Tianjia promptly took out a Regent Origin stone and handed it over. He said, "Xiao Wei, give it a try." Morong Yue immediately stuck the talisman on the Regent Origin stone. With a cry, the Regent Origin stone slightly trembled and a burst of golden light mist rushed out, as if a burst of wind blew in all direction. Yi Yaoshua, Morong Tianjia, and others are so shocked that they are tongue-tied. They often use Regent Origin stones to cultivate. They are very clear about what this kind of energy release speed means. Even Granny Star is looking at the Regent Origin stone in shock. Qin Yun hastily took off the talisman and said, "Don't waste energy. When you go back to cultivate, remember to do it in a sealed room. Don't let the energy leak out, otherwise it will be wasted." Morong Yue is so shocked that she is speechless. She repeatedly nodded her head. Morong Changwu deeply inhaled a mouthful of air and asked, "Great Master, is this talisman easy to refine? If I had a few more, wouldn't I, who had cultivated 3 Dao cores, be able to quickly break through?" Qin Yun sighed and said, "The difficulty of refining is very high. Of course, if you give me enough reward, I will surely find time to help you make this talisman. You need a lot of Regent Origin stones to cultivate 3 Dao cores. So long as you have enough resources, steadily advancing by leaps and bounds is not a problem." Yi Yaoshua sighed in her heart. This kind of talisman is very powerful, not to mention martial kings, even martial emperors need it. She is secretly rejoicing that her conflict with Qin Yun has been resolved, otherwise she would have died of regret. "Oh, that's right, don't go around talking about this matter. My current strength is very weak. If some experts with evil intentions learn about this, I will have a lot of trouble." Qin Yun said with smile. "We understand." Morong Tianjia nodded. The few of them now knew that the title of Martial Grandmaster wasn't just for show. Xia Wufeng said, "Old boy Yun, after defeating Dragon Sect, 100 Pagoda Sect will be able to obtain great amount of resources for next 10 years. Therefore, every time we win, First Pagoda will hold a competition and take out a lot of resources as reward. It will start in about a month. If you want to go, you must start preparing now." Yi Yaoshua said, "I must go, the resources are very generous. Nearly half of the resources in First Pagoda's competition are obtained by First Pagoda disciples, therefore First Pagoda is very generous with resources." Xia Wufeng said with smile, "Old boy Yun, if you go, you might be able to fish up a lot." "All right. I will surely go when the time comes." Qin Yun said. Each pagoda can only send 2 people, the highest cultivation is mid-stage martial emperor. Generally speaking, each pagoda will send mid-stage martial emperor disciples. "Great Master, you are only late-stage martial king, you might suffer a bit of disadvantage." Morong Tianjia added. Qin Yun said with smile, "Later just call me junior brother. I won't have any problem participating in this kind of competition." Yi Yaoshua said, "Relax, I will go with you, you won't suffer any disadvantage." Xia Wufeng and others are amazed. Yi Yaoshua actually wants to help Qin Yun. "Big Sister Yi, you are First Pagoda's disciple. Even though you are not the chief disciple, helping him like this is not very good." Morong Yue said in low voice. I am now a disciple of star-traveling pagoda. It seems like my choice is very wise. Xianxia sweetly smiled. Xianxia actually left first pagoda. This caused Xianxia and others to be very amazed. Xia Wufeng said with smile, "You have just been stripped of your chief disciple position and you already joined star-traveling pagoda, you are really fast." Xianxia said with charming smile, "Apart from Granny Star, I am the strongest in star-traveling pagoda. Moreover, there is a great master here, I won't suffer any disadvantage in star-traveling pagoda. Do you want to join? Let's talk about it later. It is also very good for us in Divine Sword Pagoda." Xianxia said. It is impossible for him not to be moved because Qin Yan's talisman is very awesome. If he can obtain it for free, his cultivation will surely soar to the heavens. Let's go. Xia Wufeng said with smile, let's quickly return and prepare for first pagoda's competition. Soon after, they hastily left to return and prepare. Doomsday Refuge, Xianxia has always been in contact with Hong Mengshu and others. She said, I will try sending sound transmission to them. Qin Yan said, it is useless. They are inside ancient star pagoda, there should be some kind of barrier protecting them. Sending sound transmission will not be easy. You should personally take a look. Alright. Xianxia curled her lips and said, you made me chief disciple so that you can order me around. Qin Yan said with smile, I am the pagoda master, if I don't order you around, who else can I order? Xianxia glared at him and left star-traveling pagoda. Qin Yan took out some regent origin stones, they are all low-quality regent origin stones he sorted out. They are all mid-low quality regent origin stones. Wait for Mengshu, I will let Sister Steamed Bun and Water Fairy come out. Then we can cultivate together, we should be able to increase our cultivation by a lot. Qin Yan secretly calculated, he feels that it is time for him to break through. Because in the competition, his opponents are all martial emperors. If he is peak martial king now, he can fight against mid-stage martial emperors. Not long after, Xianxia arrived with Hong Mengshu and Yu Shadian. Qin Yan brought the two women to a secret room at the highest floor of star-traveling pagoda. Xiao Tian, did you discover anything in ancient star pagoda? Qin Yan asked. I did. Yu Shadian nodded, there are some ancient texts inside ancient star pagoda that record the matters related to ancient domain. Ancient domain is indeed in the starry sky, it can be directly reached from the starry sky but it will take a very long time and it is also very dangerous. I also know about this, I also found relevant records in star-traveling pagoda. Qin Yan said with sigh. Ayun, you asked me about that mysterious danger zone before, it is indeed ancient domain. Yu Shadian said again, ancient domain is preparing to descend into Xian domain. Moreover, it will be a period of time but it will not be easy to enter. Hong Mengshu said, it is recorded in ancient texts that 9 suns are preparing to fall. Ancient domain is a refuge, after 9 suns fall, the 9 desolate will be exterminated and then reborn. Qin Yan has already heard about 9 suns falling and exterminating the world, Bing Xing and Wu Mingshu have told him about it. Moreover, according to their calculations, this should be end of era period. If this is true, what will happen? Qin Yan was very worried. If that's true, then the destruction of the world will start from the weakest desolate. The ancient book said that when the time comes, it will start from the martial desolate, then the magical beast desolate, and then the spirit desolate. The immortal desolate will be slower. If they can't escape, they will die in Z-age. That's why ancient domain has existed for a very long time, it is mainly a refuge. Hong Mengshu said. Qin Yan thought that the 9 suns exterminating the world was only a legend, he never expected it to be true. Yu Shadian said, Ayun, if ancient domain has truly descended into spirit desolate, then spirit desolate's destruction will not be far. Qin Yan said, ancient domain must be very dangerous. Taking refuge in ancient domain must also be very dangerous. Of course, ancient domain is a floating continent in the star field. There are all kinds of powerful star beasts inside. Even though it is dangerous, we can avoid being killed by the falling 9 suns. Yu Shadian said with sigh, I also don't want that day to come. Xiao Tian, if ancient domain truly descends, do you have any way to enter? Qin Yan asked. This shouldn't be a problem. What I need to do now is to calculate when ancient domain will descend into spirit desolate. At that time, there will surely be strange phenomenon, maybe it will bring disaster. Xianxia said. I want to cultivate together with Mengshu, do you want to join? Qinyan asked. I don't need to, I can cultivate inside ancient star pagoda by absorbing star power. Xianxia laughed. Alright. I will let devil woman Yi send you back. Qinyan said. After Yi Yaoshua sent off Xianxia, Qinyan let Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi come out. Hong Mengshu said, Brother Yun, I did not expect you to reconcile with Yi Yaoshua so easily. It seems like she is very obedient to you. Qinyan said with smile, she is now a disciple of star-traveling pagoda. Moreover, I am a venerable master, of course she will be obedient to me. As long as Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi cultivate with Qinyan, their cultivation will also increase very quickly. Normally they also learn skills from Yao Feng, they are all skills that can assist them in refining tools. Qinyan took out a very large beast skin, it is a 9 condensation Dao formation, it is made using 9 condensation sun rune, it can release the energy inside regent origin stones very quickly. The few of them are sitting on top of the formation and cultivating, absorbing the energy released by the regent origin stones. These regent origin stones are of very low quality, but after being stimulated by special power in the 9 condensation Dao formation, they can release very dense energy together. Qinyan and the few women cultivated through Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, making the energy even stronger and purer. There are many regent origin stones and the energy released is also very dreadful. Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Hong Mengshu are unable to endure the energy rushing into their bodies. Luckily they are able to endure. Although they feel pain while cultivating, they can feel that their bodies are becoming stronger. Because while cultivating, Qinyan's immortal devil body's power also entered their bodies, causing their bodies to become stronger. Qinyan's cultivation method is different from theirs, he needs to consume a lot of energy to break through. Therefore, Qinyan and the 3 women have been cultivating for more than 10 days, they have all broken through but he has not. In order to let Qinyan obtain even more energy, Zi Qingqing and the others can only continue cultivating with Qinyan. This is not bad for them, it can also allow them to absorb even more energy to cultivate. Qinyan cultivated for more than 20 days to let his Dao core undergo 5th transformation. Dao core 5th transformation means that he is now peak martial king. And Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, and Hong Mengshu have also become peak martial kings. Those low-quality regent origin stones have also been completely consumed. Hong Mengshu exclaimed in admiration and said, Brother Yun, you need to consume so many regent origin stones to break through one realm, how much will you consume when you become martial emperor? Qinyan said with bitter smile, if not for you guys cultivating with me, I would have to consume more than twice as many regent origin stones. This is the most awesome aspect of Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Not only it can increase a lot of energy, it can also benefit many people at the same time. Hong Mengshu said with smile, then I will go find Xiao Tian, I have not seen her for more than 20 days, she must miss me very much. Hong Mengshu is very happy that she can become peak martial king. She very happily left Star Traveling Pagoda and was sent back by Yi Yaoshua. Little brother Yun, we have not helped you for a long time, we are not used to it. Shui Tianzi charmingly pulled Qinyan's hand and said with charming smile. Qinyan pinched Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing's cheeks and said with smile, alright, now I will let you two busy. Refine tools? Or make materials? Zi Qingqing asked. Sister Yao Feng has taught you a lot of knowledge, I will now take this opportunity to test you. Qinyan took out the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and placed 10 black crystal beast bones inside, they are the precious gift from City Master Morong. These are black crystal beast bones, we should be able to refine them. Shui Tianzi chuckled and said, this is not a problem for us. Qinyan took out 20 throwing knives and placed them on a table. Then he took out a black bottle and poured a great amount of beast oil into the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron. This beast oil is king quality beast oil. Take a guess, what am I going to do? Qinyan asked. Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing glanced at each other, their beautiful faces are filled with smile, apparently they know what Qinyan is going to do. You are going to strengthen the throwing knives. Zi Qingqing said. You will use beast oil to melt the black crystal beast bones, they will turn into something like black mud. Then soak the throwing knives in it, they will absorb the black crystal beast bones and become stronger. Shui Tianzi said with charming smile, isn't it like this? Not bad, it seems like you are studying very seriously. Qin Yan smiled and placed his hands on the two women's beautiful cheeks. He gently caressed their smooth jade-like faces, he is enjoying it very much. I will leave this task to you. You must be careful during the process of refining throwing knives, don't burn yourself, also don't damage the runes on the throwing knives. I want to do other things. Qin Yan said. All right. Shui Tianzi pinched Qin Yan's arm and said with smile, we will be very careful, we guarantee that you will be satisfied. Zi Qingqing walked over, picked up a throwing knife and carefully looked at it. She said, little brat, Sister Yao Feng is so pitiful, can you really help her remove the curse? I will do my best. Qin Yan said, her temperament is not good, when you are with her, you must be considerate. She is very good to us. Shui Tianzi said with smile. And, she is very gentle to us. Zi Qingqing also said with smile, little brat, could it be that she is very fierce to you? You guys go ahead, I will chat with her. Qin Yan waved his hand. He feels somewhat unbalanced in his heart because Yao Feng is very fierce to him. He sent sound transmission to Yao Feng and asked, Sister Yao Feng, how is your study of 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture going? Yao Feng secretly learned 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture from Devil Immortal Great Emperor. In order to let Yao Feng learn this technique, Qin Yan secretly planned to let Yao Feng suffer from Devil Immortal Great Emperor's strongest curse. This way, Yao Feng could pry into Devil Immortal Great Emperor's memories and secretly learn 9 Sun World Extermination Scripture. I cannot teach it to you for now, your cultivation is not high enough. Yao Feng said, rest assured, I can obtain this technique because of your contribution, I won't embezzle it. Qin Yan said, Sister Yao Feng, I want to talk to you about something, it is related to 9 Sun falling into 9 Desolate, he told Yao Feng about what happened in Ancient Domain. After Yao Feng heard, she became silent for a while and then said with sigh, it is true. Originally, Martial Desolate and Spirit Desolate should have been exterminated, but for some reason, it has not happened yet. In short, this matter is very complicated and mysterious, Qin Yan, although Ancient Domain is the last refuge, hiding inside is not a long-term solution. I don't recommend you to hide inside Ancient Domain, if it really happens, what should I do? Qin Yan said. Chapter 968 Transforming Treasure Mirror. Qin Yan doesn't know when he can go to Immortal Desolate, he must become an immortal to go there. Sister Yao Feng, if world extermination really starts, won't Martial Desolate's people be finished? Qin Yan recalled the people from Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, his father Qin Long is also exploring Cloud Dragon Mountain Range. I don't know, if you have the opportunity, ask Xiao Rou, she knows this matter better than me. Yao Feng said. Xiaqiru is at the bottom of Myriad Star Lake in Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, if 9 Sun exterminates the world, she will be in great danger. Thinking about this matter, Qin Yan cannot help but become even more worried. Inside the secret room, Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are waiting for the black crystal beast bone to melt. Qin Yan left the secret room and arrived at the next room. He took out the immortal graveyard diagram and contacted Xiaqiru. Xiaqiru very quickly responded. Qin Yan hastily informed Xiaqiru about 9 Sun exterminating the world. Xiaoyun, don't worry. Even if 9 Sun exterminates the world, nothing will happen to you. You have the 9 Sun divine soul, you can escape this calamity. Xiaqiru said with smile, you also don't need to worry about me. If that day comes, I will be safe here. Really? Qin Yan is somewhat surprised, why is that place safe? Because there is a natural barrier here that can block most of the power of the calamity. Otherwise I would not be hiding here. Xiaqiru said with smile. The border area is separated by Cloud Dragon Mountain Range, it is filled with all kinds of mysteries. Hearing Xiaqiru's words, Qin Yan truly believes her and immediately felt relieved. Sister Kiru, I met a woman with inscription Martial Spirit. Qin Yan informed Xiaqiru about Yi Yaoxue. Xiaqiru is very interested, she said, Xiaoyun, if you can refine that mirror, you can see whether or not you can reflect runes on it. That way you can properly study it later. If it doesn't work, wait for Uma, when the time comes, let them reflect it. Sister Kiru, can you contact Yuelan and the others? I want to ask them when they can come to Xian Domain. If you can contact her, help me inform her that this is a good opportunity to attack Xian Domain Dragon Sect. Qin Yan said. He had planned to letting Qingyu go back to pass the message, but he did not trust Qingyu and was worried that others would not believe him. Yuelan will go to Bingxing from time to time. I will tell Yuelan and Shiriyue about this and let them pass the message to Bingxing. When the time comes to attack Dragon Sect, they will discuss it themselves. Xiaqiru said, if the world extermination really begins, they must quickly enter Xian Domain and find a way to hide inside Ancient Domain. If this little girl Yueme has time, tell her to come to Xian Domain. Forget it, it is better to tell her not to come. I am worried that she will run into trouble on the road. Qin Yan said. Don't be afraid, Yueme is very powerful. Xiaqiru said with smile, find a way to enter the Ancient Domain and find the Nether Sun Spirit. I will teach you how to use the Nether Sun Spirit. After contacting Xiaqiru, Qin Yan felt a lot more relieved. He returned to the secret chamber and saw Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi using their mental power to control the flying daggers into the dragon suppression cauldron and soaking them in the boiling black liquid. You guys look very skilled. Qin Yan said with smile. Brat, don't worry about what you are doing, leave these miscellaneous matters to us. Zi Qingqing said. My sister steamed bun, you are becoming more and more awesome. Qin Yan walked over, rubbed Zi Qingqing's face and said with mischievous smile. Qin Yan strengthened his flying dagger talisman tool to prepare for the upcoming competition. Now with Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi's help, he doesn't need to worry about these matters anymore. He took out the Dao Tool treasure mirror he bought before. I hope it will go smoothly. Qin Yan wants to transform the Dao Tool treasure mirror and place the Gemini Heavenly Rune inside it so that it can copy runes. Qin Yan first let Mo come out and tell him about the runes inside the mirror. Then they joined hands and began transforming the runes. Because he wants to remove some irrelevant runes and then add star and moon runes inside to stabilize the mirror and make it operate stably. Finally, he wants to move the Gemini Heavenly Rune inside the mirror and fuse it with all the runes inside the mirror. This is the biggest test. Qin Yan is currently unable to carve the Gemini Heavenly Rune. But the Gemini Heavenly Rune is very peculiar, it is now a complete ball, just like a soul body, it can fuse with other runes. The premise is that it needs to be controlled well. Not to mention Qin Yan, even many immortal inscription masters in Immortal Desolate have never done this kind of thing before. Qin Yan has no experience or reference, so he can only try all kinds of things. The Gemini Heavenly Rune is not fusing well with other runes. This is mainly because Qin Yan did not arrange the runes properly, causing the runes to not fuse well with each other. He needs to try all kinds of arrangements. Qin Yan is neither sleeping nor resting, he is very focused and very excited as he fiddled with the Gemini Heavenly Rune. There is a space inside the Dao Tool treasure mirror that contains the Gemini Heavenly Rune. Qin Yan needs to fuse all the runes inside the Dao Tool treasure mirror with the Gemini Heavenly Rune. Only this way can the treasure mirror possess the power of the Gemini Heavenly Rune. The process is very troublesome and complicated. Qin Yan has been working on it for several days. Although the progress is pretty good, he doesn't know exactly how he reached this step, he is relying on intuition and blind guessing. He kept carving star and moon runes on the mirror, if he finds that they are not compatible, he would erase them and then change to another one. Although it looks like he is having a headache, Qin Yan is very happy and is not tired. After tossing and turning like this for about 10 days, he finally finished. It is mainly because I don't understand Gemini Heavenly Rune. These heavenly runes are too complicated, if I could directly carve them, I would be able to fuse them with other runes as I wish. Qin Yan let out a long sigh, he is also very tired. When he is busy, he doesn't feel tired at all. Now that he is done, he feels extremely tired. Shui Tianzi and Zi Qingqing have been helping him strengthen the 20 throwing knives. They have been beside him all along, helping him transfer their power and mental power to him, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to persist for so many days without rest and sleep. I am very tired, I need to rest. Qin Yan stored away the mirror and directly lied down. He used Shui Tianzi's thigh as his pillow and fell asleep. After sleeping for a few hours, Qin Yan heard door knocking sound coming from outside. It is Yi Yaoxue. Little brat, someone is knocking on the door, it is that Yi Yaoxue. Zi Qingqing pinched Qin Yan's face and lightly yelled. Qin Yan opened his eyes in a daze and pushed aside Shui Tianzi's lily-white hands that are groping his body. First Pagoda is holding some competition, I actually forgot about it. Qin Yan recalled and promptly sat up. Then he let Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi enter the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. He stored away the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and some other tools and then opened the door of the secret room. The competition is about to begin. What are you doing? Yi Yaoxue looked at Qin Yan and said with frown, are you sleeping? Qin Yan's clothes are messy, his hair is messy, he nodded. Yi Yaoxue's beautiful nose moved, she smelled some scent and lightly groaned, there is the scent of other women. It is Meng Shu and Xiao Tian's, they came here before. Qin Yan said with smile. There are 4 fragrances here, 2 of them are Meng Shu and Xiao Tian's but the fragrance is very weak, it must be from long ago. As for the other 2 fragrances, they seem to be from not long ago and they are coming from your body. Yi Yaoxue looked at Qin Yan with face filled with disdain, don't tell me you brought 2 women here to have fun? Don't tell me you have dog martial spirit? How can your nose be so sensitive? Qin Yan is somewhat amazed. Clearly the competition is about to begin, why are you not conserving your energy? Yi Yaoxue somewhat angrily said. I have broken through, I am now peak martial king. Qin Yan said with smile, I indeed brought 2 helpers, they are mainly here to help me refine tools and craft talismans. Really? Yi Yaoxue took out a mirror and pointed it at Qin Yan and said, don't move, let me look carefully. Qin Yan also did not move. Not long after, Yi Yaoxue confirmed that Qin Yan is peak martial king through the mirror. Quickly take a bath and then set off for first pagoda. Yi Yaoxue said. After taking a bath, Qin Yan put on a set of blue and white clothes, it is the same as the one Yi Yaoxue is wearing, it was given to him by Yi Yaoxue. Yi Yaoxue is not wearing clothes, she also did not do her hair, she is simply tying up her hair. Qin Yan can tell that she is about to engage in a fierce battle. Devil woman Yi, this month, everyone in 100 Pagoda sect knows that you are the chief disciple of Star Traveling Pagoda, right? Qin Yan asked. They know. Yi Yaoxue proudly smiled and said, those guys from First Pagoda are so angry that they want to die. Didn't they give up on you? What is there to be angry about? Qin Yan somewhat doesn't understand and asked. Because First Pagoda has the most resources in 100 Pagoda sect, they thought that I would not leave First Pagoda. Yi Yaoxue said with smile, who would have thought that I would go to Star Traveling Pagoda? Qin Yan curled his lips and said, our Star Traveling Pagoda doesn't have any resources, don't expect me to give you any. Yi Yaoxue lightly groaned and said, Qin Xiaoyun, when I was in First Pagoda, I willingly gave up most of the resources, don't think that I am that kind of woman. Qin Yan said with smile, although I won't give you any resources, I will give you those talismans that will allow you to break through quickly. Yi Yaoxue is very happy in her heart but she still doesn't believe Qin Yan and asked, really? How can you be so generous? You are always haggling over every little thing. This will depend on your performance. Wait until there is a break during the competition, I want to see your martial spirit. Qin Yan said. All right. Yi Yaoxue said. Not long after, Yi Yaoxue brought Qin Yan and arrived at the entrance of First Pagoda. Many disciples are gathered at the entrance of First Pagoda. Qin Yan is not wearing lion head, he is just following Yi Yaoxue. Even though he is not wearing lion head, everyone knows that he is Qin Xiaoyun. Yi Yaoxue left First Pagoda and joined Star Traveling Pagoda, moreover she became chief disciple, this caused many people to make wild guesses. Now that they have seen Qin Yan and Yi Yaoxue, they can make all kinds of wild guesses. Zhang Yunping when First Pagoda announced that Yi Yaoxue is no longer the chief disciple, it caused all the disciples of 100 Pagoda sect to be amazed. Then they found out that Yi Yaoxue has joined Star Traveling Pagoda, causing a commotion in the entire 100 Pagoda sect. Even after a month, they are still discussing this matter. Even the 100 Pagoda city outside is in an uproar. And First Pagoda's sect master and elders are very vexed. They really did not expect that Yi Yaoxue would join Star Traveling Pagoda. They thought that Yi Yaoxue would not run away and would continue staying in First Pagoda. After all, First Pagoda is the strongest pagoda in 100 Pagoda sect. Even if Xianxia doesn't care about resources, she would at least care about First Pagoda's position. Everyone knows that Xianxia doesn't care about the chief disciple position. First Pagoda's elders also know this. Therefore, many people are guessing that Xianxia feels guilty and decided to join Star Traveling Pagoda to make up for their losses. Because Star Traveling Pagoda was swindled by First Pagoda, Xianxia can't escape responsibility. In fact, in order to make up for her mistake, Xianxia decided to join Star Traveling Pagoda. Although she won't be able to bring any benefits to Star Traveling Pagoda, her attitude can be clearly seen. At the same time, she is also expressing her dissatisfaction towards First Pagoda's elders. It must be known that Yang Chongtian and the others reneged on their promise and didn't return the resources to Star Traveling Pagoda. They pushed the blame to Xianxia. This caused Xianxia to be very angry. As soon as Qin Yun and Xianxia arrived, many young and handsome disciples of First Pagoda flew over. Since Xianxia joined Star Traveling Pagoda, many First Pagoda's disciples wanted to see her but they couldn't. Senior Sister Yi. Junior Sister Yi. Why did you go to Star Traveling Pagoda? Although Star Traveling Pagoda has a pretty good inscription master, what benefit does it bring to you? Exactly, what is so good about that broken pagoda? Not only you won't get any resources, you will also have to help them get resources. Quickly come back, Sect Master will surely welcome you. Xianxia coldly said, don't talk anymore, I won't go back. Not unless Sect Master fulfills his promise and returns the resources to Star Traveling Pagoda. He personally promised me, but then he reneged and pushed all the blame on me. Such a sect leader is bullshit. First Pagoda's disciples have very unsightly expression. Even though their sect master was cursed, they can't say anything because it was Xianxia who cursed him. The disciples of the other pagodas were watching the show. Now everyone knows the reason why Xianxia joined Star Traveling Pagoda. It is to prove that she did not lie. Junior sister, don't be willful. Although Sect Master's method is somewhat inappropriate, you and I both know that it is for the benefit of First Pagoda. Our First Pagoda has so many disciples, if we suddenly lose half of our resources, the consequences will be too horrible to contemplate. A handsome youth wearing luxurious green clothes said. The young man had a three-headed snake wrapped around his arm. The snake's 3 heads were of different colors and shapes. The snake's head was triangular, round, and flat. They all looked scary. After the handsome youth arrived, other First Pagoda disciples lowered their heads and bowed, then shouted, "Greetings Senior Brother Zhang. Zhang Yunping, you and I both know that 70% of First Pagoda's resources have been embezzled by all kinds of elders to their families. Low-level disciples of First Pagoda basically don't have any resources. I originally wanted to give up more resources so that low-level disciples could get some, but they were all embezzled by you." Xianxia has shed all pretense of cordiality and furiously exposed First Pagoda's dirty deeds. Xianxia's voice resounded through the plaza in front of First Pagoda's gate. There are many First Pagoda disciples here, they all heard it. Many people of 100 Pagoda sect more or less know about the distribution of resources within First Pagoda. They just did not expect that the higher-ups of First Pagoda would embezzle 70% of the resources. Junior sister, don't forget who raised you. Zhang Yunping's expression became cold as he said. I led 100 Pagoda sect to repel Dragon sect twice in a row. Moreover, because I was the chief disciple of First Pagoda was able to maintain its first position for more than 10 years. I have already repaid all of you. Xianxia said in cold voice. Zhang Yunping is the grandson of a grand elder of First Pagoda, he is a late-stage martial king. Not to mention his formidable strength, his position is also very high. Although he has all kinds of beauties, none of them can compare to Xianxia. Therefore, he is the same as many geniuses of First Pagoda, he has always wanted to obtain Xianxia. Are you Qin Xiaoyun? Zhang Yunping looked at Qin Yun and furiously said, this is all your fault you bastard. You must have pressured junior sister to leave our First Pagoda. Qin Yun's expression is cold, his tone contains a trace of anger. What does this have to do with me? It is all because your First Pagoda's sect master did not keep his words, causing Xianxia to have no choice but to repay the debt. It is all your fault. Zhang Yunping loudly shouted, shut up. Everyone knows junior sister's temperament, If you did not take advantage of the situation to pressure her, she would not have become like this. It is all your fault. It is all your fault. Bastard. You forced senior sister to leave First Pagoda. You used senior sister's guilt to force her to repay the debt and make her leave First Pagoda. We will not let you off. Qin Yun is so angry that he wants to beat someone up. This is clearly First Pagoda's fault, yet they are blaming him. Yi Yashua coldly shouted, all of you shut up. This has nothing to do with him, I willingly joined Star Traveling Pagoda. Also, you must remember that our 100 Pagoda sect was able to repel Dragon's sect, his contribution cannot go unnoticed. Moreover, he is a very talented inscription master. Morong Yue lightly groaned and said, a bunch of idiots, he is a genuine venerable inscription master. Those First Pagoda's disciples were called Jin He's respectful appearance towards Qin Yun and became somewhat worried. Zhang Yunping said with sneer, so what if he is a venerable master? He is just a selfish guy, our First Pagoda people do not expect him to bring us any benefits, so we don't need to respect him. Hearing Zhang Yunping's words, other people immediately became very confident. Selfish? You bastards still have the face to talk about me? Your First Pagoda owes our Star Traveling Pagoda resources. Qin Yun is filled with fury in his heart as he loudly cursed. He did not expect First Pagoda disciples to be as shameless as their sect master Yang Chongtian. Ignore them, let's go over there. Yi Yashua pulled Qin Yun's hand and walked to the plaza, waiting for the competition to begin. Yi Yashua actually took the initiative to pull someone else's hand. This caused many First Pagoda disciples to burn with jealousy. Who would have thought that even though Yi Yashua is amiable and approachable at times, she is also very forthright and also very gentle at times, she is very hard to woo. Even many peak martial emperor geniuses and young half-immortals of First Pagoda have never been treated so intimately by her. Zhang Yunping is very jealous looking at this, he wished that he could go over and beat Qin Yun up. Junior sister, don't show off your temper, so that some evil people don't take advantage of the situation. Zhang Yunping gnashed his teeth in anger and furiously glared at Qin Yun, that bastard is not worthy of you. Yi Yashua saw the reaction of First Pagoda disciples and felt indescribably happy in her heart. She said with charming smile, could it be that you are worthy of me? If it were not for his help, I would not have been able to lead 100 Pagoda sect to repel Dragon sect. I admire him, what about it? As she spoke, she even kissed Qin Yun's handsome face. Then, she hugged one of Qin Yun's arms and leaned her body on Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun cursed Yi Yashua in his heart, she is actually taking liberties with him in broad daylight. He really wants to send Yi Yashua flying with a kick, she is drawing hatred towards him. Zhang Yunping stomped his feet in anger, Yi Yashua is the goddess in his heart, yet she is acting so intimate with a man in front of so many people. Other male disciples of First Pagoda also have expression of indignation. Junior sister, you. Didn't you say that you only want to be together with strong people? That guy is only good at inscription, his strength is far below yours. Zhang Yunping's eyes are red as he furiously said. Yi Yashua said with charming smile, do you still remember? I lost to a venerable master in Morong Manor, that venerable master is Qin Xiao. Yun. Yi Yashua's words caused many people to cry out in alarm. Everyone knows how awesome that venerable master of Morong Manor is, now he is actually a disciple of 100 Pagoda sect. How did he become a golden disciple? This is not in accordance with 100 Pagoda sect's rules. Zhang Yunping loudly shouted, it is not like they did not suspect this before. Anyway, it is Granny Star's permission. Granny Star said that disciples with special talent can enter 100 Pagoda sect as an exception. This rule is allowed by 100 Pagoda sect. Qin Xiaoyun is a venerable master, could it be that he is not qualified to make an exception? Yi Yashua proudly said with smile. In this place, she could not casually hit people, otherwise, she would have already beaten Zhang Yunping up. So she can only use this kind of method to infuriate Zhang Yunping and First Pagoda people. Zhang Yunping is indeed extremely angry. Yi Yashua's expression is very proud, her smile is like a flower. Originally Qin Yun did not want to expose his venerable master status but Yi Yashua revealed it, this caused him to feel very unhappy. Qin Yun suddenly said, Yashua, when will the competition begin? Do we need to fight fiercely? Last night's tossing and turning made my waist sore. I am afraid it will be inconvenient to fight later. His voice is neither loud nor soft, it is just loud enough for everyone nearby to hear. Xianxia was originally feeling very proud, but after hearing Qin Yun's words, her jade-like face became slightly red and she glared at Qin Yun. Everyone heard Qin Yun's words and felt very uncomfortable, feeling as if a cabbage has been eaten by a pig. Their hearts felt very stifled. Especially those disciples who have been in love with Xianxia for a long time, they cannot help but let out long sigh in their hearts. They wish they could get drunk. Immoral venerable master. Morong Yue cursed in low voice. She also feels that something really happened between Qin Yun and Xianxia last night. Zhang Yunping deeply breathed a few mouthfuls of air, only then did his bad mood become a bit better. Qin Xiaoyun, I will not let you have an easy time, Zhang Yunping said in cold voice. At this time a few old men came out. They are in charge of the competition. The competition is about to begin. First pagoda disciples are originally in high spirits because the competition is biased towards them. Sinister and ruthless, an old man said in loud voice, 2 disciples from each pagoda, please follow us into first pagoda. There will be a test before the competition. If you can't pass the test, you will be eliminated. 1 St pagoda wants to filter out the other pagoda's disciples. They will surely use dirty tricks. Xianxia glared at Qin Yun, then pulled him and entered first pagoda's gate. Qin Yun also saw Xia Wufeng and Morong Tianjia. They are Divine Sword Pagoda's disciples. Those who are not participating can only wait at the gate. Only first pagoda's disciples know the specifics of the competition. This way, because other pagoda's disciples don't know, they can't prepare in advance and will suffer a lot of losses. First pagoda is holding this competition to show that they are stronger than other pagoda's disciples. Every time, first pagoda's disciples win most of the prizes. Qin Yun and other disciples are walking in a very narrow passage. It is somewhat pitch black. Suddenly, he sensed that he stepped on something. He lowered his head and saw that it is a 3-headed snake. It is Zhang Yunping's 3-headed snake. And Zhang Yunping is right in front of him. Qin Yun's mental power is very strong. If there was something on the ground, he would have discovered it. But that strange 3-headed snake suddenly appeared under his feet, causing him to accidentally step on it. This is very strange. Zhang Yunping suddenly turned around and shot out a palm attack as fast as lightning. The palm power is incomparably strong, causing the entire passage to tremble. Qin Yun did not expect this. Zhang Yunping's palm attack is very fast and the distance is very close, causing him to be hit in an instant. Boom, a loud sound echoed. Qin Yun loudly screamed. He feels incomparable pain all over his body. His clothes have been torn to shreds, the skin on his upper body has split open, he has turned into a bloody person in a short while. He did not expect that Zhang Yunping would suddenly attack because 100 Pagoda sect does not allow private fights. Xia Wufeng and Morong Tianjia are behind him. They promptly blocked Qin Yun. Xianxia also did not expect that Zhang Yunping would attack in front of her. She is extremely furious. Red light rushed out of her body and sent a palm attack towards Zhang Yunping. Zhang Yunping is already prepared. After attacking Qin Yun, he promptly dodged and retreated. A few half-immortal old men immediately took action because Xia Wufeng also attacked. Everyone stop. What's going on? An old man shouted. Of course, he saw Qin Yun injured. Zhang Yunping is fighting. Xianxia furiously said while pointing at Zhang Yunping. He purposely stepped on my 3-soul king snake. In a moment of desperation, I pushed him away. However, I didn't expect him to be so weak that he would be seriously injured by me. With such little strength, he still wants to participate in the competition. Zhang Yunping said with sneer. He can see that Qin Yun's upper body is full of bloody scars. He is very proud of himself. You are a late-stage martial emperor, ranked 11th in 100 Pagoda sect. He is just a martial king, how can he block your attack? Xianxia furiously took out her saber and rushed forward. Zhang Yunping, I will kill you. Enough. An old man shouted. Xianxia, you are no longer a disciple of First Pagoda. Do you still want to be arrogant in First Pagoda? Hearing this shout, Xianxia immediately understood. Just now, Zhang Yunping had secretly communicated with those old men through voice transmission. Even if Xianxia is very strong, she is just a mid-stage martial emperor, she is not a match for those half-immortals. We are leaving, we won't participate in the competition. Yi Yaoxue endured her anger and turned around to support Qin Yun. Qin Yun took out a set of clothes and put them on. There are star and moon runes carved on them that can quickly stabilize injuries. Although his face is somewhat pale, he still calmly said, "Of course I will participate." Killing intent flashed through his calm expression, causing people's heart to tremble inside the dusky passage. Zhang Yinping is also somewhat apprehensive because of Qin Yun's gaze. "Sect master has arrived," an old man suddenly said. A white-haired old man wearing golden robe arrived. His expression is calm as he asked, "What is going on here? Is there a private fight here?" The person who arrived is Yang Chongtian. "Sect master, it is like this." Zhang Yinping promptly informed Yang Chongtian what happened. "Qin Xiaoyun, you stepped on Yinping's snake and suffered his palm strike. Now you don't owe each other anything." Yang Chongtian coldly looked at Qin Yun and said in stern voice, "If there is a next time, I will drive you out of First Pagoda." Qin Yun is filled with anger in his heart as he said in deep voice, "First Pagoda, I truly underestimated you." Yang Chongtian said with sneer, "You are too arrogant. Don't think that just because you are a venerable master, I will be respectful to you. Let me tell you, I, Yang Chongtian, have never cared about a venerable master." Yang Chongtian is very angry because Yi Yaoxue left First Pagoda, especially when he found out that Qin Yun and Yi Yaoxue are intimate. It must be known that his grandson Fang Zhijin also wants to get his hands on Yi Yaoxue. Because Yi Yaoxue left, Yang Chongtian's grandson Fang Zhijin is very sad. He even vented his anger on Yang Chongtian and accused him of driving Yi Yaoxue away. Yi Yaoxue very much wants to bring Qin Yun away because this is First Pagoda's territory. Zhang Yinping's attack just now was very heavy. It can be seen how much they want to kill Qin Yun. But she recalled that Qin Yun has Pagoda Master command and is a Pagoda Master. She felt relieved. If a Pagoda Master dies in First Pagoda will be in great trouble. They will be besieged by other Pagoda. Star Traveling Pagoda was also besieged after they killed First Pagoda's Pagoda Master. Pagoda Master Yang, if you want to kill people here, you must be a bit careful. Star Traveling Pagoda's Star Origin Great Formation has been restored. Star Picking Pavilion has also been restored. Qin Yun's voice has a trace of threat. Yang Chongtian's eyes are wide open in shock. His expression is filled with fear. "You are awesome." The other few old men were also terrified. The disciples of this passage however do not understand. Star Traveling Pagoda's Star Origin Great Formation is the strongest part of Star Traveling Pagoda in the past. It is said that if Star Traveling Pagoda did not have misgivings about 100 Pagoda sect, they would have used Star Picking Pavilion to control a large number of stars to fall down and destroy 100 Pagoda sect. "You bastard, next time you dare step on my snake, I will kill you." Zhang Yinping saw that Qin Yun is still calm and loudly shouted, "If your snake appears under my foot again, I will surely trample you and your snake to death." Qin Yun said in cold voice, "This time, consider yourself lucky. Remember this, I'll pay you back for that slap you gave me." "What did you say?" Zhang Yinping furiously shouted and punched towards Qin Yun. "Stop." Yang Chongtian's explosive shout caused Zhang Yinping's entire body to tremble and he retreated a few steps. "Go back to what you were doing. Zhang Yinping, if you act recklessly again, the one who will die will be you." Yang Chongtian glared at Zhang Yinping and then hastily left. Zhang Yinping doesn't know how dreadful Star Picking Pavilion is, but Yang Chongtian knows. He also knows that the reason why the Star Origin Great Formation has been restored is because of Qin Yun. If Qin Yun dies here, Star Traveling Pagoda will disregard everything and destroy the entire 100 Pagoda sect. At that time, not even a hair of their First Pagoda will be left, let alone enjoying the resources. "Keep going," an elder yelled. Zhang Yinping doesn't dare to act recklessly again. He is very scared, but he is still very angry in his heart. "Are you all right?" Yi Yaoxue looked at Qin Yun and asked in a very concerned manner. "I am fine," Qin Yun said and let out a long sigh. Xia Wufeng looked at Zhang Yinping's back, his killing intent completely revealed as he said in cold voice, "That bastard, I will kill him." Qin Yun said in low voice, "Boss Xia, don't act recklessly. This is First Pagoda's territory. What we need to do now is to snatch away their rewards as much as possible." Morong Tianjia said, "We should keep going. This time let us go in front." Xia Wufeng and Murong Tianjia are walking in front of Qin Yun. Yi Yaoxue is very vigilant beside Qin Yun. She is blaming herself in her heart. If she did not infuriate Zhang Yunping, he would not have retaliated against Qin Yun out of jealousy. Moreover, she was beside Qin Yun and did not have the time to block Zhang Yunping. What is the background of that Zhang Yunping? Is he going to participate in the competition? Qin Yun asked in low voice. He was a mid-stage martial emperor before, ranked 11th on the martial emperor ranking. It is mainly because some people did not dare to challenge him, that is why he was able to stay on the ranking for so long. After he went into seclusion, he broke through to late-stage martial emperor. First Pagoda's competition only allows mid-stage martial emperors to participate. Yi Yaoxue said doubtfully. After a while, they arrived at a very spacious palace hall. There are a total of 200 participants, most of them are mid-stage martial emperors. There is a large golden bell at the center of the palace hall. It is used to test strength. The participants must possess the strength of 10 dragons. If they can't, they will be eliminated. Now, First Pagoda's disciples will be the first to take the test. An old man said. Zhang Yunping walked up. The old man saw that everyone is very doubtful and said again, this time the rules are different from before, late-stage martial emperors can also participate. All the disciples loudly cursed in their hearts hearing this. First Pagoda's disciples are both late-stage martial emperors. If they knew this earlier, they would have sent late-stage martial emperors to participate. This way, First Pagoda's 2 late-stage martial emperors will be the strongest participants. He already knew that First Pagoda's competition will be biased towards First Pagoda. But now, he once again saw how shameless First Pagoda is. They are actually playing dirty from the very beginning. Late-stage martial emperors? I am not afraid. With me here, they won't be able to get first place. Yi Yaoxue said in cold voice. The old man said in loud voice, during the strength test, the person with the highest score will get a high-quality Regent Origin Stone, second place will get a mid-quality Regent Origin Stone, third place will get a low-quality Regent Origin Stone. 1st Pagoda has 2 late-stage martial emperors, they have the highest cultivation, they will surely get 1 or 2. Third place will only get the worst low-quality Regent Origin Stone. Zhang Yunping proudly smiled, then rushed towards the large golden bell and punched, releasing a very strong power. The bell let out a dragon roar, then 30 golden dragon image soared out. This is 30 dragon power. Everyone burst into commotion, they exclaimed in admiration again and again. Ordinary mid-stage martial emperors have around 10 to 13 dragon power. More powerful ones have around 14 to 45 dragon power. And late-stage martial emperors are 1 realm higher than mid-stage martial emperors, their power is doubled. In other words, Zhang Yunping is one of the strongest late-stage martial emperors. How many dragon power do you have? Qin Yun looked at Yi Yaoxue and asked in low voice. Crushing geniuses. After Zhang Yunping finished, he saw everyone's envious expression and his face became filled with pride. He walked towards Yi Yaoxue and proudly said, Junior sister, did you see? Right now, I'm so powerful. If I can become peak martial emperor, I will surely have 60 dragon power. Yi Yaoxue disdainfully glared at him but did not say anything. Because Zhang Yunping injured Qin Yun before, she doesn't want to pay attention to Zhang Yunping, she even wants to punch him. Seeing Yi Yaoxue's attitude, Zhang Yunping became very angry and roared, Yi Yaoxue, you are just a mid-stage martial emperor, why are you showing off in front of me? Just wait for me, I will challenge you very soon, I will defeat you and become ranked 10th on the martial emperor ranking. You only had 18 dragon power before, you can defeat most of the peak martial emperors because they let you win, 18 dragon power? I just became a mid-stage martial emperor and now I am about to become late-stage martial emperor. Yi Yaoxue said with sneer, you are saying that all the peak martial emperors let me win? Do you know how many peak martial emperors were seriously injured by me? Are they all idiots? Yi Yaoxue is not a bit afraid of Zhang Yunping, she mocked. The reason you are ranked 11th is because others let you win. Zhang Yunping is extremely angry but he can only hold it in. He looked at Qin Yun, a ruthless. Ominous glint flashed through his eyes and said, Yi Yaoxue, you brought this martial king to participate in the competition, you will regret it. Because during the competition, 2 people are required to work together, and he simply can't pass the test of strength. If you did not injure him, he would have definitely passed. Xianxia's voice is ice-cold and filled with killing intent. He's just a late-stage martial king, no matter how strong he is. Don't tell me he can unleash 10 dragon power? Truly ridiculous. Zhang Yunping laughed loudly and walked to the side. Next, it is the turn of First Pagoda's other disciples. They got 25 dragon power. This result is not surprising because it belongs to normal late-stage martial emperors. The power test is done according to the pagoda's ranking. Xia Wufeng and Murong Tianji's Divine Sword Pagoda is ranked second, so it is their turn next. Both of them are initial stage martial emperors, no one dares to look down on their power. Now everyone is very curious about Xia Wufeng and Murong Tianji's strength. Murong Tianji was the first to test it out. He attacked with all his strength. The bell rang with a dragon's roar, and 11 illusory golden dragons appeared. Seeing this scene, the audience cried out in surprise, because Murong Tianji is only initial stage martial emperor, yet he already has this kind of power. This means that after he becomes middle stage martial emperor, he will have at least 20 dragon power. If he becomes late stage martial emperor, it will double and he will have 40 dragon power. This was the standard of a super genius, many times higher than Zhang Yunping. Zhang Yunping's expression is somewhat unsightly because his limelight has been snatched away by Murong Tianji. Still too weak, no wonder I lost to senior sister Yi. She has at least 18 dragon power and I only have 11. Murong Tianji laughed in self-mockery. He was defeated by Xianxia in Murong Manor before. It was Xia Wufeng's turn. Everyone was looking forward to his strength test. Everyone knows that when Xia Wufeng was a peak stage martial king, his strength was equal to Murong Tianji. Now that he is an initial stage martial emperor, his strength will not be as simple as doubling. After all, he has broken through the bottleneck of a great realm and became a martial emperor. His strength will surely increase by a lot. Xia Wufeng took a deep breath, only to see him condense a sharp longsword. The sword flickered with cold light. It is filled with suffocating killing intent. Its sword aura is very threatening. Many mid-stage martial emperors present are scared witless by this threatening sword aura. Even Zhang Yunping is somewhat afraid in his heart. This is Xia Wufeng's origin sword. It is very dreadful. He fused the origin sword with his arm, then rushed over and punched the large bell. Dragon's roar echoed out, the large bell shook, then with a cry, 31 dragon illusory images flew out. This is actually 31 dragon power. Everyone inhaled a mouthful of cold air, even those old half-immortals are dumbstruck in shock. Xia Wufeng's power is actually this dreadful. Zhang Yunping is extremely jealous, he is tightly clenching his fists. He is a late-stage martial emperor but now he is being overshadowed by an initial stage martial emperor like Xia Wufeng. This guy is very awesome. Luckily I am not the chief disciple of First Pagoda, otherwise it would be very strenuous for me to face him. Xianxia laughed and said, a certain late-stage martial emperor is ranked 11th on the martial emperor ranking, he will soon lose his position. Xia Wufeng and Qin Yun are good brothers, moreover he is a disciple of Divine Sword Pagoda. Zhang Yunping fought Qin Yun before and Xia Wufeng almost attacked him. Now that he knows Zhang Yunping's strength, he will surely challenge Zhang Yunping. Everyone now knows how dreadful this kind of super genius is. They now understand why Divine Sword Pagoda attaches so much importance to Xia Wufeng. Xia Wufeng obtained many resources from Divine Sword Pagoda, that is why he can advance by leaps and bounds. Qin Yun is not at all surprised by Xia Wufeng's strength. After all he is a sword cultivator and has obtained a mysterious sword cultivation inheritance. Everyone here is now thinking about how strong Xia Wufeng will be if he becomes peak martial emperor. Maybe he will be able to challenge First Tribulation half-immortals. Murong Tianji said with smile, junior brother Xia, if you become peak martial emperor, you might be able to surpass 100 dragon power. Xia Wufeng shook his head and smiled, that is a matter for very long time in the future. Murong Tianji glanced at Qin Yun and said, that is not far at all. Qin Yun has that talisman, so long as he has enough Regent Origin stones, he will be able to break through very quickly. Next, other pagoda began testing in succession. All of them are mid-stage martial emperors. After all they are the most outstanding mid-stage martial emperors of their respective pagoda. Some of them can reach 20 dragon power, they are all geniuses. Of course, there are also more than 20 who cannot reach 10 dragon power. Those more than 20 mid-stage martial emperors have been looked down upon by many people, they are actually so weak. There is no ranking for pagoda below 50th rank, they are now ranked according to the number of people in each pagoda. Star Traveling Pagoda has the least number of people, so they are ranked last. Xianxia is also somewhat impatient from waiting, she wants to see how strong she is now. She has not tested her strength for a very long time. Junior brother Xia, how much do you think senior sister Yi can reach? Xianxia curiously asked. Higher than me. Xia Wufeng thought for a bit and said. Really? How much higher? Xianxia is also somewhat curious. I am not sure, in short, it is very difficult for me to defeat you with my current strength. If I can defeat you, it is because I have my origin sword and can use weapons, I have the advantage in this aspect. Xia Wufeng said. Finally it is Star Traveling Pagoda's disciples' turn. Everyone is very curious about Xianxia's current strength. Xianxia is the first to go up. She stood in front of the large golden bell, took a deep breath and began condensing her power, causing her arm to overflow with red light. Qin Yan can see very fine heavenly rune within the red light. He can recognize it because he saw Kong Feiqing's Gemini heavenly rune. Even if other people can see those fine runes, they would think that they are very small electric threads. Xianxia rushed up and punched the large bell. After the dragon roar, a large number of golden dragon illusory images flew out. Everyone hastily and earnestly counted. 55, mid-stage martial emperor Xianxia has 55 dragon power. Zhang Yunping's expression became even more unsightly, he thought that he and Xianxia are about the same, he really did not expect Xianxia's power to be this strong. This is a super genius, 1st Pagoda's half-immortals are dying of heartache because they let such a super genius go to Star Traveling Pagoda. Many male disciples present are even more envious and jealous that Qin Yan can obtain Xianxia. They recalled how Qin Yan said that his back hurt last night, they feel that it is very normal. After all, Xianxia is so strong, it would be strange if Qin Yan did not have back pain. Of course, thinking about this, they feel even more uncomfortable in their hearts. Such an outstanding woman has actually been taken by a martial king. Even though he is a venerable master, these people are still somewhat unable to accept this. It's my turn. Qin Yan said. How are your injuries? Xianxia is still somewhat worried as she asked. She knows that Qin Yan has broken through to peak martial king. With Qin Yan's strength, it is not a problem for him to unleash 10 dragon power. But the problem is that he is injured, he has been injured by Zhang Yunping. Zhang Yunping said with sneer, disgraceful guy, so what if you are a venerable master? Your power is just a joke here. You don't have enough power to protect yourself, so what if you have inscription talent? You still have the face to say this? If you did not injure him, he would have definitely passed. Xianxia became very angry thinking about this matter. Her beautiful eyes are filled with killing intent. My injuries are healed. Qin Yan said with smile, among the runes I have mastered, there are runes that can heal injuries, so I can heal very quickly. Really? Xianxia said in pleasant surprise. Senior sister Yi, don't forget, he is a venerable master. Xia Wufeng said with smile. He received healing equipment from Qin Yan in the past and its effect is not ordinary. Xianxia said with smile, inscription master, anything is possible. Qin Yan deeply inhaled a mouthful of air, just as he was about to walk over, Zhang Yunping suddenly shouted, wait. What are you doing? Xianxia shouted. I am worried that he is carrying equipment, who told him to be an inscription master? We cannot let him cheat. Zhang Yunping said, elders, please check if he has any inscription equipment on his body. A few elders took out a mirror and examined Qin Yan's body but did not discover anything. You can begin, an elder yelled. After Qin Yan walked over, he told Ling Yuner to release supergravity and he also released earthquake divine ability power. Then he controlled these two powers to rush into his arm. In a split second, everyone can see that his arm suddenly swelled up, his sleeve has been torn to shreds by the violent energy. Most dreadful thing is that a dragon roar came out from Qin Yan's arm. He even used extinction dragon palm, moreover it is 13 extinction dragon palms. What caused people to be alarmed is that Qin Yan's arm swelled up and split open in a flash, a trace of blood appeared on it. It can be clearly seen how dreadful the power inside is. Boom, Qin Yan's palm hit the large golden bell. Extinction dragon palm, and the large bell let out a dragon roar. The large bell suddenly flickered with golden light and 31 golden dragon image flew out. Ghost Beast Emperor, Chapter 972. Ghost Beast Emperor Qin Yan staked his life to unleash his strongest power and burst out with this kind of power. Everyone present watched in shock and silence as the 31 illusory golden dragons danced in the air until the illusory golden dragons gradually faded away. A martial king actually unleashed 31 dragon power. Everyone present is looking at Qin Yan in shock. Qin Yan's swollen arm also gradually shrunk. There is a layer of blood and sweat on the surface of his skin. It is clear that he forcefully released a very formidable power. Even so, it is still inconceivable. Many people are unable to accept this result. A martial king's power is actually stronger than many martial emperors. This is impossible. What the hell is going on? He's just a martial king. How can he unleash 31 dragon power? This guy is too dreadful. Look at his arm, it looks like it almost exploded. It seems like he is injured. Didn't he injure Zhang Yunping before? How can he unleash such dreadful power? Zhang Yunping only has 30 dragon power. Could it be that he can defeat Zhang Yunping? How is this possible? This guy unleashed 31 dragon power. He risked half his life to do so. Zhang Yunping gritted his teeth, his face twitched as he glared at Qin Yan. The results of the top 3 power assessment have also come out. First place is Xianxia, 55 dragon power. Second place is Xia Wufeng, 31 dragon power. Third place is Qin Yan. Also 31 dragon power, because Xia Wufeng was tested earlier, he obtained second place. Qin Yan doesn't have any objection to this result. Zhang Yunping and other first pagoda people are in a bad mood. Because they have no share in the reward. Yi Yaoxue obtained a high-quality Regent Origin Stone. She is also very happy. Qin Yan doesn't lack Regent Origin Stones. As long as First Pagoda doesn't get any, he will be very happy. Alright, those who passed the power assessment, come here to receive the Ghost Emperor pouch. An old man said, each pagoda can only receive 1 Ghost Emperor pouch, then use the pouch to subdue Ghost Beast Emperors. The strongest Ghost Beast Emperor subdued will be rewarded. First place gets 6 high-quality Regent Origin Stones, second place gets 6 mid-quality Regent Origin Stones, third place gets 6 low-quality Regent Origin Stones. There is no doubt that the reward for first place is the best. Yi Yaoxue asked, how will you evaluate the power of Ghost Beast Emperors? The old man said, it is very simple, the stronger the Ghost Beast Emperor, the bigger the horn on its head. When the time comes, the evaluation will be based on this. Oh, that's right, going out to capture Ghost Beast Emperors will be very dangerous. If something unexpected happens, you will have to take responsibility. Qin Yan doesn't know what this Ghost Beast Emperor is, but from its name, it should be a ghost beast. Moreover, it is as strong as a martial emperor. It is possible to secretly cheat when going out to capture Ghost Beast Emperors. Qin Yan feels that First Pagoda must have already sent their elders to capture very strong Ghost Beast Emperors. Xianxia asked, do we need to hand over the captured Ghost Beast Emperors? The old man said with a smile, no need, you can keep it for yourselves. A disciple said, Ghost Beast Emperors are very dreadful and there is only 1 person in my pagoda, it will be very difficult for me to capture them. This disciple's companion was eliminated because he didn't have the strength of 10 dragons. There were at least 30 pagodas, all belonging to a single disciple. Xia Wufeng said, if you are alone, you can join hands and help each other. The old man said, the time limit is 10 days. After 10 days, we will compete in the plaza in front of First Pagoda. Let's set off. Yi Yaoxue is walking in the front, bringing Qin Yan with her and quickly leaving First Pagoda. Xia Wufeng and Xianxia are also following behind them. Old boy Yan, you must be very careful when going out this time. Xia Wufeng warned. I know. Qin Yan is very vigilant. Yi Yaoxue is also very worried about this, that is why she is quickly bringing Qin Yan away from 100 Pagoda sect. Will we be followed? Qin Yan is flying in the sky with Yi Yaoxue. I don't know, but it is not that simple. Xianxia is flying towards the depths of this mountain range. 100 pagodas are located inside a very large mountain range. 100 Pagoda mountain range is very large, there are many formidable beasts in the depths. Reportedly, there are some beasts that are so strong that even sixth tribulation half-immortals don't dare to provoke them. Normally, 100 Pagoda sect's disciples enter the depths of the mountain range to find some weaker beasts to train. Xianxia and Xianxia are flying very fast. While on the road, Xianxia threw out a talisman from time to time to absorb their remnant aura to prevent others from tracking them. Senior Sister Yi, how strong are the strongest ghost beast emperors? Xianxia asked. I am ranked 10th in the martial emperor ranking. The 9 martial emperors above me are all peak martial emperors. And the strongest ghost beast emperors are even stronger than those 9 martial emperors. Xianxia said, the horns of those ghost beast emperors are very big. Xianxia is slightly startled and said, doesn't that mean that only half-immortals can deal with them? Xianxia shook her head and said, if they are only first tribulation half-immortals, they wouldn't dare to face the strongest ghost beast emperors. Ghost beast emperors are actually so strong. How are these ghost beast emperors formed? Xianxia thought that. They are just some beasts before. There is a black lake in the depths of the mountain range. When beasts fall into the lake, they turn into ghost beasts. And if ghost beasts capture other beasts and bring them to the bottom of the lake, they can devour other beasts. Even ghost beasts can devour and fuse with each other. So long as they evolve into ghost beast emperors, they will have a ghost beast horn. When we encounter ghost beasts, we can judge their strength based on their horn. Xianxia said. Speaking of horns, Xianxia has 2, one is an immortal beast horn and the other is an evil horn. Inside a secret room of First Pagoda, Yang Chongtian and a few white-robed old men are sitting on a stone chair with grave expression. Star-traveling pagoda's star origin great formation has been restored. Yang Chongtian said while gnashing his teeth, this must be the work of that little demon called Qin Shaoyun. Star origin great formation was severely damaged back then, many formidable inscription masters were helpless. How did that little demon restore it? Could it be that he is swindling you? A red-haired old man questioned. According to the information obtained by the spies, it can't be wrong. Most of those old guys of star-traveling pagoda have broken through, they have become very young and full of vitality. Those star cultivators can suddenly break through, it must be the contribution of the star origin great formation. Yang Chongtian slapped the table and said in deep voice, that little girl Xianxia must have taken a fancy to that brat's inscription talent and joined him. That red-haired old man said, we reneged on our agreement before and did not give resources to Star-Traveling Pagoda. Star-Traveling Pagoda originally hated our first pagoda, now they are even more hostile towards us. We cannot let them have any chance to rise up. An old man with half-opened eyes weakly asked, this Qin Shaoyun has such talent, his origin must be extraordinary, did you find anything? Yang Chongtian said, we found it from Dragon Sect. Doesn't Dragon Sect want to control Ordinary Realm? They sent many people to Ordinary Realm but they suffered great losses. Dragon Sect's long family foundation in Ordinary Realm was almost uprooted, they suffered disastrous losses. And the person who made Dragon Sect suffer great losses is a little demon called Qin Yun. I don't know much about this Qin Yun, I have already sent people to Ordinary Realm to investigate. The red-haired old man said, that little girl Xianxia left First Pagoda, we did not expect that. She is a super genius, we cannot let her escape, we must capture her and bring her back. Xianxia and Qin Yun have already left to capture Ghost Beast Emperors, how are your arrangements? You must capture them. Yang Chongtian looked at the red-haired old man and said with sneer, Old Zhang, you captured Xianxia so that your grandson Zhang Yunping can play with her, right? You are asking me how are my arrangements? I should be the one asking you, you are the best at doing this kind of thing. The red-haired old man chuckled and said, I thought you also secretly made your move. Yang Chongtian, your grandson also wants to possess Xianxia, why don't you put in some effort? I don't believe it, you must have made your own arrangements. In any case, Xianxia and Qin Yun will definitely disappear from now on. Yang Chongtian said. You must be a bit more thorough in your work, if they find out that our first pagoda is behind this, it will be very troublesome, the red-haired old man said. The assassins I sent are first-rate assassin team. They assassinated Divine Sword Pagoda's first tribulation half-immortals. Capturing Yi Yaoxue and Qin Yun will not be a problem at all. If it is not possible, we will just kill them. Yang Chongtian said with cold smile, but your people should be a bit more careful. Yang Chongtian, you are really something. You actually sent out your assassin team. The red-haired old man chuckled and said, then let's compete and see whose people will succeed first. Let's compete. Yang Chongtian proudly smiled. Qin Yun and Yi Yaoxue are very vigilant on the way. Especially Qin Yun, even though it is broad daylight, he released nether moon mental power to cover a radius of several kilometers. If something enters his vicinity, he will be able to sense it. Even though it consumes a lot of mental power, it is very safe. At dusk, they flew over a great canyon. Yi Yaoxue is floating in the sky, looking at a very tall mountain ahead. The peak of this mountain is covered by blue ice and snow. She pointed at the blue ice mountain with her finger and said, after we pass through this ice mountain, we will enter the area covered by the Ghost Beast Remote Lake. There are all kinds of ghost beasts roaming around the Ghost Beast Remote Lake. Qin Yun looked all around and said, are other people also taking this path? Yi Yaoxue said, some are not. The path I'm taking isn't the fastest one. It's also to avoid being followed by others. Qin Yun suddenly sensed that someone has entered the area covered by his mental power. He promptly pulled Yi Yaoxue and dropped down from the sky. Assassins attack. Yi Yaoxue is a very experienced person, especially at this kind of time. She is very vigilant, but she has not sensed anyone approaching. This caused her to not believe Qin Yun's words. She believes that her perception is stronger than Qin Yun's. After all, she is a very strong martial emperor. Someone is truly approaching? Why can't I sense it? Yi Yaoxue sent sound transmission to Qin Yun. Someone is truly approaching. Qin Yun said in low voice. He brought Yi Yaoxue, used mysterious penetration divine ability and entered a large hollow tree trunk. Then he took out a mirror. Yi Yaoxue looked through the mirror and saw 3 black-cloaked people in the sky. They are all martial emperors. As for how strong they are, I am not sure. They are now hovering in the sky. They must have lost their target. Qin Yun said. When we were on the road, didn't you eliminate aura along the way? Why are there people following us? Yi Yaoxue looked at the 3 black-cloaked people in the mirror and said in amazement. Look at their hands. Qin Yun pointed at one of the people in the mirror and said, that is a talisman. As long as this talisman absorbs our aura, they can track us. Then won't we be discovered if we hide here? Yi Yaoxue knows about this kind of talisman, but she has never seen it with her own eyes. No need to worry, if they could discover us, they would have already come down. So long as we don't release our aura, they won't be able to discover us. Moreover, I can now completely conceal my aura. Qin Yun said. The 3 people in the sky are flying back and forth in the sky. Apparently they are looking for something. Qin Yun is very familiar with these talismans. He has a kind of soul-chasing talisman. Even if they hide their aura, they can still track them. The talismans in the hands of these 3 black-cloaked people are weaker than his soul-chasing talisman. I understand, they must be people sent by First Pagoda. Yi Yaoxue said in cold voice. They let us test our power and collected a lot of aura, then used them to refine those talismans to track us. Qin Yun said, it is very likely. First Pagoda is scheming. Yi Yaoxue said in low voice, I will go out and see how strong they are. If they are very strong, we should be able to escape. You want to kill them? Qin Yun said with frown. Indeed. They are all martial emperors. They are very important to First Pagoda. Yi Yaoxue's eyes are filled with ruthlessness. I want to kill them. I want to let them know pain. They actually dared to play this kind of trick on me. Alright, you go out first. If you can't beat them, then quickly run. Qin Yun said. You must hide properly, don't go out. Yi Yaoxue said, as long as you are not in the top 10 of the martial emperor ranking, you will not be able to go out. I can deal with them. Qin Yun nodded and then sent her off. Yi Yaoxue sensed that her body can easily pass through the tree trunk. At the same time she is astonished, she also knows why her undergarment was taken away. It was because of this mysterious power. As soon as she went out, she flew into the sky. the three men in black immediately noticed her. "Who are you people? Who sent you?" Xianxia said in cold voice. "Where's that kid?" a black-cloaked man asked. The three men in black had their faces covered, so it was impossible to see their faces. "Answer my question first," Xianxia yelled while holding a saber in her hand. "You two go deal with Xianxia, I will go find that kid," one of the black-cloaked men said. He seems to be the leader of the group. Two black-cloaked men took out very ordinary swords and rushed towards Xianxia. In the blink of an eye, Xianxia and the two black-cloaked men began fighting. Many energy collided, illuminating the dusky sky. Shock waves pressed down from the sky, causing the trees in the forest to explode. It is as if the forest has encountered a gale and huge wave. Xianyan's hiding place is completely fine. He is earnestly looking at the battle between Xianxia and the two black-cloaked men through the spirit eye he released. Those two black-cloaked men are very strong. "Xiaoyun, it seems like Xianxia is underestimating the enemy," Ling Yuner said. "Indeed. The strongest martial emperors in First Pagoda are not necessarily those on the martial emperor ranking. I must go out and help her," Xianyan said. "There is one guy who is not participating in the battle. Apparently he is looking for you. Can you kill him?" Ling Yuner said with smile. "I will give it a try." Xianyan is not very confident in his heart. After all, the opponent is very likely to be a very strong peak martial emperor and he is also very vigilant. Xianyan took out the Lion King cannon and placed 5 body-securing cannons inside. The body-securing runes Xianyan carved are also Dao runes. They have evolved from Xian runes. Although spirit runes, Xian runes, and Dao runes are different in rank, their essence is almost the same. After Xianyan obtained Dao Lord Inscription Spirit, he improved some Xian runes into Dao runes. Yao Feng said that the runes he obtained from the 9 Sun Divine Soul can be continuously evolved. He needs to comprehend them himself. Will 5 body-securing cannons be enough? Ling Yuner is somewhat worried. It should be enough, Xianyan said with smile. Cannons are filled with energy. After carving runes on the surface, the runes will absorb all the energy of the cannons and their might will become even stronger. Xianyan's cannons are refined using Dao cores and beast oil. They can provide great amount of energy and stimulate the runes to release even stronger might. After Xianyan finished preparing the Lion King cannon, he carried it on his shoulder and quietly left the tree trunk. The leader of the black-cloaked man is also paying attention to the battle between Xianxia and the two martial emperors from time to time. He is flying above the forest and using his mental power to search the ground. That little girl Xianxia is so fucking awesome, she can actually resist for so long, that black-cloaked man cursed in low voice while flying. Xianyan is following behind that black-cloaked man. There is a distance of a few kilometers between them. Suddenly that black-cloaked man discovered that something is following him. Xianyan saw that black-cloaked man turned around and fired the Lion King cannon 5 body-securing cannons in succession. After the black-cloaked man was stopped by the first body-securing cannons, he dropped to the ground. Just as he was about to move, the second body-securing cannons seemed to have eyes. It chased after him and landed on his body again, stopping him again. Each time it can only stop him for a second. 5 consecutive body-securing cannons for 5 seconds. After the 5th body-securing cannons landed, the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron covered the black-cloaked man and captured him alive. This bastard wasted 5 of my body-securing cannons. Xianyan stored the heavenly lion dragon suppressing cauldron and threw in the second pearl of the 9 Sun Divine Soul. Then he let Yao Feng take out the black-cloaked man from the cauldron and interrogate him. Yao Feng is also very fond of doing this kind of thing. It must be known that she is an immortal king, there is nothing she cannot interrogate. He said he was sent by Zhang Rong. Yao Feng said. Many thanks, take out his Dao core and give it to me, don't kill him yet. Xianyan said. Yao Feng very quickly took out the Dao core and gave it to Xianyan. Xianyan took out the martial spirit and said with smile, this guy is a peak martial emperor, his Dao core should be very strong. He finished speaking and stored the Dao core inside the Lion King cannon. Then he flew to the sky and looked at Xianxia who was fighting in the distance. Xianxia and the two black-cloaked men are fighting very fiercely, they have flattened many large mountains. We can't keep fighting like this. Qin Yun is more than a kilometer away from Yi Yaoxue. He sent sound transmission to her. Senior Sister Yi, if you keep fighting, you might be able to win, but you will consume a lot of energy. Quickly fly to my side. Why are you here? Quickly hide. Yi Yaoxue sensed that Qin Yun is nearby and immediately replied in alarm, you should quickly leave, I can defeat them. Their boss has been killed by me, quickly come to my side, I will take care of these two guys in one breath. Qin Yun urged, this is not the only group of people who want to deal with us, there are many more. At this time, the two black-clothed men also saw Qin Yun. Where is Big Brother going? That brat is right there, why is Big Brother not going to capture him? One of the black-clothed men yelled. Yi Yaoxue saw that Qin Yun has been discovered and lightly shouted. Her entire body became enveloped in red light and a red light ball flew out of her chest. It is her inscription martial spirit. The inscription martial spirit became very big, it looks like there is a ball of chaotic lightning interweaving inside it. Boom boom boom, the martial spirit revolved and burst out many strange red lightning, forming a red lightning gale that blew towards the two black-clothed men and sent them flying very far away. After being blown away, the two black-clothed men felt pain all over their body, but they are not seriously injured, they will not be able to move for a short period of time. A ball of light mist can be seen fluttering in the dark night, this is the power released by the inscription martial spirit. Yi Yaoxue took back her inscription martial spirit and rushed towards Qin Yun. Just as she arrived beside Qin Yun, the two black-clothed men who were blown away several tens of thousands of meters away broke away from the power and rushed over. We should quickly hide. Yi Yaoxue hastily yelled. Don't run for now. Qin Yun controlled the Lion King cannon and shot out the martial Emperor Dao Core. Yi Yaoxue saw a light beam fly out, it contains very formidable and dreadful power. She immediately yelled in alarm, what is that thing? Qin Yun did not say anything, he took out a half-immortal shield and controlled it to become very big. He placed it in front of his body to protect Yi Yaoxue and himself. After the martial Emperor Dao Core is shot out by the Lion King cannon, it becomes very hot and the power inside becomes even more. Berserk. Boom, a burst of intense flashing light illuminated the night sky, followed by intense trembling sound. Along with frantic and ferocious flame, the flame rushed out in all direction. In the blink of an eye, a radius of 200 to 300 li turned into a sea of flame. At the center of the explosion, a 10,000-meter wide crater appeared. This region is filled with intense flame, the flame is several hundred meters tall. Many people in the vicinity are alarmed. Yi Yaoxue and Qin Yun are now above the sea of flame. The aura of those two black-clothed men disappeared just now, it is clear that they have been killed by the explosion. Awesome. Let's go. Qin Yun said with smile, let's quickly go catch ghost beast emperors. Yi Yaoxue's expression is filled with amazement. She has not even managed to regain her wits when she was brought by Qin Yun towards a very tall mountain. The blue ice layer on top of the mountain also fell down from the explosion. End of chapter 973. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.